all the gobbledygook.
Well, I was dismissive of it, and I apologize. I shouldn't have been so flippant on your show. That was an asshole move of mine. Sorry.
It's fine. It's going in your file, but it's fine.
God damn it! Not the permanent record.
Hey,
Mr. Geolove. Mr. Geolove. Hey, I was wondering, sir, because you said something about if people wanted to present something, then put in a ticket. I did one of those tickets, man, but no one responded to me.
Yeah, I responded to you. Yeah, I responded yesterday, like somewhat shortly after you. Yeah, I responded to it. It's down in the. I tagged you in it too, but you got to go back to the ticket channel to read it.
Because I changed my mind because it took so long. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna check it out. Okay, I appreciate it.
Well, see, it's one thing about this ticket system. I don't know if it notifies you. I did tag you in the channel, but I wonder. It's like with this bot, like whether it actually notifies the person. Like usually I tag them, but anyways, because
I'm sure it was me, man.
Or it might have just been that you didn't look back at it or see the tag.
Why is everyone being so nice today?
I wasn't being nice.
Nice people.
Actually, I was gonna say because I was wanting to present something possibly to you and your audience and onlookers.
Well, I will say that, I mean, this show, this Earth Awakenings live show, it's not necessarily my show. It's not, I mean, I have been hosting it these first two times, I would say, in that sense. Cause yeah, I mean, there always needs to be a host for a show, but it's not necessarily like just my show or anything. And in the future, others may be hosting it as well. So I just want to mention that because I think Kool-Aid had said your show, and I just wanted to say that yeah, it's not necessarily mine. It's just the daily show, the Earth Awakenings live show, for the server, and yeah, I'll probably be hosting it a lot. But I'm totally open to other people, like other people. Someone else could host for the first hour or for the second hour, and then like Kosho was talking about doing a presentation. So, but yeah, Kosho, if you want to do a presentation, dude, that'd be awesome. And I think when I responded to your ticket, I was telling you that like it could either be done in one of the actual Earth Awakenings live shows, or it could be its own show. So that's one of the things I responded to you. Like that's one of the the two options.
Yo, we'll let anyone. I mean, you let anyone host the show, right? I mean, obviously, if you suck, we're not going to have you do it again. But as long as you're on standby to take over, if they like do something crazy,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in terms of this 2-hour show, like, anyone can host it ultimately for either the whole part or for part of it. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, Jeremy, obviously they'll still have to be, moderators and other people kind of on hand because,
if somebody straight up sucks, you got to be there to make sure,
Make sure they suck. Yeah.
No, to make sure that nothing fucking crazy happens. Like they don't just, I don't know, do some dumb shit for an hour and, we lose the whole audience. It's not crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, like Peachy's banned from hosting.
You love Peachy.
What are you going to do? Kosho, what are we going to present?
Actually, that might be one of the, I think Pete Shea might actually vibe with that. If he could do just like a Pete Shea hour.
I'd love to have an hour of Pete Shea explaining Aristarchus and the dodo bird.
Yeah.
Just nobody else interrupting him, just him explaining exactly how it all works.
Yeah, just like wind him up, let him go, and just boom. I think that would he would probably be able to go indefinitely, I would imagine.
I'm gonna ask him next time I see him if he wants to do like an hour or 2 hour presentation on the dodo and Aristarchus or something on your show. I'm gonna ask him.
I think we need to bring the guy with the realm and Pete Shea together and let them have a conversation.
I thought that was the same dude.
Oh, I mean, it'd be a nice mix. It'd be a nice mix of things. You know what I'm saying, Gio? Like people might get bored. As long as we don't have a 2 hour Pete session every fucking night. I think it'll be a nice way to mix it up.
But yeah, Ruhif, here's your question. I'm actually working on it right now. it's just this. I mean, you probably would not gonna be impressed by it, but it's like a program I was writing for the bot and gems room. It's just so. Actually, it's almost done, but when it's done, you'll be able to take an observation, like with a sextant or whatever, and just input 3 stars and the 3 elevations, and it will tell you where their GPs are, and it will also plot them on a map, their circles of equal altitude, and it will show you where they intersect.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. Cool stuff.
But yeah, Kosho, if you want to do a presentation, I think it would work good for this show if you want to do it. I mean, are you thinking like half hour? Like what kind of general time amount of time?
Well, I probably want to talk to Eggshells, because Eggshells has just got a sextant as well, and so maybe he'd want to go over his thing, what he's been doing with that, and I would just go over this when it's done, and so I'd probably talk to him, but I wouldn't take very long. I mean, I'd take probably 10 minutes, and then people would discuss it, I guess, after that.
I'd like to see this sextant thing hammered out, like explain. I'd like to have, whoever our expert is and your guys' expert is, and have them like hash it out calmly,
Okay, you guys have an expert?
We got some sextant guys. We got some
I would
sextant
love
guys.
to see. Yeah, apparently you do, but no one's willing to actually do the trig. Everyone claims on the flat Earth side that you need a right angle triangle for this, but no one has done the trig.
Yeah, don't you need from the GP? Don't you need a right angle there?
No,
It's
it's not a straight line. Not a straight line from the observer to the GP. There's no triangle.
My sextivus is kind of like a bubble level or bubble sextant, but not really. But it levels itself, so you don't even need to reference the horizon. And if it's level and you're just measuring the angle to the angular elevation of the star, or whatever, then you're not making any triangles. You're just measuring one angle.
Jeremy,
what do you think the triangle is? What are the 3 points of the triangle?
I'm telling you, you have the makings of a triangle. I'm not saying you do one. I'm not saying you make a triangle when you do your sextant measurements. I'm saying if you have 3 points, you obviously have the makings for a triangle, because you know 2 of the angles and 1 of the distances.
Okay, I guess my direct question then is there a right angle triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star?
On a flat Earth, there would be, right?
I agree, on a flat Earth there would be.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Right, are you going to do the trig for it though?
I don't do it. That's what I mean. We got to get one of our sextant guys on this. We got to get one of our sextant guys on this.
Well, I was thinking it'd be cool.
Find someone that will do the trig for a right angle triangle.
Well, for these shows that we'll be having, we can have different things, like different kinds of things. I was just thinking like 2 things, like Ruhiv, would you want to debate someone on the sextant?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so who would you want to debate then?
Anyone that I can challenge to actually do the trig, but no one will. They all chicken out.
So that's what you're just asking, Jeremy. You want to do what trig?
So you want to debate a flat earther on sextants if they can do the trig? You're willing to debate anyone that can do that?
If I debate someone, I'm going to ask them, if you think there's a right angle triangle, do the trig. I guarantee you that.
So it has to be a flat earther that thinks there's a right angle triangle and is willing to do the trig. Yep. Those are your qualifications?
Yep.
I'll put that out there.
What does do the trig mean for you exactly?
Well, they claim it's a right angle triangle, right?
Just do.
Yes.
They claim it's a right angle triangle. You can do trigonometry on it to get the distance between the observer and the GP. None of the first will do that, because they know it's not 69 miles per degree if you do the trig.
Yeah. Well, who's that guy Mitchell? Who's that guy Mitchell from Australia?
Yeah, he won't do it either.
He's
Does he think there's a right angle triangle?
I thought the Earth was 69 miles per degree. Is that wrong?
69 miles per degree is correct, but it describes a circle.
That's right. So what's the problem?
Well,
Yeah, so
the-
what's
It
the problem?
describes a circle.
But
The
if
Earth
you
is a circle, right?
let's say
Correct.
if you're under Polaris, you're right under it, okay, and
Yep.
so it's directly above you. If you then travel 69 miles from it, and it comes down in your sky 1 degree,
Yep.
and then you well, you could go back under it, and then you could go the other way 69 miles, and you come back under it, and then go the other way, etc. You're telling me that if you do all of that, you can't decipher the distance? Because I would say absolutely you can. That's how we map the Earth.
No, how does a flat Earth get 69 miles per degree? It's not by a triangle. It's by a circle or a sphere.
Well, it's because you're moving away from an object and it's lowering in your perspective.
Yeah. And if you're using 69 miles per degree, which is a linear relationship, that is not a triangle. That is a circle or a sphere.
A circle
Trigonometric
or a
functions
sphere.
are
Well, those are
not
different
linear.
things. Circle and spheres are different because a circle of equal altitude
Yeah,
is
no, well,
it's not a sphere.
circle's a cross section of a sphere, right? We draw it that way, as a cross section of a sphere, a circle.
So does this guy Mitchell from Australia think there's a 90-degree angle?
I wouldn't pick
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he won't debate me, though.
Why?
I've already tried to engage him, and he just fucking doesn't
Well, I'm gonna check
respond.
around with some of my peoples and see if anyone thinks there's a 90 degrees there.
Yep.
Ruhif, do you want to debate Mitchell?
Sure.
I mean, he's on
He
this
won't,
server.
though.
He's on this server. I could reach out to him. It's possible.
Yep, that'd be good. I guarantee
That would
he
be-
won't. Or he'll ask for like $5,000 to debate. That's what he'll do.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Have you broached this with him, or is this the first time this is being discussed?
I've tried to engage him. I sent him 3 emails trying to engage him, and he didn't respond to any of them. And Wally actually followed up with an email to him asking, why did you ignore Ruhif? And he didn't respond to that either.
Do you guys have his correct email, or who are you emailing?
It's Mitchell from Australia at Gmail or
I
something.
mean,
like
I have 8,000 unchecked emails. I don't know who's really running around. My wife checks her emails all day. I don't really. Maybe some guys don't really do that, you know. I don't.
He
You check all
responds
your
to
emails?
Wally's emails. He
You check all
responds to Wally's. He responds
he's
to Wally's emails in general, but he did not respond to Wally's request to answer my email.
Oh, so he is responding to emails that get sent to that email address?
Yes, he is.
Oh, all right. I see what you're saying.
All right. Well, then it just sounds like it's pending. But
There's other people. We got other people that probably think there's a right angle triangle there.
I mean, I'm just thinking of the idea. I mean, just like a minute ago, I was gonna ask you, Ruhif, if you would want to do a debate, or I was gonna ask you who you would want to debate. So, if you wanted to do one,
Anyone that talks about sextants.
You want to debate over the K value in your refraction formula? Oh,
Let's
that
do
was
it, Joe.
messed up. My bad, Roof. I don't want to taunt you. My bad.
Okay. All right.
well, I mean, the best I could
Yeah,
do would be just to reach out to Mitchell and propose it to him. If if you want to do an actual debate, and I mean, all I have is his Discord. I mean, if his email address is public, I suppose I could do that. But I do, he's on the server, so and I've DM'd with him, so I could. But if we're going to do that, then we'd have to iron some things out, like in terms of the exact topic, the structure, who's moderating, time, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Oh, as long as,
can
as
this
long as
guy-
we get to speak to each other, and
Hold on,
I'll
can
ask
this
him
Mitchell-
questions, and he'll refuse to answer.
Hold on. Can this Mitchell guy do the trig?
I don't think so.
If that's all we need to find out. If you can do the trig, then obviously, that's all you're interested in, right? In this debate is if somebody can do the trig.
Yeah,
Mitchell
if he
has a
can
problem.
do the writing of triangle, I would love to see him do the trick. Yeah.
Ruhif, don't you have like a couple thousand subs on your channel?
Yeah.
Where are those? Are those just bot subs, or are they real?
They're real. Why would I buy subs?
Okay, no, I'm not trying to say you are at all. I was just asking because I was just thinking like, well, where is your audience? Like, would you bring them to a debate? Like, would you live stream it, or would you?
I wouldn't live stream it. I'd
do you communicate
link
with
to
your
it.
audience? Though? Do you communicate with your audience?
get in the comments occasionally. Yeah. What's the question?
Well, I don't know.
My question is,
I would just
how did
think
you
you'd
get
be like bringing them into the discussions more, but
Yeah, my question is, how did you get 2,000 people to even be interested in this stuff? Like, who? I don't know.
I'm the king. I'm the king of YouTube
Yeah, I
with my
know.
2,000
I know.
subs.
Like, I can see how the flat earthers get people interested, but the Globers, like, they're not really. They're just saying the same shit they said in school and Neil deGrasse says and all that. You know what I mean? I don't see the attractiveness of like a Glober YouTube channel, really.
You have to have
It kind of sounds like you don't watch Glober videos, to be honest. Most of my stuff is debunking stuff, right?
I mean, I like Veritasium and the Action Lab's got some neat stuff.
Yeah.
Number file, shit like that. But
I don't get your channel. I just looked and did something happen? It says a month ago is the oldest video.
No. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. I've got to unhide a few, relist a few.
And then your videos only have like less than 1,000 views each.
No, there should be 1,000 or two. Like 2,000 on the Sextant one. Have a look. Hold on.
I had thought your channel was more. I thought you'd had more videos than this or something. I thought you've been doing.
No,
videos.
I do. I hid them all a couple months ago. I've got to start unhiding them. So the Sextant one, 2,500 views for that one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. So I'll start unhiding a few.
Okay, so possibly Mitchell, you'd want to debate. Is there anyone else? Because he may or may not.
Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Oakley's not going to come out of his fucking cave, right? So,
Well, 10th man.
Yeah, sure. Adam Meakin.
Isn't he the 10th man's like the sextant like expert on?
Yeah. He's
think
the
so.
sextant.
Nathan's show.
Yep. Or isn't Meakin as well? Or no?
Yeah, I've heard him talk about it.
Yeah.
I know 10th man. I've heard him talk about it more than anyone else.
Yeah, that's fine. Either anyone. Preferably a bigger name like Oakley. Would be funny.
But you know it's not going to happen.
Again? Yeah, I know.
You know that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I've challenged him quite a few times, and he just fucking runs away.
Yeah, QE will do it for $1,000.
Oh, excellent. That's pathetic.
Well, we were
isn't it?
thinking about doing something where we like host a back and forth YouTube kind of debate thing where you make your argument about wanting a trig or whatever, and then we give you 2 minutes, and then we get someone else's response to that, and we give them 2 minutes. That way, there's no interruptions, or nobody has to be muted or modded or anything. So
yeah, no, that's all I want from a debate is the ability to ask someone a question, and basically keep asking it until they answer it. That's in this sort of environment where you can sort of just kind of shout over people like Oakley does. That's how Oakley avoids answering questions, is he just shouts, right, and mutes the other guy. So in an environment where you actually get to ask him a question, he refuses to expose himself to that sort of stuff. That's his whole shtick.
Well, yes. Well, the one that Jeremy was saying is the one where like we make a video. Like we could even do that. Like even right now. Like for example, Ruhif. Like let's say that Ruhif, that you had a 2-minute thing that you wanted to say something about sextants, your angles. You want to issue a challenge. That to anyone to verify for you, et cetera, et cetera. And then we could even record it. I mean, this is streaming right now for the Aftershow stream, but I have a second, server that I could use to basically record, while this one's still live. I'm just saying, like, I could actually just, make like a 2-minute video, even just in this room, like, you speaking for 2 minutes, like right now, whatever it may be. And then that could be released as its own video. And then that could be then shared and spread around. Like I said, if you have the 2,000 subs, you could make your own video and say, hey guys, respond to this video or whatever. And then anyone else could respond to it as well. And that way it's kind of like a slower style of a debate. It's almost like an email debate or something where, like a good video debate.
There's 3 videos on my channel now. So there's one, why Globers are terrified of the sextant. That's my main one. And then there's one to Riley, Sleeping Warrior, called Riley Still Can't Triangle. And then there's one to Oakley. So those, if I have a debate, I'll be rehashing pretty much everything from those videos.
I gotcha. But yeah, those are framed a little bit more like you're going after a person. I'm talking more about just an open challenge, as it were, or a quest, or whatever the term would be.
Oh yeah, but my point is that I've made challenges in those videos to Flurpers, and no one has satisfied it.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just looking at the one here with the Nathan Oakley. It says Tweedledum, and it's got a picture of Tweedledum. I mean, come on, that's pretty inflammatory. Who's gonna take that seriously and really?
How about you watch
that,
it? How about you watch the first 30 seconds, Gio, and you'll understand why I've been inflammatory there.
Yeah, but you're calling him dumb essentially. So I mean, that's
not because if you watch the first 30 seconds, he says to me, "I hope you get cancer."
All right. Well, that's not. I mean, that's a whole separate thing, and that's
exactly.
If I don't know if he really said that, that's very dark. But
yeah. So I took the liberty to respond and point out a few things that the jokes wrote themselves basically on that video.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to get at, I just think there's limitation when you guys are doing that stuff. I think both sides are going to be very, very limited in what response you're going to get, and you're not going to really have any good dialogue when it's when that stuff's happening. And yeah, if you're responding to someone who's already done that to you, I get it. I guess that's what you're doing in that world. But I guess more what I was talking about is like an actual, well, just a something that's done in a way that is really just focusing on the actual information and not all the kind of
I love
personal attack memeing or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I would love to engage on the substance, right? But Flurpers don't.
Well,
I'm all about the substance, Gio.
I mean, I don't even agree with you calling flirters. I think flurfers. I think that's pretty bigotry and kind of inflammatory and toxic in of its own way. And then I also don't think that that's true. I think that I guess it depends on who, but I think that, I mean, my experience on, let's say, just this server alone is that substance is what we've tried to focus on virtually 100%. Try to not have all the personal attacks. So I mean, that's what we've been doing the whole time.
It's a noble goal. But I mean, like I said, I've put these challenges in the videos. No one has addressed it. And yet,
I think what I'm kind of suggesting is that if you call someone Tweedledum and whatever, why would he respond? It's like
exactly when you use derogatory statements, you're not actually wanting someone to respond. You're just trying to make the ad homs and not actually.
We're both poking the bear, right? He poked me, I poked him back. But I would absolutely debate him on a neutral channel. But he won't. He won't engage on the substance.
Well, we've been talking too about, you know how there's like those little like bubble charts where there's actually software you can do it. Actually, I think Kosho, I don't know if you're listening, Kosho, I think you had one pulled up one day, but we've been talking about the idea of like having like these like little bubble map things. So like, let's say Ruhif that you have a challenge, like you just said, whatever with the sextants, and you're requesting something like that would be like the start of the bubble thing. Like, okay, that's the question. And then I don't really like to call it sides, like globe, earth, flat earth, but for the minute, let's just say that if you're talking about something like that, then, there could be, we could create bubbles that come off that. Like somebody responds and then we add that, somebody else responds. And of course, if they have images or video or data or a PDF link or whatever it is, that could be added to it. It'd be cool to start to kind of create these like, almost like collages of, but also organized and scientifically organized as well. Is this validated? Yes or no? If it's no, okay, that remains red. If it's validated, check. Yes. How is it validated? That opens to another bubble. It was validated by these 5 people in these, settings, something like that, where you could kind of see these things actually, mapped out.
Yeah. I think Kyle Adams has some, what's it called? He's found some software and tried to do basically something like that. And I don't know, when I tried to use it, it felt like a mess. I think it's called Miro or something like that. Miro. Where is it?
Yeah, Miro is a
Miro.
Yeah. It's a like virtual whiteboard app.
Yeah, but it looked like a mess when I tried to use it. So I hated it. Hello, Paige. Morning, my darling. I assume her microphone is not working.
Yeah, shout out to Paige. What's up, Paige?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Fuck, my battery's run out. Yeah, I would love a debate with whoever. 10th man, Nathan,
So
Mitchell. Yep.
Ruhif, you want him to do trig, so from the
basically for them to demonstrate, they think there's a right angle triangle, right? So therefore I'm going to ask them to actually do an example. What they will come back with is 69 miles per degree, and then I'll push them to explain where they get it from. Because I know where I get it from. It's from the Earth being a sphere. So they will have to tell us where.
If they give you the trig, it's just going to be a triangle, right? What are you talking about? 69 miles per degree. Where's that going to come in?
69 miles per degree is a linear relationship, right?
If I'm at the point of I'm making the sextant measurement, I look at a star, I got the GP. They're doing a trig for this triangle. Where are you getting 69 miles per degree?
I've got 69 miles per degree. That's a globe ratio.
But how's that fit into the sextant?
That's how you get your distance from the GP to the observer.
That's how you get the distance.
Yes.
What nautical
and
miles?
And it describes a circle. Yeah, 60 nautical miles to 1 degree.
And so you just
but that describes a circle. Hang on, 1 sec. Oops. So that linear relationship comes from the Earth being a circle. Trigonometric functions are not linear. So there's no right angle triangle.
Well, there's no problem with
the
circle.
Fail.
Like, okay, if you take the geometry is, it depends on how you're describing it. But if you have a GP and then you have a circle of equal altitude, and let's just say it's a flat Earth, so flat water GP, you have a circle of equal altitude. Let's just say that's all planar. But if you were to, so you have a plane and then this star above the center of it, but you can then draw a sphere around that. You could, you know what I mean? Like you could draw an imaginary line from the edge of the circle of equal altitude up to the star, and then down, creating like a hemisphere, creating a dome essentially. So there is still. How
does that give you 69 miles per degree?
What I'm saying is that there's still spherical geometry within the XYZ axis because the sphere is all edges of that XYZ. So I'm just saying that when you're talking about the trigonometry of it, there's nothing about it having a connection to the circle or the sphere that removes it as being able to function geometrically on a planar surface.
I didn't follow. I didn't follow your dome and how it actually relates to reality. You've just put a dome in with no connection to reality.
To anything.
It's the radius. It's the radius between the GP and the star, and then the circle of equal altitude. Every point on the circle of equal altitude to the star creates a radius.
So the way you've done it, though, right? You've built a dome, right? Let's say you are 1,000 miles from the North Pole, and we're talking about Polaris, right? So 1,000 miles, you've built this dome, right? You're then necessarily saying if that's part of a sphere, then you are saying Polaris is 1,000 miles above the North Pole. Are you willing to stick with 1,000 miles? Like how? You'll have to draw what you said.
Well, I'm not claiming it's 1,000 miles. We were going over this yesterday with that. Yeah, Brian was doing. We were doing some calculations. He got 39.58 for the height of Polaris in some of the calculations he was doing.
Yeah, and is Brian here? Because what he's done there and what I tried to explain to him in DMs. Do you guys know what the small angle approximation is?
He was here earlier, but I don't think he's in the after show right now.
All right, so the small angle approximation, right? If you had a circle and then you have a sector of a circle, okay? Let's say you have a 1 degree, so a very, very thin slice of pizza for that circle. All right, so maybe 1 degree. And the small angle approximation is that really tiny sector of a circle, so it's 1 degree small angle, and the radius of that sector is 39.59 miles, right? That's a sector. That sector is very similar geometrically to a right angle triangle with either an adjacent or a hypotenuse of 39.59 miles and 1 degree. Because those things are similar, you can do some shortcuts in trigonometry. So he has applied this shortcut without actually realizing how it works. So that's how he gets 69 miles per degree. And again, when I try and point out to him, do the actual trig for any other angle, then it will fail, which he hasn't done, obviously, because he knows it will fail. Yeah, learn some geometry, people.
I don't think he'll realize it. He'll realize it'll fail. I think he thinks he's right on it.
Yeah. But at least he's stuck to a number for the height of Polaris. He reckons it's 39, 59 miles. So
you just can't get to Geo. The problem is if it's a linear relationship and you start at 90 degrees because you can't get any higher in the sky than 90 degrees, you can go how long till you get to 0, and that will be a number, and then how long till you get to 180, and that will be an equal number again. And then how long till you get to 270, that will be an equal number again. And then how long till you get back to 360, that will be an equal number again. And what you've just made is 4 quadrants of a circle. Triangles don't do that. Triangles don't get down to 0 and then go below 0. Right? But the relationship between where the horizon is and where a star is you just would be having to look through the Earth to it. And when you can see it again is when you get back to 270.
You cannot get the relationship between 1 degree and 69 miles on a plane. Absolutely
correct.
Not. Ruhif's challenge is absolutely right on, because the one thing is what sextants rely on, and you cannot, for that you require a radius, and you cannot get that relationship on a planar Earth
with a triangle.
Okay, so Rumpus, what responses within the planar stationary Earth community have you heard for that in your journey?
None.
Yeah, they just pull 69 miles per degree out of their ass with no justification.
The global method. They just say the globe they just take that as red, and that's only been proved in global geometric maths, and they just use that without claiming where they got it from, and they got it from R.
100% correct, Rumpus.
The only responses to the sextant thing are interrupting to not talk about what a sextant measures. They don't want to talk about 69 miles per degree. The only responses I've heard thus far will interrupt to try to go, how do you get an angle from a curved adjacent?
Yeah, which again I've answered in my latest video.
Yeah, it's just clearly not wanting to engage in the substance of the discussion, which is why I think you'll only get somebody really foolish who will take on this challenge.
And this idea of not being able to get an angle to a circle, have they never heard of a tangent? What the hell do they think tangents are? I mean, it's the most insane piece of logic. I mean, you always wonder how stupid they're going to be, but they always beat you, and they're always more stupid. And to come up with the idea you can't have an angle to a circle when it's established with tangents is just extraordinary. Unbelievable. Stupidity on offer.
I mean, Flat Earth has always been stupid, but it's getting, even more stupid, which is surprising.
It's just extraordinary. Have you anybody answer your challenge, Ruhif? I don't suppose you have.
No. No. Brian, I actually applaud Brian for having a crack, and he stumbled incorrectly on the correct answer with the small angle approximation.
Okay, I didn't realise he'd done that. Okay.
Yeah.
Not that he realised what he was doing. Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, flatties don't even understand basic geometry. They think they can pronounce on it. It's just amazing.
Well, one of the things I think is interesting and might be another angle to go at is that every star has a GP, and that is also something that it seems flat earthers accept. And the challenge, I would say, for you, Geo, is if there is a sphere of the heavens or even a dome of the heavens, that implies there is a dome of the Earth, because the GP has to be equidistant or treated as equidistant from its star, right? The distance we put for sextant measurements is infinite, but that means you've got this parallel lines, these curved parallel lines that have to be next to one another, because otherwise GPs would slow down and speed up. So whatever shape the heavens are, the Earth has to be the same shape for the sextant to work.
I think that's a good point.
The moon, with the exception of the moon. So if you've got,
we can measure parallax of the moon anyway. You've seen the parallax videos for the moon.
I mean, you guys are supposing that when you make this, do this trig or make this whatever you're doing here, these angles, that the angle is actually the angle it is, and it's not an apparent angle because you're making a point. You're making a line to an apparent position.
Yeah, whatever the angle, and it's adjusted for refraction, right? There's an adjustment for refraction.
Okay, so that's now your claim is that you know where the actual position is.
Yes, but you can measure it, and you can find that point on the Earth.
Really? How do we measure the refraction in between? You're saying measure the refraction or measure something else? Because we're talking about the refraction to the star.
What I'm saying is you can measure the point, and you can know where it is on the Earth. You can find it on the Earth. I mean, I say find it, but it's all of them are scooting across the Earth at quite a colossal speed that they sort of can go whizzing past you. But
all right, but we're down to refraction now because remember what we just said. Let's not get off topic with this. I know that Ruhif's trying to explain to me that he knows the actual position and he's made this refraction measurement to know where it is. Is that what you're saying, Ruhif?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you need to make the? Hold on a second, guy. Please give me 2 minutes with Ruhif. That's all I ask.
Okay.
So, what refraction measurement have you made?
We've measured the atmosphere for centuries.
From you to the star, because you need to know the medium that it's going through.
From the ground.
Yes. You need to know the medium it's going through to know the refraction.
From the ground
to the star.
Top.
Yeah.
No.
From the ground to the star.
Can I please finish my sentence, Jeremy?
Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. From the ground up to the upper levels of the atmosphere with weather balloons.
All right. So you didn't do from the ground to the star because you would need to know the medium the whole way, right?
Right. It's a vacuum. It's called space.
Well, that's your presupposition. So now this is all based on a presupposition of how the sky works, right?
That's fine. I have no issue with you guys using the word presupposition, right?
Hold on. I just want to point out this is all based on your. Hold on a second, please. I just want to point out for the audience that this is all based on.
We've been there.
Hold on. You've been to what? The star?
The space. We have been to space, and we can see that it's space.
Okay, I'm talking about the medium from us.
Can I point out that this is somewhat irrelevant because what you don't need to know the entire medium. What you need to be able to know and test is whether the star is in the same position for different observers.
Why are so many people interrupting? Can I just have 1 minute? I just want to make a closing statement on this. That's all.
Yep. Go.
So this is all based on your assumption that the medium's all the same and that you know the refraction value. Thank you.
The refraction is not affected for zenith operation. So for GP, if you're at the GP and the star's directly above you, there is no refraction, no matter what.
Okay, but when you're looking at the star at an angle, there is refraction, right?
Yes, but we know there's space up there.
When you're making the measurement.
We know
all this is fine, right?
Irrelevant when you've got high angles.
There seems to be some implication that making presuppositions is a bad thing. It's not, right? If you presuppose something and then you use that presupposition to make a prediction and that prediction bears out reality, that gives you some confidence that your presupposition is correct, right? That's what science does all the time.
You test the presupposition. So no longer becomes a prism. You say, this is a hypothesis. You say, the space out there. Right, so you do tests to see whether space out there, and then all the tests come back saying, space is a vacuum.
It's not a hypothesis. It's not.
It is a hypothesis.
Of course it is. A hypothesis is guess.
A natural science you're talking about, right? Via the scientific
presupposition
method.
Is not a dirty word.
Are you talking about the scientific method, the hypothesis?
Yep.
All right. What's your natural observed phenomenon? Let's run through it real quick.
Can I say why the refraction thing? You don't need to know what space is for this, and arguably they didn't know what space was. They didn't know it was a vacuum before this, and it still worked. Because if you're in Hawaii and Indonesia and Darwin, and you track a star, you will all see it in the same position. You will all get a reading for where that star is. And if you know that it's going to be in the same place for all of those observers, then you can tell that there's no refraction. They have known for quite some time that once it dips below about 15 degrees on the horizon, that's when the readings become unreliable because they don't all get the same place for that star. So the medium is traveling through becomes somewhat irrelevant.
Mount. You can track it with an equatorial mount and see it slow down as you get to the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 15 degrees.
So
15
not
degrees now,
actually
and always
slowing
have a
down, apparent.
GP. So
Yes,
So
it's
not
not
actually
Aren't slowing
slowing
down due to
down.
refraction.
So it's not actually slowing down, right? This is an apparent slowing down
Yes, yes,
of its
So there's
apparent position.
yes.
So an
Well,
apparent slowing down.
why isn't it
Go
just
ahead,
slowing down because it's getting away from you on a planar surface? It would
Because an observer who's in a different location can see that it's not slowing down, who's got it in higher in the sky, so it's not slowing down physically. And we know that it's not getting smaller because we know that the distances to the stars are not changing because we can do parallax effects. If it was close to us, then it would have parallax effects. And if we had different observers, we'd be showing different angles. They don't.
Let me ask you a question.
On a line of longitude, for instance.
Let me ask you a question, Rumpus, from your perspective, from your view, from your understanding, awareness, etc. If you had a planar Earth, stationary planar Earth, and you had a sun, let's just say it's 4,000 miles up for the moment. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And that object is, let's just say for the time being, it stays at its same altitude and it's just moving away from you.
Yep.
Would it change speed when it rises in stats and when it's at its zenith?
Well, it would never
current speed.
It would never set for a start. Anything that was 4,000 miles up and just simply kept the same elevation all the time, would never, ever, ever set. It would never be 0 degrees. You'd never have a sunset, and Polaris would never go below the horizon at the equator. So we can invalidate the flat Earth model straight away without observation.
Well, I hear what you're saying there, but that's not really what I'm asking. I'm more asking that if just taking 4,000 miles
it would change in speed is the answer to your question.
I'm asking if it would change its speed.
And it would get smaller.
Yeah, we do both. As it went overhead, the angular speed as it went over your head would be one thing, and then it would slow down in angular speed as it went further away. So we know it doesn't do that.
Yes, and isn't that what you were just describing? But you're calling that quote unquote refraction.
No, we're not.
So another way to test this, Geo, is use Kosho's app. Kosho's app gives you the ground position of any of the navigational stars. And what you can find is they are still constantly moving at 15 degrees an hour. And I can use that app, you can use that app. Just get out Stellarium, pick a couple of those stars out, and it'll draw an X through your location.
The greatest speed change in this scenario where you're on a flat Earth and the star was above your head would be as it's above your head. That's when the angular speed would be its maximum. We do not see that behavior. The only time we get a change in the rotational angular speed of the star is when it gets close to the horizon, which is not what would happen if it was just a constant elevation above you. We would get changes in speed as it approached you, and it would go into a maximum change as it was over your head, and then it would still be changing all the time. It would never be constant, ever. In fact, it would never be constant.
Well, you've seen the fast motion video of like sunrise or sunset, where at the beginning it's real fast, like it fades in, it's like, whoosh, and then as it comes overhead, it changes.
No, it doesn't happen.
I think that's because
you're
people
talking
have
about
sped
glare.
up.
You're talking about somebody who did that without a solar filter. That's all that's happened there. It's just the glare's changing. The sun doesn't change size at any stage in a day, and it doesn't change in angular speed except very slightly towards the horizon, and that's due to refraction. But other than that, as it's up in the sky, it maintains the same angular speed, whereas something was going over your head would not. It would change angular speed all the time. You would never have a constant angular speed, in fact, ever. And we do not see that. We see a constant angular speed, which means the things must be far away, and they don't change in size, therefore they're a constant distance, sorted. And the fact they go down and set means they can't be on a flat Earth, because if it had a constant elevation, then it would never, ever, ever set. And what's more, it would never be day, it'd never be night on the Earth, ever, anywhere. So we don't see those effects. We don't see the sun changing size. We do have day and night. Therefore, we can't be on a flat Earth. Finished.
And I think the GPs with Kosho's app show it. You can pick the GP of one star and just keep clocking it, and it'll just keep clocking around the speed around the Earth at the speed of nautical miles, per degree, going at 15 degrees per hour.
Have you guys heard?
And it won't change.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw this out there. I'm not like. I'm just going to share it. I'm not trying to. Well, what I was going to say is I'm not trying to go into a whole discussion of like these guys or their model or anything. I'm just bringing it up in terms of this. But are you aware, Rumpus? Awake Souls, Ronnie and Jason, those guys. Have you seen their?
I haven't. No,
idea.
No, I haven't.
I only saw they were on Jaronism's show, so I did see part of when they presented it. And I may be not.
Who were they called again? Sorry, who were they called again? Tell me clearly.
Awake souls.
Awake souls.
Awake souls. Okay.
They are absolute nutters, by the way.
Right. All right. So what I was just going to say though is that what they were describing is an idea where the Earth is flat. However, it's kind of like it's almost like a simulation theory type idea. And I may be even not sharing it exactly correctly. So forgive me if that's the case, but I'm just going to say my understanding I kind of was skimming their presentation. Their idea is that, okay, yes, the Earth it has no curvature, it's stationary and all that, but the sun rises and sets for each of us individually.
Oh my God.
And they literally were saying that the sun comes out of the water, comes out of the ground for you, wherever you are, and then goes up over your head, in like a kind of personal atmospheric dome type of idea, and then sets and actually goes into the Earth.
Do we even need to address this, Gio? Really?
No, I'm not even saying we need to address it. It's a wild idea, but the only reason I was saying it is that that's the way Rumpus thinks it works, and he's describing it that way.
Huh?
No, I think the way he's describing it is that the sun it goes around over a disk, and it would always be illuminated from somewhere because it would never actually get below the horizon.
But it would,
because 4,000 miles up.
That's due to perspective. We know that.
No, it doesn't.
Perspective can't cause things to go below the horizon.
Learn some geometry, people.
Sure it does. It's when it goes too far away to see. Of course you're not going to.
If you're 4,000 miles up.
And from your visual...
4,000 miles up, it doesn't.
How can you not understand this, Gio? I mean, do you not understand any geometry at all?
Gio, can we show them a picture of streetlights, how they vanish into the ground? Not because
please show us streetlights.
If you show me streetlights vanishing into the ground, that'd be good. What I would like to do is compare that to a picture of a half-set sun, and not look at the top of the sun or the bit that's visible, but imagine that half disk of sun that's below the horizon, and then show me some perspective, because that for me in perspective would be like, the train tracks get closer and then they swap sides.
I'm next.
Hey Charles, do you know
no,
that
listen,
you get the right,
hold on one
you get
second,
the right
guy, please
distance?
give me 1 second. I just want to make it quick. I know we've all seen that GIF where the guy's got his camera, he's looking at a sunset, the sun looks like it's obscured by the horizon. Then what do? They zoom in, and looks what appears to be a lot of space in between the sun and the ground.
That's clear.
So when you zoom in, you bring the sun from under the horizon up.
But I've seen.
Jeremy, you're claiming if we have a sunset, as the chap who just describing a half, is it riding on eagles, eggshells was saying? Let's imagine we've got a picture of a sunset with half of it visible, half of it not. You think by zooming in, you're going to somehow discover the half of the sun?
I've seen zooming in cause the sun.
No. That's not the scenario I described.
Ruhif.
I've
seen people zooming in on a sun. Rumpus, stop. I've seen people zooming in on a sunset where the sun appeared to be set. It appeared to be already underneath the horizon. The guy zoomed in, and now there's a lot of space in between the horizon and the sun.
You're talking about half the sun, are you?
Yes to Rumpus. Yes
half
to
the
Rumpus.
sun. Hold on,
Jeremy,
you say you've got pictures. Jeremy, you got a picture of
the gifts. I don't know if it was 5/8 or 3/4
or
a third or
was hidden. Another half wasn't, and it was quite clear. It wasn't like some sort of blob in the distance.
What I said.
But I'm asking you to be specific.
If any part of the sun is hidden by the horizon,
no, just be specific. I want to know. As Riding Eggshell said, when you have a picture clear without no sort of fog or anything, and we have a clear sunset where we've got half the sun, or maybe it doesn't need to be half, but exactly, but a good proportion of it's hidden.
Yes.
And a good proportion and if you think that zooming in onto that is going to reveal the hidden part of the sun, is that correct?
I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I'm not saying you can always do it.
You have not seen what I just described.
Hold on a second, Rufus. I'm not Rumpus. I'm not saying you can always do that.
Come on, Jeremy.
Sorry, my bad, bro. I'm not saying you can always do. I can't get loud with you, man. You need to relax, bro. No, I'm not saying you can always do it. I'm saying I have definitely seen.
No, I'm not saying any once will do. If you show us one example of that,
does anyone have that? Okay, does anyone have the GIF? Does anyone have the GIF of that happening? It's a pretty popular GIF. Rumpus.
You only need to provide one of this example of this.
Rumpus, I think he's at home with his family. He's trying not to have to try to talk over people.
Right, yeah, Rumpus, you can have your time to respond, but just completely bulldozing and interrupting it's not helpful.
Yeah, but every time I ask him for one, he says, "Oh, it doesn't do it all the time." That's irrelevant. We only need one example of this, and then we've got an issue.
Okay, I'm trying to find it for you. If you shut up for 5 seconds, maybe I can ask the people in here if they have it on hand.
I want to preface this though by saying one where you can clearly see the outline and limitation of the sun, because the ones I've seen that look like what you're talking about, Jeremy.
So like you've seen this, okay?
Yeah,
thank you.
But what I've seen is a sun that is scattering a lot of light in the clouds, and because the lens isn't solar filtered, it looks like there is a ball of sun, and then it starts to disappear, and then the person zooms in, and you can clearly see it's still just in the clouds, and it was a camera effect. What I've just posted at 13 minutes past the hour.
And I don't. So no clouds, no glare. So with an example like Riding on Eggshells is posted just now, the glare is pretty small, and we can clearly see the outline of the sun. So the example Riding on Eggshells showing now is exactly. I want an example like that where zooming. So do you think that zooming into that image that Riding on Eggshells has just posted has any chance of showing you the hidden section ever?
I'm not sure, but we have seen images where that looks like a little more than half. But we have Rumpus. I can't right now, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, show us the picture then.
He's trying to tell you he can't communicate anymore.
Rumpus, he doesn't like him shoot. Yeah, but he can post the image.
I know, but you're just gonna push him away if you're getting into a yelling thing because
I don't have the image. Yeah, I don't have the image. Okay, it's a very popular GIF that's been going around for years now. I've seen it several times. I've seen it on TikTok. I mean, nobody has this right now offhand.
Can you see Eggshell's image in the posts in the chat? Can you see the sunset that he's posted?
Yeah, I see it.
Right. What do you think would happen if you zoomed into that?
I don't know. Maybe you'd reveal some more of the sun. Maybe you wouldn't reveal any. I don't know.
Do you?
Like I said, I've seen us zooming in.
You think the sea is just going to disappear and open up, and you'll be able to see into it?
I've seen it before where we zoom in and it opens up. Like I said, the space in between the sun and the ground opened. It appeared there was no space in between the ground and the sun. You zoom in, it opens up, and now it looks like there's a lot of space in between the ground and the sun.
No, that will not happen.
That has absolutely happened, and I can't believe nobody has that GIF. Nobody has that GIF here, really? Hold on, Rumpus. Does anyone have? No one has that GIF or knows what I'm talking about? Come on, guys.
I'm looking for it, but I don't see it.
I know the GIF you're talking about. I'll have to see if I have it. Although there's a couple of them actually that are out there. So there's actually a couple that have been made into GIFs too. So it depends on which one. I know which one you're talking about though. The one that's like, I think I know which one you're talking about anyways.
He's looking at the sunset. It looks like it's like, a third or a quarter or a halfway set or something. Then he zooms in and boom, the shit opens up and there's like a massive amount of space between.
And it's not clouds that are doing it then. It's the horizon, say, of the sea.
Well, obviously there's not. I don't know. You'll have to see it for yourself. If anybody ever manages to find this, I don't know. I've DM'd it to a whole bunch of people and posted it places. I don't know. I don't have it offhand right now.
I'm actually looking
for a sunsetting GIF for you.
I'm looking for one in
that one. It doesn't look like that's fairly zoomed in on the sun, right? And it looks like it stays roughly the same size and then just goes plop.
So where do you think the rest?
Did he zoom in? It doesn't look like he zoomed in on it. I don't know what happened. There was like a camera change or something.
Yeah,
it like tweaks out and
readjusts the camera halfway through.
Did he zoom in? No, it doesn't look like he zoomed in.
You seriously think
what I'm saying is that's already zoomed in because the sun's fairly large.
Yeah, but you got to have one when it's not zoomed in, and then you got to zoom in on it and see if you can see more of the sun or a bigger space in between the sun and the ground. That's what we're talking about.
Posted one. Yeah, I just don't think it happens. So I don't have a video of something I'm pretty sure doesn't happen. When you've got that clearly defined limits of the sun, like in Rakir's photo, I believe that when that gets closer to set, or even now, he's not going to be able to zoom in to pull the bottom of the sun up. It's obscured.
Yeah. And the one Rakia posted, where's the left and right side of the sun?
You might be looking at a different one. I mean, I can see left and right side of the sun.
I think it's reflecting off the water or something. Something weird's happening with the. You don't see how the left and right side of the sun don't form a circle or an oval or something?
Oh, there's
God.
there's that
Oh,
sort
it's
of.
flattening out, bro.
You're not familiar. You're telling me you're not familiar with an
Look what
infrared
happened to
mirage
that
underneath the
sunset.
sun.
Rakia
Unbelievable.
posted was fucking dope. Did you guys see that?
The YouTube video? Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Oh, wait till you get to the end, bro. That's a fucking banger right there. Nice work, Rakia. That shit was
But
dope. Yo,
does
that almost looks unreal.
Do you not understand that that's got an inferior
cool
mirage
video.
underneath it?
That's the dopest sunset I ever seen, Rakia. Nice work.
What time stamp are you interested in? The 136, for instance?
I'm still Rumpus. I'm still looking for the one I'm talking about, though. With the
You just said look at Rakia's. Look what happened at the end. I'm just
yeah,
checking.
that one's crazy.
Which
That one's crazy.
time stamp do you want us to look at?
Hold on. Oh, it was 8:17.
His video he just posted is only 2 minutes 15 long.
Okay.
Oh Jesus!
So what?
You were
Is that a
referring
problem?
to
You
the
want a
video he
3-hour
just
one?
posted, which is only 2 minutes 15 long.
Who cares about the length? Why are you worried about the
Well, you
length?
just said it was 8 minutes.
I never said 8 minutes.
You said eight
Rumpus,
something.
You got to chill, man.
Did I say 8 minutes?
You said 8 something, which means
8:17 is the timestamp when he posted it.
Oh,
you want the timestamp in the video?
Yes, in the video. Yes.
Rumpus,
it's 2 minutes.
Right, 2 minutes.
Just fucking watch it, man. It's 2 minutes. I got a timestamp. 1 minute and 43 seconds. I don't know.
Right, that is caused by an inferior mirage. Just like we see inferior mirages on bridges and everything else, that's just an inferior mirage on the bottom of the sun. Hence, it looks at the 2 minutes or 156 I'm looking at. It looks a bit like a sort of straight banana.
That's fine. I'm just saying that it looks dope as fuck. That's not the one I was talking about.
Mirage on it, but
still
so
awesome.
You think if we zoom into that, there's a chance that the rest of the sun will magically appear? Do you?
No, I didn't. That's not the one, bro. I've said about 8 times now. That's not the one. I was just pointing out.
Yeah, but so you're saying that but the principle of describing has to apply all the time. You have to account for how sunsets work, and your idea is that somehow they're not disappearing below the horizon. Yet you claim that if you zoom in, and if for you, therefore, when you zoom into the sun, it has to reappear. But you can't possibly claim in the video that Rakia has just posted that you think that by zooming into that, the bottom 7/8 of the sun is going to magically reappear.
I'm not saying.
You want me to post it?
I'm not saying that it happened. Yeah, post it up. I'm not saying that happens all the time.
Hang on, just hold your breath, okay?
Post it up. I'm not saying that happens all the time, and I'm not saying it would happen to that Rumpus. Rumpus, man, come on, bro. Work with me, will you? Let me just finish the sentence.
That's the mechanism you're proposing for a sunset. That is the mechanism that must happen all the time.
I know,
that's not.
Just let people finish.
Oh, there it is.
Have your time to respond.
Godric posted it. Okay, looks like the sunset from far away. Zoom in, bing, bang, bong. Now you're going to say let it get a little lower and you won't be able to zoom in.
That's the P900.
That's not the point. The point is, it looks like it's set right here, and you zoom in, and it's actually not set. So, I mean...
Jeremy, did you remember what I said, though, at the beginning, which is this won't happen if you have the clearly defined sides of the sun. What you've got initially is just glare in the sky, right? The light of the sun, as you can see when he starts the thing, is taking up a space about 5 times the size of the sun. But once he gets zoomed into it and the camera corrects for the brightness of it, you can clearly see what the sun is and what it's not. That's a camera effect. It's not the same as you can see the sides of the sun and you're pulling it back into view. That's going, I see a light that blows out that whole area, overexposes that whole area on the sensor in the camera. And then when I zoom in, it corrects for that, narrows the aperture, and then I get a clearer image of the sun.
I know. In the beginning, if you were just watching that, you'd be like, "Oh, look, the sun's setting. It's hidden. Some of it's hidden by the horizon." You wouldn't think that if you were just initially looking at that image.
Possibly, but what I'm saying is, when you started saying it, I clearly said where you will get this effect is where it's blown out. You don't have a clearly defined sides of the sun.
That's fine. I'm just pointing out. It's fine. I'm just pointing out that sometimes there are times where it looks like the sunset. Like you would look at this image and be like, "Yo, the sun clearly looked like it's set when it zoomed out." You'd be like, yeah, the sun's setting. Part of it's set. And then you zoom in and it's not. That's all I was pointing out.
Avoid issues with glare when people weren't using solar filters. And what you did, you go ahead and give us something that's entirely based on glare. Oh.
All right. Settle down, Rumpus. You're too fired up.
All right, Rumpus. I went and found the exact one that I was looking for. I'm trying to see. I don't think it is the same as that one. It's definitely.
You guys have to
just double check. Yeah, this one is definitely different.
You guys have to admit the sun is below the horizon. That you're claiming glare. So.
All right, I got it. Trying to get it to the timestamp. All right, take a look at this one. Now, I'm not. It should be timestamped. I'm not saying that this one. This is not necessarily like the circle of the sun, which is obscured, therefore like half visible, and then zooming into it. I'm not really claiming that's what this is, because I don't quite think that is what it is. But this one shows where the distance between the circle of the sun and the ground is increases as he zooms in.
Well, you'd expect that.
Should be timestamped. It's similar to that other GIF, but this one's a little bit. I like this one even a little bit better. It's a little bit higher def.
It's not a set sun. So obviously, if there's a gap between there, it'll get bigger if you zoom in. I mean,
yeah, when he zooms in, the gap gets bigger. It's going backwards, man.
Look at the one Rakia posted. It looks like it's in the fucking clouds right there. You got some good shit, Rakia.
When you zoom in on stuff, it gets bigger. You can't explain that.
I miss you, Rakia.
Sorry, is someone claiming that? Is someone trying to claim that the glare? It's not glare that's causing it to.
No, there's a space between the sun and the sea, and when you zoom in on that space, it gets bigger. You can't explain that, Rumpus.
The sun setting is 100% optical. It's not physical.
Serious?
They explained it with glare.
I zoom into a gap. The gap won't get bigger, is what you're saying.
No, that would be an optical effect.
The sun setting is 100% optical.
If I have a gap, if I have a look at gap in a camera, and then I zoom into that gap with a zoom lens, the gap will get bigger. My God, do you not know how cameras work?
Do you? How many cameras have you even built?
Oh my God, I can't believe this. You'd think a zoomed in thing basically won't zoom. If I look at an ant, and I look at the gap between the legs of an ant, and I zoom into it, the gap will get bigger in terms of the space in the sensor. I mean, unbelievable.
Rumpus, if you look at the ant,
not what zooming in does.
Rumpus, if you look at the ant from the other side of the ice rink, you can't see it at all. But when you start zooming in, you start seeing stuff, and it comes out of the horizon and starts showing you when you get closer.
If I can see a gap between the
ants' look at the one Rocky,
and then I zoom in, the gap between the ant's legs will get bigger in terms of the image that I will record on the sensor.
Rumpus, I was just I was just kidding a minute ago, but so here's the actual thing that I think they're fucking up. They think that the horizon is where parallel lines appear to meet. So stuff is just not visible. It has zero size past the horizon, and that's completely wrong because they don't know any geometry. But that is does seem to be the mistake.
Well,
look at the one
which would work if the sun went to zero as it approached the horizon.
Hold on, guys. Look at the
I
one
know,
Rocky
but Gino just posted a diagram, and it really kind of lays it out, and it's absurd. Yep.
Hold on. Look at the one Rocky posted at 825. Now, if you do trig. If you did some trig to the sun, and then you did some trig to the cloud behind it, what would you come up with the distances for? I'm just curious.
The cloud behind the sun.
The image with the boat,
Yeah.
and the boat.
There's not cloud behind the sun.
825. Look at it.
Yeah, there's a sun.
There's not cloud behind the sun. You can't.
No, look, you
do
can see it.
There's some silhouettes of people and a boat in front of a sun. Is that the one you're referring to?
I don't think that is cloud behind the sun. I've never ever seen cloud behind the sun. It's too far for clouds to be behind the sun.
Looks like the cloud. I know, but are you looking at the picture though? I understand what you're saying, and that would be your first thought that the cloud is too far. But
the image Rakia has posted with a silhouette of people and a boat, the top of a boat. And
your model isn't the sun 4,000 miles up? Like you don't get.
I don't know. I'm just pointing out how this optical. I know. I'm just pointing out how this optical shit is crazy, fucking with your eyes there.
No, it's not.
I mean,
yeah, it is. Look at the picture Rakia posted of the sun in the clouds.
Look, listen.
So Jeremy, if there was a wisp of cloud
and a profile of a black silhouetted boat top, that's the one you're referring to, with those fishing rods sticking out of a boat lid and people's silhouettes. Why can't you just say yes, Jeremy?
825. I'm trying to respond to you. It's at 825.
Jesus Christ! I've now asked you 5 times. Are you
trying to respond?
The image where we've got a silhouette of people, a silhouette of a boat top, and with fishing rods going at 45 degrees to the left Is that the image you're referring to? And you somehow think that supports your case?
I don't think so. It's at 8:25, Rumpus, the one I'm looking at.
He's talking
Right,
about
can
this.
you not
Hang
see
on.
the silhouettes of people and they've got clear the top of a boat and the
There's
rods?
two at 8:25 is the problem, Jeremy.
Oh,
Is that what you're talking
all right.
about,
It must be
Jeremy?
the one above it. The one above it.
Is that what you're talking about? I've just posted it in the
Oh
chat
yeah,
with
he
a
means the
circle
ones
around
with
it.
the clouds.
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah,
And is that the cloud you're talking about?
the cloud that's behind it.
Yeah. Which do you think is behind it?
Oh, right, there were two
Or it
images.
could be the clouds on the side of it, maybe that under or the side. I don't know. Definitely at first glance, it looks like this sun is in the clouds. No.
Yeah, it kind of does. I would give you
Yeah.
that. It looks like it's like an orb, but like a light, a bulb in some candy floss or something sitting right in the middle of it and illuminating stuff behind it. But I think that we would go, that's probably just a mistake of how it looks, but it's in
It's an optical illusion. An optical illusion.
Yeah.
You said it.
An optical illusion. Yeah, I think that would be a good word for it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Why not?
That's what I'm pointing out. That all this shit is just a big optical illusion that's going on here.
Optical illusions.
You mistaken an optical illusion for Earth curve.
The effect of this happening with the clouds disappearing is a well-known established fact that if you get the thing brighter and brighter, if it gets sufficiently bright, it will actually remove the foreground because the sensor then just picks up the very bright thing, and the fact that clouds will also be illuminated. So it means the things on the side you will see and the things in the middle which are very bright all merge into one. This is a well-established photographic fact.
Yeah, we all get that.
But Jeremy, you're still dodging the issue. We're talking about sunsets where we've got half the sun or whatever proportion of the sun below the horizon that's not got glare. You will never ever find by zooming into that the bottom of the sun is revealed.
Let's see some. Let's see some zooming in then, Rumpus. Let's see some of those.
Rakir's posted a good example of it, of exactly what Rumpus is talking about. The glare of that sun setting at 29 minutes past the hour is so blown out that you can't really see what it is, and it looks for all the world like the sun is in front of the bridge. But as I was saying before, you don't have a clearly defined edges of the sun. You've just got this blown out, overexposed spot in the middle of the photo. If you zoomed in or snapped on a solar filter, I'm fairly confident that what you would find is the sun is behind it, same angular size as it always is.
So if you snap on a solar filter, you'll be able to see the bridge in front of the sun?
Yeah, 100%.
That looks like out of a video game right there. So
possibly even just reduce narrow the aperture. The solar filter would do a better job.
Have you, Jeremy?
I noticed.
Sorry, Jeremy. Have you seen the videos of Daz the cameraman and Wolfie, in which they show the effect of putting on a solar filter and how it changes the size of the sun? It's dramatic.
Well, yeah, you can also change the size with different types of solar filters. It's called limb darkening. I'm sure you're an expert on that, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, well, that's
I'm sure we got a limb darkening expert in here somewhere.
Well, it's probably what the sextant uses. When I went out to try and play with it for the first time, I was like looking up at the sun and it looks blown out and I can't see it. And then I snap in front of it a bunch of different colored filters, and then you're like, oh, I can clearly look at the sun and I can see the edges of it. I can see it's a clear round disc.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why the flatties have not understood the effect of glare on cameras. I mean, it's just, how many years have we been explaining this to you? And then you come back and say, oh,
because
look,
it supports flat Earth.
Yeah, agreed. Yes, I suppose they don't like dealing with contradictory evidence, but it's just extraordinary that they must be aware that we're going to say, if you come up with a glary photograph, we're going to say, well, that's got glare on it. Show us one with a solar filter, like the Dazzle the cameraman does, or Wolfie. And then once you've got a half-set sun, where do you think that rest of that sun has got to? It's behind.
Okay, do we have anything? All right, it appears to be behind something.
It is behind something.
No, because we know when we look at the oil platform one day, and then the next day it's not behind it. It's not not actually behind it because we can see it.
Yeah, there are fraction causes.
You can't judge. The point is, you can't judge things being blocked by something's definitely behind it or definitely not behind it, because sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
Yeah. So where this conversation started, I think you've come around to agreeing. When things get close to the horizon, it's difficult to trust their location, which is why when you're doing measurements with sextants, you can do corrections for refraction, but as for all of the tutorials and books I'm reading on it, it just says don't bother doing them. You can't. Here's the measurements you can do, but it's
Yeah, because
increasingly
the stars.
complex. Just if it gets below 15 degrees, shoot a different celestial object. It'll be more
Yes,
accurate.
that's probably because we have the stars blacking out sometimes before they even get to the horizon. There's times where you
When
can't
a
even.
tree falls them.
Probably
times
go
where-
behind trees and clouds and stuff. Sure.
No, before it gets to the horizon. Before.
Yeah,
Like
when
way
a tree
before.
or a cloud blocks it.
No, way before. Way higher than any tree
Okay,
would
yeah,
be.
like one of those clouds.
Could be clouds. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just an optical effect.
Maybe it's something that you made up completely.
Yeah.
No, we went over it in Gems 2 days ago, in depth.
Did you guys just make shit up there too?
Bro, who's making shit up, dude? You're getting
You.
very. What'd I make up?
You made up some optical effect that hides stars that are high up in the sky at night.
No, I said as they reach the horizon, they get blacked out before
You
they
said
hit the
way
horizon.
up high. You corrected me because you said it couldn't be trees. You said whatever.
Yeah, higher than the tree line, higher than the horizon.
Yeah.
It's called
If there was a tree there, it'd be the top of the tree would be the horizon, right? Above that.
Okay.
He's making shit up, dude. Maybe you
No,
misinterpreted
it's a
what I
cloud.
said wrong. Okay, maybe it is a cloud. Maybe
It's a
it's not.
building.
I don't know.
Right. It could be something that you made up.
I didn't make this up. This is like I said, we went over this in Gems in depth. Nobody made shit up, bro. You're bugging.
It sounds like you just make stuff up, honestly.
Like what?
You're trying to make up an optical effect that hides stars as they come to the horizon but are not blocked by stuff.
You know what? I think I have it in my camera roll. Hold on a second. I got you. I might have saved this one. This was moving. Oh, here we go. I got it.
On the flat Earth is
Actually,
optical.
I think a Glober posted this image. If I'm not mistaken, this was either from Bob the Science Guy or maybe Larry GPS posted this image. Here we go. All right, we got your clearly defined horizon at the bottom there. If there was a ship there, you would say that it's getting.
This is a long exposure photograph you've just posted.
Yeah, it's time lapse of stars. See how the star trails disappear well before the horizon.
Yeah, there's a cloud there. Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
the whole
probably
thing.
just a cloud, right?
Well, maybe. That's the point. Is that things are getting blocked. It's not the geometry of Earth.
Yeah.
It's clearly not the geometry of Earth. Okay, the geometry of Earth is clearly not blocking out those star trails here, right?
There's a cloud doing
Of course
it.
it is. There's a huge section of star trail missing.
Before the horizon, so clearly it's not the horizon blocking out the stars since they're disappearing before that point, right? This is ridiculous. Am I making this up,
Can I ask you a
guy?
different question?
Hold on, let me get to the guy that's making.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on, let's get to the guy that thinks I'm making shit up. Did I make this up?
Oh. You're making up an optical effect. You didn't make up the photo.
Is there an optical effect happening? I mean, are the stars getting blocked out before they hit the horizon?
Yeah.
I made that. What am I making up exactly?
You're just making up mysterious stuff that when there's just an obvious answer that we already have.
You're making up pseudo things.
So the point is, it's clear. The point of this was it's clearly not the geometry of Earth blocking these stars out because it happens. They get blocked out before the geometry of Earth happens, right?
You can literally see where the geometry of Earth is blocking a huge section of those stars.
No, dude, they're almost all of them are disappearing.
Now everything below that cloud is blocked by Earth.
Can I try and split the difference here, Jeremy, where we would say of the star trails in that photo that are getting blocked, they are only getting blocked very close to the geometry of Earth. So they're going through an arc of
not
like
by it.
200 and something degrees, and then they get blocked for a part of their course. But
before the geometry
under those clouds.
Hold on, before the geometry of Earth happens, the stars are getting blocked out, right? Before the geometry of Earth would even come into play. All right.
Yeah. In a place where we're not conclusively able to rule out that it could just be clouds.
Definitely not Earth curve. Definitely not Earth curve, though, right?
Well, is the Earth curve not blocking it out?
Everything below the cloud is Earth curve.
Like what you're saying is this is Earth curve plus something, and now you're trying to use that to say this is not Earth curve. Like this is it's not that you can see them in the Earth curve; it's that they're being blocked before the curve or the.
They're being
horizon.
blocked before the curve, before Earth, before the ground or the ocean would be blocking them out. They're getting blocked out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
there's
right.
something
Like
blocking them
pulling
plus
teeth
the
for you guys.
geometry.
Yeah.
No, not plus.
Can
not
I
plus.
can I ask it? Can I ask
Hold
a
on,
different
hold on a
question,
second, bro.
Jeremy?
No, hold on a second. Not plus.
Okay.
They're getting blocked out before the geometry happens. So how can it be plus if that's not even a factor?
Because
It
below
is a
the horizon,
factor.
they're
Because it is
they're
a
blocked
factor.
out by the horizon.
We've
They're
just
blocked
been
by
through.
two
We've just been
things.
through 400 pictures and videos of the sun sinking into the ocean, and now you're saying that doesn't happen, or
In
you've
this
got one
picture-
picture where something
In-
slightly
in-
different
in
happens.
that
So this is what
picture-
happens now.
Yes, in this
that picture,
it's clear.
All the stars that are below the horizon are blocked. You can't see any of those stars under the horizon because they're blocked by the Earth curve.
They haven't even hit the horizon. They're disappearing before the horizon. What
They're
are you talking
still there.
about,
They
guys?
still exist, and you can't
don't
see
see 'em.
them because they're blocked by the Earth.
Can I
Claim, I know,
Jeremy,
but in
can
this
I-
picture, we can clearly say that we can clearly come to the conclusion that the physicality of Earth or the water is definitely not blocking those stars out, right?
No, you
No,
can't. No, you
you
can't,
cannot
Jeremy.
say
What
that.
the fuck, guys? You guys are tripping.
Okay, so if there is a truck in front of me, but there's also a car in front of me, and something is blocked by the car, do I then conclude that the truck isn't blocking it, or it's blocked by both the car and the truck?
Okay, if this was Earth curve blocking the star trails out, they wouldn't be disappearing at different heights, which they are. Okay, so there's that
Right, yeah,
for
it's
you.
more likely fog. Yep.
And we also, it's definitely not Earth curve, because if it was Earth curve, wouldn't it?
I'm not
This
saying
is
Earth
over.
curve. I said fog.
Listen,
Wait,
I know this
hold
is
on.
over water. This is over water. So if it was Earth curve blocking these stars, you would see a
No,
defined
we're all
line.
agreeing it looks like it's clouds or something like that.
So not Earth curve. Definitely not Earth curve,
Right,
right?
there's a little
But
strip
that
where
doesn't
it's
mean
not
it. That
blocked by
doesn't mean
Earth
it.
curve, it's
Yeah,
blocked by
it's just a little
clouds.
strip where it's caused by the clouds, but the rest of the time, the lower part of it, where there's the sea, is being blocked out by Earth curve.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to ask a stupid question maybe, but how is Earth curve blocking something in the sky?
Because there's sky behind the Earth curve. The Earth is 3D, and you're trying to look through the Earth curve, and the light is blocked by the Earth curve.
Yeah, but it's curving in the sky.
They're basically saying
What?
Earth curve is blocking something above Earth curve. I don't know what. This is
We're
like
not
weird.
above Earth curve. No.
You're above the Earth. You can clearly see where the Earth is in this photo, right? Can you see where the Earth is?
Yeah, but the stars will go beneath the Earth curve.
If there was
as
a
part
ship
of
out there, and the horizon was blocking it off, you'd be like, look, there's the horizon. There's Earth curve. And it's clearly happening before that point.
Yes, we know it's a cloud,
We're
Jeremy.
agreeing. We're
It's
all
a
agreed there.
cloud.
We
We
don't
know
need to
what
get to
clouds
Earth curve.
do. Jesus Christ, it's a
So it's
cloud.
not-
A strip
so
of
not-
cloud.
So not
Wait,
Earth
but-
curve, not the geometry of Earth,
Yeah,
not
the
the
bit
land or the
where
water.
it's where the strip above the horizon is cloud which obscuring the stars. Below the horizon, the Earth curve and sea is obscuring the stars. Two
If
effects.
bricks can block something, it doesn't mean that other things can't. If
My
Earth curve
God.
can block something, it doesn't mean that clouds can't. It could
Jesus
be
Christ.
both.
It's unbelievable.
So I've circled 2 bits there. You will see in that I've drawn the arrow, assuming it's the North Celestial Pole. Sorry, South. Oops. You will see constellations set on one side and then rise again on the other side. What is it your assumption that they've done in that meantime? Because if I drew a line continuing its path, it would go below the horizon there, right? Go below even the water.
I cannot believe you're having to explain this. I mean,
Dude, someone else just asked how sky can be behind the curve.
yeah, I know.
What
I
is
understand how the globe
Eggshell's?
model works at all.
What is
Jesus.
Eggshell's asking about his picture?
I'm just asking, it looks like all of those stars in that path are describing a pretty much perfectly circular path. What is happening to them after they get obscured by the horizon?
They're vanishing into the horizon.
Right, but
Not
are they
to the-
getting further away and smaller,
but-
or are they continuing their circular
the
path?
Earth, but because they become so distant, they vanish into the horizon.
So would that describe a circle for you? Because like if I looked at the middle of that,
It wouldn't be
reckon
a
I could get.
circle. It would be tapering off at the edge.
So what I think that would mean is I get a perfect circle near the center of it, a perfect circle everywhere except where it touches the horizon, and everywhere it touches the horizon, it suddenly has this flat spot in the circle.
Right.
Does that make sense,
in all different observations?
Does that?
Now, I'm going to ask you, Godric. I'm going to ask you right here, Godric. Does that make sense to you?
It's an optical effect. Yes, it makes 100% sense. It's the same reason why small objects vanish into the horizon at a distance at a few miles before the Earth curve can even come into play. Same thing.
This is called light attenuation. Okay, that's an optical effect. Light attenuation.
All objects are it's all optical. The sun doesn't actually.
Wait. I think I got it. So hold on. Let's say the sun sets behind this Earth curvature and it gets blocked out. There's no way that the sun could continue to keep lighting things up, right?
Take a light bulb, put it on the wall. It'll light a certain part of the wall, not the whole wall. Same thing as the sun.
No, I'm aware. It's just okay, they're saying that the starlight is being blocked by Earth curvature in that photo. If it was the sun, no, they're not saying that. Jesus, this is really something else.
This is very confusing because they're now having to admit that thing. This is all very confusing because now they're having to admit that it's not Earth curve blocking things.
There's lots of stuff that blocks stuff. When you hold your hand in front of your face, that blocks stuff, and that's not Earth curve.
That was a really poor analogy. I'm not going to.
So in that photo of the star trails I posted, is the Earth curve blocking the stars or no?
Yes.
Even though the stars are disappearing above the horizon, which would be Earth curve.
Correct. At the horizon, they're blocked by the Earth.
So why don't
above that, they're blocked by a cloud.
Sailing uphill away from us if we're seeing Earth curvature in the friggin' sky.
What?
Are you saying that the Earth is curving up above the horizon and blocking objects in the sky?
No, I'm saying there's a fucking cloud above it that's blocking stuff.
I think this guy's just trolling. There's no way somebody could be genuinely just flip-flopping within like 6 seconds.
Is this really that hard to understand, man?
Okay, so let me ask Flatterpuss and Jeremy, on this photo, when we say we think that's clouds, does that make sense to you? Like, if you looked at that, would you be like, that's Earth curve, or that's the horizon, or would you? Or would you look at that? No, I'm asking you your first impression. When you look at that, do you think that looks a bit like clouds, or can you see what we're saying when we say we think it looks a bit like clouds?
Clouds could be a reasonable option. I'll tell you what's not a reasonable option. Earth curve. The water or land on Earth is not blocking those stars.
Do you not see the line?
Would you agree, eggshells? Would you agree with that?
This is getting stuck in a semantic thing because I do
I know.
Because sure, I agree with you. It appears that whatever that hazy line is blocking the stars. I don't think that means that the Earth curve isn't.
Eggshells.
You think that hazy line is Earth curve?
No, Jeremy, you know what it is that I'm saying. You're just asking stupid questions now.
No, I'm trying to get you guys to admit that it's not Earth curve. It's something.
So can two things block something? If I put one hand in front of my eye and another hand also in front of my eye, would both of them be blocking the light to my face? Or if I just remove the one from in front of my eye, would I now be able to see through my second hand?
Sure, but if you had your hand out hold on a second, guys, please. I can't get loud. Please. If you have your hand out, hold on a second.
They can't both be.
Hold on 1 second. If you have your hand out,
the other one's not getting it to block, so they can't both.
Hold on 1 second. I know. Hold on 1 second. If I have my hand out and it's blocking something, I'm not going to have something being blocked. Looking at something above my hand, my hand's not going to be blocking something that's above my hand, right? Because that's what you guys are trying to say with this star trail thing. You're saying the Earth curve is blocking it, even though it's above the Earth curve.
I agree.
It's not above the Earth curve.
I agree with you. It's but this is why it's a semantic argument. If I were to say it's blocking my vision, it would be a bit weird to say my second hand is blocking my vision when my first hand already was. But if I was saying is it blocking the light, then I think it would make sense to say that my second hand is already blocking the light before it gets to my first hand, which is in front of my eye. It's a semantic. It's a semantic discussion where we're both agreed on all things. You're not going to see those stars below the horizon, even if it wasn't a cloudy day.
Okay, hold on a second. Your analogy was a little flawed by using two hands. And the analogy you should have put forward, you only need one hand to block something, and then you need to ask, can my hand be blocking something above where my hand is? Because that's what this guy is saying is happening, that it is Earth curve. This guy is saying that it is Earth curve.
Holy
blocking
shit,
the thing.
dude.
So it's not Earth curve blocking the stars.
Oh my god.
So now you're saying it's not Earth curve blocking the stars.
Okay, I'll try this again. Okay. Do you see the region of clouds above the horizon? They're blocking the stars.
So not Earth curve.
Right, not Earth curve. That's clouds.
You've been saying this whole time it was Earth curve.
Now, do you see the
you've just
region
been
below
asking
the
questions
horizon?
really ineffectively, Jeremy, where you say, so Earth curve isn't blocking them. That's
Yeah,
why
it's
I'm
not,
using the
because
two
it's
hands
the
analogy.
blocking
Both
him.
hands are blocking it.
That's not him asking.
Eggshells, he's saying it is Earth curve still.
You guys
Listen to
have
him.
been trying
Holy
to
Yes,
shit,
because you're
dude.
asking questions really
with
poorly,
data.
man. This is not
Okay,
a way to
the
split the
region
difference
of
between the two
clouds
things.
above the horizon, that's not Earth curve blocking anything. That's clouds blocking it. The region below the horizon, where you don't see any stars, you see the Earth, that's Earth curve blocking it.
I know,
Okay,
but we can't.
hold
The
on,
stars
hold on. Let me
disappear
respond
before
to that
that
really
Earth curve even happens.
So what?
Jeremy,
So
let
that's
me
not.
respond to
That
that
can't be the
quick.
Earth curve blocking it. Hold on, eggshells. Hold on a second. So if they're being blocked out before they come to the Earth curve blocking them, right? Because they're getting blocked out before the Earth curve would even.
Well, they
be
would
a factor.
continue going, and then you would see them again because they wouldn't be blocked anymore if the Earth curve weren't blocking them.
I've got another way to put it. I've got another way to put it, Jeremy. I'm going to circle where the clouds are. Have you ever seen a cloud underwater?
Bro, I'm not arguing that it's not. I'm not arguing that it's not the clouds.
So let me finish. You wouldn't let me speak before. Let me finish now. I'm going to circle the bit where the clouds are, and then I'm going to draw in blue where I think there is water. So there are no clouds underwater, yet there is a whole blue section I'm coloring in right now where I cannot see clouds, where it would not make sense for me to say that clouds are blocking underwater stars. So if it was only clouds blocking them out, then I would see them in that blue section, but I don't.
All right, hold on. Here's what I want you to do. Don't draw any blue spots, patches, or anything. What I want you to do is to draw a line where Earth curve is, where the Earth stops, the land or the water, where that stops and where the sky begins. Why don't you draw that line? That's the crucial line that we're looking for.
Call it the bottom red line.
Well, if you're going to claim that Earth curve is blocking things, shouldn't you prove that the Earth curves?
There's two lines there.
Done so many
times.
times.
The bottom red line. I don't know how many.
Red line is Earth curve. Okay, and the stars are disappearing above that, before that.
Yes, we're all on the same page there.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not. It's definitely not Earth curve blocking out these stars, right?
Wrong.
No, it's not blocking
Holy
them out
shit.
initially. So let me put it another way that I think we would all have to agree with. The clouds are not initially blocking it. The first thing that is blocking those stars is the clouds, but at some point the cloud stops. I've never seen clouds underwater, so I'm going to presume for inductive reasoning that there are not underwater clouds. So it's something below the clouds from where the clouds stop and the sea starts is also blocking it. So they're being blocked by two things: initially clouds, and secondly water.
Sure, but before they even hit the water,
no. But firstly, sorry, are either of those things incorrect? Are either of those things incorrect? Is the water? Yes or no? Is the water blocking stars?
In that photo, no, it's not water because they're getting blocked out before the water even comes in contact.
So they're visible under the
if you
cloud.
had your hand out,
You're telling me that in the blue region you see cloud or you see stars.
Hand out. You wouldn't have, and something was being blocked before it got. If it was something was coming down and you had your hand out in front of your face, and the thing got blocked out before it came to the horizon of your hand, you wouldn't say your hand's blocking it out because something else is already blocking it out before it even got to your hand,
Holy
right?
shit,
okay,
dude.
right. But what we've got there is circles.
So you
that
agree?
Are drawn.
It's not...
So let me just finish, please. What we've got there are circles that appear to take up the entire sky, and what we have is a strip of clouds that may be like 15 pixels tall. So, like, I'm going to do a big circle here and show you the circle I'm talking about is red. And then what I'm going to put in front of it are two squares, okay? Two rectangular shapes. And show you what it sounds like to me that you're saying.
I don't even think I can talk about this anymore with you guys because this is ridiculous. You have a solid object, earth or water. You have lights in the sky. Now the lights are getting blocked out before they hit the earth or water. So clearly it's not the earth or water blocking them out, since they're getting
Not
blocked
there.
out before they even come in contact with the horizon, right?
Correct.
So
we all agree it's not Earth curve blocking these stars out.
Holy shit, dude!
No. So
this is fucking incredible.
This is so. I'm posting. I'm posting an image.
I know.
I'm posting an image for you. That
Fucking
blue
stupid.
rectangle. That blue rectangle is the limits of it. You can see there. It doesn't go below the black rectangle. Do you think it is sensible or accurate to say that the blue rectangle is the only rectangle that is blocking that red circle? Or do you think it is also reasonable to say both are blocking the red circle?
Jeremy, I can explain what they're doing to you.
I know, and this is bullshit, dude. I don't even think I want to entertain this anymore. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm just getting all fired up.
What they're doing, they're actually substituting their assumption with the data that's in the picture itself, as if it's in the picture already. And that's what he's trying to do with his new picture also, is establish it as a thing that's known as an absolute, when the whole discussion about whether or not it's actually happening in reality.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to split the difference, because this is clearly an argument about semantics. Because if you change the
try to pretend you're not. You obviously are. That's literally what you're doing right now.
How would you know? What you're trying to do is just claim that you know what's in my mind. That's just pseudoscientific bullshit.
I'm claiming I know what you're doing right now, what you're actually doing.
You would need to know my intent. You would need to see inside my brain. I'm just trying to settle a semantic debate. Let me ask the question again, Jeremy.
You tried to decide it was semantic when it's obviously not semantic. It's obviously about whether or not something else is hiding the stars. It's not semantic at all. You said it was, and it's not. And now you're attempting to substitute your assumptions of what's going to happen to the stars as data in the picture when it's not actually there. All Jeremy is talking about is what's literally in the picture. That part's not in there. You're assuming it happens later.
Jeremy, can I ask you the question? In that picture, would it be reasonable to say the blue box is blocking the square, the red circle, and that be correct? So what you're saying?
I'm not even looking at chat anymore, dude. I'm not looking at chat.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what I think it'd be reasonable to say.
Hang on.
It's not. That's not analogous.
Bob Dole, take a fucking breath, dude.
No, I'm not going to. I can see what you're doing, and it's not okay.
You're just having a conniption is what you're doing. You're just like you're about to give yourself a heart attack.
Everyone take a breath.
It's not analogous. That's the whole issue.
I want to make a point.
I'd like to ask a question.
Look, you guys didn't realize one thing. If you look at these stars on the initial picture, think of the stars like a plane, like a flat plane. Can we agree they look sort of like in a circular motion, like a flat plane? Yes.
Sure.
So here's the question: are the top of the stars closer than the bottom of the stars, or are they exactly the same distance from the observer?
For the purposes of sextant measurements and all of that, equidistant. Just call it infinite.
They're equal, right?
Sure.
Well, here's the thing. It appears from this picture that the bottom is farther away and that this plane is tilted forward.
Sure. That's because we're not that close to the celestial pole there.
And that proves that these stars are not actually a flat plane, but the bottom is going further away in the distance. They're further. So it looks like it's tilted, and that's why those ones at the bottom will vanish, not covered by Earth curve, but vanishing because of distance going into the horizon.
But it sounded like you just went from going, here's what it might look like, to therefore it is that thing. Like, here's what it looks like to me. It looks like a celestial pole about which the Earth is rotating. I think if I went to that point, that GP under the center of that and looked up, I would see all of the stars in a perfect dome above me doing a counterclockwise circle. Because I'm going to guess that's the South Pole, the North Pole.
Question real quick. Okay, are you claiming that Earth curve can block the stars? Just a quick question. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. don't you need to prove that the Earth curves before you do that? Isn't that
No, I don't. Nor do I need to prove that stars
righteous
exist.
reasoning? What?
No.
Why don't you have to prove that the Earth curves first?
Because like, just think
You're
about how
begging
you
the
could.
question.
Just think about how could you operate your life if you had to prove every part of every statement before you made it. So when you said I was begging the question, can you prove? No. Let's follow your logic. Can you prove what proving is before you ask me about proving things and begging and questions? You need to prove all elements of that before you make any statement in future. You've just excluded yourself from the possibility of now commenting on things because you now need to prove things before you can say anything. It's stupid, man. It's just dumb.
Hello? You are starting from the assumption that the Earth curves. Therefore,
yes, and you're starting from the assumption that it doesn't.
The difference is you guys can't even follow along.
Like, yes, we've got to start with assumptions. It's fine to question them, but it's stupid to go, you can't say X until you've proven it because A, it's impossible to prove things, and B, how could you prove things except by starting somewhere with an assumption you'd have to make, which you couldn't make that initial assumption because you haven't proved that initial assumption. You would never be able to... If you're asking if something can block something, then it is fine to beg the question. What is begging the question would be to say it's being blocked because it's being blocked. Not it's being blocked by this other thing. We're not testing Earth curve at the moment. We're testing what obscures our sight from stars. Tried really hard there, man, but then you just walked into a brick wall. There's no way you can operate that way in life. There's no way you can operate that in life.
I'll come at it
very
let's
easily.
hold on. Let's. This is not getting us anywhere. I'll come at it from another angle. So, if Earth curvature can block things that are in the sky, wouldn't we see sort of like a half circle, or at least some sort of curvature when the sun is setting at the bottom of the sun? As it
say again,
like
sorry.
an arc, you could calculate it. It's going to be fucking tiny. Yeah.
Why would it be tiny? Why wouldn't it be significant?
So you think the flat horizon should actually look curved in the sunset?
No, I don't. Not at all. I'm asking if that would follow logically, though, if things in the sky are being blocked out by Earth curvature.
It would be minuscule and too hard to see.
So it would be happening.
So what would be happening? I've missed it.
There'd be a little line of
horizon
curvature.
should curve left to right, but it's fucking incredibly minuscule.
Oh yeah,
and
it should.
Reasonable height.
Absolutely, it should. Yeah, I think it does. It does curve left to right. I mean, it has to. Definitionally, it has to.
Yeah.
Even if you took a photo, of a like inch wide bit of sea, if it was perfectly flat, if you had the tools to measure it, it should also be curving at that level, at the same 8
That's
inches
right.
per
It's
mile
just going
squared
to
or
be
whatever it
fucking
is.
tiny.
Yeah. Jeremy, Ruhif wants you to check your DMs.
Yeah, so how do you put it out there? What do you want? What now? What?
I don't know. Ruhif just wants you to check your
I didn't
DMs,
even
that's all.
understand what that meant. Like, all right, you put a challenge out there on his. Where is it?
Well,
I don't know. DMs is just DMs.
What I find amazing is the star trail image where we see the rotation in the middle and we can see the stars are making circles, complete circles. But at the horizon, those stars are hitting the horizon at one point and then popping up on the other side. And you can't figure out that is still making a complete circle below the horizon.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they're making a circle. Sometimes they're cutting off before they hit the horizon, like in the picture I showed.
So what?
I think that's what Left Lane's saying, though.
Yeah.
Why would we assume that these circles?
So sometimes they get blocked out. Sometimes they get blocked out, not due to Earth curve, but due to other atmospheric effects. And
oh my god, dude!
That's so what? But why can't you complete the circle of the stars that are hitting the horizon and popping out on the other side? You should complete that circle mentally. I mean, it makes sense.
Well, you'd have to know how the sky is working, and that would involve, validating and verifying all the whole bunch of things like the medium,
look up star trails in a further north area and see that they do make circles.
From you to the star. Did anyone hear what I said, or did this guy block me out? I can't go out right now. My whole family's sleeping. I gotta go. Guys.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
So
the bottom of those star trails, they bend back. That's why it doesn't actually complete a circle.
Except the challenge with that, Godric, is if you go further south, that celestial pole will go higher and higher in the sky. And for those people, those stars won't sort of suddenly change their course and go a long way away and come back. It'll continue to describe a circle.
You're going to see more of the stars, and that will happen on the flat plane.
Yeah. What? I think it's absurd.
You guys just don't know how perspective works. You've never seen streetlights. You've never seen train tracks merge in the distance.
Well, we have. It just doesn't look like what you're describing to us.
Godric, just go learn some geometry, man. Just go learn some geometry, Godric, and then you can understand perspective.
Just answer this. Do train tracks meet in the distance? Do they appear to meet?
No, they don't appear to meet in the distance. They appear to get closer in the distance.
I rarely call people dishonest, but this is bordering.
Dude, you're using an art school approximation, man.
Like, if I drew a picture of them, I would probably draw those lines intersecting. Yes, Godric.
Thank you. That wasn't hard. That wasn't hard.
But let me finish, please, Godric.
To these star trails.
But this is why people don't want to. This is why people don't want to answer questions like that. If you just grab a statement and run with it, yes, I would draw them as converging. But in reality, do they? No. I would always be able to zoom in on that image and find that they are still apart. They don't ever meet, and certainly in the case of a setting sun, they don't ever cross over.
It's optical. It's just optical.
No, dude.
Not a physical. It's not a physical intersection. The sun appears to set. Streetlights appear to go on the horizon. Train tracks appear to meet. Star trails appear to vanish. That's it. It's all the same thing.
That's an art school approximation, and it is completely inconsistent because we know the sun is behind the horizon. So if stuff meets at the horizon, the sun shouldn't even be visible. But that's not real geometry.
You say behind, it's just an optical effect. If you rise yourself up from a perspective higher, the horizon will be farther. Not because the Earth is bending,
the sun will
because
come back
that's
into
what
view
happens on a flat plane. If you lower your perspective, the horizon's closer. Just hear me out. Lower your perspective, horizon's closer. Raise your perspective, horizon's farther, because the object in the distance vanishes.
Sure, but I mean that's
the horizon.
What
it vanishes at the horizon. So you'll see more going higher. You see less viewing from a lower perspective.
Well, I think we'd all agree with that. I mean that's
you know how perspective works.
What should be
happening. I thought we all knew that. I thought we all knew that.
No, you don't know anything.
You don't have to. If you try to insert the globe, you're going to get yourself confused. Look, if you just use a pin 100, that's a globe killer because we can see objects 5 miles, 8 miles, 100 miles, 10 miles away. And these things are supposed to be hidden behind the supposed curve of the Earth, but they're not. At 5 feet observer height, 10 miles, 35 feet should be hidden behind a supposed curve, but it's not.
Same thing if you use an infrared camera.
I don't know about infrared, but I'm sure it would prove the same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, have you not seen the infrared photos?
No, can you show me some?
Yeah, I'll try and find them. You can see things hundreds of miles away because the infrared, it cuts through the fog and the clouds and all the atmospheric shit.
Does that debunk a curve?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys are like all into this, I call minutia, when you just can't show a curve measurement. The only time that I've seen a curve measurement, let me take that back. I'm sorry I said that. The only time I've seen a curve is when clouds are obscuring, when the heat is obscuring the picture, when we have what's called a lensing effect, atmospheric lensing, where the object will become bigger because the light is making it bigger and the bottom is going to vanish because of that reason.
I think nautical miles is a pretty good curved measurement. I think 1 degree per mile per 60.
I think just the fact that the horizon drops with elevation is all the evidence you need that the horizon curves away. What's that?
Show me a picture of eggshells nautical miles.
Sure. It's latitude and longitude.
See, flat earthers say it's flat because we're measuring the flat Earth, and globers say it's flat because they're measuring the sky.
No, the horizon drops with elevation. That tells you right there that it's curved.
It's a globe because they measure the sky. Sorry, you got me saying.
You measure nautical miles on the Earth, on sea and on land, if you so choose.
Yeah, you're not measuring in sky miles.
No, you know, it's the lines are on the ground. You can walk them or drive them or sail them or fly them, and they correlate with latitude and longitude, and you can clearly see that they're getting smaller in the south.
Latitude and longitude are locations from the stars.
Sure, latitude and longitude use like are first invented from celestial observations, but they are lines on the ground that have physical lengths that you can traverse.
Your location on the ground from what's in the sky, from the stars.
Sure, that's where where the reference was originally taken. But the point I'm making is that nautical miles are a physical distance you can travel as an individual.
That's
not
right.
mapping
You're measuring the sky.
You're not mapping your position in the sky. You're mapping your position on the surface of the Earth.
From the stars in the sky.
Yes.
Yeah, but that is what we're talking about.
You wanted a physical measurement. That's the physical measurement.
Are you putting some pictures up there?
May I've just put a picture of Latin long.
Why is this picture so hazy?
Which picture?
Oh, that's Rakia Life. He posted a picture that's really hazy.
Yeah, I think he's probably out on his boat.
Somebody sent me something geometry, but I'm not going to click it right now. I don't want to get off the topic. I'll click it later, though.
Well, I'd like to clarify something real quick.
Hold on a
I actually asked the wrong.
Okay,
hold
wait.
on. I just
Say
want to
that,
clarify.
and I have something to say.
I asked the wrong question earlier about begging the question. I meant to ask, is Earth curvature blocking the stars? But I did ask, can it block it? But sorry, I want to clarify. I meant to say, is it? And therefore, if you say yes, then you have to prove that Earth curves first.
You can see it blocking it. That proves Earth curve.
No, it's a good point, though. I would agree with that.
Wait.
Yeah, you need to actually validate the proof is there. The curve is there to then use it as an explanation for some other phenomenon.
Well,
if no curve,
only
no
if,
block.
I would agree. I would agree now with Scrat. But if the question is about Earth curve, if it is, do you think that is Earth curve blocking the horizon? Then it is not a fallacy to say yes. That's what I think. It would be fallacious to go in your proof of trying to prove that the Earth curves. You presumed that the Earth curved and then started proving from there. That's
okay.
The fallacy.
We can use modus tollens though, eggshells. We can say if no Earth curve, then Earth can't block star. There's a picture of Earth blocking star, therefore Earth curve.
Sure, but I don't think I would agree with the first part of that modus tollens.
Yeah,
so
but they can't do geometry, so they don't understand.
It's not a picture of that. That's the thing, is that you can't prove that it's a picture of that. You can only assume that data is happening. The data is not in the picture.
Because
you can't take that picture.
We have pictures
that's a
where we
picture
see
of-
the whole circle arc.
doesn't make any
So, I
sense.
mean, we know it.
Right, that's
You're starting from the assumption that it's
that would
the
be
Earth
begging the
curve.
question. It's blocking it because we know it's blocking it.
We see it blocking it.
You can't
No,
see
you
it blocking
don't.
it because the whole thing is that it's being blocked, which means you literally can't see it blocking it.
We see the star, then we don't see the star, and we know the star is still otherwise visible because you can just drive north, assuming this is the northern hemisphere, and see more of those stars.
Yeah, but you don't see it before it gets to the Earth curve. That's what Jeremy was saying. That's
irrelevant.
That
has nothing to do with anything.
So you can't tell. You're assuming and then replacing the actual data with your assumption as if they're equal, and they're not.
This is completely irrelevant. It makes no difference at all. Try to reason.
It's 100% relevant. You're being an idiot or ignorant or both.
No, you can't reason, and that's that.
So let me ask the question then, Bob Dole. Do you still see the same effect of stars disappearing when it isn't cloudy and they appear to go straight into the ocean?
You haven't proven that that's a cloud.
No. It was a question. It was a question. Do you see stars appear when it isn't cloudy appear to go straight into the ocean?
I don't live by an ocean.
You've never seen stars appear to go into the ocean?
I'll answer it. I would say yes.
Okay. So there we go. So the stars. So that's why I kept saying the clouds thing is irrelevant. That
Furthermore,
something else can block something else out before the horizon
Hold on.
is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
To me, it is.
Furthermore, this is a time lapse.
That's the whole
And so
point.
I think
All
what we're
you're doing
seeing is
pointing
actually
out
the sun
actual
rising.
argument. That's
Yeah,
it.
it could actually be that bit of haze or fog or something too. Anyway, this doesn't seem like it's going to get anywhere, so I'm going to go grab myself a coffee and do some chores.
No, it's probably not going to get anywhere. You insist on not letting it get anywhere.
Well, you guys could just go learn some logical reasoning and some geometry, but you don't.
Do you mean your logical reasoning and geometry?
I mean, just go get a fucking book and start working practice problems. I mean it completely seriously. Like, if you want to understand it, then that's what you would do.
It seems like maybe you're falling back on a couple of words that you think you know the meaning of, but clearly don't. You seem to think that somehow there's a physical obstruction in the sky when it's not in the sky.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The same thing that Jeremy was talking about.
Speaking of Jeremy, I got breaking news, Jeremy.
I don't know if he's here anymore. Is he?
What's that?
Maybe he is. Maybe not.
What's up, Coach?
Yeah, dude. I got my magnets, dude. I got my magnets.
What are you gonna do with magnets?
Okay, here's what you need to do then.
Maybe not.
You need to make the V-gate track.
Got good news and bad news, man. I got a lot of them. Check it out.
What did you say? My volume turned down. What?
So I got my magnets, dude. See, they got a bunch of them.
Yeah, dude, you need to make it. Okay, now how do we get started with this? We need to make a
Hold
track.
on, dude. That's not it, though.
What's not it?
How big they are.
What's up?
How big they are, man.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys I sent a picture of the ramp in New England, and they're just over 6 miles, and there's no curvature. We see the bottom of the marker, and there you go. So,
dude, that's fine.
My point.
That's a good size. That's a good size. We can do a long V-gate with this. You just got to move something very light. You're not going to be able to move something heavy, obviously. You need to find something light on wheels. Look at what they used in those. Remember, there's those two videos where they have it going at an incline. Like, see what they used for the thing they rolled, and just try to make it like that or lighter. And Kosho, you can also make. They always have the V-gate underneath it, but you could also offset the V's and have a V track on top too, or even the sides or something possibly. You know what I mean? You could start with one just underneath, but if it hits like a sticky spot or something, I mean, if you have it all laid out, it shouldn't be any sticky spots. The ones we've seen were just guys in their garages and basements and shit doing it. I don't know how good they engineered the thing, but I mean, if you did get sticky spots, you could always do a V-gate on top too. You know what I mean?
Dude, these are smaller than pencil lead.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. You just need to move a small, light object. That's all. A very light something on wheels that's super
Are
light.
you referring to the picture of the wind turbines?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Oh, hey, Kick Chicken, how are you, man?
Doing
Yeah,
good.
you familiar
It
with
looks
the
like-
Rampion windmills in New England? South England?
No, how
Nope.
far away are they and how tall are they?
I don't know how tall they are, but I'm looking at the bottom, which is no curvature. Distance is they go from 6 to 11 miles from the shore, but these ones are just over 6 miles. Ones I'm showing you, where the rig is, just over 6 miles, and you can see the bottom marker, which means no curvature. That's my
Kosho,
point.
that penny's worth money, Kosho. That's
That's
a
why I
D
interrupted
series.
it.
That's a D series penny right there.
Yeah, well, I'll send it to you. Okay, let's not interrupt their fucking.
My
Well,
bad.
we got
Hey, man.
going on here.
My bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Fucking dude.
And was refraction taken into account?
No refraction taken into account.
Well, that's not our argument. So Yeah, we always
This
say
is,
that
this is
refraction
really
is involved.
this is really what you see. No smoke and
How do
mirrors.
you know?
You can see it, can't you?
How do you
Yeah,
know the light's
refract.
not bending around it?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
you do realize,
refract.
because you do realize on the globe Earth, refraction does exist, right? And it can cause light to bend around the Earth, right?
Nature gives you the refraction, right? So these are taken out in the optimal conditions, which is the coldest conditions, which is early in the morning.
Early in. Okay, but that's not really telling me anything, though. Like, was there a refractive index taken into account that I can enter into, like, a calculator or something?
There's no refractive index you can put in the calculator. I call bullshit on that. That's just something that Globers made to cause confusion.
What?
Dude, everybody
you
refracted, man.
Well, we heard it, guys. Refractive index is part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, you've never heard of it before. You heard of it
They plug in the radius value. So yes, it is for sure.
I've seen the refraction calculator, and that's bogus because when you guys can use it and get a measurement, that's why. It's just bullshit. You don't know what the actual refraction is. You
don't even need the RVA to know refraction can take place.
Refraction when it's a super cold environment. That's when you do it, when you have the least refraction.
But you need the R value. You need the R value to explain why that image is bending and warping around a curved surface. In that theoretical idea of that, which is
thank you, Gio.
But you don't need to. We don't need to. Sorry, go ahead. You don't need to know the R value to know that refraction can happen and cause that.
Yeah.
So do you see how refraction is just the bloody panacea for both sides for anything to do with optics that doesn't suit their argument? It's optics is just pointless because refraction's a silver bullet that shoots either side down. It's just pointless.
Yeah, but we never deny refraction. We always consider refraction in any images that are presented.
My response to what you said, Effie, is that my response is refraction.
Yeah, exactly, Gio. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake because I didn't allow for refraction in my comment. But yeah, Howard, I know, mate. But the problem is, we always account for refraction. Yeah, but how much and when, and it always is just enough to suit what you want to prove, or not enough for us to be proving what we're trying to. Like it's moot. The whole thing is pointless.
Well, I guess you kind of have to take it into consideration. You have to look at the image and do you see distortion or is miraging happening? It's sort of a gray area, I agree, but it has to be considered in all imagery, especially over water.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Like I do agree with you, Howard. Like there's some days it's as obvious as dog's balls that there's refraction and hazing and wobbling and all sorts going on. But then there's other times when there's nothing obviously evident, but and I'm talking from both sides of this argument, not just one or the other. If the image doesn't suit what the narrative needs to be, then we'll just mix in a little bit of refraction, and that solves the problem.
I got you, Effie. I got you. I would say to Godric, though, if you present an image and say that refraction is a hoax, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
With a golden gun.
And that,
I'm not saying refraction is a hoax. I'm saying refraction, when we show no curvature, when we show a flat measurement over distance, the Globers say refraction is as they say that's going to take it away or somehow disprove our measurement. Not one Glober I've ever seen can show me the use of refraction index and get a measurement to what's supposed to be on the radius 3959 miles. That's what I'm saying. So it's a bullshit calculation.
No,
Yeah.
what you just said. What you just said isn't what's supposed to happen. There isn't a horizon that's supposed to be anywhere. Saying the geometric horizon is where the horizon is supposed to be, it's not true.
Now here's the refraction calculator. Not a refraction index measurement, but just basically math and geometry. The observer is 8.1 miles from the windmills, 5 feet observer height. We should have 19 feet of curvature. However, we don't have that because we see the very bottom of the ring marker on those bottom of the windmills. So there you go. There's a flat measurement.
What calculator?
This is without refraction.
That's a good one, dude. This is good. Yeah. So I'm gonna save these. So that second one is the distance and the layout of it. Yeah, the point of observation. And then this links with the photo you posted. Let's see, it was quite a ways.
Yes.
The one that says number 10.
Yes.
You posted several. Okay.
If you go back to the beginning, it shows you from the actual shore, and then it goes into where the rig is. If you look at the picture that shows the whole windmill farm, it shows 8.1 miles to the first windmill to the rigs, and that's where I get the earth curve calculator comes in, and it shows supposed 19 feet of curvature, which is not there. Now, of course, you guys have to run away with refraction, but you can't. That's not a measurement. That's just an excuse.
No, it's not. You can measure a refractive index based on elapse rate.
But have you done that? Can you show us that?
I haven't done it personally.
Can anybody show us the refraction index and show us that it matches a supposed radius of 3959?
Now, are you using the drop formula, or is that an actual curve calculator?
I'm not using the drop formula. I'm just using the basic calculator.
I'm gonna go back and save all these, Godric, because now I see what you did when you posted all those. But I'm also just gonna repost the last one you did. So Howard or Kicking Chickens, are you guys trying to say that this is not actually what is there? Meaning, when you look across, the water, or with a camera with your eyes, and you just see something, you're telling me that that's not what's actually there. We're being tricked. So even though this is what a planar stationary, I shouldn't say stationary, let's just say planar. I mean, it is stationary, but I'm saying that's irrelevant for the moment. So, okay, so if this is a planar, like just water's level going out, you're telling me that that's not actually what we're looking at, but we're looking at some bizarrely, magically bent and warp image that's being lifted up 19 feet to be displayed as a planar surface?
See, Gio, I haven't looked that closely at it, just because the argument led into, and I don't know, maybe Godric is not being clear about what he's saying about refraction. I've heard him say that it was a hoax. Then I heard him say something about it only happens in the cold, and so I'm not sure what he's saying.
Well, he said refractive indexes are a hoax.
Chicken and Sturdy have used the refraction index. There is a globe calculator out there that has a refraction index, but I'm calling bullshit on that, because there's no way you can use it to get a measurement, and I've never seen anybody get a measurement from it. So it's just basically adding confusion to the conversation.
Ranty did.
You're talking about the standard refraction, not that uses a standard refractive index that doesn't know what the refractive index is, and those strictly say that they're not valid in observations like this, because there's no way to predict refraction.
The chicken has no reason to insert it saying I should have used this calculator when it's not valid.
Well, there's no point in using any of those calculators or making any sort of claim that what you're supposed to see when you're this close to the water and you don't have all the data. Because the truth is, if refraction is causing the horizon to be further than the furthest windmill, then what you're going to see is all the windmills, and they're going to be raising up until they get to the horizon. So then none of them are going to be. You're not going to expect this curvature, like where they're steadily getting lower and lower, if none of them are behind the horizon.
And that's all we're saying. We're saying we don't measure a curve; we measure in flat. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, well, I showed you a picture of those same windmills where they do look curved because they are beyond the horizon.
Yeah, because they don't have a proper P900. I've seen that one too.
Oh my God,
man! P900's magic.
No. The tip of the windmill is showing. That's because they don't have a proper camera.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, how does that even work?
The two scenarios. The two scenarios are like this. One of the scenarios is the horizon is beyond the furthest windmill, and the other scenario is the horizon is somewhere before the furthest windmill. And if that happens, then you're going to see them low.
Well, to be fair, we have to look at that picture you're talking about and get the specifics, because I remember a picture where just the tips of the windmills were showing over the water, and that could be achieved by putting the camera right at the water level. So it's just basically like a camera trick.
Not if it's flat. If the camera is above the surface of the water, none of those windmills should be obscured. If it's
If
flat.
the camera is at the surface of the water, the horizon would be much closer, much closer, my friend.
Are you seeing Mr. Godric?
If you put your head on the ground in a high school gymnasium, you cannot see to the other side with the eye that's on the ground, because there's a horizon.
Put your head.
How about these pictures, man? We're talking about the gymnasium, but do you see the windmills? How the horizon is? Was that Jake? My bad, Jake. Do you see how the horizon is before the furthest ones, and then so that they appear to be going down? But the ones before the horizon, the bottom of the windmills, they seem to be climbing up the frame.
Right. What you have is an optical effect. It seems to curve to the left and go down. Right. It's just an optical effect. I do the same thing with Legos. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, let's see it. I want to see it.
Let me see if I can find a Lego picture. Hang on.
I want to see the Legos.
Yeah,
Remember
first thing I did see in that image was that those windmills in the back, they look like there's obstruction there.
Yeah, they say appear, like I said, that before the horizon they appear to be raising up in the image, and then once there's a horizon, they're being obstructed.
And just and like FE was saying, every time we have some image that is questionable, we say refraction, and now we're seeing obstruction of those windmills, and Godric's saying, "Oh, that's just optical effects." Well,
It's just optical effects. That's what I'm saying.
That's just as vague as anything.
Yeah, all refraction's ever going to do is in these sort of observations is it's going to limit or increase the distance along the surface that you can see, because it's going to be raised up or whatever.
When you say limit, there's a vanishing point. You have to remember the vanishing point, and that's not
vanishing point is not being discussed here.
What's the vanishing point in this picture?
Hang on,
I don't know why it didn't render.
Hey guys, gotta work with me now. This is done in a closer environment, but you get the same effect with Legos.
You get what effect with Legos? There's no configuration of Legos I could put on a flat table and have it so that half the Lego is above the table.
I just posted a demonstration.
That's what I'm gonna show you.
I just posted a demonstration using Legos.
Okay, I posted it also. So this is a flat table, and the Legos seem to be curving around the surface. And look at the white.
How do we know that table's flat?
No, we this. It's a trick.
And then also, I can't tell if the camera lens is slightly below the table.
I can tell that is because I can see the side of the table.
Do you know how you can tell?
You probably want to keep it above the table.
Clearly, and then when it goes farther along, you lose sight of it.
Yeah, well, that's because the camera lens is partially obscured by the edge of the table, or the table is curved.
You can see
those Legos don't even look straight.
Three clearly, you can't tell. You can see that.
No, the surface that those Legos are on is not straight.
Oh, so
those Legos don't even look straight.
The table's crooked. Okay, the table's crooked. Okay, great.
Well, not crooked. It could be curved.
Honestly,
we had a curved table, guys. Okay.
No, I don't even say anything's curved, honestly, because if anybody wants to take an observation like this, they should do it where the camera's above the table. Otherwise,
I'm matching your effect. I'm matching your effect with the windmill curving around the. By the way, hang on 1 second, Coach. What I'm saying is those windmills that are curving around like that, If you have a proper P900, you can zoom into those and see the bottom of the marker. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, what about the picture I posted, which I don't know why it didn't render, but there's no zooming in that's ever going to bring those blades out of the water.
If your camera's too low, those little
There we go.
wind, that wind that makes that little tiny wave is going to cover any distant object behind that.
It's impossible.
Just
Oh
common
God.
sense.
There's an entire windmill that's hidden all the way to the hub of the blade
The
in
wave
that
would be
image.
bigger than you.
Yeah, the wave would then have to be taller than a wind turbine, right? There would have to be like a tsunami reported there, wherever these wind turbines are. I think these are off the coast of England.
Like you guys just use common sense. Look at the Lego one. Look at the one. Look at the
Yeah.
globe. Look at the globe Earth picture of the Legos. Right?
I'm telling you, that
Well, hang on a
Lego
second.
one
Hang on
has
a
been debunked as a trick.
Hang on a second. Just look at the globe picture of that Kick Chicken posted of the Legos. Okay. Do you see how they're curving down? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's no indication that this is flat. I mean, I've repeated this. I've done this. I've live streamed them. I've done it before where we're on a verifiably very long flat table. You do not get this effect.
Hang on. This is your side. The Globers posted this Lego picture.
Now
Do you
that
see-
Lego picture,
Are you
I'm
talking about
telling
the picture I
the one
posted from
that
flyer.ws?
Hang on. The one that Kick Chicken posted, the left corner Lego, the left corner Lego picture, the one that says Flat Earth falls Pontchartrain, that one. Do you see how the Legos are slanted? They're going downwards in the distance. Yes or no?
The flyer.ws image? Hold on.
I just want to confirm you guys are seeing that the Legos are going downwards, slanted.
I mean, you can just do this yourself
hold
on
on.
any
I wanna-
verifiably flat table. If you don't put the lens below
wanna
the edge of the
clarify,
table,
Roderick. Hold
you
on.
never see
I wanna-
any part of that be obscured.
But I'm just asking you guys, just like walk with me through this.
Well,
Do you see the Glober picture that Kick Chicken posted of the Legos? The left corner, they're slanted downwards in the distance. Yes or no?
He's showing
Yeah,
you
Are you
that.
talking? Hold on. Are you talking?
yes.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I got a
Are you talking
yes.
about the? Hold on. Are you talking about the one from flyearth.ws I posted?
Yeah,
Yes.
those are flat Earth pictures, man.
Yes.
Yeah, that debunks your claim. Actually,
Yeah, dude, those are the same
have-
pictures
because
that you posted.
they
dude.
are arranged. They're arranged purposefully in a curve. They are not perfectly straight. So of course they're going to have that effect.
that's what I'm trying to tell you, Doc Godric.
Hey, Godric, these are the same pictures that you're posting.
Yeah,
From the same source.
It's a trick.
literally.
What?
Oh, yeah, I see. They put the Legos in a curve, so they're like bent like a S.
Yeah,
That's what I
they're
said
not
when I
perfectly
dripped.
straight.
So why would you post them then if you're trying to prove that it's
He's showing
true?
you that that's a trick. You're showing
It's a
them
trick that flat earthers use. I mean, it's so simple. Go put
Yeah, I'm
Legos on
pointing
a
out your
flat
tricks.
table right now. Take out your phone and take a picture where the phone is never below the edge of the desk, and you will not obscure any of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, let me ask you this: the picture on top that has the Pontchartrain metal bars, whatever you call them, isn't that exactly the same thing that's happening to the Legos?
No.
No, because those are in a
Power lines
straight
are perfectly
line.
straight.
Okay, so now we have to get a better picture. These pictures are obviously doctored.
Listen, you gotta,
What?
gotta
We're
stop
not-
making sense, man.
Excuse
And the Legos are shown to be curved. Those power lines in Lake Pontchartrain are known to be straight, are known to be going in a straight path.
Oh, okay. So this is Jake on the plane.
How can Legos be curved?
Hang on.
They put them in a curved. Path.
Don't Legos always find their level?
Yeah, that's right.
That's good.
I just wanted to say that when the Legos go down in the distance because they're getting farther away, not because it's bending, what's the
No.
logical conclusion to more and more Legos? Let's say you got 4,000 Legos. What's the conclusion? They're going to do what? Vanish into the horizon.
You see that they're curved, man.
No, but they are going down though. They're going down though, right? The tops
Because they're not arranged straight, Godric. The Lake Pontchartrain images are not. The towers, the power lines are straight, but the Lake ones are arranged in a curve.
No, the power lines are curved.
No, they're not.
They are.
No, they're
Ask
not.
Rakia, man. Rakia will tell you that they're.
What do you mean by curved? Because they're not curving like the Legos are arranged.
They're not curved. It's not straight. That's all. And they use that, and it's a cool effect, but it doesn't mean that they're hiding behind us. Curve. That's all.
Well, yes, it does. That's my logical conclusion. common sense.
The Pontchartrain bars that you showed, the bottom it has obviously like the heat is taking away the image. There's heat happening at the bottom of that. So why even show that picture?
Taking away the image.
Yes. That's a
there's some
terrible
more
picture
pictures.
to show an example of, I guess you're saying, Earth curvature, because the bottom is being distorted by like heat waves.
I think it's an
so
excellent example of curvature.
There's one.
Oh, that's curvature. Okay, well let me ask you this: how much curvature is it?
That's kind of
Because I got
here.
19
Here's a
I got
comparison.
10% curvature. How much curvature?
Hey, look,
do you-
I found a. Oh shoot. Here, I found a picture of a comparison to what it would look like on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth, and it shows
Hang on,
reality.
1 second. I have 19 feet of basin curvature. How much curvature do you have? That's my question.
How is this going to determine whether the Earth is flat or not based on
So
this
to be
image?
honest, you're gonna have to, measure it like we did. You're gonna have to get a distance and observer height. That way we can go from there.
I like that.
So the flat
That
one.
last image.
So it's chicken, the flat one on the top left. So that just has to continue down until it vanishes. You stopped for some reason. You stopped the bars. Just keep going down until the logical conclusion that they vanished into the horizon. And the one on the right is just a camera trick, optical illusion. And the
How is it
bottom,
an optical illusion.
You just
Like,
pulling
there's no
shit out.
way it would happen. There's no way this would happen on a flat Earth. There's no way.
Chad gave us perfect proof. You see how there's like a mist obscuring these metal bars before they hit the water? That proves that there's atmosphere interfering with optically showing.
Are you saying refraction?
That's not really a good.
Are you
good
saying
term.
refraction, Godre? You saying refraction?
It looks like sea mist. You can say refraction if you want to. It looks more like sea mist is blocking the bottom of the bars before they hit the water. So
This is what FE was talking about. You just use convenient terms to explain yourself out of a situation.
But but objects do vanish. To be fair, objects do vanish into the horizon. Globers think that it's curving, and flat earthers are saying it's not curving. So we just have to, keep doing more measurements. By the way, this is not a measurement, Chad. It's just showing a picture, which is cool. But let's get the observer height. Let's get the distance. And let's get one with not sea mist so I can see the object because not blocked by sea mist, which is what I showed 10 pictures above. If you look at mine, again, chicken, the flat earth on the left side, you have to continue down till it vanishes. You just stop for some reason, and that's not accurate.
The power lines don't go on forever.
Yeah, and they have been images presented with all the dimensions and measurements and distances and everything, but it's still.
Except you're not showing. I showed mine. I showed mine.
I'll show you right now, dude. But you're gonna
show me the picture and then show me the observer height and then the distance, and then let's see if that matches your globe, which it won't. Sorry.
Somebody bring up Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. It's got all the
here. It's straight, dude.
And then we have to see if it matches your globe. And if it doesn't match, you have to throw it out. Be honest with yourself. If your measurements don't match what's supposed to be,
I almost feel bad.
You got to go back to the drawing board.
Let me
We're just measuring that there's no curve. That's all we're measuring. If you guys are measuring the curve, you better tell how much is curving, what distance, what observer height, and then we have to go behind you and then double check ourselves. Okay, I got 15.4 miles, 40 foot observer height, 39 feet hidden distance of the tower. So that's wrong. Okay, I can tell you that's wrong. Let me put the Earth curve calculator in there. Okay,
dude, that calculator that you're using, dude, it's not including refraction. There's no point in using something.
You don't have refraction.
There's no point in claiming that that's.
Hang on. You don't have refraction.
That's a straw man.
Chick is not showing us refraction on this picture, is he? So let me put this picture to the globe of
Refraction can
right?
affect it.
Debunk it. Hang on.
That's like posturing, dude.
15.4 miles, 47. All right, let me see what the global calculator says.
Dude, you're using, dude. There's no point arguing with you, man. If you're gonna keep doing that,
you don't want me to do it.
You're using a calculator. You're not including something that is obviously a part of the observation. There's no point. There's no point in discussing this with you, dude.
Hey, this is my point. You're claiming refraction, but you can't use it yourself. So how can you expect me to use it?
I'm not expecting you to use it. I'm actually expecting for you to understand that you can't. That this is the reason why you don't use those observations. You don't use that calculator with observations like that. It tells you that it's not valid.
But you can't do refraction. How do you expect me to use refraction if you can't do it?
No one's expecting you to do. Dude, I just feel like you're not listening. No one's expecting you to use refraction. What's expected is that you don't use observations like this to make claims like this, because you can't make valid claims about it without all the information.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, Coach Show. Here's the thing.
What the refraction is doing.
Here's the thing, Coach Show. We're Flat Earth is actually going to take with P900s, going to make these measurements, measuring the height, measuring distant objects, and measuring no curvature. And all you guys are saying, oh, refraction. So
dude,
you can see how that.
The pictures we showed you.
The P900 have like special magical properties or something.
Dude, yeah, the pictures we showed you was taken by a Glover, dude. He not only did he go there once, he went there multiple times, and then he took another surveyor, or he took a surveyor with him, who measured the position of the bridge all the way across using GPS, showing it was curved. So they went through extensive efforts to actually.
If he measures GPS, we'll have to go out.
Details of this
GPS
bridge.
is based around the sphere. So
so we can't use GPS.
No, you can't.
Horse crap.
Dude, I'm just countering the claim that you just made
GPS
about
is based
Flat Earthers taking
around.
P900s.
It's assumed that it's a sphere. So no, you cannot use GPS.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. I'm countering the claim that you just made. Okay, so you can discard that claim that the Flat Earthers are going around the P900s and that makes them superior because Glovers aren't taking observations. When the observations were showing, you were taken from Glovers.
Yeah, but I want you guys. If you guys want us to use refraction, you're going to have to show us how to use refraction because I've never seen you guys use it.
Well, I've just given you one of the.
You can ask Francie Flat Earth or Perspective when he did his White Swan image.
And by the way, it has to be doable and repeatable. You know, that's the good thing. You know, if somebody somebody told me somebody said if no matter how much knowledge you have, if you can't explain it to the average person, it's worthless. Who said that? Einstein, I think. So you have to get it to where people can actually test it and duplicate this experiment. You guys have so much, confusion and collusion to the whole thing that no one can actually get to the end of it.
Dude, I did a test with 23 people, including Flat Earthers, to make sure that everyone was able to do the test, man. There's plenty of tests that anybody can do.
Okay, hang on.
No one's saying to do impossible tests.
I want to do a test that we can all do in this Discord.
I have one for you right now, based on.
Hang on. I gotta go to dinner right now, but I want you to show us a test that we can all do, and I'll do it.
Why are you wasting time? I'm trying to tell you. You can take the elevation.
I just did the Lego test. You want me to post a picture?
Yeah, post a picture of your Legos, man. Yeah, we can take elevation angles of stars and try to see if we can get our locations.
Also, why not use other cameras and stuff? Why does it have to be specifically the P900?
Do we have to use stars? Can't we just measure what's on the ground?
The stars are.
You can use the stars to triangulate your position on Earth.
Yeah, do it for navigation. It's not to map out the sky.
I've used a sextant before, so yeah.
Look, you go to a shoreline, you can measure like a rig or something, and you know how we know the distance to it. We don't got to use stars. And I'll tell you why, because you're going to lose a good part of your audience that they can't come behind you and duplicate that experiment.
I just told you that we could.
Dump down, make it really easy.
Dude, I did. That's the part you're not listening to, dude. I've already done that. I've already put it. So all you have to do is take the elevation angle of the stars, and it's gonna show you your position. You don't have to do any calculations or anything.
Okay, can you post it?
Well, it's in my bot in I'll show you a picture of the output. Hold on.
Like either post it or DM me because I have to go to dinner right now. But I'm gonna come back maybe tonight or tomorrow. Thank you guys.
No problem. I'll post a picture. I'll DM it to you.
There you go.
Where's your Legos, dude?
Yeah, hold on. I'm uploading it right now.
Your kids are probably like, "Wow, you take our Legos." Yeah, I have some Legos over here too, man.
I wonder why Rakia's posting images showing Earth curve in the chat.
I got places I gotta be, but I'm trying to finish this up for you guys, man. For you flat earthers. Everything I do for you. You know what? I'm actually really gonna try this. I'm gonna see if I can turn my girlfriend into a flat earther.
What you need to be careful with that.
Honestly, I think it's very possible.
Howard, do you think that Sonley photo is curvature of the Earth?
The punch train bridge?
Yeah, there's no way that's curve of the Earth. If that was the curve of the Earth, we would see that everywhere. That if that was the Earth, if that was it, that's the ball. Then we should all just walk around and see the ball everywhere. I mean,
yeah, that's a result of high zoom, where they call that like foreshortening, where it accentuates.
Yeah, it's like looking at a pool cue straight on.
And then zooming in on it.
I like Jake's picture though.
Oh yeah,
That's an 8 foot long table, and the camera was at the edge of the table. And if I put the camera any lower, it was the edge of the table was the lens was under the edge of the table.
I'm gonna measure them right now, dude.
Click on it and zoom in. Yeah, you can see to the bottom of the very last one.
I mean, Howard, even if for some reason, if I woke up tomorrow morning and somehow thought the Earth was a globe 3959, like I'm just saying, in theory, if I just instantly thought that, I still would not claim that this Sonley photo is a curve of the Earth. That wouldn't make sense. That still doesn't correlate.
It's a pretty strong image of curvature, isn't it? Like they said, what are we on, a basketball or something? Yeah, I can see why they say that. Why you guys say that? It's
The thing is, that's how it operates. Like things that are anything that's before the horizon, things are gonna appear to from the bottom up. They're gonna appear to raise up towards the horizon, and then if it's beyond the horizon, the bottom of it is gonna appear to get lower and lower. And so, as long as you're observing something that's before the horizon raises up, if there's anything beyond the horizon, it will look like a starting curve.
and I guess I've gotten used to seeing it and gotten used to saying, look, there's Earth curve. But to be honest, when I first saw it, I was like, wow, look at that. You know, I mean, it was kind of shocking that the curvature could be accentuated in that manner, that it would be so obvious.
Right. So I'm wondering why you're thinking that's Earth curve. if you agree that that's absurd, and it's absurd an amount of warping, for that to be able to be seen. Because I mean, on the other hand, obviously, globe earthers all day long are saying, no, you can't see curve from the ground. You can't even see it from 30,000 feet up in the air. But all of a sudden, now you think it's this huge exaggerated warping thing is Earth curve.
Well, I mean, I forget what the power of the zoom that he used on it, but he like zoomed way in on it to get that effect. And I mean, if you stand at the bottom at the bridge, you can't see half of it. Half of it's gone.
I think a good example of curvature was Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project, where he sent a high altitude balloon and he saw curvature in the horizon. I think around 35 kilometers high.
Yeah.
And it was not a fisheye lens.
Yeah, the strings in frame was pretty ingenious. I mean, pretty simple, but yeah, it was a great idea to put those strings there. Because if it was curvature of the lens or lens distortion, those strings should be distorted as well.
All right, so how about the one that Rakia just posted? And Jerry, they both posted them. Why isn't it there? What happened to the Earth curve?
Because these pictures aren't zoomed in at all. Remember, the picture that Jerry posted is so zoomed out you can see the windows in the room he's in. But Soundly's specifically zoomed all the way down so you could see what was happening at the end of the row of things, so you can see beyond the horizon.
So the Earth doesn't curve until the very end, and then it just banks off.
I mean, I've said it a couple times now that things before the horizon, the bottom of things before the horizon, appear to rise up in the distance until they get to the horizon, and then things beyond the horizon, the bottom of them appear lower and lower at about that 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, Coach, then why isn't that curvature visible elsewhere? Why is it like just in Lake Pontchartrain?
I think it's visible elsewhere. It was
Well,
visible.
I'm saying, why can't you just zoom in all the time and just see Earth curve everywhere?
Well, I mean, you have to be looking at something that's similar, like
you need a bunch of space markers, like power lines or poles or something, right?
That's why the power lines were a good one. And that's why the windmills were good.
Well, yeah, I mean, even the platforms in the BLSM B69, the oil rig platforms. What about? It's like the curvature isn't there. I'm just saying, like, see, I would be much more likely to start thinking Earth as a globe if there was a consistent geometric effect or curvature observationally, because that's what I would expect for a physical curving surface. But it's not there. What we see is an extended plane as far as the atmosphere allows us to see. And the radius of what the Earth would be with that amount of curve, like Rocky is saying, it's like a basketball. Yeah, the radius would be about 300 miles.
Well, see that GIF that I just posted, that's BMSL, whatever, 69, same videographer. Those two images that are flashing were supposedly taken from the same spot at the same elevation and everything the same, just on different days. So, you know, that's the difference in what refraction can do. And I think those images were actually taken out of the same video, I think.
So then why is the hump, if that's what you're trying to describe as to what that is, why is the hump there one day and it's not the other?
Refraction.
Yeah, but it should be a geometric curve. It should be a geometric hump. I mean, like if there's something around the corner in a hallway, you can't see around the corner. There's no refractive effect that will allow you to
If
see.
you had enough refractive effect, you could. And there's a reason. There's a reason why the platform is only 8 miles out, right? There's no black swans that are 100 miles out, right? There's no 100-mile black swan where you can see to the provable bottom of something like the CN Tower across Lake Ontario from New York, you know? There should be a 100-mile black swan, but there's not. The only black swan we have is 8 miles, which is the reasonable limit of how much refraction could completely bring something above the horizon. And not without absolutely distorting and stretching the image, as you can see. The crane is completely distorted. The buildings are disproportional because they're completely stretched. It's obvious that there's tremendous refraction going on. The question is, where's the 100-mile black swan? Where's the 500-mile black swan?
I think there is like third images showing hundreds of miles of objects in plain view.
The longest sight photography is, what is it, 300 miles? Taken of distant tall mountains from the top of another mountain?
Not quite.
Yeah.
I'm talking just flare cam images.
No, there's no images. The longest sight lines on Earth are about 300 miles.
Pretty long, man.
And those are from great elevation.
There's no 300-mile sight line from sea level.
I think I got a picture I could post.
Yeah, they're fun to look at. I'd like to see them. I would like to see some fresh imagery, some fresh observations. You know, the black swan's probably the most recent one that was posted, and it was over a year ago. I would like to see some new stuff come out. That's what's frustrating for me, being in this truck all the time. I'm just limited to things that I could do. I don't have a whole lot of free time. Oh, that's that Jay Tolan media image.
The
Oh,
infrared
is that the Mount? Is that the Mount Saint Jacinto image?
I think.
Yeah, Jay Tolan makes some ridiculous claims. Like he said he was on a plane flying over Texas and he could see
Canada.
Hudson Bay. He said he could see Hudson Bay from the airplane.
Yeah.
Just because there was a body of water out on the horizon, there was a body of water, so you immediately said that's like the Hudson Bay.
Is this the Mount San Jacinto? This is the Mount San Jacinto image, right?
Yes.
I actually did the maths on that, and it's perfectly possible on a globe.
What was your math? What's this one's from? I think this one's taken from Canigoo, isn't it?
Oh, is that Canigoo?
Yeah, I've got the high def one.
I did the maths on the San Jacinto image, so I think the Jacinto image. Sorry, what's it? The Canigoo image. I think that had to do with refraction, especially since you could see sunlight coming from below the mountain peak.
Yeah, that's the high def one of it. This is the one Ruhif did his infamous red line on, where he tried to claim that the red line, like the base of the mountain, was basically halfway through the middle of this water, is where he put his little red line. Here, I'm posting the one Ruhif did. He's trying to claim that red line is the entire distance of that mountain, and that there's that much of it on the other. It doesn't even make sense really at all, but he did a calculation and he's trying to say it's the base of the mountain is like around the other side of the curve, even though we see all the way up, we see the mountain and we see the whole city skyline, we see everything right there.
He's a flat earther, right, Jay Tolan?
Yeah, Jay Tolan is. But I think he calculated he took the actual elevation and then allowing for perspective, calculated what the angular size should be across the flat surface at that distance. And that's where he drew those lines. But that's just, putting math to it and drawing some lines and saying, here's what we should see. But in actuality, if you analyze that image and look closely at the peaks and stuff, there's a significant amount of that mountain that you can't see. There's a Rakia mentioned in the chat. We talked about. I've been, I run that west run out of Phoenix coming across New Mexico. There's a stretch of highway between me and Las Cruces, and there's a mountain behind Las Cruces to the east of it that is almost 8,000 or 8,900 feet, and that's like 4,000 feet above my elevation going across the highway. And there's one spot, and if I can catch it on a clear day, and I might actually be getting a good camera for Christmas, that I can get the peak of that Baylor Peak sitting on the horizon at eye level or below from like 65 miles in a straight line. and all you can see is the crest of that mountain on the horizon. And that's interesting that there's like 3,000 feet of that mountain that I can't see. I'd like to get that image and put the numbers on it and post that to the community to analyze.
Hi, Left Lane.
Howdy.
What's the topic? What's the topic you guys are talking about? I just got here and I can't gather what it is.
We're talking about imagery and refraction and mountains being obstructed and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was checking out some of the pictures in the text chat, and yeah, just trying to figure out. I mean, I guess I know what we're looking at, but I didn't know if there is an argument or a specific point that was being debated.
I think it's mainly about refraction and how far we can see, if we see too far, and you know why there are no images over 200 or 300 miles from high elevation that we can see anything at. That's about it.
What was Godric's argument? It was the windmills, and what was exactly his argument?
Well, he showed you that you could see the bottom of this platform that was like 6 miles out, and of course we said, well, did you consider refraction? And he said that refraction was a hoax, but then he said it only happened on cold days and something else. But there were windmills in the background that had obstruction. But I don't think he was talking about the windmills, just the platform.
Yeah, I think he said that a refractive index is a hoax, not refraction itself.
That's right. That's right. And it boiled down to, we take these images where we see extreme like distortion, like in the Black Swan. I mean, there's obviously severe refraction going on in that image. And when I first saw it, when they first brought it out, I was like, well, that's no good. It's a trash image. You can't analyze that. It doesn't represent reality.
Howard, let me ask you this. Sorry if you weren't finished.
No, go ahead.
Well, if you think there's a form of refraction that is essentially making a curved Earth, appear like a plane, meaning that like the horizon comes up, like, I guess what I wanted to ask you is, do you think that the visual information, I'll say, from beyond the curve, from around the actual curve, is that lifting up, or is your eyeball curving around the ball?
Well, it to me, honestly, it doesn't make sense about my eyeball curving around. I mean, what you see is the light rays that come into your eye, and refraction. The light bending downward, that angle of incident where that light strikes your retina is the elevation you'll see that object. So it's going to lift that object, and everything around it. The water, the platforms, all of it's going to be lifted, and it'll appear higher in your vision.
Okay, so the visual information, or the things that are physically around the ball, you think are being lifted up through space, as it were, to display up on the horizon the way it does.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly.
And what for yourself have you seen that's validated that that's the case, other than it just being a theory or an idea?
Well, just the things that we do. Of course, we know refraction is a thing, and it's been pretty well studied and documented that it is a thing. And throughout this argument, that in being in this community, it started out with Rumpus drawing his diagrams, talking about refraction. And I knew what refraction was and the pencil bent in the glass and such, but I didn't have any idea about it being applied to what we see across the surface of the earth. But since we've gone through in such great detail all this information, I have a mental image of what's going on, and it just, I can look and see that and understand what I'm looking at.
What you observe as a result of refraction, you observe what's called a superior mirage.
Well, there's superior mirage, inferior mirage. There's blooming and stooping, and there's all kinds of different effects you'll get from the phenomenon that we know as refraction.
How much refraction is involved in a flare cam image?
I don't know. I understand that infrared doesn't bend in the same way necessarily as visible light, but I don't know enough about that to really comment on it.
Do you think this bending would distort the image, or is there ever the case where refraction is able to somehow create this perfect rendering over the curve without any distortion?
Well, I
No,
think
there's
that
always
the
going to
light,
be distortion.
yeah, I think the light bending as you could draw a straight line or a curved line with a pencil, I think would be very difficult to do. So I just can't imagine that there would be any amount of fraction with zero distortion. There would be some distortion. And the
Do you
more
think it's
refraction,
possible?
the more
Do you think
refraction, the more.
Do you think it's possible to make an observation and have it distorted without refraction?
No, if it's distorted, that's evidence of refraction.
Have you ever heard of a heat signature or a heat wave?
Yeah, that's refraction. The light, the rays being bent and wiggly is that's refraction happening.
And do you realize that you can make a short distance observation and have it be very distorted? Like if you were to take a small object and place it onto the hood of your car on a hot day and go to the adjacent side and get down to an acute angle and look at that small object, you might not even be able to see it. And
yeah, I've seen these things.
Yeah. But with that being said, we're talking about refraction short distance, not long distance. And then when you flip the table to long distance observations, it just seems alarming to me how we can see things so far with very little distortion, where you're accounting for refraction when you just accounted for refraction being a distortion. Like, you see the contradiction?
Well, like in the, what is it, Mount San Jacinto, that we see the mountain through the silhouette of the sun. Those are taken at great elevation where they say Mount Canigou is the other one, San Jacinto, is the higher we go in elevation, the less the refraction. And your greatest refraction is across the surface of the water, where you've got warm air, cold water, or warm water, cold air. You've got a pretty wiggly layer of atmosphere across through there on the surface of the water. So the higher you go, the less refraction you would have.
And is refraction always like layered in a horizontal fashion, or is there ever like vertical refractive or refraction observations where we can see the image, being distorted in a different way?
Oh, I don't know. We talk about could there be refraction on a flat Earth? And with the density layer, I think surely there would be, but I think over a curved surface, it's probably accentuated more than it would be on a flat surface.
Sorry, I don't know if I interrupted your guys' conversation.
No, we was just all talking.
So at the end of the day, Howard, do you think there's a form of refraction that lets you see further over a curved Earth than you should be able to? That's the explanation ultimately summed up.
I believe so. Yes, sir. That's my view of it. That refraction allows you to see further than you would be without it, over a curved surface.
And it just happens to happen all the time, to where
No, I wouldn't say it happens all the time. I think there are days, and they use what they call standard refraction when considering observations. But I believe that there are days that the refraction is less than standard refraction, where you're seeing actually an image that is really close to the geometry that's given, and that image would be closer to the real
I'll
geometry.
come in 5 minutes if people want to talk about refraction.
All right, Ruth.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Well, Howard,
go ahead.
Well, I was. Okay. Well, what I was gonna, if you have something on that, you can respond to it. But I guess I was gonna ask if you knew for sure that the Earth actually was not curving like this, that it is a planar surface, what would you then start to think about in terms of how these optical effects are functioning on a planar surface? Like, have you thought much about how it would be functioning if it was a planar Earth, and whether these effects would also be accounted for?
Yeah, absolutely. I've thought a lot about it. I mean, I spend a lot of time driving over a flat desert, and I'm all the time, especially when Lemonbird is talking, I'm really looking off into the distance, trying to imagine how he's describing, his perspective, and then what would this look like? Okay, I imagine it's curved. What would it look like if it were flat? And I always get the impression that I would see the land rising in the distance. If it were due to refraction, it would actually look like a concave Earth. And then how far off in the distance could I actually see, as opposed to having a distinct horizon in the distance?
Well, the thing is that there's a place at which the sky meets the ground, so it wouldn't rise up forever. Meaning there's a convergence point. You're saying that if it was a planar surface, that the ground would rise up higher than the horizon?
Yeah, if refraction is going on and it acts the way that is said to be, that the downward refraction will result in the images being elevated, I believe that it would actually cause the land in the distance to appear elevated. And you think about it being flat and then elevated, concave.
All right. Ready. Oops.
He's got his guns on his hip.
Hang on.
Well, we have been talking about refraction for a while.
Yeah.
A while, and I know it's one of Ruhif's favorite.
It is my favorite topic. Who was actually talking about? Who was the flat earther talking about it?
Dyslow and Geo were asking me questions.
Okay.
And Twit was asking what we were talking about.
Are there any questions that were not adequately addressed? Dyslow? Or Geo? Anyone?
Well, I mean, the last thing we were
Feel
talking,
what adequately addressed?
I was just trying to understand Howard's perspective on it. I was just, I mean, I think one of the last things we posted, I'll post another one, which shows the, he did the one that's kind of the time lapse that flashes between them, but I just posted another one that shows. So he was saying, yeah, we were talking about, you know, how on different days we could see a lot further and the horizon is further back, and on other days it's the point of obscuration of the physical, you know, the platforms is different. And
Like
he was
the
saying,
Californian oil platforms, like Black Swan.
yeah, well, the
Yeah,
BLS
yeah.
69 ones, yeah.
Yeah, and that happens because he's close to the surface, right? That's where you get the variation. If you get above the surface, like, you know, 100 meters or higher, then you got a very stable density gradient. And you won't get all the distortion and you won't get much variability.
Well, see, instead of the idea of that it's a globe Earth and that the horizon is warping and changing, and then the image is being bent up around a curve, what I would say is happening is that when the atmospheric conditions allow for us to see further, whether the various factors allow for that, then you're going to see the extended plane, which is the horizon, you know, far behind the platforms. You're going to see that have that planar geometry kind of revealed, sort of like looking behind the curtain or whatever. It's sort of like you're able to see more because there isn't all that in the way. Whereas like that picture on the right, on the one I posted,
I can't see it. I'm driving.
Right. Well, what I would say is that there's different atmospheric conditions for that day, and you get there's like a magnification effect because the water on the one that's where it's obscuring more of the platforms, it's like you can even see how it's like more zoomed in, like you're getting a closer layer of the water in that case. So basically where the sky meets the ground visually changes optically due to the atmospheric conditions, but the geometry of the earth underneath it appears to be of a planar geometry.
I would disagree 1,000,000% with that, obviously.
Now let me ask you this though, Ruhif. If there was physical measurements or whatever it else may be, let's just say there's enough physical measurements that everyone on Earth knows the Earth is not a globe. Let's just say it's to that point. What would you then? How would you then describe this phenomenon? Because this phenomenon we already know is the case, whatever phenomenon we're referring to. So if the Earth,
if I accept that something is wrong, how would I rationalize it? Is that the question?
If you accept that the Earth is a planar surface, or that it's not even about you accepting it. What I'm saying is that if that is absolutely the case, like the globe Earth is 1,000% debunked, how would you then try to understand what's been happening here?
Don't know, because it's not flat. Like, I mean, I think you're expecting me to say something like upward refraction, but I know that light refracts downwards. So kind of a silly question, right? You're asking how would I rationalize it, and I can't. That's why it's not flat.
No, it's not about rationalizing. I'm saying, how would you understand it? Because I understand how this is happening when I'm.
That's the point. I wouldn't understand it because it goes against, fucking measurable shit. How would I understand something that doesn't make sense? Is what you're asking. Light bends downwards. We can factor that in, and therefore we know what the shape is.
I don't think light bends anywhere. I think that the ether obscures the environment.
Okay. Why are the crane arms wobbly if light does not bend? Are they actually wobbly?
No, the ether is disturbing the space between you and that object, which will then distort. It's like looking through a lens.
It is like looking through a lens. You know what lenses do?
Looking through a lens doesn't make you see around curves.
Do you know what lenses do? Yes, they do. They actually do. Lenses bend light. That's what they do. Yes, you can see around a bend with a lens. You know how glasses work, right? And magnifying glasses, that sort of stuff. They bend the light.
I don't think they necessarily bend it. I think they create a convergence pattern.
You've seen the Pink Floyd album, right? Light comes in, it gets bent, and then gets bent again on the way out.
Yeah, that's a drawing, Ruth.
It's not a drawing. They do it in fucking primary school, elementary school.
But the album cover is a drawing.
Yes, I understand. But you know that it's a real thing, right?
Yeah, like a prism.
Yes.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really call that bending. It's just it's more like a mirror effect in a sense. Like it's just changing the direction of the light and bouncing it out into a spectrum.
Okay, so it's not bending, it's changing the direction. Okay. Does anyone else think that's pretty absurd?
Well, like a periscope allows you to see around corners, but it's because it's bouncing off of mirrors, so it's a direct bounce. It's not just curving your viewpoint.
Yeah, even a mirror. So when it comes down to the actual physics of light, it's all refraction. Even reflection is actually refraction, right? Just at what angle it comes back out at. Just on a macro level, we call it reflection.
So what would you say your best piece of definitive evidence that this form of refraction that you're claiming is actually happening?
Yeah, empirical measurements of the density gradient in the atmosphere. I should actually get around to doing this bloody video. I've been threatening it for a month.
Yeah, but just because you're measuring temperatures and then adding an assumptive model on top of it doesn't mean that verifies that effect is occurring, the one that you're originally describing.
And again, I ask you do you accept Snell's law that does light bend in a density gradient? And then number 2, does our atmosphere have a density gradient? Therefore, light bends in our atmosphere. So if you want to reject Fermat's theorem at least, if you want to. Yeah, that puppy dog. I DM'd you, by the way, Gio, about the debate. Also DM'd Jeremy. I've sent 8 DMs to Jeremy this year since January, and he hasn't responded to any.
Well,
I don't know whether he's checked or not, but he hasn't responded.
Yeah, I'm looking at your DM now.
Yeah.
Are those the 4 people you listed there as
Ideally, like the bigger the name, the better. But I mean, you know, if some fucking random jackass wants a debate, I'm not really going to waste my time on that. But someone that is known in the community, so they're the top 4 or 5 or whatever. So Bev, get Bev on. Fucking love to debate Bev. Because I know Bev will not answer the trigonometry questions. Like, none of them will. They won't do the trig. I think the most likely person to actually do a debate is probably 10th Man. Nathan won't. Mitchell will ask for $5,000. QE, I don't know. Don't know what QE will say.
Maybe just shell out the $5,000.
Yeah, should do that. Should do.
Why are you saying that? Because he's asked for that in the past?
Yeah, he asked, who was it? Could have been Where's Wally, I think, or something like that. Like, obviously people challenge him to back up the bullshit, and he, you know, has an excuse. Give me $5,000. I'm like, yeah, that's as good as a I'm scared excuse. Actually, Simon Dan on my Oakley video wrote like I pinned his comment and said, I'll happily host you two for a debate on my channel, and I'll even, you know, pay both of you to participate. And Nathan's been very silent.
Wait, you're saying Simon Dad offered to pay you and
Nathan for a debate on his channel.
And he would pay you guys.
Oh, he would, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying usually that doesn't occur. I mean, maybe somebody might share their super chats or something, but usually people
Yeah, I'll fucking donate mine if I have to. That's fine.
I have a question for Rui, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Hey, we're here.
Hey, the picture that's been posted 100 times here of the power lines that Soundly took from the interstate about 20 feet off the water.
Right.
Is that Earth curve?
I can't see it, but if it's curving, then yes.
If it's curving, then it's Earth curve.
Yeah, if like you know the typical streetlights
You
that
know,
you guys
you've
post,
seen
right?
the picture, right?
Oh, I've seen stacks of photos of Pontchartrain. You know the photo that you guys post of the streetlights that go down, right?
No, hang on 1 second. Let's not move off my question.
I'm addressing it. Do you know which photo I'm talking about?
No, but you're not addressing it with the picture that I'm talking about. Do you need me to
because
post
I'm
it?
driving. I'm driving. I can't see it.
Yeah, but you know Soundly's picture of the power line, correct?
I've seen
Before
plenty
you
of
move
Pontchartrain
on,
with curve. Yes.
the Soundly picture of the power line.
I've seen plenty of Soundly Pontchartrain. Yes.
So yes,
I don't
the
know
power
specifically
line
which one.
Is that Earth curve?
The one that I'm thinking of, where it curves at the end, yes.
There's no refraction involved there?
There's always refraction.
So could refraction make a parallel power line like that curve over a marine layer at a certain angle?
Theoretically it can, but the conditions would be pretty rare.
But it could, right?
Theoretically.
And if you changed your
the
angle,
atmosphere could be the same density.
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard
Theoretically
you
doesn't
say
mean
rare at
it's
the
likely.
end.
Yeah. That doesn't mean it's likely.
Yeah, it could curve like a bridge, like towards the viewer also, right? If the conditions were right.
Yeah, theoretically we could have the atmosphere change 50 degrees per kilometer all the way up.
Yeah, so
it doesn't happen.
Yeah, so every time I go take pictures of that bridge and of the power lines, it does some funky stuff, right? It curves towards the viewer, it curves up, it curves down. It appears to be
Get away
straight.
from the surface.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah,
So,
get away from the surface where refraction is predictable.
So why do you say Soundly's picture is Earth curve? He's low to the surface.
Yeah, but he's repeated it multiple times.
What does that matter? He's always low to the surface.
Yeah, but it's the typical conditions, right? You can get very variable conditions close to the surface.
Uh-huh.
And that's what you get with the black swan.
Why is he always at the same angle, you think?
What do you mean at the same angle?
Well, he's always, I call it the soundly angle. If you look at all his pictures of the power line and of the bridge, he's really similar in angle, wouldn't you agree?
As in taken from the same hotel, or what do you mean?
No. Same spot on the bridge. Yeah. Same angle to the bridge and the power line, right?
As
It's
in
funny
sort of
that,
almost in line with it.
yeah, almost same angle. Yeah, similar. I call it the soundly angle because he takes all his pictures from that same angle along parallel lines over a marine layer.
Why do you think you care?
Okay, we got the worst things, right? That you agree. You will tell everyone. Low observation height, long distance over the marine layer, at an acute angle to a parallel line.
This parallel line, right? You're talking him being offset to the left by 50 meters or whatever, looking down the bridge. Is that what you
Left or
mean?
right? Yeah, left or right.
Right.
Either side.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you understand when you go to play pool at a pub, right? And you got the pool cue. How do you detect whether the pool cue is straight?
Yeah,
What do
you
you
can
do?
roll it over the table. You can look down, but that's not the same
Yes,
thing,
you
right?
said
The pool
you
cue-
said it. You said
The
it. You
pool
look down
cue,
it.
yeah,
Very
you can't
good. You
roll
look
a
down it,
bridge.
Rakia.
You can't roll the bridge over the water.
Right, but you
So,
look down the
and
pool
the
cue,
pool
right?
cue is not the same as the bridge or the power line because it's
You look
fatter at
down
one
the
end
pool
and
cue.
skinnier. Yeah, and it's fatter and
Right.
skinnier, so you're going to get different optical effects there. And it's not
You've
18
already
miles
answered,
long
Rakia.
through the atmosphere, through the marine layers. So it's not the same thing, but we can go back to the bridge and the power line if you want.
No, let's answer your question.
So
Right?
you want to move on
asked
to
you.
something else?
No, I
You
asked
want to
you.
talk
How do
about
you,
pool cues?
Rakia? If
Yeah,
you're
you
not going to
do.
speak,
You look
I'm just
down
going
it.
to go. Right. Right.
Look
You
Yeah,
down
look
you
the
down
look
it.
pool
down.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
you look down
does
a
that
pool
now?
cue.
Do you now understand why he gets like, I don't know, 50 meters to the left or right rather than going
Yeah.
side on? Do you look at a pool cue side on and go, oh, it's fucking curved or
It
straight?
looks relatively straight. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why he gets 50 meters to the left or right. Do you
So
understand now?
you're saying if you take a 18-mile pool cue that's not bigger on one end and skinnier on the other, and you look at it
Oh,
at the
Jesus.
same angle as Soundly does, you don't think it's going to get a distorted, like bend one way or the other?
No, if it's
Well,
curved, it's
perception
curved.
makes
If it's
Through
straight,
the
it's straight.
atmosphere? If you
Per-
put that
I'm sorry.
18-mile pool cue over Lake Pontchartrain and get 20 feet above the water and look at it the same angle that Soundly is, the Soundly angle, you don't think that pool cue is going to be distorted?
Depends on the conditions. I don't think it
Yeah,
will be,
that's
no.
what I thought. Depends on the conditions, right?
Yeah,
So not
distortion happens close to the
curvature.
surface. Get away
So
from the
the
surface.
pool cue that you said is not curving would appear curved, right?
He's using the word
Theoretically, it's possible.
distortion in place of
Yeah,
curvature,
that's what
though,
I
in this
thought.
accent.
Yeah,
You've been
theoretically,
really,
Rakia.
really nice here.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Theoretically, it can happen. But like I said, like fucking Homer Simpson says, communism works in theory.
Yeah, you've moved it all over the place. Homer Simpson, pool cues. You
Oh,
tried to
Jesus,
even move
Rakia.
to something else. No, I'm just
Calm
proving
down,
to
man.
people. No, I'm just proving to people how dishonest y'all are. You said it's Earth curve. You didn't even know what picture I was
There's
talking
nothing
about.
dishonest about what's
You
going on
said
here,
your
dude.
first words
I mean,
were,
other than
if
you
it's
are
curving.
hyper explaining the situation.
No dishonesty.
Yeah. If it's curving, it's Earth curve is what your exact words.
Yeah.
That's the most dishonest statement I've heard out of a Glober in 4 years.
There's no
Okay,
dishonesty.
Rakia. Yeah.
If it's curving, if there's any curve in it, then it must be Earth curve. That's what you said.
Those photos are Earth
What's wrong
curve.
with
He has
that?
repeated the observation,
Awesome.
7 times?
Yeah, awesome. Same conditions now. Soundly. Now we're still on Soundly's power line, right? The one that shows Earth curve because it's curving. That
Yes.
you agree that theoretically it could curve
Oh,
under
Jesus.
certain conditions?
Yeah, like theoretically.
Change your angle. Change your angle. Increase the angle. Go further to the left or right. Would that
Yeah,
curve
and you're going to be looking side on with a much bigger field of view. You're going to be struggling to
No,
see
that's
curve
not
in that,
what
right?
Soundly says. He says he can
What?
see left or right curvature next to the power line.
Right, and how hard is that though, right? How hard
What
is
do you,
that to see left or right curvature?
well, I don't know. He says he can do it.
Oh, you can. You can take photos of the horizon with a wide angle, or the 45 to 60 degree angle. It's difficult. It's much easier, like the pool cue, Rakia, like the pool cue, much easier to see curvature when you look down it.
18-mile pool cue, straight pool cue, right?
Fine.
Or
It would
bridge.
curve in the atmosphere. Or arc bridge with higher sections, 5 or 6 of them. You get at a certain angle, that optical effect is going to be increased, right?
If you look down, it is easier to
Right?
see
It was a
curvature
simple
when you are
question.
looking down it than looking
It was
from
a
the
simple
side.
question, right?
What's your question?
Looking down that bridge that is lower on both ends, higher in the middle, and has different humps that are higher. When you look down that parallel bridge that has those conditions, like an arc.
I'm not sure that
Hang
they
on, I'm
are.
almost done.
Okay, then I'll
You
have
asked
my
me to
objection when you're
repeat the
finished.
question that you didn't listen to the first time, and then you interrupted the second time. If you look at that bridge, that particular bridge, over those conditions that are usually at the Lake Pontchartrain, which is hot and cold water mixing, fresh and salt water mixing, an airport nearby, over an interstate with a lot of pollution, a lot of
When you're ready,
refineries
Rakia.
in the area.
Yeah,
I'm
whenever
almost
you're
done.
ready, dude.
Yeah, be patient, dude. If you look
I'm
through
just going to
those
say my
conditions,
objection. So when you're ready.
if you look, it's all right. You can interrupt some more. If you look through those conditions down that parallel bridge with those with that arc at a certain angle, you think you're going to increase your optical effect?
All right. So at the start, 5 minutes ago, you said that the each end of the bridge is at different heights and it gets different elevations in there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
Sure
I
it
know
is.
there
It
are
meets
humps
the
in it.
land. It's high.
What
It
about
goes
the water
above
line
the
on the
water.
pylons?
Yeah,
What are
I
you
think
talking
there are
about?
humps in it, but there's no like gentle slope of the bridge.
I
There are
didn't
just
say there
little
was a
bits.
gentle
Isn't
slope. I
isn't
said it
there
was
like a
lower on
white
both ends.
marker? It's like a 12-foot marker or something. It's white and it's marked on
What
all of
is
the
this?
pylons in the same place, and you can see that they bend all together.
There's
Yeah,
watermarks.
that curves, right?
Yeah. Different
Yeah.
watermarks. Y'all are making a
Yeah, but
joke of it now?
they're all they're all measured from the water to the area, right? Those that line.
Oh well, please tell us. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How high?
Yeah, so your question implied that the bridge itself is curved relative to the surface, and I don't think that is.
I
There
said
are 4 or
arc.
5
I said it's
humps.
lower at different ends, and there's
Right.
humps in
I
the
don't think
middle.
that's
5
true.
of them.
Yeah,
Well,
I know
sure
the
it
humps
is.
are there, but I don't think that first part was true. That it's
It
lower at each
goes
end.
down to the land level, which is below sea level, which is below the water level, and rises above the water in the middle, like
Yeah,
when you
in the
go onto
last
the bridge.
freaking couple of 100 meters, right?
Yeah, but it still
Right.
creates an optical effect, right? You don't
No,
have a straight
we're
line.
we're
You
not
have an
seeing
arc.
the end of the bridge. We're not
Do you
seeing the
have
end of
an
the bridge
arc
in these
or a straight
photos.
line? Sure you are. He's in the Marriott.
No, we're
It's
not.
beyond the end of the bridge. He's
We're
seeing
not
the
seeing
opposite
the
end
end of the
also.
bridge.
Sure he is. He's looking
No, he's
down
not.
the bridge. He's seeing the end of the bridge,
No,
Ruiz.
he's not.
Oh my goodness. So is he seeing the humps in the middle?
He can see the humps, yeah, but he's not seeing
And
the
are
end
they
of the bridge on the other
distorted?
side.
And are they distorted also?
What do you mean distorted?
You name it. Are they distorted?
I don't know, are they?
Can you be honest? You know they're
I'm
distorted.
trying to answer your
The
question
fuck?
here. I don't know they're distorted.
Yes, you do. You've never seen the picture?
Oh, stop
So
telling me what I do and don't know, Ricky. I've
I'm
told you I
asking you
don't
if
know.
you've seen the picture, Ruhef.
Yeah, and I
You're
can't
telling
bring
me
it
what
to
you know
mind
about
perfectly.
the picture, and you're telling me you don't know if those humps are distorted or not.
I don't know if the humps are distorted or not.
Is compressed perspective a thing? Or did Soundly make it up?
Compressed perspective.
Yep.
I don't even know what that means either. Compressed perspective.
Soundly told me what it was.
Okay.
And
I haven't spoken to Soundly.
not Walter Bislam. Who's the other guy that helped him?
Who is that?
I don't know, the other guy that did the measurement with the GPS. And then Walter
dunno.
Bislam made the app to model it. Anyway, he's supposed to be some expert. You should debate him. He said it was compressed perspective too.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, Rikia.
Yeah, maybe it's nothing. Maybe they made it up.
Maybe it's just actual perspective and it's some, I don't know, something
Yeah,
else.
so let me get back to my question that you never answered. So Ruhif's at a certain angle. If you change that angle, would the optical illusion, would that effect differ?
What illusion? You said it's an illusion.
I say it's an optical effect, yeah, caused by the atmosphere. So do you.
Would there
You
still be
just say it
curvature if you go
rarely
side on?
Would the refraction change?
Of course,
Is that
refraction
a better
changes
way?
with conditions.
So would the angle change it?
Change refraction? No.
Okay, so refraction doesn't change with angle. What
No.
does refraction change with? Just conditions?
Conditions, yep.
Okay,
Usually with
what?
elevation, yeah.
So that would change the angle, right? I mean, you have
You're
angle
talking
left
about
or right,
going
and
left or right of the bridge,
yeah, but
right?
gaining elevation changes the angle also, right?
Yeah, and that will change refraction.
Oh, okay. So angle does change refraction.
Yeah, but not left to right though.
It doesn't?
No.
So when if he's at 10 degrees and I move to 20 degrees, my view of that bridge, my perception of that bridge wouldn't change?
It
Are
won't
you
change
sure
the
about that?
refraction. It won't change the refraction.
Okay, what does it change?
What does it change?
Yeah, would it change the amount of curvature that is appearing?
It will look different,
Would
just
it
like the pool
increase
cue.
the amount of curvature or decrease the amount
It
of
will
curvature?
look different. It curves the amount it curves, right? This is the same
Okay,
pool
but
cue argument.
we at the 10 degree that Soundly is doing, let's say it's 10 degree, right?
Right.
You see this certain amount of curvature. It's really curving. It
Yeah.
looks like a basketball almost. If
Yep.
you move 10 more degrees out away from the bridge, would it curve more or less?
It will be less apparent. It will curve the same amount. Right? The curvature doesn't change. Like it's the same, like I just said a minute ago, it's the pool cue. If you're looking side on at a pool cue,
Now let's stick to
very
the
difficult to
bridge.
see the curvature.
10 degrees. You move just
Yeah,
10
I've
degrees.
answered you, Rakia.
Barely off.
Yeah, I
It's the
don't
So
think
it
he
would
realizes it.
change. You wouldn't be able to see the curve as much. It would still be curving the same, but
Yeah.
because you move 10 degrees, you wouldn't see it as much.
Yeah, the
Is it
pool cue.
linear? No,
Is it
the
linear?
bridge.
Yeah, but this is the pool cue analogy. If you look side on at a pool cue, it's very
The pool
difficult
cue
to
is
see
not
the curvature.
analogous to any bridge that I
It
know of.
is.
No, the pool cue is fat at one end and skinny at the other.
Oh, fuck. Okay, then. A fucking straight, thin stick with the same fucking thickness, Rakia. Jesus fucking Christ.
Calm down. It's all right. No need to get ugly.
It's about checking to see if it's fucking misshapen or curved at all. It's not about looking at, because honestly, if you're just flip the pool stick around, it would be the damn same thing, because you're basically looking from perspective.
Yeah,
You're seeing a fatter end of the bridge and then a skinnier end of the bridge further
You're
away.
talking about a 10-foot board. I'm talking about a 24-mile long board.
And the
You think
concept
10
and we're
still
talking
degrees
about the
applies.
concept of
change the
being
amount
at the
that you
right
see in
angle
the
to see
curve?
the curvature. That's right.
This
Yeah,
is not
so you
difficult,
think
Rakia.
a 24-mile long straight board or curving
Right.
board,
You want us to
when
look
it has an
straight
arc
down on
in
the
it,
pool cue to see if it's fucking bent or not from above it.
Yeah,
And I'm saying
it's
look
the same
along
concept,
it.
Rakia.
so if I'm at 10 degrees to that 24-mile board that's curving, I see a hell of a lot of curvature in it. I move 10 more degrees, I'm not going to see the curve?
You will see less. Like I said, if you want to see
Is
curvature
it
in a pool
linear?
cue from,
Yeah, I'm glad you
I
did
don't
less.
think
That's
so.
fine.
Yeah.
It's not
If you
linear?
look side on, if
Is
you
this
look
blowing your
side on
mind,
at a
Rakia?
long, thin pool cue,
No, I'm not
it's
blowing my mind.
difficult. It's difficult to see the curvature, right? If you look down the pool cue, which you agreed with, it's easier to see the curvature.
No, I didn't agree anything with your pool cue crap.
Oh,
Now, if you want to
Jesus
say a
fucking
straight
Christ.
board, that's fine with me.
You did actually
Why?
agree, actually.
No, I
Yeah.
did not agree with you.
So what's wrong with that analogy, Rakia? What's the matter with
It's
it?
not 24 miles long in the atmosphere over a marine layer, left lane.
So
Who
that
thinks there is
disqualifies
no? Who thinks it's Earth curve only in Soundly's power line pictures and no refraction?
I did not say
Okay,
no refraction. I've
No,
never said
not
no
you. I
refraction,
said
Rakia.
left lane, Ruhif.
I don't think he said no refraction either.
Yeah, a left lane. Is there refraction in is that refraction or Earth curve in Soundly's power line picture?
I would say there's some refraction, as there always is, but it appears to me to be Earth curve.
Is there a mirage?
I don't know. I'd have to look closely at it, but I would expect
You
if
haven't
there
looked
wasn't
closely. You've
near
been
about
talking about it for hours. You haven't
I
looked
don't
at the
have to
picture.
look at it.
What is with
I,
all these
I
gotcha
just
moments, dude? Why do
yeah,
you
man.
live
It's
off
not a
this
gotcha.
shit?
It's
So
pointing
weird.
out
Yes, it
how
is.
y'all just
You
said.
haven't even looked at it for hours.
Oh my goodness.
Just calm
Get it
down,
out,
man.
brother. Hey,
Have a
get it out, brother.
conversation.
Yeah,
Just
get it
calm
out.
down, dude.
You
Yeah,
calm
calm
down.
down. You're being antagonistic
Hey,
and
you're
weird.
making this weird, man.
You're a
You're making
grown
this
man.
about me.
Just come on, dude.
Yeah, I know what a man is. I know what I am. Thank you for telling me. Now, left lane.
Well, behave like one.
rudely interrupted us. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen the mirage where the shiny water meets the other part of the water
Yeah.
in sound picture? So you do
Well,
know the mirage is there.
no, you tagged on at the end in Soundly's picture.
So you've seen it.
I've seen you circle something like
I've
at the
never
very
circled
tip of the
anything.
power
You've
line.
never seen me circle anything.
Okay, there was
Oh,
an image
Jesus.
in chat that you posted that had a red circle around the end of the power line. I don't know.
No, that wasn't me. That might have been someone else, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
all right.
I
So
understand.
you've seen the shiny water, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that's where the mirage starts?
I would just agree that that is a mirage. I wouldn't know about it where it starts and ends and all that. But
Well,
that's not the
typically,
contention.
oh
That's
yes,
not
it
what
is. That's
the
exactly my point.
the curvature appearance is what's in contention.
Yeah. The appearance of a curve, right? I agree that that power line appears to curve. It's just a coincidence that right at the shiny watermark, which we seem to be both agreeing that's where the mirage starts. Now, I agree with that because I know I've seen it, studied it, right? That's where the mirage starts. Can you notice where the bridge, the power line starts to curve also at that shiny mark? Isn't that,
No,
you think
not,
that's just a coincidence? You
It
don't?
continues to curve throughout the entire thing, though. You can
Of course
clearly
it
see
does.
it.
Yeah.
Right,
That's the
because it's
effect, right?
exaggerating what's already there.
Is it now?
When you're zooming
For
in,
the
yeah, you
mirage.
are.
You're
You're
saying it's
exaggerating what's
exaggerating the
already
mirage.
there.
The mirage.
Are you saying the whole entire bridge is a fucking mirage?
No, I'm saying the mirage starts right where the curve does, and then it gets exaggerated as it goes further into the mirage. Gets more distorted, more gets obstructed at the bottom, right? Yeah, I mean, you can't deny this. I don't know why you do. It doesn't take away your ball.
No, it proves it.
Prove what? I'm telling you,
That's
it could
Earth
still
curvature you're
be a
looking at.
ball, but there is no doubt that that's a mirage in that picture. There's a refraction going on, which we all agree on, and there's
I
a
don't care about
clear
that picture.
mirage. Say it again.
I said I don't care about that particular picture. I'm not even looking at that particular picture.
You mean the picture that I'm talking about right now?
No, I'm talking about Lake Pontchartrain. I got videos
Yeah,
and videos and videos of that shit. Not a single picture. I'm not trying to isolate some single image to, we've got videos of it and you can see throughout the
Wait a
entire
minute.
thing, the curvature continues along the whole bridge.
You have a video of the curvature?
Of course, Lake Pontchartrain, Causeway time lapse.
What time lapse? Oh, you mean like the time lapse that was taken over the bay where the land moves up and down, like Soundly's time lapse, where the water tower moves up and down, where everything's distorted. I mean, we can go on and on. What are you talking
That's
about?
way off in the. You can go on and on if you want to, but I mean that's way off in the horizon where we would expect there to be distortion.
So there is distortion.
Yeah, we expect there to be. It's called refraction. We expect that it exists. It's a thing. What's wrong with you?
You agree? There's refraction, of course. So we're all in
So
agreement
there's,
with that.
of course, there is refraction, but that doesn't mean that the entire bridge is under this, miraging effect or some sort of
What do
thing.
you mean? We clearly see the mirage too. You don't see the
Because you can
mirage?
clearly see that the rest of the building, the rest of the bridge isn't just changing shape and doing all kinds of things constantly, like the very far away object that you're pointing at in the water
What do you
tower.
mean very far away? This thing is right there. It's about halfway
You're still
down the
not looking
bridge.
at the same thing I'm looking at then. Yeah.
Well, post yours, the one you took. Go ahead. I'll go over it with you.
You'll deny it. It's funny.
Oh, there you
I
go.
want you to.
I gotta post it. I got you.
Oh no, I'm definitely gonna post it. I'm gonna post it right in your nose. Yeah, I'm gonna post it right up there like a big
Sure
fat
you
booger
are.
that'll get stuck for a week.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't even know what are you posting there? You know that's a stacked image, right? That's not one photo. Definitely not a video.
It's definitely, it is a video, time lapse.
The time lapse video? Yeah.
Like I said,
Post-production.
clearly.
You know it's post-production, right? Don't you know that, right? I think you
No,
should know that.
everything's post-production. What the fuck? Yeah, post-production. Big deal. It's
No,
still
not
the image that
everything's
was
not
taken.
post-production. No,
It's
not
still the
everything is.
images that were taken.
That's a post-production video, time lapse. You know those humps are distorted, right?
Distorted in which way? Exaggerated,
Distorted,
yeah.
compressed,
Clearly
exaggerated.
exaggerated, right?
Yeah.
They're exaggerated, but if they were flat, they would be exaggerated flat.
Yeah.
If
See
they
how
were
the end
curved
of
the
the
other way, they'd
bridge?
be exaggerated the other way.
See how
But
the
they're
end of
not.
the
They're
bridge
curved,
goes
so they're
down?
exaggerated curved.
Yeah, it's an optical effect. The optical effect is exaggerated. I agree with you.
Dude, yeah, but draw a line across the entire bridge and
Now
you
you're
can see the
drawing lines.
curvature.
You
Yeah,
draw a
draw a
line.
line across the entire bridge right there. You can see
If
it's
I
curved.
draw a line, I can see the curvature.
Yeah, you can, clearly.
I'm not denying that this is definitely a curving. I don't deny that. I mean, I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, it definitely appears to be curving, right? It's an optical effect. It's compressed. It's a post-production time lapse.
What to you does post-production mean? What is that? What is it about post-production
He
that
put it
somehow
into
justifies you canceling it?
He put it, first of all, this is a telescope with a camera attached, taken through 2 panes of glass at dusk. Some of the worst things you can do. On top of that, it's in the worst place ever for taking long distance photography, over water long distance. So let's group all that together, and you got probably the worst
You don't
proof
have
you could
none of
ever
that is
have.
an argument. None of that is
What do you mean?
is an argument.
Y'all say
Explain
it
why.
shouldn't be done.
Explain why any of those things is somehow a valid argument.
Because if you gain elevation, you don't see the curve. If
Yeah,
you
well,
don't
that
post,
same thing. If the pull stick is bent and you gain elevation over it, you don't see that it's bent.
why are you talking in that voice? Because Ruhif just told you need to gain elevation to get away from all the refractive effects that would curve something.
Oh my god, man!
Yeah. Oh my God, you need to go take a good look
the other way.
That is not what I said,
Other
Rakia.
way.
Absolutely
You're
not what I
lying.
said.
What'd you say? What would?
I'm gonna sit here and just watch you get caught up in your
Thank
own
you.
lies.
Good. Yeah. See you later. In my own lies. What am I
Oh, I
lying
ain't
about?
going nowhere. Let Ruhu just take you right now because you just
Yeah,
clearly just
Ruhif's gonna take me where?
Gonna take you to school.
Right.
Get your lunchbox.
Right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ruhif. You got a lot of pressure on you, buddy.
Yeah, you think I claimed that you said, that I said refraction getting away from the surface takes away the curve. No, it doesn't.
Okay, well, go up 1,000 feet and show me the curve of Lake Pontchartrain. Good luck.
Yeah, it makes it harder to see. It doesn't remove the curve.
Impossible, right?
What?
Wow, you just talk right over everything somebody says, dude.
Well, he said
Curvature is
harder.
still
I said
there.
impossible.
Same with the fucking pull stick. Yeah, you can make somebody think the pull stick isn't.
I thought you were just gonna sit here.
Oh, you're gonna interrupt me? I know. I said I'm gonna sit here and let him take you to school, which you
Right,
just did.
and he said one thing, and then you jump back in.
That's fine.
I'd rather talk to someone who knows what they're talking about. Ruhif at least knows the argument. You posted something from Soundlink.
All right, I would like to ask a question, actually, Dave.
Go ahead.
Oh fuck! 1 sec. Just talking.
Well, when you remember, you can have all the questions you want. You see the picture I just posted at 10 p.m.?
Give me a sec.
Oh, you're still driving? I'm sorry. This is the
No.
bridge.
Okay.
It's a picture of reflection.
Yeah, well done. Infrared mirage. Next.
Yeah, the Mirage. See how the water gets shiny there?
Cool.
See how the water appears to be above the bridge?
What do you mean above the bridge?
The water appears to be above the bridge.
Repeating it doesn't make me understand it.
Okay,
How is there water appearing above the bridge?
Well, you see the bridge, right? And you see the water.
Right. The water appears to be below the bridge. What do you mean when you say it's above?
Well, that bridge keeps going straight. You know that, right? It don't curve there. And the bridge is above the water, right?
The flat part of the bridge.
Here, let me help you out. I'll post the image I took 6 days later from a real similar elevation, just had a different angle. This one will do. Well, that's a video.
What? I don't understand what you mean by the water above the bridge.
The water, the
What
bridge
he's
looks like
saying
it's
is
going into the water, like it's
there's a
below
hu-
the water. It's not.
there's a bridge that's much lower. Those are some humps on it, so the bridge that you can't see is hidden because the water's above it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
by
there's
the
an
mirage, right? Yeah, the
there's an
mirage
inferior
is
mirage.
creating it.
Well, you don't know. We don't know whether that's curvature or an inferior mirage hiding the straight flat part of the bridge.
So you think that's Earth curve from 6 miles away?
Yeah, what
No, I
makes that
literally
light
just
bend in
said we
that
can't
direction
tell.
in the first place?
No, I can
Literally
tell
just
because
said we can't
I know.
tell.
I know my viewer height and I know the distance to that hump. So I
Well,
know
it's
not Earth curve.
It's
Yeah,
taken
how
from a
about show us
different
one without an
angle.
inferior mirage?
It's taken from a different place too, Rucky. All right.
Is it now? Really? You think so?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
how
look
much
at
difference in angle? You think that makes a difference in the bridge curving to you, or you think it's the mirage effect that's doing it?
Well,
Yeah,
well, to
show
me,
us
it
something
appears
without a
that
mirage.
yeah, it's like you see the
I
tower. The
posted
tower.
without the mirage at 10:02.
Yeah, the tower is in a
biggest
different
mirage
place.
you can find.
Yeah, the tower's in a different place in relation to the hump, and the second
and
image is taken from a higher elevation.
And you're not
No,
looking
you're
down
wrong
the
about
bridge.
elevation. You're wrong about the elevation.
You're
It's
not
just a
looking down
different
the
focal
bridge,
length.
and you've got a very small field of view.
Right. The focal length is different, but the elevation is the same. I'm on a cart path. Now the angle is a little different,
Yeah.
but the focal
And what
length
did we say
changes
5
that
minutes
too.
ago? Look down a pool cue. It makes it much easier to see
This
curvature.
has nothing to do with Earth curve. Do you see the bridge curving towards the viewer?
In
This
that
is a
image,
mirage. Yeah, it's a mirage,
I
right?
see the mirage. Yes, I see the mirage.
Thank
Mirages can
you.
hide things. Yes.
And then, so the atmospheric conditions causing mirages can obstruct things bottom up.
Yeah, that's why I tell everyone to get above
Wait,
the
yes.
fucking surface.
Did you say yes?
Yeah. Why do you think I've been saying for years, Rakia, get above the surface? We don't get that shit.
Did everybody hear that? Because I know you've been saying it for years, but people disagree with this all the time. Let me just repeat the question, right? Just
Who
to be fair to the
disagrees with
audience.
that? Rakia.
Can atmospheric conditions
I think your
obstruct
entire
things
audience
bottom
knows
up?
no one's disagreeing
Yes,
with
they
that.
can. Inferior mirages can
you.
hide things from the bottom up.
Left lane, do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I'm occupied.
Can the atmospheric conditions obstruct things bottom up, left lane?
Inferior mirages, not just atmospheric conditions, inferior mirages can hide things from the bottom.
Do
Yeah.
atmospheric
Don't
conditions
fucking widen the
cause
scope, Rakia.
mirages?
That's fucking
Right.
dishonest.
Cast
Do
a
the
giant
conditions of the
absolutely
atmosphere
dishonest.
cause the mirages?
Can an inferior mirage
I
cause
didn't ask
obstruction?
that.
Yes.
I didn't ask that. You rephrased it.
Yeah,
Can.
because you're being intentionally broad.
No, I'm not.
You are. Then why won't you say
No, I'm
inferior
not.
mirage?
I'm asking you a very
Why
simple
won't you
why
let him
won't
finish his
What
sentence?
causes mirages? What causes mirages? The atmospheric conditions?
Right.
Well, atmospheric conditions can cause things that are obstructed to be visible too.
Correct.
Can they now? By
Yes.
what? Magnification?
Black motherfucking
No, I wouldn't call it
swan.
magnification.
So magnification, left lane?
No, silly.
Left lane, how does that work? What is that
Looming.
called?
Looming. Right
Looming
there.
is the lifting up of a distant object.
Allowing you to see
Exactly
what's
how you would
otherwise
see
obstructed.
something over a curve. Yeah.
What's the opposite of looming?
Genius.
Sinking.
Yeah, there you go. They both occur, right? Just the conditions would be opposite. Very
So,
good.
to be
And
specific.
sinking doesn't occur when you get above the surface.
But looming does?
Yes, looming does.
When you get above the surface. The one refractive effect happens, but the other one doesn't because of elevation change?
Correct. 100% correct, Rakia.
Right.
Wow. All right, I'll have to write that one down and research that one. That doesn't sound
Yes.
right.
You haven't written that down
All
yet?
right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Is this the expert's leaving.
Okay. Quick.
One last thing before you go, because I'm fixing to go
I'll
to
be
bed.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, 10:06. Is that sinking, looming, or a mirage or earth curve?
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
You're looking at
Anyway.
a shrimp boat about 4 miles away from a viewer, which was me.
Right.
Is that a mirage, sinking, looming,
I don't
or
see a
earth
mirage.
curve?
I don't see a mirage.
So it must be earth curve then, right?
Probably.
Damn.
I need more details.
You live on. It's the boat is about 4 miles away. The viewer height's about 12 feet.
Can I ask how you
believe you're
established
12
the
feet.
distance to the boat?
Yeah.
Because
That
I'm
and
talking
your
to the
boat height.
captain on a cell phone, and he's
Anyway,
giving
I'll be
me
back.
his radar range from the beach.
All right, back in a few minutes.
Cool.
And there's an oil rig about 4 miles out to his left, to the east of him, right there. Anything else you need to know? Plus, you can tell it's only about 4 miles away by the angler size, but we won't get into that. Anything else? So is that Earth curve? Can't be, right? Unless you live on a grapefruit. The expert said it
I don't
wasn't a
know.
mirage.
I just say that looking at things over distance over water is an unreliable method. So
Oh,
not
don't
using
I
it.
agree with you fully on that? Couldn't you tell soundly that?
I mean, I'm not in charge of the Globers. Some people think it is.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I don't know how many people want to come in here and tell me that Soundly's pictures are Earth curve, right? Without even seeing them. If they're curving, they're Earth curve. And then tell me you can't take pictures over the marine layer when Soundly is taking pictures not only over a marine layer, but one of the worst marine layers you can take pictures of at a certain angle down a parallel line.
I believe you on that. I don't think that would be surprising at all. I mean, I think both sides use the same tactics: count the hits and ignore the
No,
misses.
not really. I don't. I just
That's
point out
that's also what both sides think about themselves. I don't do this; the other side does.
not really. Really, I'm
It isn't
posting my
what
own.
both sides.
No, really, I'm posting two different views of the same bridge, right? I'm showing how 6 days later that bridge can look totally different only because of the atmospheric conditions. You think in 6 days the Earth changed or the
That's
atmosphere?
another lie, bro. That's another lie. It's not even the same angle. It's not the same elevation.
It is the same elevation. It's just the same.
No, it's none of that. Or the
focal
same
length.
fucking, the
Bet
same
me.
fucking,
I think what I said
field of
before.
view. You've got a different field of view. You're completely a liar,
different
dude.
focal
Weird.
length. Different
Why do
focal
you
length.
lie, though? Like, are you
Focal
like...
length. You know what focal length does?
There's no reason to lie, though, dude.
I'm not lying. It's at the same elevation. I'm on
yeah,
the
there
cart
is.
path.
I don't think it's a lie, Grim.
It's not a lie.
I think what he's saying is that it's the same elevation, slightly different.
Point out to the audience that he thinks I'm lying to discredit me.
That was the
When
only
it's
thing different.
obviously,
That's what he said.
obviously a mirage.
And he was just corrected about that. He was just corrected about that a second ago, and then he repeats it.
Get it out, brother.
He wasn't
Maybe
saying
call me a
that.
liar two or three more times. Might help you sleep tonight. Come on, get it out.
Quit crying, dude. Quit crying.
I ain't crying. You're the one calling people liars. When you know nothing.
No,
about
I'm asking you why you're lying. Because
I'm not lying. I told you it was focal length different.
He just told you.
I already admitted. I admitted that it was an angle difference.
No, later. After I said, why are you lying? Did you go, oh, was it a focal length?
Say it again, buddy.
That's
Let it out.
after the fact. That's after
Let
the
it
fact.
out. No, it's not.
Bullshit. When you say it,
It's
exactly
bullshit. And I have plenty of videos that I take from a park bench.
You just asked me to get it out.
Green.
Now you're gonna talk right through me. Get it out, baby.
Yeah,
girl.
yeah.
Get
It's
it out.
green. I sit there all the time and take the same pictures over and over again. You want me to show it to you?
No, I don't. You got it
Yeah,
out
I know,
now?
because you don't know. You don't want to. You want to see that same bridge?
You know the reason why I said you're lying?
I
is
don't
because
care
he
why
just
you said
told
that.
you that it's a different angle, and that the reason why it's back to
I
the
already
field
agreed
view
it was a different
analogy.
angle. Yeah, can we
Right,
move
right.
on from you
Right.
accusing
Then
people?
you go, the only thing
Look at
different is the atmosphere. And then you try to move on from that as if there's your standing point still. You're hypnotizing yourself. You're
Yeah,
lying to yourself.
the reason that
is that a
bridge looks
different?
like that is
It's like
because.
repeating something over and over again until
Would you
he
be
actually
quiet for a
believes it.
second? The reason I said that is because the mirage and the bridge that's not miraging, the only difference in that is the atmospheric conditions.
Well done.
You jackass. I'm not lying. Now look at that, Ruhif. Isn't
No,
that
the
interesting?
lie, Rakia, is
No,
when I
there
said
is no
interior
lie. You gotta
mirages,
get off of that, buddy.
literally
No, I wanna
halfway
talk.
through a
You
sentence.
want to tell me
Literally
I'm lying? I'm
halfway
gonna
through a
talk over you every
sentence.
time.
Literally
I know you're
halfway
trying
through
to
a
trigger
sentence.
me by calling me a liar,
Yeah,
but it's not
Literally
gonna work.
halfway through a sentence,
Rakia,
okay?
why don't you let them say
Because he's
what
calling me
they're
a
lying?
liar, sir.
Yeah, well, let them. Let's.
You
I
called
want
me
to
a
hear.
liar
I
half
want
an
to
hour
hear
No,
what
ago.
I'm
they
not
think
gonna
you're
stand
lying
here
about.
for someone to accuse me of lying when I'm
You
not. So if
called
you
me a
wanna
Yeah, but
liar
if you
half
wanna
an hour
talk,
ago.
If you want to talk about the bridge, I will. If you want to post
Children.
it,
You called me a liar half an
Children.
hour ago.
lying
Yeah?
about. I want to hear
Children.
You
what
called me a
you
liar
think
half
you're
an hour
lying
ago.
about.
Now,
being
the way Rakia is lying, right, is when I
I'm
said
not lying.
inferior
No, I'm
mirages.
not letting that go out. No, sir.
Why are you
Okay,
trying? Why are you
listen,
trying to
Rakia.
stop me from
Ruth,
speaking,
Ruth,
Rakia?
if you're innocent,
Nothing I'm doing
if
here
you're
is
innocent,
lying.
if you're innocent,
You
all you have to
called
do
me a
is
liar
lie.
half an
If
hour
I'm
ago.
innocent, I'm going to let someone just blindly accuse me of something? No, sir. That's
Yes,
not how it
You
works
called
here.
me a liar
because the
half an hour
inaccuracy
ago.
will speak for
All
itself.
right, you guys, why don't we just reset and stop all the
Yeah.
liar talk and talk about the actual information? So,
Thank you.
what's the actual thing you were going to say?
The actual thing is
Okay,
I
the
posted
reason,
a picture at
Oh, shut the
10:11.
fuck up, Rakia, please.
At
yeah,
10:11,
the
I
reason
posted
why
another
Rakia is lying. All right,
Yeah,
the
there
way
you go.
Rakia
Get it
will
out,
lie.
Ruhif. Say it again when he just told you not to say that.
Ruhif,
Okay,
stop using the word liar, and maybe Rakia
okay,
will be able to
okay.
control himself.
What will happen?
Y'all want
What
to talk
will
about this
happen is that
side of the bridge?
I said that inferior mirages can cause things to be hidden from the bottom. All right.
Yep.
What Rakia then said was atmospheric conditions can cause the thing to be hidden from the bottom up. Right.
Which
then,
is true.
When I say, when we show you something with no inferior mirages, then you will say atmospheric conditions have hidden the bottom of it.
Yeah,
That's what you'll say. Right, and that's lying. That's fucking lying, Rakia.
I don't think
Yes,
it's
it
lying,
is.
but I think it.
It's
I don't think
It's
it's lying
dishonest.
because lying is it's deceptive. Like it's
Yeah,
trying to
yes.
feather in two things
Don't
together.
say
But
it's
like,
deceptive
it's
Wait, no,
not
hold
saying
on, hold on. No,
it's
no,
not
no,
saying
hold on.
something that is.
What Ruhif is basically saying is that only miraging is atmospheric.
That's not true.
Different, exactly. So
Yeah.
you're lying, aren't you?
Yeah, Ruhif is being deceptive. Right, exactly.
Well, but
Only
Jinjan,
inferior
I think
mirages
this. I
Other
think the
cause
difference
things to be
is.
hidden from the bottom up.
which aren't causing mirages can also obstruct.
No, they
yes,
cannot.
they can. Not
No,
only
they
is the
cannot.
mirages. Yes, they can. You're wrong.
So
No,
where's
they
the middle
can't.
ground?
That's where you're being distant.
Yeah, the
disingenuous
gases,
with that.
the heat, haze, everything can obstruct bottom up.
Rakia,
No.
you really don't let other people
Yes.
speak much.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway,
I
I'll be back in
don't like
another.
people saying they're deceptive. See you, Ruhif.
Yeah, back in about 15 or so.
Now,
Cheers,
see
man.
that picture I posted at 10:11. If anybody's interested, the other picture was from the east side of the bridge. I just moved over about 20 minutes later to the west side of the bridge. Isn't it interesting how the bridge appeared to curve towards the viewer, which was me, again, right? So 20 minutes earlier, it was curving the other way. Now it's curving towards me.
I don't know what that means.
Left to right curvature.
Post the pic again.
It's at 10:11, but I'll post it again.
I see it.
Yeah. So let me post the picture from the west side that is not refracted or miraging as much. And just bear with me because I'm on my phone. I have millions of these pictures taken from the same park bench. So people can't call me liar and say I'm from a different elevation and all that. That's not true.
Well, we need to. I want to point something out to you, Rakia.
Go ahead.
Not 15 minutes ago, you were accusing people of lying.
Yeah,
Now,
because they were.
if you're going to dish that tactic out, you need to be able to take it.
Yeah, when I'm lying, you can tell me I'm lying. But when I'm not, you're not going to be able to tell me I'm lying. Ruhif is being deceptive.
Does that make any sense? Like, does
I
anybody?
get what
Did
you're
the
saying.
people?
No,
Did the people
I do
admit
get what
that they
you're
were
saying.
lying?
Sorry,
People are
Ryden.
agreeing with me, sir.
Did the people?
The thing is,
It's just
go on. Sorry, Ryden.
If the people admit they were lying and they went, yeah, you caught me in a lie, then that's fair enough. But otherwise, we've got a situation where somebody calls somebody else a liar, they disagree, but that's okay. Then somebody calls somebody else a liar, they disagree, but that's not okay. Either it's always okay or it's never okay.
Well, the thing is, if you're not lying, then what would you fear for someone trying to lie about you lying? You know,
Well, can we move on from the lying, really? Because
let them
whether
get the
I call
information
him a
out.
liar or not, like I'm the one bringing the argument. Y'all are the one wanting to talk about lying and all that. I don't. See
Well,
this?
I don't know. I don't really. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the calling people liars from either side, but it just becomes nigh on impossible when you kind of filibuster over people speaking, and the VC becomes chaotic when you speak over people. So
yeah, when someone's blatantly calling me a liar when I'm not, I'm going to speak over them. So
if you're going to call people a liar, you can't be surprised if they're going to call it back. If you'd like to be not called a liar, I suggest you don't call other people liars.
So we're still talking about lying, right? Y'all don't want to talk about.
Does that sound reasonable to other people here?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not asking you, Rakia. I said other people. Does it
No,
sound reasonable?
I wish we would.
I'm asking to move on.
Well, I mean, no, it's a matter of pointing out. The point, in fact, is
We're gonna
yes,
talk about
we
lying
all
more.
need to refrain from calling each other liars.
Awesome. Can we move on now?
Child.
Oh, I'm glad we agree. So 10:15, another picture of the bridge, not curving towards the viewer.
Jesus, you're impossible, mate. You just like filibuster over other people speaking, and you're like, now back to
Oh
my
my God.
presentation. See?
Yeah, because he was talking about lying again.
I know I
When we've
wasn't.
been asked by
I
Geo,
was talking about you over talking people. It just
Jesus.
becomes impossible, man. Try.
Do you want to
Put some
talk
effort
about the
into it.
topic, or do you want to talk about people talking over and lying?
I think most of us agree here. I don't know about the other Globers. I think Left Lane would agree. Ruhiv certainly agreed before he left that inferior mirages and things like that can happen. So views over water, particularly on warm days, are an unreliable thing and not really that great a discussion to have.
So
Both sides saying
basically,
exactly the
soundly,
same effect does what they need it to do to produce the results they expect to see. So it's a kind of non-conversation.
Yeah, but with his statement, it sounded like Ruhif was implying that only miraging is an atmospheric condition. Everything else is.
So I don't want to speak too much for Ruhif until he gets back, but it sounded to me like what Ruhif was saying is, of the available types of atmospheric condition, inferior mirage is the only one that can obscure for people from the bottom up, and he
that's not
felt that
true.
it wasn't. Jesus, man. He felt that it wasn't accurate when Rakir then broadened that out to atmospheric conditions because it would create a bigger bucket to which he doesn't feel that image of a boat fits into.
Well, who cares about Ruhiv now? He's gone. What about you, sir? Do you
Well,
think the
so here's what
You
I
don't
think,
mind, huh?
since you've asked me, is
Well, let me ask
on
the
the
question first.
okay.
Do you think, personally, from what you've observed in your lifetime, that atmospheric conditions can obstruct things bottom up?
Quite possibly.
Thank you. Great to have honesty. Of
Right.
course
What
they
I think,
can, right? Go ahead.
what I think happens is when that happens, you get an image like you have in both of the ones you're showing that have inferior mirage, right? They have virtually the same image mirrored up to down. So the hump of the bridge looks like a football shape, a rugby ball, gridiron ball shape. So it's mirrored, and that mirroring of that effect, bending it back on itself, is what's obscuring other things. I don't see any indication of that in the image of the boat. They look like different kinds of effects. Would you agree with that? Whether they might be atmospheric or not, they look like different kinds of atmospheric effects.
No, absolutely, they're different. They're different days. It's different conditions. So of course, the image is going to be different.
Cool.
Now you see Soundly's view. See how steep that hump looks. Now look back at.
I don't know about steep. It looks kind of gradual to me.
I mean,
but
it
it's
looks a
such a
lot
subjective
steeper.
word, so it's hard to say whether it's one or the other.
Well,
Rakia.
Yeah.
That's one of the points I bring up on this thing you posted. What car or tractor trailer is going to go up and over that?
Nothing. It's a compressed image. It's
Oh, you mean
post-production image.
I see what you're saying. You mean the hump of that like bit in the middle to let boats through? It looks steep.
No, it definitely is compressed in this image
Right.
because you
But
can
that's
look
what
at
you meant
my
by
image.
steep. I thought
Yeah,
you meant
that
the whole
has
curve all the way across the bridge.
no, the hump itself. In my image, it's not post-production. It's just a raw image. That's a true shape of representation of that hump. It's about 60 feet tall.
Isn't it going to get closer and closer to looking like an acute angle the closer you get to looking down the bridge? Like if I was
Well,
looking
you're-
straight down the center lane marker, I think it would look like it just vertically pops straight up. It's like on my motorbike when I'm about to go up a hill climb, it looks terrifying from the top, but if you go to the side, it looks pathetic.
Yeah,
Sorry, it
your
looks
view is
terrifying from the foot of it straight up, but it looks from the side looks more pathetic.
Your view is definitely going to change when you change your angle. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Of
it doesn't.
course it is.
I don't know what you mean by post production, but are you suggesting the image has been compressed left to right?
No, he definitely compressed it. It's also stacked. It's multiple. It's more than 50. No, more than 200 images. Hang on. Let me find his. Now this is not coming from me. I'll post where Soundly told everyone this, so you don't have to trust me. and I don't remember how many images it is, and I don't think he says here, but he says in the video, I think it's hundreds. But right here in his chat with me, he says it's a stacked photo from multiple raw photos.
So
And
that's not.
soundly, go ahead.
Well, it just doesn't seem like he's sort of compressed it left to right in that. If you stack, I mean, when I've done that, it's usually like focus stacking. You keep the. That's at least what I think it is. You keep the photo
I'm
in
not
exactly the
saying
same
the
setting.
stacking compressed it. He also, it's a compressed perspective picture. He compressed it because, you know, he had to get the 24 miles into a small photo, you know what I'm saying? But it's also stacked from multiple raw photos. It's not a single shot. There's multiple things wrong with this thing. I mean, it's not accurate. What I'm saying is it's not an accurate representation of what that bridge is. You can go watch videos on my channel of a 20-minute ride across a bridge. They're not that steep. It's not that, you know, it's not that compressed. That's what I'm saying. It's not an accurate representation. It's a deceptive representation sold as Earth curve.
So we're back to the whole dishonesty thing.
Well, I don't know if Soundly's being dishonest, but it's been pointed out to him, and he hasn't taken them down as Earth curve proof, right? So then
Well,
at that
I
point,
don't
it
know if he
becomes,
would agree. I think if I went and talked to Soundly about what you're saying, I don't think he would agree with your conclusion.
well, then he's being deceptive then.
Okay, so we are back to calling people liars.
Well, no, I'm saying he's being deceptive. You either live on a grapefruit, or the image is not a accurate representation of that water, right?
All right.
If you continue the curve, especially of the power line pictures, you live on a grapefruit, sir. So it's not what I'm saying, it's not an accurate representation of that water and of those power lines, right? There's no coincidence that he's taken all these photos from the same angle. This man told people he can bring you to Lake Pontchartrain, and if you have 20/20 vision, you can see it without a lens. You can see it with your naked eye, the Earth curve.
Sure. I mean, unless you can find also a stack, a focus stack for me is where you get a camera, you put it on a tripod or somewhere fixed where it won't move, and you take the same photo with exactly the same framing, but change the focal depth multiple times, and then only take the in focus parts of each thing, which is particularly important if you've got something like this that goes from the foreground to the background, or you've got a really shallow depth of field and you want to get the whole thing in focus. There's a cool video on TikTok of a guy doing it when he's taking microscope photos of his weed that he sells through a microscope, and he wants to show the buds and the leaves and the whatever, and he does focus stacking there, but it only works if you keep the framing the same.
This is what I don't understand, sir, and I'm calling you sir because I'm not looking at your name, but you say it's when it appears to be concave or flat, y'all say it's refraction, but when it appears to be curved, it's not refraction.
Sure,
Like,
I think both sides do that. Yeah,
right, but I mean, you know, I don't do that.
I think both sides do. I mean, I think
No,
that.
but I'm talking about me and you. I'm not talking
Well,
about sides.
I think you do. I think when you look at that Soundly photo, you say that's deceptive. It's X, it's Y, and when you show your ones, you say this is an indication of what's real.
Right, but you know why I do that, right?
Because you think it's deceptive, but it's still the same as saying that one's right and the other's wrong.
Yeah,
No,
but why do you need to alter the picture?
Yeah, why do you need to post-product something? And why? I know that
So
the
you want to show
bridge.
the whole.
Hang on.
I mean, you
I
could
know.
get onto the Black Swan as well, and like because quite a lot of the Globers say, "Oh, the contrast has been," you know, and then they try and say, "Oh, that's not."
Yeah, and I think that's a dumb argument. Yeah, clearly quite a lot of work has gone into increasing the contrast in the Black Swan image. You can see it's not in the common one that's passed around. It doesn't match what you see in the original video. It's the same, obviously, same base image, but I wouldn't call that deceptive. I think the Globers are wrong when they do that, because clearly all that the person's tried to do, whoever's edited it, has tried to make it starker, the difference between what is sky, what is sea, what is platforms. But sure, some people would call that deceptive.
I don't call that part deceptive. I mean, I'm not actually calling Soundly's stacking deceptive, right? Because he's just trying to enhance the colors and so forth and so on, right? But not, you have to be honest with yourself and say, I took this through multiple mirrors and lenses of a telescope, through a lens of a camera, through double pane glass at dusk over the worst possible conditions there are on Lake Pontchartrain. And to say that's earth curve because you see much curvature, it's curving, so it has to be earth curve, right? No, that's not right. It can be other effects, right? We're all in agreement on that.
Well,
Riding on
if it can be
eggshells is your name.
if it can be other effects, I don't see the other effects that, as I was saying before, indicate that there's mirage. Like the wibbliness and weirdness when I see refractive effects are the things that give it away to me. Like the
Okay.
bendiness of the cranes on the Black Swan, like the football-shaped humps in the bridge on Pontchartrain on yours.
I
So
understand that.
but I also wouldn't take that to the bank as evidence of curvature simply because observations horizontally over water on warm days
Are
are
terrible.
not very effective as evidence.
There you go. I'm glad we
appear to show
agree.
both sides what they think they're already going to see. So you're better to go with
That's
something more robust.
what you just said is why I call people deceptive. When I say, you see how he tried when Ruhif was trying to avoid Soundly's power line because he knew what he was getting into, right? Oh, I haven't seen him. You have never seen Soundly's, but oh yeah, I've seen him. And we finally get to where he knows exactly what photo I'm talking about. He knows there's a mirage in it, right? So he knows it can be something else obstructing the bottom of that bridge. That's the deceptive part when he said if it's curving or appearing to curve, it has to be earth curve. That's deceptive, sir. I mean, seriously, Mr. Eggshells. That's the deceptive part.
I go back to what I said before. If you're going to get so upset that you don't let other people speak when they call you deceptive, I think it would be a good idea to avoid it yourself.
Whatever. Okay, so I kind of agree with you on that, but it gets me wound up because I know I'm not lying, right? Because I'm saying both sides.
Yeah,
Ruhif's
exactly.
not.
The same for me. Like the same for all of us when we get wound up. I'm not going to suggest I don't sometimes get so wound up that I talk too much in the room. Suffers
my
from it. I
point
just need
is-
somebody to calm me, who'd like to tell me to pull my head in.
My point is, at the very time where I was trying to be as honest as I could, yeah, the angle's a little different. Yeah, the focal length is different, but the elevation is not, right? I know where I'm standing on a bike path. I know where I'm at. The elevation is the same, right? And they're still calling me a liar. That's weird, man. That's trying to wind me up on purpose. I wasn't calling him deceptive trying to wind him up. But let's move past. You see the picture I posted again at 10:28. That is obviously a mirage, right? I had to pull teeth to get him to say that. The water appears to be above the bridge, and we know it isn't.
Well, I mean, that's a confusion in wording. Like once I explained what you mean, he was happy to accept it.
Right. But you're talking about all the distortion. We can tell this is clearly a mirage, right? When Soundly's
weird wibbliness.
In Soundly's power line pictures, they're very, very similar to this, right? The water starts to shine, things get bent, right? The power lines appear to bend, but because you're at a certain angle and they're parallel and the conditions of the day, they appear to curve, right?
Anybody have a high res of Soundly's thing?
Say it again.
I'm just trying to find a bigger image of Soundly's to see if I can see the wibbliness you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll post one. I've taken thousands myself. It's really dangerous to do this. Like we're on the side of the interstate with 18 wheelers flying by. Here's a good one. I mean, this is an exaggerated day where the conditions are worse, and it shows the mirage in more than other days. But in all of them, you see this effect, right? Where that shiny water meets the water itself. That's the sky being mirrored onto the water, the mirage. That's where the pylons, the bottom pylons that go into the water, start getting distorted. And that's also where the top part starts appearing to curve down. That's no coincidence.
Those power, I mean, certainly that from that angle, those power lines are a bit hard, particularly because as I found out today, there's two sets of power lines on Pontchartrain and one of them curve. And a curve from left to right will look like a curve from up to down.
like the Legos they were talking about earlier. Now, let me tell you something else that I call deceptive of Soundly. See where he's taking this picture from? This video, it's actually a video. To the right, like if he would zoom back in, you would see the power line going left to right towards the West Bank. That power line from this angle is about 10 miles long. And if you look down it from this angle, you don't see any curve like this. He never shows it. You know why? Because it doesn't show any curve. There's also behind him, across the other side of the interstate, there's a railroad track. And if you go down that railroad track and look, there's no curvature in it either. That's what I'm talking about, deceptive. You have to dig deeper. You can't just let these people tell you and show you things and manipulate you when you haven't been there and taken thousands of videos.
I just keep coming back to the point that if it upsets you to be called deceptive, I would say it's not the best line of conversation to be describing other people in the same way.
Well, I've heard you, and I'll take it under advisement, but I'm going to do what I do, right? I'm here to point out deception. And if you want to say I'm deceiving, then come on with it. But telling me I'm deceiving...
I'm not
but,
calling you
but
deceptive. I'm just saying it sounded
them.
like you were getting really upset before. And
yeah, I was getting upset when they're trying to call me a liar because they didn't want to talk about the images. They just wanted to demean the person instead of the topic that I brought up. Even they admitted low-level, long-distance observations of the marine layer are terrible, but they're calling this Earth curve. Kind of contradictory, right?
Then let's move on from the bad evidence.
Yeah, so let's move on to the good evidence. What evidence do you have of measurement of this water curving?
Xanadu, San Jacinto, my measurements in California. There you go.
I think my best ones
How'd you do that?
I went to California and ordered an theodolite and pointed it at distant mountains and measured the angle, and made predictions for what angle I should measure on a flat Earth and what I should measure on a globe. Yes, what they match
on the models. Oh man.
Yep.
Was it an image from low level horizontally over water?
Sorry, my theodolite stuff.
Yeah.
No, it was around between like 100 and 200 meters above the surface. So not even
wow,
water.
That's cool. So you took refraction out of it, huh?
Nice dismissal. No, I didn't take refraction out of it because there is always refraction. I got above the surface where refraction is predictable, and that's what I applied.
Why'd you say I dismissed it? I only said you took refraction out.
No, you said, wow, that's cool. Something like that.
That wasn't me.
Really? My apologies.
Really? The only thing I said was you took refraction out because I thought you gained altitude. So did you calculate refraction?
Yes. 7/6R.
706 what?
7/6R. That's how you incorporate refraction on a globe.
Right. So you assume the globe incorporated what refractive effects you would get. What about human error?
What do you mean? As in my measurement error?
Yeah, human. You as a human were using a tool, right? You set it up.
Yeah.
You viewed through it. You took the measurements, calculations, all that.
Yep.
What human error did you factor in?
0.
7/6H.
0 human error? Wow. What tool error?
With a theodolite, whatever error is in the instrument, it was calibrated before I got it.
So but even if the machine is calibrated, there's still some tool error, right? Plus or minus.
Oh, you're right. It was a pure coincidence that my numbers matched the globe. Pure coincidence. If it was properly calibrated, it'd match flat Earth, right?
Your calculations match the globe.
Yes. My actual measurements match the predictions of a globe. Yeah, my measurements of the angle match the prediction of a globe.
Took an angle.
Yep.
From a mountain.
Yep, to another mountain.
To another point on a mountain.
Yep, the top. Which is a known elevation.
Let me ask you one question because I've wondered this myself. I wonder if you left that auto level there over the course of a year, set up, and nothing moved it, right? It stayed calibrated, just the fictional stuff. Like if we could do this, I don't think it can be done. You think where you hit on the other end of that mountain, what were you, half a mile away, something like that?
from one mountain to the other. No, it was 30 Ks, so like 20 miles or so, 18, 19
20
miles
miles with an auto level?
with a theodolite.
Oh, okay. 20 miles with a theodolite
Yes.
to a point on another mountain.
Yep.
Or hill. Do you think if you left that theodolite there lined up perfectly, like on granite, bolted down like George did, you think when you come back at different times of the month or day or year that it would hit somewhere different over there 20 miles away?
Oh, it varies a little bit, yeah, but nowhere near enough to match a flat Earth.
Ooh.
I can even
You ever heard of
quantify.
Jesse
I can even
Kozlowski?
quantify how much it moves. I have heard of Jesse.
So he said it moves drastically.
I don't think it moves drastically. Maybe close to the surface it does, but not
Again,
when you're up high.
drastically is a subjective word for somebody.
It is,
half a degree could be drastic for somebody else. It'd need to be 15
Well,
degrees.
half a degree is drastic
Yeah.
for this situation.
So is what Ruhiv said. Yeah, half a degree would be a lot over 20 miles, right?
Yeah.
So what would it move, you think?
Say again? What would not move?
No, like what degree? What do you think it would move? I mean, just I guess we're guessing, right?
No, I'd have to calculate it. I know what the atmospheric conditions are throughout the year. I know the range.
Wait,
You
are
know
you
why?
asking when it becomes inaccurate?
No, like how much? This is a genuine question because I know it would move, right? And I know the closer you get to the surface, the more. I mean, it can move 80 feet. George took
can
it over a
genuinely
frozen
answer your
lake that did
question.
like 60 feet.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? Because he's close to a cold surface. That's where you get the most refraction, the most variation as well.
Most refraction over a cold surface, did you say?
Yes.
Wow, me and you agree on that too. George doesn't.
Yeah. I think he does. I think he puts out a picture where the horizon is above eye level, doesn't he?
I bet he doesn't.
I'm pretty sure George has a photo of the horizon above eye level.
I didn't say
Of the,
that. I'm talking about the cold conditions.
You reckon he doesn't agree with that?
I'm saying he thinks that the frozen lake is the best place to do it because you get the lowest amount of refraction.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, I know it's wrong, but I bet George thinks that.
Yeah, well, I'll battle that with George if you like.
Yeah, I'd love for y'all to get together. Y'all know a lot about refraction and
Maybe he could be the person you do debate with, Rui.
yeah.
I've been messaging people endlessly.
On the sextant.
Nobody wants to except Jin and.
I'd pay to see that, Ruhif and George, especially talking about his lake observation over frozen ice not being the most refracted. I was sitting in the parking lot of Hi Ho Barbecue. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was like a year ago, watching a video about some guys on refraction. Now this had nothing to do with flat Earth. I was just studying refraction, and they were talking about what you just said, how the ice, those conditions cause more refraction than over like a even temperature surface or a normal temperature, let's say.
There's fuck all temperature gradient, right?
Well, I agree with you where the extreme temperature of cold and the extreme temperature of hot would cause the most refraction in my mind, the little that I know.
Oh, I see. So it's
cold,
like
cold at the surface and warmer higher.
Yeah, I thought it was to do with more or less moisture.
No, that's pretty small effect.
Temperature is one of the main factors for sure.
My understanding is the heat causes the moisture. So the heat causes the top layer of the water to turn into evaporate, which causes refraction, isn't it? Or no? I got a doorbell.
I don't know how the weather works.
It's a temperature variation, but this is the other thing I don't understand about the temperature. I thought that cold air was more dense. Am I right about that?
It is. All other things being equal, it is more dense. That's the key. All other things being equal.
So it seems if you so I see what you're saying. Even though you gain altitude, the air gets colder. The other factors are less, like the amount of gas or pressure.
Pressure's by far the biggest influence on the density gradient, by far. To counteract the pressure gradient, the temperature has to change by about 34 degrees Celsius per kilometer, which is insane, right?
Yeah. That's a lot.
And the humidity, for the humidity to counteract the pressure, it has to go from 100% humidity to 0% humidity in between 15 to 25 meters. which is also insane.
But you're talking about bending light with the humidity, right? What about with thicker air, more humid air? You wouldn't see as far, right? The light
Yeah,
wouldn't bend, but
that's just visibility.
right, but right, but I mean, if it's more humid at the ground, you're not gonna visually be able to see the bottom of that building, right? If there's more heat coming off, more humidity, more dense air, it's gonna obstruct the bottom of the building, right?
Yeah, it'd be hazy though. There won't be a defined horizon line.
Okay, but the haze would obstruct, right? Whatever you want to call
It's
it,
just a
still
yeah,
obstruct.
it's just visibility though.
So no
Like
mirage,
fucking
right?
clouds.
Just
Yeah, but clouds block your fucking block your view, right? Clouds
no.
don't obscure things from the bottom up.
I'm just talking about that more gaseous layer, that more humid layer, that more dense layer would obstruct things at that angle, right? If you're looking, and then as you change your angle and look up towards the top of the building, you would get out of more and more of that thicker air, and you would see more and more of the building. Correct?
You would see the top of the building. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you would see wherever it allowed you to start seeing the conditions of that viewing area.
You'd still see the fog. So fog isn't dependent on being close
I
to the
didn't say
surface
nothing
or
about
higher up.
fog.
Or humidity, right?
Well,
Condensation.
changing pressure, right? Changing barometric pressure is what creates the fog, right?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I'm not up on the
Okay,
whole.
so if you have
weather
the same
stuff.
barometric pressure, but you have more humid conditions or more gas being created, of course you're going to have thicker air, right? You're not going to be able to see through it
Probably.
as much. Visibility. You call it visibility, but you're
Yeah.
not going to be able to see the bottom of the building because of your visibility is different. It's lower. And if you look at a
Let me
different
say
angle.
this. Let me say this before I go. The only refractive effect that can hide the bottom of things is inferior mirages.
Yeah, there you go. Double down. So wouldn't the bend you say that light bends down, right? Due to the density, the temperature
Yes.
change and density
The
there.
typical
Wouldn't
gradient, yes.
wouldn't that cause bottom up obstruction?
No.
Well, okay,
The
hear me
opposite.
out.
All right,
Okay,
quickly
hear
though.
me out.
You got 2 minutes.
Light, let's use a building again. Light is you're a viewer. Light is reflecting off of that building, and you're receiving that information. Is that fair enough?
Yep.
If the light coming back to you is bending down and not getting to you, right?
Mm.
So the closer that light is reflecting back towards the bottom of that building and it's bending down, the less of that information you're going to get. So bottom up obstruction would happen.
No, you're assuming that the only light that you see is the stuff that hits. Like light bounces off a building in all directions. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a path, right? You're talking about a light ray that bounces off perfectly horizontal to your eye line and then dips down into the ground, right? That's
I'm
what you're
talking
talking
about
about.
any reflected light that's getting back to the viewer. If it's bending down at all, you're going to lose the information bottom up more than any other way.
No.
More
No.
information is going
Again,
to get to you.
what I think you're talking about is a light ray bouncing off the building, going horizontal and bending down into the ground. Right? There is another light ray bouncing off the same point of that building, angled slightly up. That ray will reach your eye.
Yeah,
That
but
doesn't
that's my whole
happen when light
point.
bending downward.
You're getting less information. You're getting less light
No.
rays. Yeah.
No, there is a path. If light is bending downwards, there is a path from the building to you. If light bends upwards, there may not be a path.
Yeah. Well,
Does
we can
that make
disagree on
sense?
that. What about
We
if
can.
the
Anyway, I
light
gotta
is
go.
reflecting?
Oh,
Yeah.
quick. Yeah.
If the light is reflecting off the building and coming back to you and hitting like in front of you and reflecting off of that surface, wouldn't it go above the viewer and you would lose that information too? Like more and more of the information?
It could. Yeah.
Yeah. So it depends on the
Reflection.
like
Yeah.
if you're yeah. So
Anyway,
if
I gotta
you're
go.
looking over water, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. See you, Ricky. It's been fun. Enjoy. See ya.
So I think we're agreeing. He didn't agree with my reflection thing, but light, the information you're getting from the bottom of the boat, let's say, especially over water, is being reflected over the viewer's head in a lot of cases. And if light does bend down, then you're going to also lose that information bottom-up obstruction can be caused by several different things, including the atmospheric conditions like the humidity, the water coming out, like the water that's rising out of the water, of course, is going to be thicker closer to the water. I think everyone can agree with that. That's going to cause this. I mean, come on, man. This is just too easy. So anyway, y'all have a good night.
I posted a couple images or illustrations about the refraction nonsense because light bends when it's changing the medium or the speed of the medium or the density of the medium. And if you look those images, you understand that the density or the speed of the medium will be the same over distance, and that doesn't bend light. So therefore, the refraction bringing objects behind the curve doesn't work in real life.
All I'd change about your pick, Professor Waterball, is because it's pretty good. I would just change it so that that top medium, like the only mediums we're interested in terms of change, are the ones from that person's telescope to the ship. So exactly the same as you've got there with those gradients, just starting just above his head and going down to the bottom darkest blue layer being like from his toes down.
Yeah, but that means you would look downwards. You are not looking forward. Then
You are looking downwards. In our model, you're looking down from eye height, 6 foot or so off the ground, down to 0, which is bang on the horizon, and that's getting bent.
Then the gradient would change. That's why the observations should never be done in the near oceans or near lakes, because the density will change very dramatically or very fast when you start from a water surface and you start going upwards. The density will change very fast because let's say one thing is the sun is, or the temperature of the air is heating the water, and there is moisture coming upwards, and that's also changing there. So observations should be always done high above the water, or then in a frozen lakes, not in a like a liquid lakes.
Well, they were just saying for some reason frozen lakes don't work, but I agree with you. I think observations over water on warm days is a bad method.
You went really quiet there, Ryden.
Sorry, I think observations over water is a bad method. Horizontal observations is a bad method.
Yeah, the thing is that we don't know what is the temperature, the moisture, the density of the air between the observer and the object. So we should have some kind of measurement devices or weather measurement devices between those, the observer and the object. And we would say, okay, here is this, the let's say the air pressure is this, and the moisture is this, and so on. So when we are unaware what's between there, we cannot rely anything that we see, whether it's a flat or globe. We shouldn't rely on those observations.
Drawn what I think, what I'm talking about. Just a second. There. Oops. There.
Yeah, I understand, riding on eggshells exactly that image, and I found that just another example of that where the light is bending, and that works only when you look up or down. In your image, you're looking kind of down, what I found is you're looking kind of up, so the light will come from let's say less dense air to the more dense air, so it will bend it. So yes, that would be the case, but because we don't know the things between the, let's say, those things it's in your case it's the earth, and between the eyes of the observer we don't know what's happening there, what is the density, and that's why I wouldn't want to argue with the either it's a flat or a globe with these observations. We should have something else to talk with, because it's kind of wasting of time to talk about something that we cannot be sure. It's just an pre-appreciate. We are just imagining what might happen there, but we are not sure.
Yeah, with you on that.
Ruhif, there's a couple ways to interpret that diagram. The incorrect way to interpret it is say the light only bends down because of the earth curves away. The light is a layer of a different density. Yeah, there are other things also that will bend the light. The temperature changes, that will bend the light. I think even magnetism might bend it. I don't know if there is a huge magnetism or whatever electromagnetism you want to call it between those objects, and let's say the air, what is called air pressure. We have lots of air pressure changes between things. I don't know if the air pressure in a long distances will change the line of the light going through that. Let's say we go from a low air pressure to high air pressure. What will happen? I don't know. And I think most of us don't know. One thing I have noted that I have seen those time lapses where the opposite shore is going up and down regarding the temperature and things happening between there, and that proves that the things what's happening in the air over the lake or over the ocean, they will change what we see, and that's as far as I will go. And that's provable, because if you have a time lapse from the same place looking same opposite shore, and the shore is going behind the curve and then coming back, showing so we can see it, and then going back again behind the curve, so we don't know what's happening actually there.
Yeah, this one I think is a really good demonstration. This time lapse. Sorry, I'm speaking very quietly.
Yeah, exactly. That's one example that I have seen, the GIF image. Yeah, it's going down, up and down. I think that's a clip from a video that I have seen a couple of times, I think. Yeah, and also the horizon behind the what it's called, the land. It's going up and down also, and the trees and all the things are going up and down. Not only the ocean. In a chat, they are talking about fabrics. The thing is that I live on an apartment, and when I walk into my stairway, or what it's called, go into the elevator, I often smell food. Food smell coming from a neighbor's doors, and those particles that are causing me to smell anything are much smaller than the so-called, let's say, flu. So how an any fabric can protect me from any flu if I can smell things or particles which are smaller, sorry, which are anyway, so if I can smell something, what how the fabric can protect me from anything? Anyway, it's out of topic.
Because the man on TV said so. That's why.
Yeah, but the particle size is so so if that would be true, I wouldn't be smelling anything from my neighbors cooking some nasty foods in there. If the mask or sorry the fabrics would work. So yeah, that's because the telly said so. I have to believe it. I'm a
No,
television.
I think I would want to know what when I'm smelling. Am I smelling? Because I wouldn't be surprised if some of what you're smelling is gas, which is going to be smaller than other things. And I think the main thing is for viruses like the zombie virus, they're carried on particles, droplets of water in the air. You're not smelling when you're in your apartment block. You're not smelling the droplets of someone's curry. You're probably smelling possibly gas from it. It could be particles. I'm not sure. But the most of what the masks are trying to deal with is particles. So when you sneeze, there's a cool image in this thing I've just posted showing how far it goes between the two. And this one is masked. And let me find the unmasked one. And the one is measured in, you can see it's like going 12 feet from the person. And in the mask, it's like, I don't know, where's the measurement? They've got the measurement somewhere in there. A lot shorter, basically. They're not going to be perfect, but, combine them with Nora seatbelts. Like, good tires, anti-lock brakes, airbags, seatbelts. I think it'd be rational to argue that all of those have their flaws. Certainly I've not locked up wheels, but nearly crashed because of ABS. Many people have got chest injuries from seatbelts. Well, put together, what we can see is that statistically speaking, it reduces fatalities in car crashes. Reduces car crashes and reduces fatalities from them when they do occur.
So as long as we can make an analogy to seatbelts, the masks are effective. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think if we can test it, I think that's the key thing, right? You got to be able to test it, and if you can test it and show that it's efficacious, then it's reasonable to use it. The question becomes, do you mandate it? Because people had the same objections when seatbelts started becoming mandatory. Now it's my freedom. I don't have to pay more for this to get, to be in the car. Let the free market sort it out. People just buy cars if they want to wear seatbelts, etc. Nowadays, most places, like America's, you legally have to wear it, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, to me they're very analogous.
Can anybody hear me yet?
Yes. G'day, Becky.
Thank
How
God.
are you?
I'm going to kill you. I had to plug in my headset and get on this bloody chat because I'm getting driven crazy. You make a good analogy there with the car tires, but guess what? When those car tires lose their tread, they're no longer effective and you're going off the road, okay? So those paper things we're discussing, once they go moist, your sneeze goes straight through them. So you need to, if you want that extra protection, they need to be changed every 20 minutes. That's the whole point. Okay.
I kind of agree with you. If you go on, sorry, left line.
No, even if the mask is moist, it's still a barrier. It doesn't.
No,
They
it's
don't.
not because the droplets go straight through a moist mask. That's what the experts say.
No, it becomes clogged with moisture.
No,
It
that's
doesn't
not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Simple
Anyway,
physics.
I'm going to click out now. I just wanted to say the analogy with the car tires was brilliant. I absolutely agree. But I would be carrying a box of them if I really wanted to rely on them for my safety right now.
I agree with you, Becky. Like the Norman Swan does a great thing over here. His son was the one that did that awesome interview with Trump, where he like hands him these graphs and there's that funny face. He pulls that funny face that became a meme. Anyway, he was saying the same thing at the start of his podcast about the zombie outbreak. He was like, and his recommendations were so incredibly onerous. He was like, it should be like a 3 or 4 layered mask with denim as one of the layers, and this and that and this and that. You should be changing them, multiple times per day, particularly anytime they become moist. You should never be touching the fabric of them. You should be putting them on just by hooking them carefully around your ears. And exactly as you say, you should be having multiple throughout the day and then washing them regularly in boiling water. And I was like, ain't nobody
Yeah, and
doing
we all, and the other major thing, the major thing that we do not see is any biohazard bins around to place them then in once you've been in and out of a store for an hour. Okay, so it is such a it's a farce. So people are literally wearing, and I know around here, dirty cloth ones that they. I wear it when I am forced to wear one, the paper ones. I put them on under my nose, and then when I take them off, I hang them on my car steering wheel, and I do that for several days. Like they are nothing to me. They are nothing but a dirty rag. And the thing is, as soon as I put them on, all my upper lip sweats, and I'm constantly wiping the sweat in my mask on itself. That in itself is not just ineffective, it's dangerous because I'm constantly touching it and I'm touching shelves. So if you give someone like me a choice to either stay home, if I feel like I'm going to sneeze, get my handkerchief out of my pocket and place it over my nose, and then go and wash my hands or use some hand sanitizer out of my handbag. Like I'm a completely well-educated, mature adult, okay? So I know how to keep people safe and I know what doesn't keep people safe, and mandating something that doesn't work for everyone. And some people, and especially the poor people around here, they can't go and replace their masks. They just wear them and wear them and wear them. I've seen people with dirty, like visible dirt on their masks in public.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's just what you make are compelling arguments. And again, Norman Swan made this point really well, where he's like, if I were giving you my mask mandates, that's what I would be doing. And he gave all of those things. And he said, but a lot of what public health measures, thank you very much, gorgeous. A lot of what public health measures have to measure is what drop off in compliance do you get? Because it's exactly like OH&S at work. If you follow all of the OH&S, not just like rules, but recommendations, you virtually can't get anything done. And so they have to kind of set them at a level where it's a reasonable requirement to do it. And
be honest
as
with
he
the
keeps
people.
saying, is like perfection. What does he say? Perfection is the enemy of good, or something like
Let
that.
people know. This is the whole point. If our government here was letting people know what they let them know in the last SARS pandemic in 2003, that the fact of the matter is these people that want to wear a mask safely will go and buy a box of them and will use them accordingly so they are actually kept safe. Okay, that's the whole point. If they want that extra level of protection to keep safe, they should have it, absolutely. But they need to know the truth, because when they are spending a day in the summer, a whole day in one, it is losing its effectiveness very quickly when they could carry around in their handbag or in their pack a bag of them to apply, and then maybe a separate snap lock bag to put the dirty ones in and seal them up so they keep themselves actually safe. That's the whole point here. Like, if we could be honest with people, and then the people like me that have issues with them and have health matters with them, like the way they make me sweat, I don't know if it's because I'm an older woman or what's going on with me, but I'm using it as a hanky to wipe my sweat, which is obviously inappropriate use. But there's nothing else I can do because I can't stop my face from sweating. I don't know what else to do.
I'm a very gross sweaty boy. We just did a stream the other day because we were about to go on a bike trip, and I was like ripping sweat. And when I go to the climbing gym, we go bouldering, and when I go to the climbing gym, they're like, "Oh, please wear the mask while you're not climbing." And yeah, I'm constantly pulling it off and putting it on, but I get rashes on my upper lip. It's gross. It's unpleasant. It's not. I'm not a fan of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep.
But I think it's like,
But if we were in,
if it's more effective than not, and it's a relatively minor adjustment that is temporary, I'm down for it. If it becomes a onerous adjustment or permanent, that's where I'll have an issue.
it's become way too permanent here. I literally had one on for 6 months begrudgingly, and then last week, 7 days ago, was allowed to finally take it off. And my psychological life, just the way I felt in myself was unbelievable. And then after day 1 or 2, I'm like, oh no, they're going to do it to me again. They're going to do it. And then now today they've just announced that they're forcing us to wear face masks again. And I'm like, do you know what? I am that over this. I know the exact effect of a face mask on my face and what it's doing for the safety of myself and others. And it's actually hindering us. So from now on, I'm medically exempt from a face mask. And if anyone wants to say anything, they can call the police. The police can come and find me. They can arrest me. And I'm having my day in court because I am done. And I'm going to evoke my rights as a human being and go through the judicial system with this now because I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, maybe I should feel a bit more blessed here in England that it's not law.
Yeah, you should. And it's safer for everyone because, the people wearing them are wearing clean ones. They're wearing fresh ones. So they're actually working. And other people that are being forced, some people are wearing dirty ones that are probably carrying more than COVID. They're throwing it on their faces, then they're throwing it off, and it is not doing anything because they've been wearing it for weeks. And it's not safe. If anything, it's probably spreading more than COVID. And that's a worry. But I'm not against people having all these safety measures. And you know what? Like some people want to wear PPE and want to wear gloves. I would recommend people wear gloves with masks because you're touching things in public. But I personally don't feel that I will benefit anyone by doing that. In fact, I was that responsible. I went out and bought myself rapid antigen tests before the rush now. So I've already tested myself for COVID twice, just in case when I went to the public event, the charity event, that I may have had COVID without symptoms for some miraculous reason. So I literally have been testing myself for the virus to keep people even more safe. So I'm a responsible adult, and I wish that I could be treated like that.
Yeah, I think good on you. I think you're being conscientious about it, and the points you're raising are right. I mean,
I really
I'm
do care about people.
still-
I'm a mother.
Yeah.
Like, my main concern is the care and the safety of other people. Like, seriously, like when I'm in public, I assess a situation. If I see a child in a car and I'm watching, it's instinctive into me, right? So I would never go out in this climate with this virus and risk anybody's health or safety ever. And I could try and reason with people about it in public, but I'm done doing that. So next time someone asks me when I am not wearing a mask in the future, I'm going to say I'm medically exempt. And if they ask to see my exemption, I'm going to say, I don't have one, call the cops and walk away. I don't even care. I'm so done. I'm ready to go to court over it. And I hope more people like me come forward and do this because it's a joke.
I would grab some legal advice before doing so, because I think if you're planning on fighting it all the way to, high courts and stuff, I think what would stand against you is if you say I'm exempt and they go, show me your exemption, and you don't have one.
I am medically exempt. I know I do. I know I'm medically exempt. I don't need to go and line up at a doctor's to be told that I'm exempt.
But what I mean by it is, if I were the prosecutor trying to do that case, I would say she's trying to make a point here about about freedom, but initially she said she was exempt and she didn't.
No, I'm making a risk assessment, and I want the absolute health and safety of the people in the public as my utmost priority. And with the condition that I have with these masks, it's actually causing a safety issue. So as a responsible and well-educated Australian with a great education from my government, actually from a private school, probably one of the most prestigious schools in Sydney, I'm making a well-educated choice as a safety concern to the public. And if the court of law wants to find me guilty of being responsible, then that's their call. But I'm taking it the whole way, and they can throw everything at me. But at the moment, it's so hard to get a doctor's appointment because everyone's rushing for other issues to do with the shots, right? You can't even get in. So I'm not going to try to... I couldn't get in. To be honest, if I wanted to see my doctor now, it'd probably be in January, like to try to get an appointment. So that's, if they ask me why, I'm going to say because it was impossible. Actually, I'll ring up when I get off this call. I will ring up and see when the next available appointment for my doctor is, and I'll make it. And then if I get arrested over this period, I will tell them I'd made my appointment for my exemption. So if they want to throw that book at me in the court, what are they going to say? She did. Oh, she actually made an appointment. She couldn't get in before Christmas, and she just had all the mandates of the masks taken out 7 days ago. So I did not expect to even need an exemption because I was told last week they were done.
In New Zealand, you can't go to the local GP to get an exemption for a mask. There's a different department for that. So I'd make sure you check up on, see what department issues those exemptions.
In New South Wales, you need to see a GP or a specialist to get an exemption.
Yeah,
right.
So,
and
it has to be for a medical reason. I don't think we offer any others.
I've got plenty of reasons, more than one, why I require one. And my doctor knows that. And it's for my doctor's business, not for the person standing out the front of the supermarket or the person standing out the front of the bank or wherever it is that I may need to go. And that's where I am willing to really take it to the ends of the earth because I have the right to privacy. It is not anybody's business what my medical conditions are or my medical history that relates to why I might not be able to wear a face mask. And that is where I'm going to draw the line, and I'm going to take it the whole way because I know so many people, including my late father who died only a little while ago. He was so sick with emphysema. He used to get a pin and poke holes in his face mask to try to walk into a store because he didn't want to be looked at or told off for not wearing a mask, okay? He was too frightened to even try and fight back. So I'm willing to take this to the courts for every person that is suffering because of this.
Well, there's if it's going to be on the science thing, there seems that there's science on both sides. I'm finding stuff that wet masks do still contain droplets.
Well, I just wanted to ask quickly for you guys in Australia, is it the same everywhere in Australia?
Each state has a different rule.
Oh,
We
okay.
used to be, would you agree with this, Becky? We used to be like one nation, and the difference between the states was like academic at best. Like there was no real, like there was no real noticeable change when you crossed the border, except you might pass a sign that said "Welcome to Victoria." There was not really any difference in governance, but like particularly, I think, because we've got a particularly weak prime minister at the moment. At the moment this zombie outbreak happened, they were like, "Well, it's your fault because you didn't do X, so we're not going to let you people cross the border." Like when last Christmas we tried to do the same trip we're planning this Christmas, or a similar trip we're planning this Christmas, and we got down to the border and they like snapped shut the day before we got there. Like, no, we don't like you New South Welshmen. And then we were like even going around border towns, and there's like one bit of our video where this person's like, "Where are you from?" Sydney. "Oh, I don't know if you can stay here." And I'm like, it's a campsite. Come on. We're going to be in our tent from like 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. and then we're going to ride on again. We're not going to be, oh my goodness. But it's now
So you
really a
feel like
collection of
there's
states rather than a nation.
So you feel like there's been a rise of national division in a sense?
Absolutely. Before this
State-based division,
happened, before this happened, there was never in my mind any reason to ever think that I would be disconnected from any of my family in Australia. And right now, I am told by the government that I cannot even access some of my family till possibly next February or later. Like, I am at the end of my, I'll tell you, I'm at the end of my emotional, mental tether. I am about to fucking snap. I'm not even joking. I am ready to snap. And I can't stand it anymore. I've had enough. Like, when am I allowed to just live in a, and if I die, I die. Like, I can't stand this oppression anymore. It's this mental thing happening right now to me that I feel like I'm being suffocated.
I mean, I feel the same. I feel like it's quickly approaching the point where you just go, this thing is going to. But I mean, I need to preface what I'm about to say next. I've always yearned in some sick way, or some I think quite healthy way, but other people think quite sick. I've always yearned for an apocalypse, a sort of a cull, not an intentional humans deciding which ones are okay and not, but just a natural cataclysm that readjusts our population and readjusts our priorities in life. And I think it's approaching the point in cultures and countries around the world where we might get to, some people before others, where we go, just drop all of it. We're being ridiculous. Particularly because Australia was like, we were 20 zombie deaths last year and nobody got to do Christmas. We all stayed
I
stuck
know.
home for Christmas.
It was so upsetting.
2 years in a row now, we're stuck at home for 20 people. The road toll at Christmas, the number of cars that slide off the road and kill people is twice that. Like, you don't stop everybody from. There's a certain point that everybody's going to get to where they're going to be like, no, you can stuff you in the stony, you can stuff off with your silly things, and we're just going to let people die.
On a spiritual level, right? I'm a spiritual human being, right? Which I know a lot of people that are very scientifically minded do not understand me, but right, I am in my spirituality, in my belief, in my whole core existence, my reason for being is that my God knows the day and the hour and the nanosecond that I'm going to die already. So why am I being? Not in my God gives me free will, but my government doesn't.
But if you had free will, couldn't you through the choices you make on that free will change the date and time of your death?
No, because he already saw it in advance, right? So he knows, and
so he knows every decision. So whether you take this one, you're going to die on this date, or if you take this choice,
what my point is, right? My point is that this is stifling me. My whole existence is being spiritual being is being so stifled right now. I'm being such religiously oppressed by my government that I'm willing to freaking jump off a fucking bridge if I have to just get a point out. Like, a woman not long ago in Victoria set herself on fire with a sign that said mandates killed, and she locked the doors and set herself on fire in front of the fire brigade and the police, right? And I can feel in my heart why she did it, because in the end,
a Melbourne woman
set herself on fire recently in her car, in her locked car, in a Melbourne suburb.
Oh, she was saved though. Okay, right. Wow, I didn't know anything about this.
But it is so stifling what's happening. My very existence and being, for even living, is being taken away from me. I don't know how many years they want to do this to me. I've done nothing wrong. I'm perfectly healthy. I'm completely hygienic and responsible. I can't stand it anymore. Like, I need to live my life as I was born to do by God himself, and I can't keep living this way. If the government wants me to keep living this way, I'm not living. There's no point to me to be alive anymore. It's not life anymore. Like, they most well put me in a jail and treat me that way, because I would rather be in jail than this psychological mind fuck that's happening to me right now. And I can't stand it. And this time of year does something to my emotions, and it sends me wild. They go haywire. And how many people are like me? How many? How many people are hurting out there and are about to do something crazy this Christmas because of the government and just the way that they will not stop?
Becky, I'm agreeing with you.
Stop.
I want you to focus, or I don't want you to stop talking, but I don't want you to get upset. Like, there's also lots of cool stuff, right?
Right. But I don't know how much longer I can keep refocusing, my zen on puppy dogs and kitty cat videos. You know what I
Well,
mean? Like, I'm
they're
really
not
getting to the
cool.
point.
Come on. Puppy dogs are okay and cats are the spawn of Satan. But don't
So,
forget about motorbikes and four-wheel drives.
I don't know how I can't comply anymore. I can tell you that. I cannot comply. I just can't. I'm sorry. I would rather
Honestly, that's
die
why I
than
think.
comply.
well, I don't.
Honestly,
I don't know
that's
whether
why I
that's just
think.
because I'm in England I get away with it. This I was just about to ask. Do you guys not see anyone not wearing a mask in the shops anymore? Everyone's wearing a mask.
Mandates
Maybe
have
one out
stopped,
of
so yeah,
100.
all the time.
Oh
I
no,
would
when it's
notice more. I
mandated
would
here in New
notice more
South
when I.
Wales.
It's
I'm
like
talking
when
about
I look for
mandated
it.
times.
When I look for it, I'll see it. Also, the
Very
mandate's stopped
rarely.
now, so you don't have to anymore.
No,
unless
they've
I'm
started them here in New South Wales tonight. Tonight it
Oh,
starts
have they?
again.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
always
Yes.
but
rely
is
on my
that just?
girlfriend to tell me
Do
that
you know what
stuff.
I mean? This
It's
is the
been
thing, though.
7
Like,
days.
if you didn't hear that, how bad would you be feeling right now? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you,
Mate,
do you
I
see what
had
I'm
it off
saying?
for 7 days.
What do you mean?
7 days.
Like, if you didn't hear this, oh, it's all back and it's all mandated. If you didn't hear none of that, if you weren't privy to this information, it wouldn't be affecting you.
No, it wouldn't. I'd be walking around living my life and breathing. And when people looked at me strange, I would have thought that, geez, I must look good today or I must look bad today. I'm getting some looks. I wouldn't even know. That's right. Like,
But also, my understanding is the police are fairly lenient on that. If that's what you're asking about, Jim Jam, they're not. They won't come down hard on you unless they say, "Hey, do
I'm going to
this."
tell
and
them
you
to
go,
lock me
"No,
the
I won't
fuck
do
up
this."
and
Yeah,
throw away
yeah.
the key.
If you
I'm
were to say
done.
to them, I've been living under a rock. I don't have a TV, so I don't know what's going on. What's all this all
Oh,
about?
I didn't get this off the TV.
Just
This has
because
come off just my
Australia's
Facebook feed. My Facebook
yeah,
feed. I need to get out of this
Australia is
Facebook.
super.
I got away from Facebook years ago.
Oh, it's killing me, mate.
It's a cool study they've done here for this thing.
Oh,
they were
sorry,
talking
there's a
about. They
lady speaking.
Hi.
Hello?
I actually didn't
No,
know.
Estrella's not allowed to speak. Estrella, how many times have I told you women should be seen and not heard?
um, about a week or so ago, I walked into Walmart early in the morning, and there was a man standing near the entrance with a box of blue masks, and he was speaking to me, but I really wasn't paying attention, and I didn't know what he was saying. I thought he was just trying to donate me a mask, and I was like, "Oh, I don't need that, thank you, though," and just kept walking because at that point I thought I'm fully vaxxed, I should be fine. Kind of just gave me a weird look and was like, "Okay, have a good day." And I noticed that everybody's wearing masks. And I'm like, wait a second. So I turn around and I say, "Are those mandatory?" And he said, "Yes." And I was like, when did that happen? Because, I've been living kind of under a rock. I didn't know there was a mandate until literally that moment. And I kind of, wasn't necessarily frustrated with him. He's just doing his job. But I'm like, why? Why is this even happening? That's just all. I just kind of was like a big slap in the face, you know?
And also, why did he let you carry on walking if it was mandatory?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, legally, they can't enforce law. They're a cashier at a grocery store or whatever,
True.
right? That's the law. So anyone that wants to try and attack someone for not wearing a mask, they literally need to call the police or a COVID officer, like somebody that's literally been assigned to that. But I actually spoke to some police at a charity event I was at yesterday, and they were talking and they looked at each other and they looked at me and my friend that was sitting there at the toy stand thing. They said, "We're not enforcing this." I'm like, "Oh, this is going to kill my life." And they said, "We're sick of this. We're not even going to enforce it." That's what they said.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
even kidding.
it's
I
a
hope they're all like
difficult
that.
area with rapidly evolving science based on difficult difficult to quantify and new science. I always say this about science. New science I distrust. Science that's been around that somebody's tried to disprove 2,000 times and failed. That's some powerful science. And I can understand. I mean, I think it's getting to the point for all of us. Like me and my girlfriend are quite conscientious about it all. We did one trip that got cancelled because last time, and we tried another trip to make up for it, and we got a cough, and so we turned around and went home, which was pretty devastating. We're pretty conscientious about it all, and we're both also at the point where we're like, this is getting kind of ridiculous. So there is
I've got
also
the
a point
tests
where
now.
politically, all of these people are like, am I going to get reelected? What's going to get me reelected? And it may or may not be following the health advice, because the health
Yeah,
advice
because
is
it's
going
really
to
split
always
bud,
try
isn't
as
it?
hard as it can to favor nobody ever getting sick or dying. And
But
I'm not sure that's a healthy way to go. I think people getting sick and dying is actually good.
But why do people need to be told to wear a face mask if they are wanting to wear a face mask because they believe it gives them protection? Why do they need us
Well,
all to be mandated? And then that's where I'm getting why it's ineffective, because the people who really don't
it's a
freaking want to
little
wear
bit,
them aren't wearing them correctly.
but it's a little bit like somebody having a venereal disease and going, "Well, it's other people's responsibility if they want to use protection." It's in one essence, it is understandable. It's an expression of one's freedom. It's a violation of one's bodily autonomy. Da 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 da. And on another element, it is like, well, that kind of interferes with other people's autonomy. So it is necessarily a really difficult thing if you favor autonomy, which I think everybody does left and right. If you favor autonomy, you're kind of stuck going, well, how do we weigh these two? Do we require that everybody make a sacrifice for a few people? And sometimes yes, sometimes no. It's an evolving area of, how we make ethical decisions, and it's necessarily difficult.
I just think that it's people need to understand that it can do more harm than good. It can do way more harm than good, especially if you're trying to prevent the spread of disease. Because if you have these people being forced to do something they really don't want to do, and believe me, I know they're low economical places because I've lived housing commission, still am in housing commission, so I know what people are like and what they do and don't do with their mask wearing. And it would be quite disturbing if people knew what sort of face masks these people are wearing into stores that sell food, let alone stand next to you in a grocery line. So, I mean, it's just a psychological thing to keep everybody afraid, to keep everybody concerned. Because they are forced to do something that reminds them that there's something there that's going to hurt them. It's very psychological, because if you look at the
Fear
science,
control.
it's not. If we're not using them effectively, they are completely ineffective. So it is. It's a reminder. It's a reminder. There's something really dangerous going around, and they're saying don't mingle at the pub. That's what they said. The health experts just said don't mingle at the pub. What do they want us to do? What do they want us to do? Should I just, what should I do? Just stay on Discord and talk to people over a screen to keep myself safe? That'll work. Don't encourage anyone for a face-to-face or be part of a community or see an old lady that's, might be her last Christmas and God damn it, you want to give her a hug. She hasn't been touched in 2 years. Like this, they're killing people, right? And they're killing people miserably. They're letting us all die miserably. And last year, 166,000 people died in Australia miserably, without their family and their friends, frightened to, exist. All for their self-satisfying, saving themselves because you're saving each other. I mean, it's just insanity. Everything is hypocritical. How is socially distancing even social? What happened to a handshake? If our hands are constantly sanitized, they should be the safest place to touch. Yet we're told to stand back and do not mingle in the pub. Like,
And then
how is a social being supposed to be?
But then what practice does your immune system get if you just live a completely sterile life and have no germs for your immune system to practice on? It just doesn't seem right to me.
This is why I favor a mini apocalypse. Have a little cull, and who survives it will be different.
Oh, that's so
Well,
funny.
see, in that
evolution
sense, I
works,
wouldn't
right?
want anyone left because
I just want people
I'd
to
feel bad
live
for
and
those
live,
people that
and
are
then they will die.
That
social
the people on the side of science.
At
This is the
NASA, they
newest
walked.
doublespeak. It's the
What's
newest
that,
version of
Fuzzy?
doublespeak.
NASA,
Sorry,
they
go
walked
ahead.
off the
Go
job.
ahead. Oh, sorry, Crit, you next.
Fuzzy was coming
Fuzzy
through
Ewok
quite
just tried
quiet.
to say something, and he was coming in quiet, so we all spoke over him. Say again, Ewok.
Sorry, no. All I was saying was that when she said socially distancing is the newest version of doublethink or doublespeak. Is all it is. It's an oxymoron.
Oxymoron,
It's
yeah.
ridiculous, and I'm an
Distancing
intelligent
when you're in
person.
social situations, I kind of understand.
It doesn't work.
I
You're
see
in
the
the
other
same
side, like,
room and you're all
it's social.
breathing. For crying out loud. It doesn't matter if you do 2 steps back at the supermarket. Sally just leaned over you and grabbed the biscuits. And she's doffed down the trolley cart. Like, it doesn't work. It is a ritual and it's driving me insane. And I'm telling you, it's literally driving me insane.
But hang on. But what you're saying there, I'm not sure, Becky, because like some of it is what you're saying. What it sounds like you're saying is like social distancing
It's
doesn't
Lincoln.
work
No, I'll
when
tell you about this.
hang on, let me finish. It sounds like what you're saying is social distancing doesn't work when people don't adhere to it. I think you're right.
No,
about
it just doesn't work because the air that we breathe and the particles in it remains in that area for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes, right? It might be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer, I don't know. So by the time Sally went and socially distanced and grabbed her cabbage off the shelf, and then, Bobby comes along to get his cabbage, Sally's particles are going to be lingering there for at least 5 to 10. If you want them to socially distance, it's one family in the store per half an hour. We'll all get our goods by next bloody year.
Would
Yeah,
you
how do you
agree though?
socially
Would you
distance
agree
on a
though, Becky,
train?
that like if I grabbed your face, if I grabbed you by your ears or your hair, no, that's getting kind of horny.
That's
like,
assault.
just by
That's
your ears.
assault. That's illegal.
and-
That was illegal before.
No, I'm joking. But like, and then I breathed directly into your mouth that you felt the warmth of my breath in the back of your throat.
I
that
still
would be
don't think I'd
worse,
catch it.
But me standing a meter away would be less worse.
No, I don't, because I think all the particles are lingering in the air that I'm breathing in and out anyway. So whatever bad nasties are coming out of you, they're lingering in the air that I'm breathing in. Like, the only way we could do it is in hazmat suits with our own breathing apparatuses, and that's the truth.
What I think this gets to though is a difficulty between like going, well, this is perfect if this can happen, where it's like, yeah, nobody's saying that if you stand 1.5 or whatever the fucking recommended thing is, the probability drops to 0. It's just that it drops a lot more than breathing inside somebody else.
I don't think so at all. And I think a lot of people have been protected through this by their immune systems. Their immune systems responded, realized something foreign was trying to attack them, and expelled it. And that's what I think's happened. And I think people that are vitamin D deficient, people that have bad diets, people that are naturally prone to catching illnesses are the ones that caught it. And I think that the probability of someone like me catching it is incredibly rare, whether I had, 15 face masks on and did, 16 medical procedures.
I'm also mindful, Crit, you went to speak and then I
Oh yeah, at NASA JPL, like 500 employees just walked off the job over mask and vaccine mandates.
Wow, that's interesting news.
I love a bit of
the Globers. What do the Globers think about their heroes doing that? That's like a flat earther move.
I'm always a favor of collective action. Collective action makes government better.
Yeah, it was
so.
really
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, B-Ball was saying that he sides with NASA on all things, right, with government. And I'm like, okay, well, sure. What about this action?
Do you side with NASA on all things?
No, he ran from that one. At first he said it was fake news. After I told him, well, look it up.
I don't know how many times. I'm not that interested in your conversations with other people, Crit. I'll keep asserting that when we keep.
Anyway,
speaking.
I'm taking on the Australian government.
I'm not able to speak with you about somebody else. What somebody else says.
It's time to stand up to the bogans that rule this land and see how they like it. I'm in. I'm doing.
That's the thing that they think NASA's doing.
Yeah, they're
science.
nothing but a bunch of bogans. They think they're elites. They're nothing. They're nothing. They are about to burn in that apocalypse you were talking about.
Have they walked off the job? Oh, hang on. This is from pretty old. Sorry. Okay. JPL
They probably just need some attention because, they're attention whores. NASA.
Yeah, this is after Biden tried to say that there was a.
They just wanted some good press.
When did this happen?
So whenever, Biden did the mandate, was that like November, mid-November?
Well, the astronauts, if they truly believe they're going into space, would be scared, I guess, of having interventions that they know nothing about and then going into their little anti-gravity pods.
28th of October, I can find JPL employees protest federal government mandate, minestrone mandate.
Oh, yeah, and the other thing too, like they're squealing about all the people here in Australia, in New South Wales right now that have got this new thing. But the whole point of that is when they all recover, they're all going to be immune. So it's going to be like a strong force here, like when we get through that. And it's summertime. It is the best time to get, if you have like breathing difficulties, and I know myself when I used to have breathing difficulties, the winter was the worst time for my breathing and the summer was the best time. So if there was a time to get it, now's the time in Australia in the hot summer sun. And how
Can
much
you
can it even how is it even getting circulated? I thought everyone was jabbed.
I don't know. I don't know. Apparently,
It's so
mostly
bizarre.
aerosolized. Apparently, surface stuff. Very few people become zombies from surface stuff. Can you share that crit? Because I'm not finding. I found a story about a protest that was before the protest. I haven't found any evidence of the JPL people walking off. Because that'd be super interesting.
No, I'll tell everyone I exempted myself because of my medical condition, and I haven't been to the doctors yet because I know how busy they are. If like we get into a conversation, but I'm not getting into a conversation with it. I've got this little sticker on my phone that says I'm exempt. Stay away from me. It says let's stay safe and keep our distance, but I'm exempt with a tick. So that's what I'm going to do. If anyone approaches me, I'm just going to have it in my hand and like show them and ask them
Yeah,
to
I
back
don't know.
away.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys had a similar thing either in Australia and America, if crit you could say. We in England have a lanyard system, so if you are exempt, you wear a lanyard, just around your neck, and so people
don't
know not to
know.
say, "Well, aren't you wearing a mask?" Blah 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 blah.
All right, so I should get a lanyard and get that printed off and just wear it around my neck, and then people should stay off
Yep,
me, off
that's
my
it.
back.
That's it.
Aha! I'll go to Officeworks. I'm still allowed to go there in New South Wales. Pity for the people down in Victoria that are unallowed to go to the office supplies.
I don't know if you have that in America. Do you, crit, or any other Americans on?
I'm getting a lanyard with a lanyard holder. Maybe try and get some kind of, Red Cross looking thing so it looks even more medical. We'll see what eBay's got. They've probably got some ones already made on eBay. I can get it like in a week sent to my house. I'll throw my eBay lanyard on.
Yeah, what's that symbol? What's that symbol called again on the WHO?
Oh yeah, let's get one of those with a logo. Yeah, the Flat Earth logo. I'm so going to get a lanyard off eBay later. I need to cheer myself up because I was like going down like a very dark path just then and it was horrid. I can't believe how affected I am by the government. It's like literal, I feel like it's a psychological warfare and like they're really getting me. And it's like if this was a war and I would have been like shot to near death just then.
You're in charge of you. But take control of you. That's the bit you do
Yeah,
have control.
exactly.
Yeah,
I'm
here's
going to
another thing
just
that one of
try
my
and bring
mates
some
always
fun
says
into
to
this.
me. One of my mates always says to me, he goes, freedom is just a thought away.
Absolutely.
Obscura. Oh fuck yeah, I want to watch that.
I just pray that the Lord Jesus comes to rescue us soon because this place is dark now, like it's spiritually dark. I don't need to see a black sky. Like I feel the deep darkness that's come over this land of Australia. It is not the same, and people have been affected in a heavy way. And in all sides of the camp. It's so psychologically damaging and it's been so divisive between families. Like, I barely even speak to my mother now. Like, I'm going on Christmas Day to do the right thing, but we've been so damaged by this situation that, our relationship's been fractured so deeply. And it's so sad.
Is there still shitloads of riots going on in Australia? Or
They're
protests?
protests. I wouldn't call them riots. They've been like almost like little hippie commune with singing and speeches and
we're not Trumpsters down this way.
performances. Yeah, no, it's been more like some of them were more like music concerts. They were just amazing. But yeah, there's been huge gatherings in all the states and all the places. People are coming together to protest the government's mandates. Yeah, absolutely,
So there's
big
hope
time.
still.
There's still hope in the hearts of some, but many have just decided to give their will over and to be done, I think. And I think that they've been defeated. And I get that because I'm defeated in another way. Like I feel it because I can't go that full way that they went, but I feel
It's
their
a cultural
pain.
thing. Australians are like, when it comes to like not in terms of personal behavior, but in terms of governance, we are very comfortable having the government tell us what to do. Like we have, like if you came here and drove, you would just be on many stretches of road and just go, what the fuck is this speed limit? It
Yeah,
is a
because for
60 kilometer an hour speed limit,
yeah,
and it should be like 100.
Yeah, I
And
remember you
like,
telling me
they'll
about
but
this.
be
then
Like,
like, well,
you only
2
see
people
2 cars
crashed.
in 4 hours or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're the only other
And
car on the road.
the thing is, Fat right?
fireworks are illegal. Most guns are illegal. Like the
Mm.
moment something is vaguely dangerous, like electric push bikes
Oh
and
yeah,
scooters and stuff like that, totally illegal.
banned.
We're just extraordinarily risk averse. If the government bans something,
Mm.
we're like, okay, I guess it's bad.
Yeah,
This is
that's
really
right. That's how
powerful.
we've lived for ever since I was a child. I remember as a young teenager, the day everyone's guns were told to be handed in, nobody even blinked an eyelid. They were all complicit. All complicit. Even
Hey,
my
check
Yeah,
this.
father,
yeah,
complicit.
yeah. Alcohol is still cheap as chips. That's not. There's no risk there.
Here, check this one out.
They
There's like a
want people
large.
to be drunk. They want you to be drunk. That's why there's
Of
so many
course.
bottle shops and pubs and clubs in even my town alone. There's like so many places you can even get it delivered to your house like in half an hour. Like it
This is
is
what I think.
crazy.
Yeah. Like you mentioned in the chat there, Ryden, about when it was all of the you can only shop if it's essential. Yet alcohol was still perfectly available to buy during that whole period. So apparently alcohol is essential.
So,
Yeah.
well, according to public health advice, it is. If you have somebody who's a really bad alcoholic and you cut off their alcohol supply, they will die. Like you
What
can
about
stop
a
taking you
free
can stop
spirit
taking
when you
heroin
cut
and
off my
survive.
fucking
You stop
freedom?
taking alcohol, you'll die.
Yeah, well, guess what? When they cut my freedom off and choke me for so long, soon my spirit dies. And when my spirit dies, my fucking body dies too. So these people need to realize they are killing people with this. This is
Hey,
crazy.
Becky, you're in charge of you. Don't don't
Oh,
let it.
I tell you what,
Let it
it is
upset you.
so
It'll upset
bad.
you, and it'll all you focus on. But you're coming up to Christmas time. There's going to be family and stuff. There's going to be so many
Yeah,
other
but it's
things you
not
can talk
good.
about.
It's the worst time. It is the worst time. Like, I can't stand it. I can't stand this time. Like, it is so bad. And I know so many people that suffer at this time. Like, it is only the select few that get to have this happy season. Oh, and they've just made people frightened to see each other again. And I mean, it's just what the government allows the media in this country to do is criminal. And they control people's minds and they have people living in such fear that they won't even hold their own families anymore.
Hey,
This is
Becky.
really. Hey, check this one out. So NASA too has a large number of religious exemptions. So here's a
That's
quote,
not
right?
fair.
Yeah, these guys are rocket scientists. They're religious and they're exempt.
That's unfair. I am super spiritual. My very existence is the being of God inside me, the spirit. So
That's powerful, though. Be like,
I
hey,
would. It is powerful, but the thing is, right now, I am so terrified that all these forcing things that they're doing to people like us, like I don't know what the end will be for someone like me. It is scary now. It is scary,
here. So what? All of
and
the
nobody does anything. They don't care. They just tell me, all right, I'm gonna put Netflix on now and drink a glass of wine. Like I don't give a shit if the lady down the road's about to lose her home and be living under a bridge. That's fine. We'll get new neighbours. Hopefully they'll put the bin out. That's the mentality of this life. People have lost their connection with their hearts. It is a heart condition. These
Well, maybe
people
that's
are
what
under
this
a
is.
heavy heart condition and their
But
hearts have grown cold.
but maybe what this is. This catastrophe is to bring us closer together. Because how long has it been that your neighbor is a stranger? It's for my parents it wasn't like that.
True.
They knew
My
everyone on their road.
Yep. My neighbours are pretty cool, actually. I get a lot of love from them. They saw me go through a similar situation where I was actually out the front of my house having a meltdown and all the cops showed up. And then, the ambulance showed up and then all the cops forcing me to get in a fucking van to be sat at the hospital for God knows how many hours before I was allowed to go home. And when they released me into a dead, dark car park at midnight and failed to call my lift to pick me up. So I had to borrow the phone off a person in the car park to ring to get my friend to come and get me, who was waiting down the road for the hospital to call so that they could come and get me. It was horrendous. That's the level of caring. And on the news yesterday, They said people in New South Wales that haven't had the procedures that may have to pay for their own medical expenses if they get sick. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what country am I living in again? Like, is this a dream? Is this like a really bad dream? Like, am I really hearing that they want to cut people off from getting medical help if they need it?
Well, it's kind of already happened here, you know, with all the, like you just mentioned with the doctors, like how long you have to wait, you can't get an appointment. Yeah, all the hospitals are empty, by the way. I'll let you
Wow.
know, here in England, they're all empty, but you still can't get to see a doctor. So figure that one out. I don't know.
Oh, and it's terrible if you do. Like my father, the last time he went into hospital, he wasn't even allowed to have one visitor. So he was stuck dying, isolated in a place by himself. And he said they had the door shut to his room. He only saw them briefly when they do their calls for a few minutes, and then the door was shut and he spent the whole time alone. And I'm like, oh my God, these people are dying. And that's torture. That's not that's not helping him. He's dying. He needs spiritually and emotionally and even physically, mentally, he needs his loved ones there. He needs interaction. He needs to hear the doors open and people busy. If he gets something and dies, he's dying anyway. But they want to torture them to death in isolation. Like putting a human in isolation in a jail is a punishment. When they get put in isolation, it is the worst punishment that they can have. So that's what they use as a way to, prevent these criminals from doing bad things, is threaten them with isolation. And I know myself what isolation's like. And I know that millions of Australians and the unsung people that nobody hears about, those lonely old souls that used to rely on that young, person at the checkout at Coles to speak for 5 minutes, who's no longer allowed to mingle and is so masked up they can't even hear them or understand or lip read them. I mean, it is just the most depressing situation. And if it continues for years to come, I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, it would just be a threshold build up and people won't take it anymore. That's the way I see it. That's why
I'm
all I see
done.
is revolution.
I don't take it anymore. I do not consent to this anymore. I am not playing this game. They can throw me in jail. I'm done. I am so done. Like spiritually, I have not another ounce of compliance left in me. I just can't do it. I can't do it anymore. And I won't. And I won't do it. And I'll get one of those little lanyards and I will wear my little lanyard that says that I'm an exempt person, and people will hopefully just leave me alone because I won't go out of my way to go out in public. But if I need something, I think that I have the human right to go and buy it. And that's what I'll do with my lanyard on. And if someone has a problem, then I will see them in court if that's what needs to happen, because I'm just cutting them off. They've been cut off from me. They are not sucking the spirit out of me for a moment longer. This is the last year I've done it. I'm done. So feed me to the fucking wolves. I don't care. Like if they want to treat me like a future biohazard, then throw me in the friggin' camp, the COVID camp, because I'm ready. I'm ready to ride. It'll be fun. I hope there's singing. I hope somebody there's got a musical instrument. We'll make the best of it. But I'm going to live like a human being, as a human being was meant to live. And then I will die like a human being is meant to die. So that's me. I'm unenrolled from that now. And I think people should do how they feel and let them live.
Very well said.
Oh yeah,
Can't
Crit.
be much more
Are you in
clear than
America
that.
or are you in
Yeah.
Canada? You're in
America. Yeah.
Do they have lanyards there for exempt people?
No, here, where I'm at right now, the county I'm in, the sheriff said, like early in the pandemic, they will not enforce any state or local mandates, and I don't have a police department here. So as long as I stay here, like in my county, no one had to do anything. Everyone stayed open. There's the one kind of mom and pop restaurant everyone goes to. It was packed like the whole time. They didn't even move the tables or anything. The only thing that was a little bit awkward is that we did have a Walmart that kind of moved in, like a superstore Walmart, and they were vaguely making people wear masks. There's just a sign on the door that says, like, thank you for wearing your mask, but no one did, and except for the cashiers. The people who work there did, probably because for terms of their employment or whatever. But even then, you'd see some without a mask on.
So
Everyone's
it's just a suggestion. It's not.
Yeah, but if you went down into the cities or the more liberal areas, I guess they were really, big on masks there. But I'm think people would just give you like a stern look. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can't recall anything going about where they were like going to arrest and fine people and stuff.
Because I'd say most supermarkets here try to make people wear masks, but I don't think they really enforce it. But one supermarket, luckily Sainsbury's, has said it's your choice, which I think is admirable.
Yeah, there was something to do with drivers, I guess, like the Uber drivers that they had to wear while they were driving. So that was something. I guess like people who were worried about employment status because of an employee, but it's not too much government got involved. It looked like they tried to, but when they started to lose executive support, they were like, "Well, we can't get legislative support because there's some elections are coming up, and they can't get executive support." So they just kind of dropped the issue and just started doing a lot of propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, many times I completely forget about it all. And when I go to the shop, and I've completely forgot about it, and I see someone wearing a mask in it, and I just remember, like, oh, maybe they won't let me in. But I just walk in, get what I need, and go. If they tell me, oh, you don't have a mask, and because I don't carry one with me, I'll just put my top above my nose or whatever, just for a brief period. But
Yeah, it's
even still, I don't even do that.
a real problematic thing that happened here in Minnesota, like right before Sharona, was they passed this law that you cannot wear a mask in public. It was like because we have a lot of Somali people and a lot of Muslims, and people were all worked up that everywhere they went, people were wearing the hijab. So they said, well, on public transportation, all these protected areas, you cannot wear a mask. It is illegal to wear a mask.
Yeah.
So then like 1 year later, they tried to say now it's illegal not to wear a mask. So people are like, what are you talking about?
Flip flop.
Yeah, how can you do that? How can you say 1 year it's dangerous for the public safety if somebody has a mask on? Or a face covering. At the time, they called it face coverings. But then the next year, say it's dangerous if they don't have a face covering.
It's like they want to make everyone look suspicious.
Oh yeah, so that was a big deal too, because it came into because when that all happened, they were upset too because they were taking people's pictures for their driver's license and things too, where people said, "Well, no, I will. This is what I'll look like with my driver's license and religious exemptions and whatnot." So yeah, it was kind of a really hot button issue there. People kind of were ready to push back as soon as it happened. Plus, the governor here isn't really well liked. He kind of won a very tight election. He doesn't have a lot of political power. In the House, the legislative branch is owned. The other party it has control of it. It's sort of like a purple state, if you will, like a red and blue state mixed together.
One thing I want to point out is I'm trying to keep myself as far away that I can in mental way is nonsense. I watch what is happening. I watch people doing things, but I try to just ignore all
Disconnect.
of them.
Just be the observer.
Yeah, I in a mental way or a spiritual way, I'm free. I'm totally free. What
Yeah,
just
I get you.
Becky said that she wants to be free from or whatever it will cause to her. That's same to me. I will be mentally free even though I will be in chains by physically. I don't care because I'm a Christian as well, so I'm not going in a different. I'm not going in a worse place than this is. I'm going in a better place after this life. So so in my personal, let's say, religion or whatever, it's kind of this is just passing by in this world, which is in a satanic ruling and so on. So the point is that I'm disconnected, as you said, and the thing is that never in human history a man could stand with another man living in a totally different world. I mean, people who are awakened, people who are asleep. So when you are in a grocery store and you stand next by some person, you might be kind of mentally living in a totally different world. The other are locked into the prison, and the other are free mentally. So it's amazing how we live these days.
I think it's the best approach. Just be a spectator. I mean, it is hard when there are restrictions. I get what you say that you're still in the chains, but yeah, it's hard to not. I don't know. Notice you're being squeezed in a sense.
I got my lanyard. I've already bought it. It'll be here
Excellent.
soon on eBay, and it cost me $7.
Result.
Free delivery too. So yeah,
Free
I'm just going to
market.
throw that on me, and that's my thing now. That's my jam. And if people want to, come and contest at me, then they've got serious problems, and they better back off because that's assault. And I'm going to get off and stop assaulting me with your voices. How's that? Stop assaulting me with your voices, you carnivorous people. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, then too, if it's like a Karen, just be ready to walk away. I mean,
I'm
just
I'm not gonna walk away. I'm gonna stride away like
Yeah.
I own the freaking joint. And if they want to come after me, they better be ready to have confrontation because I am done. I'm done. I'm actually done. I'm done. I'm dusted. It's all over for me. So I'm moving on with my life. They can stay in the game, but I've just got out of it because I'm bored with the game now. It's been too long. So what's next for me is living my life. And I will take the consequences for living my life, whatever they will bring. And if that brings me into the courthouse constantly, well, then that's where I'm meant to be. Maybe I'm meant to go to the courthouse in trouble, but then I end up, preaching the good news to somebody who's lost and they find their way to Jesus. And then all of a sudden, bam, I've got a brother or sister in Christ that's going to live forever. Wow. It would be worth 16 court appearances if that's what the Lord is going to lead me to do. But he knows that I've had enough, and he knows that I'm going to live my life, and I'm going to live rationally with my brain like I wish everybody else could. But apparently the brains of my countrymen have been hijacked. And that's what's happened. And it's terrible. And I'm obviously not working. The program didn't work for me. Something went wrong and my brain's haywired and didn't compute because I'm not complying with the compliance. So it's irrational compliance too. If there was any rationality to some of the compliance, I would 100% be complying. But when I see irrational behavior just to comply, it concerns me for the future of my country and my life. Where are we going to be in 10 years' time? If everyone's complying to crazy stuff now just to comply, just to get along, just to fit in. Yeah, it's so sad.
Most people before World War II didn't know what's going to happen in Germany with the leading of Adolf Hitler, and they figure out that everything is cool and nothing will happen there, and those people, most of them, didn't have a clue what would be happening. And almost the same thing is happening now. So if our generation will not stand now, our children and grandchildren will suffer afterwards from what we didn't do, why we didn't stand out and shout out that something is going wrong in this world. We have to stop it.
Yeah, I've been screaming and shouting on every platform I could for so long now. And I've been writing to every department, every governmental department, ministerial offices, you name it. I've wrote to them. Like, if there's a database somewhere out there, like I've definitely made the cut and I'm on the list because they know that I'm in complete and I'm rational. I'm giving them, see, by what I do, I look irrational. But the thing is, I see such a controversy out there that if I don't speak rationally about what's happening, I feel like I'm complicit in the crime. Like I'm seeing what's going on. This is criminal. Like I have to say something. And the only way I can say something is through the appropriate channels. So that's what I've been doing. And I know it doesn't make a difference. Well, it doesn't seem to make a difference yet. But what happens if there's hundreds of thousands of people like me doing the same thing? It puts pressure on them. At least they know that we've stood up and be counted. And in a spiritual war, it's kind of that's how you stand up and be counted, I think, because I can't physically do it. Because we were, our bodies were sat down and locked down and our faces have been covered up. And, there's been all these, and we've been told to not mingle at the pubs. Now, from memory, being a girl that grew up in a small country town, that's what the pubs are for, mingling and seeing your mates and having a Christmas party where you bring all your kids and Santa gives them all a present and they get ice creams and the boys sit at the bar and drink. That's how I grew up. And if you told me that that wasn't normal, there would be something weird going on with you. You just couldn't do it back in the 1980s. People would have looked at them as if they had two heads. They would have clicked off their set-top TVs and they would have gone about their lives. But somehow with the mass exposure to the black screens, people are constantly bombarded with it wherever you go. So it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to get a dose of it. So it's going to keep you in the program.
And I think that's why it is good to do, like you say, be a voice that speaks against it, because if you just go along with it, all you do is compound the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and being complicit sometimes, even though you do it because you want to get along and you think it's, doing the right thing, sometimes it's actually, it's a negative approach. No approach can be a negative approach too. It can have an adverse reaction of its own, not doing anything at all. And that's what happened, I think, throughout human history when we saw that happening, in the World War II. And while everybody sat back in their several countries and did nothing and let things gained momentum over there in Germany, things got really bad really quick. And even the citizens were complicit with so much of it till they were controlled by radios. They literally, what I've heard, they had Nazi radios that they would drop off at the houses and the people were mandated to listen to the evening propaganda report. And that's what kept them all in place, in program, for that to go about. And how easy is it to do it to people today? There's TVs and radios everywhere you go.
You can't brainwash people if you don't have an audience.
But they've got the audience and the people are on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, all the media.
It's just terrifying.
Yeah,
but the media has full control of the people here. Full control.
Yeah, that's what the media is for.
Yeah, exactly.
You see that excuse where just following orders is being used again.
Yeah, it's not appropriate.
All it takes is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think the action of not acting is so damaging right now. And I am frantic. I've got to the point where I'm frantic and it's affecting me on every level. And it's just I don't know what to do anymore. I've tried everything and I'm well, that's it. Game over for me. I'm out. I'm walking away from the game and I'm not going to do what they say anymore. Simon says, put your hands on your head. I just walked off and walked out of the game. I'm not playing Simon Says anymore. I'm a grown woman, an educated woman who knows what Simon Says is wrong. So I'm walking away. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to wear that little lanyard around. And if people want to approach me, even if I'm wearing that lanyard, then be it on their heads. But that's the way that my destiny is going. No, we're not mandated to wear clothes here, actually. And it's funny, down in Victoria right now, as it was not long ago here, a person that doesn't have certain medical procedures can't go into a clothing store and buy clothes. So apparently, clothes are not even mandatory anymore in Australia. So there's a case.
You'll get done for exposing yourself if you don't go around with your privates covered up. You'll get charged.
Well,
for
we could
that.
use some leaves. We could use some
Yeah.
leaves for that because clothes are no longer mandatory in Australia.
That reminds me of a joke where right when all this started happening, they said the grocery store that said that mask and gloves were required. I showed up and everyone else was still fully clothed. You know,
That's funny.
it was
Yeah.
it was some more elegant than that. A
Oh,
better
no, I
play
got
on
it.
words.
Yeah, but there was this lady down in Melbourne that was, on the streets the other week, and she was so awesome. She was wearing a sandwich board that says, clothing is no long is not mandatory, right? Because she's not allowed to go into a clothing store or a shoe store to buy clothes or shoes. So she wore nothing, like she just wore her underwear, and these sandwich boards, and she was just pretty much naked. And that was her protest. And I applaud her, and I thought it was the best statement ever, because that's what I couldn't understand here in New South Wales. Like clothing was not classed as an essential item, and we hadn't been allowed into a clothing store for it must have been around 5 months or 6 months. Or I don't know, maybe only 3 or 4 months at that stage, but it feels like a very long time. And you weren't allowed in there unless you adhered to what they asked you to do. And the people that didn't do that, they weren't allowed to buy clothes or shoes. And I found it fascinating. And I thought to myself, well, if I had a better body, I'd just start walking around naked, because apparently I can't buy clothes anymore. So why would I have to wear them? Like, that makes no sense to me. Like, if you want me to wear something, you need to make it available for me to purchase. What happens if my house just burned down and I had no clothes? Like, what do you expect me to do? Wait for 10 days to buy and get it online, and then it show up and it doesn't fit?
It's going to be the future, man, because that's just how things go. Like, we need to build for the future generation. So you're better off knocking down buildings that you no longer need, good accommodation. If they're doing that in England, instead of going to the green belt, they found a way that, like, everyone's working from home. But there's a lot of shops that shut down, they've gone online, and all the accommodation they get knocked down, and they just put flats there. See, that's what's happening.
Yeah, well, Sean said that apparently he thinks that I'm going to be going around yelling at people in stores, which is absolutely not the case. The whole point of the lanyard is that no one approaches me. They see from a distance that I'm, obviously not wearing a mask for a reason, and they, to be courteous and remain away and not speak to me or anything like that could cause me any, harm. So that's the whole point of the lanyards, so people don't have to, get into a scene or get, close and personal with somebody that's not doing something that they're doing, and for some reason in their psyche they believe that they should be approaching a perfect stranger in a shopping mall and demanding to know why they aren't wearing something that they're wearing themselves. It's bizarre behavior in itself. So,
Yeah, that's a Karen, and you will come across them. So I've noticed the best thing to do is just don't engage at all. Don't make eye contact. Just go about my business and always keep walking away from them.
Yeah. I don't know who Sean Hawkins is or why he would even accuse me of causing anyone's business to close, because if he had listened to the conversation before, he would known that I'm a perfectly healthy woman, very well educated, and can understand risks and make assessments. And I even own my own testing here at the house. So I know exactly what condition I'm in when I'm out and about, if I feel I need to be tested or anything. So, people like that are just online accusing people that they don't know of strange things in a text chat. It's just
Don't worry
weird.
about him, Beck. He's just a troll. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
could
but
be a
it's just
fake.
bizarre behavior.
It could be a
Yeah.
fake one. Like Sean has a lot of fans too that make fake accounts of him. So unless it's a,
No, I
think they,
wouldn't even know who Sean Hawkins is. I just assume it's some dude behind a fake name and, a troll on Discord.
yeah, there's people who
Listening
pretend
in on
he
the live
might.
stream because he's got no balls to come in here and have a conversation. Just
Yeah,
another nobody.
yeah. I mean, it
I
could
am
be.
a very, excuse me, but I really am a very well educated person. I have I had beautiful high grades. I went to one of the most elite schools in Sydney. So I am
Don't
a
take the bait, Debbie.
well educated
Yeah,
person.
it might be a gag,
Don't take the
Becky.
bait.
Yeah, it could be
But
a
I'm
gag.
just letting you all know. I am very well aware of, and I'm a mother, and I'm instinctively always assessing the safety of not just my own child, but of every person that I come in contact with. It's my instinct to assess and keep people safe all the time. That's what I do. It's just in my instinct. So yeah, I've got that. I think that's more effective, my motherly instincts, than any education. I think
Well,
that trumps it every time.
yeah, that's the real Sean Hawkins. Actually, that's not the gag one.
Well, whoever he is, he's a person that has no idea of reality. So that's who he is. And good luck to him. And he can have his fun and do his thing. But to me, he's just another, faceless person on the internet trying to let out some frustration because they've obviously got, issues at home and things aren't always great. And you come on here to have a release. Like, I had to come on here to have a release because I've seen so much information of, this governmental abuse and I'm just like, can't take it anymore. So I've come on here to just unleash, like in saving myself probably, thousands in psychologist bills. So thank you for the free advice.
Yeah, man, that sounds cool. That's why
Yeah,
I
no,
come
it's
here.
good.
That's why I come here, so I can speak to people that are on my level, man. You know what I mean? It's frustrating talking to people that just can't even compute the most basic of stuff, and they're like, most people haven't. I think it's a type of fascism. I'll call it fascism. It's a fascism. It's a trend. Everyone's putting masks on. Everyone's just following suit. I don't know who's got vaccines and who's not. I've never had a vaccine in my life, and I never will. That's my reason. But I'm in England, and they're fucking queuing up. They're queuing up for their fourth, for their fifth, whichever you want to fucking call it. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're just taking different vaccines from different companies. You have no fucking idea. And on the packaging, it says like fucking, it's to do with testing for the tests that we've got are relevant to chimpanzees, not humans, but it says it on the packaging, and you're like, it's fucking ridiculous, you know what I mean? It's like we're testing ourselves. The results we're getting is in conjunction with results, the accurate results come from a chimpanzee, but yet we're testing humans. So someone's already made the decision that these test kits that we use, which are based on testing chimps and not humans, somehow someone made a forceful that we are chimps.
Whereas, see, for me though, you don't even need to go that far. You just look at those vaccines that have been gone through the years of testing, before all this pandemic bullshit. But even those vaccines aren't safe. So why would you trust these vaccines that haven't been through the proper testing and all that, if the ones that do go through the proper testing still aren't safe?
I think the point is, but
why?
if you want to, that's your body, like your choice. You know what I mean? Like, go and enjoy that. But please stop harassing me and sending me text messages and letters and putting ads on TV saying that I'm selfish. And just stop. Like, leave me alone. I've got my own personal like shit going on in my body, and I don't need like these random people coming near me and telling me like I should do something that could kill me, and they have no idea. I might look like them, but my body is not them, and it's not been through what theirs has been through. And I'm finding it really irrational that people are thinking they have the right to get up in people's medical business. Like, hello, that's never been acceptable in our society ever until recently. And now I'm still finding it even more like not okay. It's not anyone's business. Like what goes on with me and my doctor behind that closed door. My goodness me. Like people have got the right to
PC
privacy when
world
they've
is
got,
allowed to talk.
HIV and all of that. They're protected. Their rights are protected. you know, and nobody batters an eyelid that they might be being served by a HIV positive person, you know, that's, you know, dishing up their noodles. There's no laws against that.
Yeah, it's true. I was in the playground during the early pandemic with my kids. There was a woman there that had a child older than my children. Anyway, she felt it was all right to um, ask if she could pick my child up, so she put my child onto a swing or something like that. And I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And she says, "Oh, I'm double vaccinated." I said, "I don't give a fuck." You know what I mean? It's like you guys think that you're infallible because you're following the rules, but you're also proving that you've got no logic and you've got no sense, and you need other people to direct your life for you, which is what 90% of people are doing because they don't want to stand out like a sore thumb. They don't want to stand out. They don't want to be the talk of the town. But fuck me, like, you know, I've gone through the whole thing of this, and you know, it hasn't affected my life in the way that I haven't had a vaccine. No one's fucking bothered me. No one's asked me questions. It's just not a subject that we need to talk about, you know? In my personal family life and stuff like that, no one talks about it because it's kind of, yeah, they
Well,
know that.
What about work
I
though?
think I think social media is is controlled in a way by our governments too, right? Because they were encouraging people to get badges on their profile pictures to say that they had been, you know, double jabbed and all of that sort of stuff. So they are encouraging people to voluntarily give advice to the whole world on your public profile picture that you've had a medical procedure, and they're encouraging you to do that on social media. So I think the Facebook is really heavily controlled by our governments as well. I think they use it as a tool to control people,
Well, there used to be a website called
manage people, put them in little groups. You know, the shadow banning isn't fake, it's real. It happened to me. I know because they shadow banned my Facebook posts from my own child. He thought that I had banned him. And we're like looking at the computer trying to work out why my posts aren't coming up when he searches up my profile. My posts were being suppressed by my own child because in his demographic, the things I was saying were not appropriate. They were anti the agenda. So they just suppress them. So you've got an audience of all of the people that agree with you on Facebook. That's it. And then anybody that would be influenced by you or may disagree healthily with you and get into some kind of, you know, family situation publicly for the other Facebookers to read, that never happens.
Yeah, of course. It's just the
It's
mainstream media.
crazy.
It's just the mainstream media finding other sources to use. That's it.
But isn't it crazy that you think that you're posting to your audience of, you know, your 200, you know, Facebook friends, which is your family and your friends and people you grew up with, whatever, you know, and you're not. You're only getting read by the ones that agree with what you say, and anyone else that might be influenced by what you say or disagree with what you say is just pretty much suppressed.
Yeah, that's why I went away from Facebook years ago.
Because they collect your data. So they had every conversation thread of mine where I disagreed with the narrative throughout this whole thing with every other friend. And they saw the friends, the chats who I just unfriended in the end because I couldn't be, you know, couldn't be done anymore. And they just collected all that data and then they knew the audience to put me in so that I would be put in a box that would not affect or influence anyone because they already think the same as me. It's crazy. It's social engineering at its finest, and they're doing it like under our noses, and we have no idea about it. Like, it's so random. Like, people will say, "Oh, they shadow ban me." Like, "Oh yeah, that guy's a bit of a fruitcake," but it's actually real. It's a real thing. Like, we proved it. My son and I. You know, you would think that the AI would be smart enough to, you know, facial recognize and, you know, through chat work out who's related to who. So maybe, you know, your biological son might be someone to keep off your, you know, suppression list. Otherwise, you might ask questions. So it's not like perfect. Average Australians can work out what's going on in these times when they're a close-knit family and they talk to each other. Because I would talk to him about posts that I would make, and he'd be like, "I don't see them. Like, did you ban me?" And then I had to check my settings to see if I'd accidentally like refrained him from seeing posts, but there was nothing there. It was all on Facebook's end. So it's like a real thing, this situation. But people think, oh, well, what's the harm in that? She's just a ranting, middle-aged woman, But at the end of the day, like the minute that the next narrative turns a corner and they disagree, they'll be also put in a box that I'm in. And no one that disagrees with them or could be influenced by them will hear from them anymore either. They'll be in the same box as I am now there. All that place is good for is looking, at everyone's family photos and, selling shit on the marketplace, basically. And anything else, it's just like mainstream TV. It's just all socially engineered to, appeal and control.
Yeah, definitely, man, definitely push narrative, and then you can steer.
They've used our data to work out our target, the target audiences and who will benefit most for advertising. So they work out who you are, and then when something appeals that may appeal to you, then you'll, put that, sponsored post up so you get to see it, and hopefully you'll, take the bait and buy whatever they're selling, so you can, keep their advertising stats high and keep them making money. I mean, it's just a machine. It's weird when you look at it as a human being, as a, a person that, longs for that olden day style life without all this stuff, like this control and this invasion of people's, innermost lives now. It's so crazy. So crazy. And I can just see it. I just step back and see it, and it's weird because everything is so controlled, and people seem to be knitting and melding and molding and just meshing into this new humanity, I guess, this new way of life where they will be guided by, a system.
Yeah, but they were talking about making other internets that aren't the internet. It's almost like an intranet, and where Google and whoever control the internet at the moment, almost like a second internet will be made, and then it becomes more moderated and fair and stuff like that, and similar features. But I reckon something like that would happen because it would be easy to make the internet again because we already know how to make it the first time.
Or they don't even need to make anything. They just need to put restrictions, don't they? So they just make what they'd actually make is then another deep web or another dark web, because
another offshoot.
Yeah, you just have what you can get to now will be closed off, and it will be considered another dark web.
Yeah, but also like the restrictions on each country, as such as that if you go to YouTube and you type something in, you're not going to get 100 Chinese channels coming up. Like all those sort of integrations, there is the fact that all the different countries aren't seeing what all the other countries are talking about. So if I'm a flat earther in England, I'm not going to. There might be a million flat earthers in China. They've got a hell of a lot more proof than everyone else, but we'll never be able to communicate with them because of the difference of our languages, which was most probably a deliberate thing. And in our past, we all segregated. We can't communicate with each other. So we're sharing experiences of a few English-speaking people around the world, but there's going to be another 10 people from all different other countries. They've just got probably even juicier stuff to say. They'll say to you, "Oh, we live on the streets and our places have been bombed." We don't hear about that. So the narrative tells us what they want us to hear, and it's the Chinese whisper to someone else.
Oh, right. So you're saying it's like almost in place, which to a degree, yeah, I agree with you. That
It's
it's
so
restricted.
bad.
There is an agenda. I mean, I lived in South Africa, so I matriculated, and you see what goes on and what the rest of the world. I came to England and they asked, it's not a colour thing. I'm a white person. I come from a white family, and I'll get asked by people in England of similar age to me, asking me if my parents were black, and I'm like, you serious, mate? Like, that's what you think of South Africa. So the Australians know the South Africans. There's a lot of white South Africans. It's established in a British way, and not a white way, in a British way, because old South Africa were mostly blacks, and they drove cars. They dressed up in Victorian gear. It's the fact that you're looking at black and white photos, you can't actually tell whether the person's white or black in many, many, many cases. So this whole thing here, it's got something to do with a one race. It's a very almost sounds like a German influence, where they just want that Führer, they want that one race but one color, and everyone's the same. But it's never going to be like that because we're all different and we're never going to integrate. Well, actually,
and that's what is the strength of us is that we're all different, is it not? Because otherwise we're all robots, and then there's no creativity. There's no one else has a different idea, so then we're just robots.
yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like the bombing that goes on in Syria, Libya, all these different places that we've got, in the lower, like the Middle East and stuff like that. It's clear to me that what you're doing is you're doing a forced migration, forced immigration, integration. It's forced because these people are literally fucking swimming across the English Channel and fucking drowning, right? And these people, and then, people want to go to other countries for safety, for their family, and then, so that the violence causes people to leave their countries because they think, oh, it's internal. It's not. It's from outside, and people just want to disrupt them, destroy their homes. They flee the country. They go out of the way. They're naturally, but the integration has to happen because eventually, we need to progress as a human race. Because when we eventually realize what the hell's going on as a human race, we'll have more power to do this as a unity. But definitely with this control of government control and stuff like that, it's you've got the left and you've got the right wing. You've got the left wing that's going to say you need to do vaccines, and the right wing will do everything in their power to make sure that the left don't get their way. So there'll always be leniency. It's up to the public. Most of our narrative that we've come to and that will go moving forward was based on public assumption. You tell the media, oh, here's a picture of this and here's a word. The media will make the narrative indirectly because you've given them the tools, you've set them up to fail them, and then you checkmate. They didn't see the checkmate coming, but these guys are doing it because there's a narrative that needs to, there's a narrative, there's a
agenda,
ideology, idealism, the way that's, with our methods and scientific methods that we've done in the past based on idealism, and then we can prove it later. But what's the hurry, bro? Let's get fucking shots up, let's get pissed. There's a book called Cocaine, Cockayegne, and it's about life in the early days where everyone's getting fucked. So I thought to myself, well, there's a saying called the Northern Monkeys and the Southern Fairies in England. But actually, you've got the Northern Fairies, which are people that take drugs, and then you've got the Southern fucking Northern Fairies and the Southern Monkeys, because the old English folk, like they'd be like, oh no, the fucking black people, when I was growing up in the 30s, 40s, yeah man, we just called them monkeys. And black people were called monkeys up until the fucking 80s, 90s, even fucking today. So, the words are there for us and not the folk, anyway, stories. So, the Northern Monkeys and Fairies, sorry, Ethiopia grew opium, so they're most likely named the Opia. They supplied opium to the people in Europe and stuff like that. These guys are all fucking high as kites because there was fuck all else to do. There was no jobs, there was nothing. And then the royalty and the scientists and the people in charge, they're getting fucked every day, mate. You can imagine that they're just sitting there on the throne. There's fuck all else to do. It's whatever. And so they make a lot of decisions just under the influence of other things, saying, do you know what? Fuck it. It's not our problem. We're going to get through the next, if I make it to 30, I'll be lucky, in them days. And they'll be like, whatever decision I make now, it doesn't fucking matter, man, because we don't know what the future is. There's no hope. There's just like fucking...
Not planning for the future.
Yeah, there's no planned future. And John Levi coincided with my theory of the sun being stuck at the equator only just 600 years ago. My timeline is calculated. He just puts on the narrative that you see these symmetrically arranged bones and skeletons and stuff like that. They're found in burial sites, the mounds, the Milwaukee in America, all the mounds, the mound people, and you see all these fucking burial sites way underground, way underground. So we've got these places all around the world that are underground. You know, I'm sure one of you could at least name 20 places that's got cities underground, and there's videos on it everywhere, right? Scotland, you know, that under Edinburgh is a fucking other city. Probably not as big, but it's fucking. So people are living underground at some point, probably in our close past, because otherwise those things there might have sort of like dusted out, or whatever. So Julian Levi just talking about bones and stuff. He's like, these bones have been boiled, and they've been sucked clean. You know, like you give a dog a fucking flesh bone, he ain't gonna fucking rip that down to the thing. But if you boil a bone, you get it clean. These bones are fucking clean. And he's like, this is cannibalism, man. He's like, and the point I'm trying to make is that if we knew exactly how fucking bad stuff will be in a certain amount of time in the future, because we're actually planning our future, we'll know what's the cycles. We'll have the real information of what they've recorded since day one. You know, like pre-0 AD, like 500 BC. But all those records were kept. Nothing was lost. We have no dark ages. We have the right timeline. And yeah, it's crazy to think that we possibly were all cannibals, living near the equator, underground, because it was so fucking hot. Everywhere else was frozen, and then we turned to cannibals, man. And lucky enough, the sun started fucking as it's carrying on moving through its cycle in a clockwise motion or anti-clockwise, depending where you are in the world, or facing the whatever. Yeah. So 600 years ago, we came out of a fucking ice age, and we will be in a similar ice age in 1,500 years time. I reckon 1,500 to 2,000 years time. I can give you exact numbers. It's either 2,000 or 2,666. But yeah, the lead up to that is also the either side of that period. And I believe that the sun will be going around the north and the south pole in about 2,000 of our time years. Crazy, yeah?
I think what you're also getting at is the key to understanding the future is finding the true history.
Exactly. I mean, there's people that know the true history, but you can't divulge to people like. I'm into all models, man. I love geometry. I love everything like that. I don't push the model, but if it turned out that we were concave, don't just hear this out. Just hear this out. The concave models are fucking load of shit, right? It's a load of shit. It's got fucking more flaws. It's got a fucking the sun as a spotlight. It's a fucking the person standing in the middle with a fucking spotlight going round and round. It's fucking shit. Anyway, but if it turned out that we were in some cell that we're never going to get out of, or the curiosity of humanity, we would overwrite ourselves and fucking hunt each other. This, you know, that we've done the social surveys, like Big Brother. You know, you stick people on a house in a cabin. They don't know what time it is, and they have to fucking get on. But when you get to the point of we're all meat eaters, there's no fucking food. We're underground. There's no food. We've run out of food. What do we do? Do we start turning people into vegetarians now with supplements, so that when we get to that stage, we won't be meat eaters and think about eating each other. We'd rather just die naturally.
You're cutting up a little bit. But you see, I saw that video with the bones, and I was thinking, well, could a flood not cause that as well, though? Could water not clean those bones to that degree after a long enough time?
No, I'm a chef. You know, we do Chinese ribs. You get Chinese ribs, they ping off the bone like that. Yeah, I mean, like when I was saying about like the sun being stuck at the equator, that would have meant that everything north of 20 degrees and everything south of 20 degrees would have been frozen. And as those things start thawing out, you can imagine that everything that got frozen would have expanded, because when you freeze soil, but it gets sludgy and it's clay. So when it thaws out, it just turns into
falls off
mud sludge. So the mud sludge, yeah. So if people wanted to talk about how we had mudslides and we had mud floods, it's just down to the fact that you've got vast amounts of mountains and bridges and ups and downs and everything like that. it just all starts to thaw out from the highest to the lowest, and then fucking you start to have landslides. But or what happened in the past, and now, like when we went to America the second time, or the third time, or the fourth, or the fifth time, that land was frozen. Then we moved away. Then we moved back, and our narrative at the moment is that Columbus discovered America, etc., etc., etc. But they had slaves coming over from the Irish, stuff like that, and they were just excavating the fucking place and just revealing, like, there's buildings here, there's park buildings here, there's park buildings there, and they fucking go in and they're like, oh, there's fucking loads of stuff to use here and stuff like that. And even a bit like Three Piggies, the piggy that made the strongest building was the one that stood the test of time. So they go there and fucking, yes, we've rebuilt shit, but it's not saying that the original building, the original foundations, as many of us have seen, that there's original foundations. Go to London. They raised London like fucking 90 meters. Yeah? 90 meters. And the flood levels going up and stuff like that is only because they blocked off all the canal systems. They have half of the UK is underwater, but it's just the fact that we've got land around on the outside. And yeah, we're pretty much, a lot of us is under sea level. So London flooded because what happened was they started blocking off the waterways, and then they started flooding. And then they're like, oh, we need to do this, we need to do that. And massive rivers, I'm talking fucking valleys, right? They managed to block off the water to stop this. So they control the water, then they go, okay, we got that. But they weren't educated or clever enough to think about the implications for the future. So, like, just delivering stuff in the UK would be
covering up the telltale signs. They didn't think about it.
They're all fucked up, man, on drugs or glue, anything. Life is mundane. You take the people. I was on furlough, right, for like 3 months. Sitting at home, there's fuck all to do. It's fucking 500, whatever year it is. It's 1500 AD. There's fuck all to do, man. And you've got the people that are thriving in Africa and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, it's like, fucking, I want what they're having and stuff like that. No. But the dryness and stuff like that, it's quite apparent when I say about the sun, that but Texas, on a world geological map, you see that Texas is hot and it's dry. You'll see that North Africa is hot and dry. You'll see that Australia is dry. There's an angle, there's a tilt. Now, if you look at that line that goes from that diagonal line, just imagine that's turning clockwise at 15 kilometers. That's 15 kilometers a year. Don't look on Wikipedia. Wikipedia is controlled by the CIA, which used to have a website called factbook.com. So just before Wikipedia came out, there was a website called factbook.com, which was managed by the CIA. So wherever facts go out to the world, a lot of, maybe just America, but everyone follows into America because they're very highly educated, and everyone follows suit. The South Africans are supplied something like $800 million a year for use of their facilities so that they can mine the seas near there. So when countries like Australia, and if that's the case in Australia and South Africa getting handouts from America, because we agree that we're quite close to America in many cultures, in many ways, our music, our scenes, our culture, everything like that. America's funding other countries, or someone is funding other countries. And if you put the grip on and you say, hang on, mate, if you don't enforce this fucking narrative and get people wearing masks and get the vaccines, all that, we're going to take your money away. You can have no money to fucking play with. There'll be no more stock market. You can fuck off, yeah? And then, like, the people that are fucking earning all the money off the pennies that we don't take back off for every 99p, if someone's supplying money, and the Americans, I want to stop for now because I'm talking too much. The Americans, they wrote off 21 trillion. That's not billion, it's not million. They wrote off 21, no, sorry, apologies. They wrote off 21 billion. No, $21 trillion since like 2009 to 2015 or something like that. And they just said, oh, we can account for it, so we can write it off. So that money must have come from somewhere. And all we're doing is we just got inflation. This is basically it's just catching up with the debt. We're never going to do it. There's endless supply of money. There's endless supply of wealth. And they could easily repair all the fucking damage of people starving and all this. You look at videos in Africa, they've got fucking bottled water. And mobile phones, they're fucking gambling. They haven't even got toilet paper to wipe their arms, but yet they're fucking gambling. So all these things here, it's about consumerism. That's the key point here is that if we don't consume, there won't be no jobs. If there's no jobs, we won't be we'll be bored. We're going to start turning on each other. You're going to get crimes, violence. It'll be like fucking Terminator, Judgment Day. You have fucking computers, fucking Elon Musk will probably admit we'll be having fucking robots fucking controlling us because we're so fucking ignorant to what.
But that's why I kind of lean towards homesteading a bit more, you know, making it your own, because then you're busy most of the day anyway with your animals, with cutting wood, with all of that. Yeah, so there would be no turning on each other. Well, there would still be, obviously, parts of that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your upbringing. You know, I can use a knife and fork, but like it's, we all can. But you go into South Africa, there's in Africa as well. The Africans are more barbaric than most other people that you'll meet. Go and meet North African black people. They're aggressive as fuck. Aggressive as fuck. You can't even fucking say hi to them. They're fucking aggressive. So if you let the aggression or the aggressive type of human be in control, you're gonna have Genghis Khan. It's gonna be Mongolia. It's gonna be fucking you know that barbaric thing of smacking someone over the head and smashing their skull. It's barbaricness like that, and we've put into place this way that we stopped hurting each other and all this. Yes, we did warn people that we're going to cut your head off or we're going to hang you and stuff like that. But you know, the London dungeons might have just been a scare tactic. It was more the fact that we don't want to hurt you guys. We just need to get some fucking order here. You know, a moderator. It's just something. Yeah, but I know when we think, oh, we're just going to get on and crack wood and stuff like that. But there are societies out there that's
people are different. Yeah, we get it. I understand what you're saying. People are born different. People are raised different. And yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, man, I can easily name many things. We've got gypsies, we've got travellers, we've got chavs, we've got these people here, man. These people here, they come and fucking rob everyone else, man. You know, they're fucking. It's because social society separated it, and we in England they promote socialism. If I've got my words right, because I'm not fluent. I'm a chef. I'm not fluent in any of these, you know, terms and stuff, but. If you separate in England, I came to England when I was like 16, 17. There's kids walking around with fucking prams at the age of 12. No, you know, the contraception. Oh no, it's all right. My mom lived a life like this. The state will pay. They're going to pay my bills. They're going to pay for where I live. And the best thing is, I'm going to live with all the people that are just like me. Fucking sponges. And the UK's full of it. In South Africa, if you've got no money, you fucking die. You fucking die, mate. This is how it is. So. If I'm going to die and I've got no money and I'm fucking desperate, man, I'll fucking cut you up. Because, like in South Africa, they'll just fucking cut you up, man. You don't even fucking look at the guys when they're fucking raping your wife and fucking taking all your belongings and your car and everything. They don't give a fuck. Because the white guy suppressed the black guy for so many fucking centuries. And it was the Portuguese that fucking started it. Because they're still doing segregation in their country now. They started the apartheid. And there's segregation between the white skin and the black skin, the hairy and the non-hairy and stuff like that. And they're fucking. And the most important thing is that people don't remember or realize is that black people can make albinos, which are white people, right? Not perfect white people, but then you can start integrating albinos.
Yeah, that seems like rambling.
And then they're alienated, aren't they? The albinos are alienated by the black people.
Yes, totally. But if you look at the fact that the ugly duckling was 1 in 7, yeah. So albinos, what's the rate of an albino from a black family? So like, you can say, let's just say 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, whatever like that. But those white people there eventually got fucking a bit like flags. If you look at flags very carefully, you see the segregation of colour. You live here, I live here. I'm on the inside, you're the outside. I'm the circle on the inside. It's nothing to do with fucking science. It's about fucking segregation, the different colours of people. We start off with the black. We start off with black, then you get the black and white, and the primary colours come there. Primary, tertiary, secondary. The words themselves tell you the order of our history. Tertiary being Tartaria, and then you can probably work out what primary would be primate, and then you could say like a secondary, tertiary. Secondary could be Spertonda. I don't know what secondary is, but there's links to everything, and the black person, they covered the world. Yeah, the black person, they covered the world. The Maoris, the the dark skinned people of the world. Those were our origins. I think the Maoris have got more fair hair. So you could probably start with an origin of there's a you got the black person with very peppercorn hair, and then you would have the straight hair of the Maori. And there's other things, and so you're running the world, and they are giving offspring of children that are white, and then those white people get segregated in the corner. They get fucking clever, and then the whole fucking narrative turns around because of the climate. And then people naturally had to leave America, and people had to naturally leave like the northern hemisphere up past 20 degrees, and the southern hemisphere 20 degrees, and they all came together near the equator because that was the hottest bit. And then whatever came out of that 600 years ago, at 8 million today, 2 million 1920, divided by 4, you probably won't even get past 700 AD with 2,000 people on Earth. You base down to the birth rate. It was a lot higher in the 50s. It was like 5 to 1 or something like that, and then at the moment it's probably, I don't know, maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 to 1. Even going to 4 to 1 per century, you'll see that there wouldn't have been enough humans on Earth with pandemics, with all these things that we've had. We shouldn't even made it to 700 AD. Thank you for letting me talk, guys.
I couldn't follow anything you were saying.
Oh shit. Oh, okay.
I could, but maybe your connection is a bit bad. It's a bit distorted, or is it just what he was saying? Red tape.
Yeah.
I felt like Ram.
Maybe I shouldn't fucking talk so much.
I mean, I think you have a perception because of what you've experienced, though, don't you? Like, and maybe we're naive because we haven't had your experience, but maybe we see it differently. I don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm just. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a bit clearer now. Yeah.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, sorry. I apologize for that. If I didn't, I couldn't make myself heard all that time. Yeah, definitely. You live up against it and stuff like that. You don't notice these things. I wasn't taught as a kid that I had to fucking not talk to black people. I actually worked with black people as a teenager, pushing trolleys at the supermarket. So to me,
But say this, like, let me give you an example here. Like, if you got, there's a reason for it, right? Like you were talking about, like you were trying to say that it's kind of the Portuguese's fault, but your color, your skin color symbolizes something for them. You know, their oppression. You know, whether it's right for them to do that. It's just like here in England, the people that go out protesting, the police officer, the uniform signifies something that they hate, which is the power. They don't hate the person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't know whether that's a good analogy for you, but
Nah, cops are pigs, dude.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. Yeah, definitely, man. It's this is the problem. It's not racism, it's something else. It's just it's traditionalism. It's you just you don't like the way that someone else is. Like I don't think the racist part is to do with the color. I totally agree with you. It's about the person, because as soon as that black person starts talking, and you realize that actually he sounds
yeah, it's
exactly
not
the
that
same
they
as you.
hate the color. It's just that it symbolizes their oppression.
Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. But that's it. It's just white v black, and then you take. Yeah, it's always going to be there, and it was never there before. Like I said, South Africa, the life in South Africa was helped by our yesteryear of 1800s. We have no idea what life was like in the 1800s, let alone early 1900s, because people were very hush hush and sporadic.
No, they wrote quite a bit.
Yeah, but we have to remember that there was only a small percentage of people that could read or write. So whoever was doing the writing and the reading and the education like my grandparents would say, they didn't really have much of an education. So the education system didn't become something until more schools are being built, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the whole education thing and the whole narrative and the whole story, you could easily say that I'm not. Let's just say you could easily say 50% of the world in the 1800s didn't have a fucking clue. They couldn't even test anything. They wouldn't even know how to test anything. And then the word is this is how it is. Just go with the word. It's fascism, mate. It's just like kind of don't look like the fucking oddball. Um, you know, and then you got the Protestants, which pretty much were the beginnings of the Boers in South Africa and the Afrikaners. They were Protestants, and Protestants came about because they were protesters. You've got the Mormon of America, which came from where I live, which is northwest London, and a guy called William Penn. They were the Mormons, the non-conformers. All the non-conformers in all the world went to America because it was the new world. We want to get away from this fucking shit because they're saying it's this and they're saying it's that, and we've got this and that. Let's go to the land of the free. And then all of a sudden, you know, everyone's going to America. You have the World Trade shows, this, that, and the other. You know, and then all of a sudden, like America's fucking look at America now. You know what I mean? And the Protestant religion and driving people out. Oh, I don't want this. I don't want that. I can't even fucking. I'm so glad I came to England because you'll talk to people in South Africa and stuff like that. It's like the fucking crime rate's silly. You know, they've got guns there. In America, you got guns. It's like we don't have guns in England, and yet we get on fine. We do have some randoms, and yes, of course we have the usual typical shit. Are we any different? No, I wouldn't say we're any different whether you got guns or not. But it's like even allowing fucking guns. It's like, why would you need guns? You get into the whole social thing of having guns because you fear something else, you know. And I
Well,
think
in a weird sense, though, I do think it's like, what do we have to protect ourselves against a corrupt government?
you
Yeah,
don't.
we don't. Yeah, whereas the Americans do.
Yeah, but isn't that because you got 51 states? But because each state in America pays its own tax VAT rate. So you got 51 different countries independent in America, and you've got 51 voices. So when you got the president of America, he can't make any decisions unless he gets the 51 voices. So in England, you get one voice, but in America, you get 51 voices because it's like, you know, contribution towards money and everything like that, the way the system goes. Um, yeah, definitely. I mean, England's very similar to America in many ways because you go into a shop and you haven't got a mask on, like no one's gonna fucking be phoning no police, man. You know what I mean? Because that person. So all it takes is for me to take a picture of that person behind the counter, and they fear for their fucking life, man. Because I can. It wouldn't take long for anyone to put a picture and then find on social media. Oh, we know what the person's name is. You've got the date of birth. I only did that a couple of days ago with some guy that was fucking trolling me, and then I fucking posted these. I doxed him. And I know I shouldn't have doxed him, but it was the fact that, mate, I just got your fucking date of birth and your fucking details and your fucking picture on my first Google fucking search. You fucking idiot. And there's you trying to fucking tell me I'm a fucking idiot for fucking, you know, talking about stupid stuff. But that's what we're here for.
I think in Christian countries there would be no such much killing because I think that's my experience that Christians don't kill so much people. So basically, if you are newborn Christian and you have been given a new heart, a flesh heart that is promised in the Bible, so and Jesus said that you should love the God from all your heart and your soul and your spirit and your force as you and then love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I have seen these interviews from the states that people are interviewed that okay, if there is two houses burning, your own house and your neighbor's house, and in your house your dog is being burned alive, and in your neighbor's house your neighbor is being burned alive. Unfortunately, many United States citizens will answer that they will save their own dog instead of the neighbor. So that's why That's how evil we are if we are not Christians.
Yeah, but I think that's a bit. I think that's a bit vague. That because if you're in your house while your house is on fire and your dog's on fire,
no, you are
how
outside.
much are you not? How much are you aware of your neighbor being on fire?
This
You're
idea
just
that you
aware
have
of your.
Christians
You're just aware of your immediate.
Question was put in that way that you are outside and you know
Oh,
that
okay. Sorry, my bad. My
inside,
bad.
you know that your neighbor is inside. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saving anyone if there is nobody inside. But yeah, the point is that the dog is more important than your neighbor, and that's evil.
But again, you said like Christian countries. Now, would you not also agree though that that's a bit of a facade? They use that as a front. It's still all state. Would you say that these leaders are actually Christian?
Some of leaders are. Let's say in Finland we have a couple of Christian people in in the government, and they are doing the right things. But the most people are evil there and doing the wrong things. But yeah, that's the difference.
Wait a minute, but most like non-Christian, like secular nations are doing pretty well, like morally. Like look at Japan.
Yeah, it's the power. When you get higher higher up in a food chain, you will get more power, and it will blind you, and it will get you addicted to the power, and that will get you more evil.
What are you talking about?
The more power a person have, the more evil the person will become.
We also have to remember at the rate that we're growing, we'll overpopulate ourselves very, 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 very quickly. So
What are you talking about? Birth rates are declining.
Yeah, well,
What about life
yeah.
expectancy?
Say it again?
Life expectancy.
Life expectancy is increasing, yeah.
Yeah, so with your birth rate is one thing, you have to put your death rate against your birth rate. And you also have to know that the statistics that you have, like there's 8 billion on Earth. Because if there's 10 billion, or if there's 12 billion, if there's 14 billion on Earth, and a good example is the size of India has 1.4 billion. The size of China, that's Liverpool, they've got plenty of ghost cities. Why the fuck are people building ghost cities? I don't know. And China has 1.4 billion. And I ask the question, how many people do you think live in Africa?
As their prosperity increases, as their wealth and other such things like that, like their birth rates will decline. Like when Europe first reached the Industrial Revolution, birth rates exploded. It was crazy. But soon after, birth rates rapidly declined. And now they can't even replace they're not even at replacement levels. The same happened to Asia. The same happened to China. And it'll happen to the rest of it. You don't have to worry about it that much.
Yeah, the point was that Africa only has 1.4 billion people. For the amounts of area in Africa and the rate they are having babies and whatever like that, but yes, they're not prosperous. They're not prosperous.
Yeah, their birth rates will decline. Like they're following the same patterns as Europe and East Asia.
I agree.
Yeah, but how accurate is all of this? Who's gone around the whole of Africa and surveyed everybody to know that that's the correct population? Same with India and any other country.
Well, man, there's enough tribal
I mean, we
people.
have consensus here, so it's a bit easier here because people just do it for the government, right?
Yeah, that doppelganger, Jack, Mr. Jones type of thing. When people talk about you getting born and you're registered in the hospital, and then they say to you to go to the registry office and register your child. You're like, my child's registered because he was born and he's got a fucking certificate. All this shit should be taken care of at the hospital, but yet you go and you register your child again. But I don't get that. I'm not saying that they're making up two personalities and stuff like that, but it's almost
No, I never
I
said that.
think
I'm
with
not
a,
saying that. Like, you can get a more accurate reading because of the census here in Britain. Whereas, do they have that in Africa? And then, like you were talking about, registering your baby. You're telling me everyone like I'd say 99% of people do that in England, but it's probably not that high a percentage in Africa or India.
no, because they don't have any registry officers. So if you
So
go and try,
the numbers aren't going to be as accurate.
no, there won't be. No, I think we're. If you to say like we're 1% off, 1% is still, there's still a lot. That's 1 in 100 people. So 100%, like 1% is too high. But when you put it over 8 billion people, and then you find out, you look at Africa, like I said, 1.4 billion compare, and you get India or China, or you get India, and you put India, that area there, and you slot into Africa, you could easily have 5 Indias. You could probably have 6. You probably have 10. Where's all that population density gone? And if you look at old maps of Africa, you'll see there's castles there. There's everything, man. And it's all of a sudden, well, no one goes to Africa and this, that, the other, and we think Africa fucking eat bananas and fucking swing from trees and stuff. They've built establishments and stuff like that. They're progressing, but what's happening is that the rest of the world pumps in 200 billion into Africa for resources, and they take out 740 billions worth because possibly the people they're mining from don't see the value in what we're taking from them. Now, if we let them progress and realize that they've got fucking wealth, then they're going to start saying, hang on a minute, I've got a fucking gold mine here, and I've been letting you fucking come and pilfer it from me and give me a fucking a penny to the fucking pound. Are
Yeah.
you taking the fucking piss here? Now, if I've got 540 billion worth of fucking things and I've realized I've got something out of it, but there's something else to it because, like, there's just something else to it. Maybe like they just like don't care. They're just like, well, I don't know. I just want to go about. I'll get my money and stuff like that. Like in Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they've got fucking shops because you're not allowed to do your own farming. You're not allowed to have your own livestock, and you can't fucking get your own water. You have to come to the fucking shop to get your stuff, which is fucking overpriced. It's fucking as expensive as England, or even more to the and they're fucking, oh, these guys here, and we're trying to do a water pump. There's fucking bottled water on the side. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to get people into consumerism, and the more we consume, the more that we can upkeep with the debt that we're producing. Inflation is kind of masking that, and then after a period they go, well, we're fucking 21 trillion debt. We must just fucking write that off because they can. And the suppression of Africa, the worst thing that they don't want to happen is possibly what happened in the past, is that Africa were dominant, and if you let Africa
It
populate
would
at the
make
same
sense
time,
because they like to say that we give aid to Africa, but yet it's the complete opposite because the world steal off of Africa.
yeah, but if I'm not a conspiracy theorist, if what they said was true and Fauci developed the HIV, or someone developed it and put it into Africa, then you would have reduced their population because they're all fucking each other unprotected. The people in the mines would go to the mines and leave their families, and then they would have the local whores that would come in. There was no such thing as condoms. Everyone's fucking each other. It's nothing to do with anal sex or anything. I think it's a man-made thing that it's all to do with the immune system, and you're fucking killing these people off and stuff like that. They're letting them starve. You're going to kill them off like that. You're going to let them carry on being barbaric and cutting their fucking heads off and stuff like that in some places. You do this, you do that. You go to Nigeria and you say anything about the king, they'll fucking punch you in the face. If not, they might, it's really violent, and they're like, you don't fucking say nothing about like that. Very aggressive. You imagine the whole of Africa being that aggressive Nigerian. The world would fucking tremble. They would fucking tremble because if the population density of Africa was the population density of England or any other populated area, the Africans will take over the fucking country. They'll come like fucking floating ants. They'll hold hands, they'll float, they'll fucking take over the fucking world. And the last thing, and I think what we're looking at here is the mentality and not the color. The mentality is what they don't want. We'll go back to being fucking cavemen if they feel that we've got people that are uneducated ruling the world, because to get an education system into Africa and get all sorted out, we're all going to be equal, this, that, and the other, but there's still going to be the suppression. There's still going to be that stereotype of I'm black and you're white and we're going to be different. The nostalgia that was put into place deliberately because they knew, or well, maybe they didn't care, did they? They're just like, you know, whatever, man, whatever. You know, it's not going to happen in my lifetime, so I don't give a fuck. This is just me and you, Jim.
Possibly.
Oh well. I hope I haven't fucking bleeded the conversation.
It was quiet beforehand anyway. So do you think then that the North and South are going to start freezing over soon?
Yeah, the cycle is in simple ways. There's two cycles. One is 8,000 years, and 1,000. The other one is 8,888 years. I've got to remember which one it was, but it depends. Anyway, but so we're at like 600 years ago, at 15 kilometers an hour, we would have not been at 11.5 degrees, but we would have been at the equator. And then 1,400 years time, you might be looking at north and south. And then basically what happened is the Pacific, which if you're looking at Africa or the 0 latitude longitude, you got west and east poles, and they will start freezing over first. A bit like a BMW badge. That's the easiest way. And they'll freeze over on the east and the west, and then you're going to get the exact opposite, where it's just the sun going around the north and the south with 20 degrees east and west of the prime meridian, which moves by 1 degree every 72 years. You know, people are thinking that their lifetime it's the same all the time. It's not. The sun has got everything's got two axes. It's the one that is moving it, and it's the axis of itself. So celestials, if you look east, you'll see the celestials going down. That's per day, but the result of it when it comes back on itself is actually a slightly little bit higher, which means it moves to the east every single day, just a slightly bit more. But every single year, if you go choose a day and you go forward a year, you see the celestials are actually moving. If you're looking west, sorry, you'll see the celestials are moving towards the south, which if you're looking west, the celestials are actually moving to the left slightly. And on a daily basis, you're actually seeing them coming over your head a bit more. So they're moving to the left if you're looking west, which you can say it's heading south. That's the precession. And then what you're seeing on the other thing, when it comes over your head and it moves a bit more, that's because its time is like 3 minutes 56 short of a day, and the sun is 4 minutes short of a day. So geographically and navigationally, we're not using the right system. We don't have our navigation uses celestial, but our celestial is 3 minutes and 56 off. So, you know, minutes and things like that make up distance, make up time, make up land, all these little differences that we are not paying attention to. And all we're doing is we're just using a mean time where the sun crosses the celestial plane twice a year. But those are indifferent to each other. They're not the same as each other. So because a bit like a triangle, if it's I've lost my fucking train of thought, man. Things should come back on itself. So if you've got two rings and they coincide in two places, so you've got two different equators or rings or orbits, like a hula hoop, two hula hoops are touching each other just slightly off, like MasterCard, then you're going to get two conjunctions there, yeah? But the conjunction timings, they're not like exactly 12, like over a year. They're not exactly a year. It happens, we do this test every 6 months, but they're not exactly 6 months spacings. They, you know, so if you're going to throw there a meter, you're going to come back a meter, but if you come back just short of a meter, it's not correct.
So
Yeah, so
the
if you start it off with a little bit of an error, each time you do this, it's going to be more off and more off and more off.
Yeah. So basically, what's happened now? If I don't believe that's, I have to be close. I think the sun is 364, and I think the moon is 364 as well. But truly, the moon is actually 367. And no, fucking hell, the moon is 370, and the sun is 364, and the mean is 36363636363, which is a natural number, where all other numbers are natural. But these numbers are based on the cycles. I've done the data entry, the measures and stuff like that using my independent verification, where you use the horizon as a marker and not something in the sky that is moving all the time anyway. So they say, oh, we'll mark it to the fucking star and how quickly that star moves. But the star is moving in a different direction at the same time, or in two different directions as well. So they're marking time off a moving variable, which if you just mark time down to the tree at the end of your garden and say, there, between those two branches there, that I've got a V there, and that's how I'm going to measure time. That's how I did it. And that's how you should do it, because it's a physical measurement. Yeah, you're using a physical marker and not something that's. Yeah. So whereabouts you in England, bruv?
Just 30 clicks north of London.
Oh, me too, bruv. Me too. Watford, yeah.
You're Watford, are you? No way. I'm Hatfield.
Bluff, man. Bluff, yeah, man. I do a bit of work
No
up in
way.
Hatfield, man. Fucking hell, mate. You know.
Wow,
Yeah.
what a small world.
It's a small world. Yeah. I'm gonna go now, man. What's your name? Jim. Yeah.
Jim, yeah.
I'm Gavin. I'm in everything. I'm a geocentrist. I haven't met any other people that are into geocentrism, but I'm a geocentrist, and I have models of every type of Earth you can think of, every shape. I've got crowns, I've got stadiums, I've got maps, I've got anything. I can make pretty much anything geological. I found gaps, voids on Earth, like big, like to about 10% type of thing. Probably short 10%. And I've got I turned my flat Earth maps, because I wanted to see if I could do it, and I was like, no, there's something not right here, and I ended up curling in my flat Earth maps that I made myself. I don't print stuff off and just that's it. I make them myself, so I know exactly what I'm dealing with, and stuff missing. Then basically I just got my flat Earth map and I curled it from the side towards the center, like a donut type of thing, and then I had a model and I called it an Earth apple, and then done some YouTube videos, and then people are like, "Hey, do you realize this is the concave model?" I'm like, "Oh," so I looked up concave model. I'm like, "That ain't my fucking model." Yeah, we're inside, but the flat Earth concept is inside, and it might sound crazy, but like when you start to see that at 1 centimeter off the ground, you can see 400 meters, and it gets 400 meters. Yeah, it's like 0.4 of a kilometer. That's 1 centimeter off the ground. You can see 400 meters. Okay, that's fucking quite far. At 1 centimeter off the ground, you can do the test. Go into a flat carpet that you've got in your front room or whatever like that, and do tests and kind of see what the perception looks like. Get your camera and just measure the tabletop and get right down, man. You'll realize that the light itself is blurring out your horizon. It's the light itself, because it can't reflect back to you. There's no more reflection when you're looking at it from the side flush. And the point is that when you look at something flush, and the math says that we can see further, like at 1 centimeter you can see 400 meters, at 2 centimeters you can see 500, but it doesn't double. Yeah, it doesn't double. That's what people don't realize. It's not 400 meters then 800 meters. No, it's 400 meters then 500 meters, then 550, then 650. It's divergence. It gets smaller, so the numbers should converge, but the curve calculator that says that it should diverge. But if you're assuming a flat plane, and we're all like, we got here, it kind of looks flat to us. Let's do the thing, and then they come up with this 8 mile square fucking. Are you telling me at the second fucking centimeter, it's going to be 400 fucking squared?
Do you get where I'm going with that?
Say that again, sorry.
So with a curve calculator, yeah, which says
Inches to
8
miles
inches,
squared.
right? If you were to convert that down to 1 centimeter, are you telling me at the second centimeter I'm going to have to square my result of the first centimeter? You don't. And what's happening is that we can see further, and the ratios start shrinking. The ratios or the relationships between the first number and the second number, those gaps there start shrinking. It's kind of telling me why we're seeing further when we're flush with the ground. If you get down to 0.5 centimeter, if you get down to 1 millimeter, it's still going to tell you that you can fucking see. But you shouldn't be able to see, because when you go to a tabletop and you go fucking flush and your eyes are below the horizon of the table and you're looking flat, you can't see anything. You can't see any of the table. All you can see is color, because that's the only light that can come to your eyes. So that got really interesting. So if you look up, if you look up how far can we see calculator, you'll be astonished, mate. You'll be astonished. And the rate of that compared to if you just get a simple triangle and work out what the rate is if it was flat, if you go 1 centimeter above ground, realistically, your hypotenuse will get 1 centimeter or 2 centimeters or 5. It gets fractionally longer. The hypotenuse then becomes your baseline, and your distance that you can see after 1 centimeter should only be about 1 or 2 centimeters more. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And when you start to see the numbers do not inflate into infinity. They do the exact opposite. They go down and they shrink into the vanishing point. That's why we have a vanishing point. It vanishes and it compresses from all angles, from above, from below, from the side, the vanishing point. And that's, I'm going to go now, man. And I hope that we speak together soon, mate.
Hold on, I was just going to ask, because you said you were a chef. Has business been slow because of this whole pandemic bullshit?
They managed it. They managed it like at the end of furlough. By the end of furlough, they already fucking knew the right amount of people were on site, the right amount of staff were on site. So now we're at 50%, but that's just normal now. So people that are working from home, they're like, hey, cool, man, I don't have to drive to work. I'm saving money. I don't have to spend the inflated prices in the canteen. And pretty much business is incomparable to the amount of staff that are working there. So if we had 8 before and we took 800 quid, we're doing 400 quid now. We've only got 4 people. But the redundancies and everything was taken care of. So furlough swallowed up those costs. And then now it's just like, you pretty much have to.
Yeah. It's the same, just half the workforce and half the customers.
Exactly. And then you already know where your sales targets are. And then basically, there's fucking tons of jobs out there, man. There's fucking tons of jobs. Like everyone's gone back home to Romania or wherever like that, wherever's happened. There's a difference that people say, blah, 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 blah. There's fucking plenty of jobs. It's the fact that in England, we've just got this acceptance that, oh, it's okay. I've got a family member, mate. She's never worked in a fucking life, mate. You know? Never worked in her life, and she just lived life like a fucking goof. She's down telling everyone she's fucking sick all the time and everything. They're just fucking sponges, mate. If you can fucking get through life and not fucking work and stuff like that. And the most interesting thing was that someone I met, and he was like, oh, my fucking dad taught me this way. You don't get a mortgage. You don't do this. You don't do that. And yeah, man, you don't. No, fuck it, man. You live off the governments and you fucking take them, and fuck it, they're going to fuck me over. So the parents got fucked over. They teach their children that. Then the children teach their children that. And that's how that's how we go into this thing in the first place. People find it, they'd rather stay at home and have all their bills paid with unlimited TV, unlimited fucking drugs, and they fucking just, you know what I mean? We know it, bro. We live amongst it. You know, our friends are like that. You know, it's just fucked. All right, mate. I love you, man.
All right, take care, fella. Yeah.
Yeah, take care, man.
Bro. I can't believe we're both in Hertfordshire. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely, man. You never know, man. You never know, yeah? What are you into anyway?
What am I into? Like, am I a flat earther is what you're asking?
Yeah. You're a flat earther, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah, cool, man. I've got a channel called it's the same name. It's the same name as I'm using now, The Realm. And I got into flat earth 5 years ago, and I've been making maps ever since, man. So don't feel like there's any animosity here, mate. You know what I mean? Like I do geometry, I do everything I'm not a great presenter or anything like that, but like I'm not trying to push a narrative. I'm not a preacher, so
So is
yeah,
that
man.
your channel name? Yeah, the realm.
The realm, yeah, it's got a bit. It says concave Earth after that because as soon as I saw this, how far we could see yesterday calculator, I changed my profile name and I added on concave Earth because it reinforced it for me. But you've got to remember that I don't match a model. I don't match the model of a sphere. I don't match a
Yeah,
model of a
you're just doing
fucking ball.
trial and error.
Exactly, mate. And all mine is two flat Earth maps. You've got the northern hemisphere and you've got the southern hemisphere. Our diameter or thickness doesn't have to be as thick as we think it is. And imagine, like, if you play drums, you've got the hi hat, yeah, that opens and closes on your left hand side, yeah. You've
Right.
got two drum, whatever they're called, cymbals facing each other. Tesla's UFO, I reckon, his designs wasn't to do with making a UFO. It was the fact that that was possibly the shape of our world, like the shape of an eye, yeah. But your orientation is a north-south, is a whatever. But definitely, what I've predicted is that it's pretty much flatter from north to south than it is from east to west. And that would say, oh, well, we're not, you know, it could be a spheroid, but it's not a sphere. And a spheroid would indicate flatter sides like an apple. I wouldn't say it would be out of shape like a pear. I think the whole fat arse thing is to do with the fact that the sun equator is the actual equator is actually 10 degrees south, and the real equator is 10 degrees north. So if you slide down the whole grid 10 degrees, if you add in 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south on a flat Earth map, you'll realize that the new equator is actually the original 10 degrees north magnetic equator, which coincides with navigation and everything like that. It makes perfect sense that we are physically, we have a physical equator. When you go to the equator, the physical equator, magnetic equator, something physical happens. We have declination, inclination. They change the wordings. They started calling magnetic declination something that where you're adrift from the North Pole. It's not. When you go down a hill, you decline. When you go up a hill, you incline. They've just redefined the words, and people don't even know word for a word.
Do we know how long that equator is?
I reckon it's 37,000 kilometers, but it might be something to do with when the world is saturated in water, it's going to expand. And when it's frozen over, it might contract. But I think it might be something like that they might have measured the world at 40,000
Do you think
kilometers.
the circumference of the kilometer of the equator is what'd you say, 35,000 kilometers?
37.
Oh, 37,000.
Yeah, because that would be based on 333 degrees. Now people say to me,
but then the problem is if we assume it's that far, that doesn't give you enough distance to get to the North Pole from the equator. Only gets you about 2/3 of the way there.
No, all you've done is you've shrunk the diameter. You've shrunk the diameter of the equator. So your distance to the North Pole is still going to be the same.
You just told us that it's 37,000 kilometers in circumference, right?
Yeah, but your distance to the North Pole, if it's not a sphere, it's going to be elongated, and they've hidden 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south, right? So that would make it elongated from north to south, which they've never circumnavigated, and it would be narrower at the waist because they never circumnavigated that publicly and announced publicly. So it's something to do with.
Well, is that a half truth when they say oblate spheroids though?
I think we have to take what they give us, and if we know what our past was, like I say, you could, if you were in a nut, yeah, in a nutshell, or something like that. For example, that is wood based. When it gets wet, it expands. When things expand, the surface area is going to get larger.
Hold on a second. Do you not see? Because if the equator is 37,000 miles in circumference, then to go from the equator to the North Pole, it would have to be like 5,700 kilometers.
No. Huh?
Or 5,800 kilometers, right? But we know that it takes way longer than 5,800 kilometers to go from the equator to the North Pole.
No, I would say there's 11,111 kilometers from the real magnetic equator to the real North Pole. and then likewise going down to the real South Pole. The magnetically, it doesn't move. Something else is moving, and it's
Okay,
something
wait a
to
minute,
do
wait a
with.
minute, wait a minute. Hold on a second. So then you're saying that. So you're saying then that if it's 11,000 kilometers, then the diameter of the equator would be 22,000 kilometers, which would mean that the circumference of the equator would be like over 60,000 kilometers.
No. The width of the width of our equator is more likely 11,000 kilometers, and from our
You're talking about the
polar.
diameter.
Yeah,
Are we talking about on a flat plane?
No, I'm talking about a spheroid.
A
I'm
spheroid.
saying, yeah, you can do these things on flat Earth maps. When you do your projections on flat Earth maps and you start to find anomalies, you unproject it back onto your spheroid model, and then you start to realize that there's things missing. There's a guy called Ivan Sanderson, and he done the VILE vortices. I've got it on my channel, The Realm, and he found 12 equidistant places that had magnetic voids. So people having and the Bermuda Triangle,
But
all
who
of that
cares
stuff.
about whatever magnetic voids? We're talking about actual traverse distances, right?
Yeah,
Which
I've
is
got to go
completely
now,
more
man.
magnetism.
Yeah, I've got to go now. I'm sorry. I've just got to go work. That's all. Sorry.
What's on the menu today? What's the special?
Oh, fucking hell. All day breakfast, mate. You know what I mean? All day breakfast.
What is that? Bacon and eggs or what?
Yeah. Mushrooms, black pudding, yeah, eggs and
White,
all that shit, man. But you know
no,
what? People
no
say,
white
oh,
pudding.
huh?
Where's the white pudding?
What? Hey, mate. No, you can get it, but I think people don't like the look of it. To be honest with you, that's the case there. It looks fucking horrible, mate. It's like porridge with
It
fucking
does,
bits.
doesn't it?
All right, mate. Hey, I love you guys, man. Thanks for hearing me out. Yeah.
Have a good day at work, man.
Take care, man.
So we got force equals mass times acceleration. Question is force of what? If you're going to say the object, then that's the mass. The mass is already the force, but the force of what? Interesting. Basically saying that every mass is a force. Every object is its own force. Then the question is, force of what?
Jerry, what were you just saying there? I just kind of got back. I was away for a bit, but you're saying
It's just a thought that I had. F equals ma, but the force of what equals ma? Like what does that even mean? And then the response is, well, the force of the object or the mass. But then we've already established that force equals mass times acceleration. So in other words, you're saying that mass is its own force.
well, I suppose they do equate it in that way, just in terms of the way they claim gravity works and how it's correlated with mass.
Very, very tricky. These guys are very tricky. Just add of what onto any or most of the abstractions that they throw at you. Force of what? Inertia of what? Mass of what? Space of what? Energy of what? Like what the hell are we talking about here? These are just words. I think at the bottom line is, for like energy can't really be accounted for, like where it comes from. Like they want to say that it comes from mass, but the mass of what? Like what is causing all of this? What is this mass that is causing all of this force? And then like everything is its own force.
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think that mass ultimately even exists?
No, I think objects exist. I think mass is this concept that is inserted into matter to give it this kind of, just to make it workable.
Yeah,
far
because
as
that's what I
like,
was exactly. That's what I was thinking of when you were saying that. It's like kind of like it's like a catch-all function that's needed, almost like a function in mathematics, but it's like a catch-all that is required for them to um, have like that function in which they can plug in the gravity concept into.
right, I call it the soul of matter. They've inserted this soul that's called mass into matter. And they've given this soul to Earth, said that Earth is kind of forcing all these things to it. Okay, so how did you get the mass of Earth? Well, we looked at various different orbits, things that weren't Earth. Oh, okay. So you saw something do something else, and you extrapolated from that Earth is a globe. All right. I'm starting to realize that these guys were very smart who came up with all this stuff. Very tricky.
Yeah, like I don't think they have it doesn't have like a lot of wisdom or like tact, but it does have a tremendous amount of cleverness. It's sort of like in like a movie. It's like the evil villain usually kind of slips up and is a little bit blind in certain spots, but at the same time they're like highly, highly clever in order to create some kind of a web for the hero to have to overcome. So yeah, these guys are there is an intelligence there. Like some form of a cleverness for sure, and very tricky. But at the same time, it's pretty. I mean, I guess I don't want to say easy. Well, it is for some, I suppose. Easy for some, challenging for others. But it's like to poke holes in it is can quickly be the process of punching holes in it can quickly be undertaken.
Right. So I'm starting to wonder what was the goal of adding all of this into physics. Like why this way? I mean, you could say because it works, right? Yeah, it works, but is it true? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it
There's
seems
always
like
that doubt.
along with the globe model, it seems like they cleverly interwove an entire like theory of like physics, basically like a whole model of physics that is just not even real, but is mathematically assumed that they could then. So I guess it would make it more impressive. I'm just thinking if I had some evil mind and was going to do that, it's like it seems like if they were able to convince people that the basic physics that we can experience is completely interwoven with this huge globe and that whole set of physics, then it potentially would be even that much more convincing. Because instead of trying to tell people, oh, well, you're on a globe, this and that, now they can actually weave in this entire physics and even some of these calculations, which have some truth in them as well, to where it's like an ultimate magic trick at that point. And that's why I think it's tricked so many people. And even smart people can be tricked by it too, because it checks out to some degree, at least enough for them to be able to pass it off on a large scale like they have. It's like they've structured a structure of pseudophysics into real physics, and then assume the globe model, which is linked with the pseudophysics that they plugged in that somewhat correlates with real physics.
All right. And like Jin says, it's all happening on a flat Earth. because you got the Cavendish thing, right? And it's like, okay, what is it? What does that mean? It's like, oh well, they came together at this rate, which matches this rate, which means Earth glob. I don't think so. It's just an observed phenomenon.
Well, as Jin would also say, that's the brown stuff.
I fucking love when he says that, man.
That's full of the brown stuff. That is very funny. He'll just start saying, "That's the brown stuff." But yeah, it's definitely some major BS. I mean, how long is it going to take for this to be unwoven within the rest of people's minds? I mean, I guess that's a question we all could.
I think most of us are just too busy. We're too poor. We're too wrapped up in our own lives to really think about this and just go with the flow. And not that there's anything wrong with it, but it just sets a precedent. Like, you see what's going on with the world now. Everything's shutting down again because the man on TV said so. And that's exactly where you heard about this glob. The man on TV said so. The man on TV said, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. It's like the news is just one big advertisement for the government. That's what the news functions as. They're selling you the government. Selling you the comfort of power from their hands. Then you got to think about, well, who owns all of these news networks? Whose agenda am I really following? Is it mine? No. The man on TV said so. And he's nice. He's got a nice smile. He's always dressed, perfectly. And
Yeah, they may or may not be a CIA agent, but don't worry about that part.
all right.
They look good. They look like they're happy, and they're very peppy.
Yeah, peppy. That's the word.
Just the tone of the voice of a lot of that news stuff. It's just like, it's sort of like this happy fear, happy fear. That's just like the tone of their voice. That's just always what I think.
Right. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, like if you hear it in the background, it's like the pacing of it is just like, and this is all normal and good and happy, and then fear. You should be afraid. It just keeps going like that. It's just cycling.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned before too, like with the globe being connected to all of this. Yeah, who gives us the globe? The National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is the intelligence agency group. Part of the same group as the CIA, the FBI. It's all part of the Department of Defense. So that's who literally gives us the globe at the end of the day. I mean, I know that all the stories of Copernicus and all that, but really starting after World War II and NASA, and then them claiming to go up there, and then claiming to, the WGS-84. Be interesting to look into when those first models were actually because I know there's a WGS-84, but like where was the first one? But I'm saying before the 84 that these. So I think the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency is what they're called now, but they had a slightly different name before that. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see kind of the timing of that. Like, did that also come in around the late 50s when all that changed? But yeah, I mean, I think that some people might just think, oh, who cares what if the Earth is a globe or what it is? And yeah, I mean, fair enough. Everyone has their viewpoints of what's important or not. But I think that the entire sort of control matrix from these people is like rooted in the globe. Like if they didn't have the globe, I don't think they could have even gotten this position that they have of convincing people to this level to basically just give their entire lives over to this authority. Somehow I think it's rooted like by taking away someone's complete understanding of where they live and then replacing it with something I think they found has like a very powerful mind control capacity on the larger scale. Like if you had a room of 100 people and you had to try to convince them of all this stuff, if if you were to start with a globe type thing, I think that's what they found, or at least that's was their game plan with it. But by doing that, it somehow displaces people to such a profound level that every other deception plays right into it. And if, like you were saying, the people on the news, well, what do they have at the beginning of their news thing? A glob, spinning in circles. All their logos are globes. It's just sort of like it's literally right there with it.
But wouldn't you say, Gio, that throughout the ages that people have always submitted to some sort of authority of some sort, some sort of power?
Well, I could answer that.
Sure, Jerry, go for it, buddy.
I think what happened was they saw that they weren't going to be able to control the world with religion because of the printing press, and all these Bibles were getting out. So what they did was
uniting the world under one religion, and that religion being the globe. Is that where you're going?
Being science.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But Gio, if you want to answer, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I hope you're all doing well. 478 years ago, they started to make it compulsory in schools. Started to get it. 478 years ago. Started to force it onto the school kids.
No, it's good. Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah, Christian only in Italy and places like that. Not like in Britain, places like that. But in Italy, it was already being, compulsory education, the heliocentric model. As soon as they got Copernicus's system established, it went on to become compulsory education first, and then it spread across the world. The falsehood. Bearing in mind here that Copernicus himself didn't want it published. He hadn't finished it. He said, so he didn't want it published. But as soon as he passed away, they published it, didn't they? Are you aware of that?
His book was released. Yeah, after he died, right?
Yeah.
As the story goes.
Yeah.
Well,
and I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. As the story goes. Exactly. Very important word, that.
On the revolution, on the revolutions of the celestial spheres, that was the one that was.
People have always been susceptible to submitting to power, though. Like now it's like one power. Under whether or not you call it globe model or science or whatever, but people have always submitted to a power of some sort or another. I think it's just human nature.
Do you think? Do you think always though? Do you think always? Go ahead.
Well, that was my question I was posing, Gio. Like, do you think this has always been the case? Because I kind of think that people have submitted to some sort of leadership, some sort of leader or power in like I said, in one shape, form, or another.
Of course. That's what seems. I mean, look at today. I mean, it's unbelievable that the gullibleness of the people that are just taking it on board, not even checking, not even to check. And then people are telling them, hang on a second, did you know about this? Did you know about this? I mean, look at this. And you show them, and they're still believing the official narrative and the so-called experts. And if you notice that you mentioned it earlier, I think that's Brian, isn't it? He said science. But there's bugger all science in what they do. Do you know what I mean? They love the word.
Yeah.
Right? So people at large, the public at large, are ignorant of science. As soon as they heard a word, it's like another foreign language to them, really. Okay.
But people rally around a power, though. They do. They rally around a power because that's what they find. Or
And that
I
really
don't know.
annoys
It's
me.
what they want, but they're kind of brainwashed into wanting it.
Yeah,
And
it's a game. It's like a game. It's like a football
yeah,
match. I mean, look,
yeah,
in Britain, right? Britain, I think the Liberal Democrats, for the first time in eons, have beaten in the midterms election. They beat the conservative government, right? But the way they were acting, it was like they won the World Cup, and
yeah.
they're not going to making our lives any better. You know,
No,
I mean,
no,
you could hear
no.
the cheers just to hear the roar. It was like they'd won the World Cup, and Formula One and Paris Dakar Rally and the league football all in one. That
All
kind
in
of
one.
noise,
Yeah.
honestly, really pissed me off. Yeah, like they've done something good. Look at the state of Britain. Fucking housing is there's a housing crisis. Poor people have increased. They're lying about what's going on with unnecessary medical intervention, and they've got plenty of time to cheer like a football team, like the fans at a football match. And not only that, in recent news, sorry to go on here. In recent news, they've been caught out having Christmas parties when people couldn't have a Christmas party. Did you hear about that scandal? The government. Yeah. They had parties when everyone else weren't allowed to have their parties with their loved ones and that. They were having it.
I mean, I actually think Ben saw. I don't think that humans have always been under a power, but I think we're in a big cycle now to where we are for sure. Well, have been for whatever's been going on these. But I don't think it's always been the case. I mean, that's I don't have any way to physically prove that.
Leader. What about a leader? A leader.
Yeah, I'm not saying necessarily under like one power like what we are at the moment, Gio. That's not probably. But people have always followed people.
A leader.
Sworn their allegiances and followed their leader into battles, into war, whatever. I think that's been around for forever and a day. Really. Start off from the smallest little villages to kingdoms, all that sort of stuff, and
they followed the wise one, the wise one, the elder,
and the spider web
I mean, you only have to
kindly
look at
got bigger and bigger. Yeah.
You've only got to look at the ancient tribesmen like the Aboriginal Zulu warriors. These, in Amazon, and you look at that's real democracy at work there. As primitive as they are, but they have kept that tradition. You see, and they live literally with nature. They are at nature's mercy. So in order for them to survive this long without modern technology, but have to survive with man's interference into nature, right? They've done well, I think. So we're under tyranny at the moment. Has man always been under tyranny? Maybe not, but it's been around, Roman days, Caesar and beyond that.
And it's funny you should mention the Aborigines and the Zulus and whatnot. Their leaders are revered and respected, unlike leaders in government. Like who you just ask any normal, just any person, do they respect parliamentarians? And most people would say that they don't.
Yeah.
But yet they follow them. But yet
they vote. That's the annoying thing. This is what's on my lips all the time, man, off my tongue. They're complaining about the unnecessary medical intervention. I said, but you're going to vote for them in your next election, aren't you? Aren't you? You're going to go and vote. You spastic. Honestly. Really annoying. Nothing gets my back up when, you hear these people, they're talking about like Trump and that and, Biden, like they're going to do something. But listen,
it's the same.
It's a bloody horrible Shakespearean play. It's 1984 for real.
People don't realise it doesn't matter what government's in place, your life never gets better. Your life doesn't get better. Doesn't matter what government's in. No, not at all.
Idiots. Everyone's dreaming of winning the lottery, man. That's where it's at the moment. Bloody hell! I tell you, this is a joke, honestly. And I've got time to be dancing in that, you know. All right, I can have a laugh whilst I'm folding my clothes up. Got to cheer myself up, you know what I mean? Keep a positive keel here. You know, that's how I stay positive. Because people around me have lost it. I mean, okay, yesterday I had a good giggle with two other Japanese husband and wife, okay? Because I'm folding my clothes up. I'm in the laundry, okay? I'm folding up my clothes. And they're busy. They got the masks on. They're dressed up like walking sleeping bags. Not that fucking, it's not Siberia yet, but they've already got it all on, yeah? Okay, and they're in the laundry now, and they're not folding. They're not, because there's a sign that says, if you can you fold your clothes at home? Well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use your table, pay my monies. I'm going to use the equipment. Fuck that. So they're putting it all in their bag, okay? You know, in a hurry and that. And then I asked them, "Are you scared of the COVID? You scared of the Omicron?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm not." And I'm dressed right, shorts, lycra, t-shirt, okay, and I put my arms up like this. I put up my arms because I'm not, and then they giggled because we had a good giggle because they knew it was absurd. Their action was absurd, and yet they probably thought I looked silly because I got shorts and in the winter, but I'm not cold, and I haven't been sick in 40 years. That's what I said to them. I haven't been sick in over 40 years. I'm not cold. I'm always like this. Okay? And I'm going to carry on like this for the rest of my life. I'm not going to change my life. And we had a giggle because I think they knew it was silly what they were doing. Okay? A hearty laugh because it was just ridiculous. You know, I said it's ridiculous. You can't see this thing, right? You're never going to get it. I haven't got it. You're not going to get it. That's my proof. I am your evidence. Right? And they were just laughing, man. And I was laughing as well because they looked hideous.
We're all under the control of a one world government now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the challenging part is that it takes some kind of coming together to overcome these things. Because I agree with what you guys are saying. Yeah, people sort of like schools of fish. You know, people tend to kind of swim in schools of fish in that way, and you know, all swim kind of together. And so when there is some kind of a power structure in place, you'd have to get all those swimming fish to coordinate in some way to change something. And then a lot of the swimming fish, especially in today's world, and you have the financial control and the food system, the medical system, they've gotten it into such a place that it's harder and harder to do that, to kind of rebel against them.
Yeah. Well, I'm a rebel, mate. Tell you that now, mate. Definitely opposite. I'm definitely the other way. I'm a maverick. I said, I'm proud of that. Thank you very much. You got it right. Bang on. I'm not gonna. Why would I go and vote for you? Why would I go and vote for the people you think are good and then look at it and then you're complaining? I have a right to complain that you made a fucking mistake. You're fucking up my life. That's what you're doing. Thank you very much. I'm just putting a brave face on it. You know what I mean, though? I've said that all my life. Fuck. Been saying that
They're
from like
making
my teenage years.
they're making it harder and harder to get out from underneath the system too. Like it was so easy to work for cash money, right, or a bit of a bartering system, and it's harder and harder now. You know, people all want to do everything digitally. You know, tap and go. You know, everything's done by your
Fucking hell, yeah,
card.
that annoys me. That does.
There is no very little cash. I was blessed. I was brought up in an era where that's all you dealt with was
Yeah,
cash,
me
and you could
too.
do
Cash
you
is the
could
best.
you could do a lot of jobs, quote unquote, under the table, keep it out of the system.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, these days it is very difficult because people don't carry cash these days. They don't use it. They just carry this little card that has a little microchip in it and just tap and go, bang 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 bang, so convenient. You know, they have there's signs on buildings now because of COVID, and they're encouraging it. We do not accept cash anymore. Like it's a legal currency, and they don't accept it. Like what the hell?
There was a
Slowly but
guy, right,
surely.
in a BP petrol station in your country, Australia, okay? I received the video today, okay?
Right.
What happened, it's only 2 minutes, but what happened was he was trying to pay for the fuel that he pumped into his car, and he had to sign in the COVID thing before he could pay.
Yes.
He goes, I'm not going to, he refused to sign that. He goes, well, do I need to sign that for? I just want to pay for my petrol. So because he wouldn't sign in, he wouldn't take the money.
No.
Do you know what I mean? And he's asking him, are you going to give me this petrol for free? Because I want to pay. And he's got him on video, recording the man. You know, the guy was a complete arsehole behind the till. What a wanker.
They have
Why
those.
do you
They have those.
for?
They have those QR codes everywhere that you have to scan your phone with, Gin. Right? They have them
Yeah, but if
everywhere,
you
and
haven't got a fucking phone now, what do you do?
no. Yeah, well, then they want you to sign this bit of paper, right? Give all your
Just sign it
details,
Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry, don't you then?
registration of your vehicle, and all these sorts of things. So I just pull out my mobile phone and I just pointed at this QR code. I don't even turn my phone on. Don't even turn it on. I just pointed at it and just pretend. And just pretend, you know, because I don't really want to cause any dramas at the end of the day. But
Yeah,
at the
I
end of
do.
the day,
I want to cause a lot of fucking
yeah,
drama. That's what I want to do. I want the
no.
drama because people got to learn the message. If you don't rebel and rebel in a coherent manner that makes logical sense, what the fuck are you living for? That's what I say. So that's the way I do it. I rebel logically here, using the logic and the law and the lack of evidence. Look, we haven't seen the bloody science. Have you seen it? You haven't even seen this damn virus thing. It hasn't been isolated. Do you understand that language, mate?
At the end of the day, you know, I'm not going to make a big kerfuffle with a little 16-year-old that's just working there as a part-time job. I'm not going to make
No,
their
this
life.
guy was in his this
their
guy
life.
was in his 30s. This wasn't a little boy. You see, you can forgive the youngsters. I'm always prepared to give the teenagers. Look, I used to be a youth worker. I spent 12 and a half years, so I have the patience for them and the language.
Yeah.
I'll give them a lot of time. A grown man gets slapped up. Sorry, now you're being a
Yeah.
cunt. That's it. I've got no time for idiot men who are grown and they have a responsibility. Maybe they've even got children. I've got no time for that. Teenagers, yes, of course. You know what I mean? I'll be patient with them, but I'm still gonna let them know though that they're making a grave mistake, and I'm not going to sign your documents. So if you don't take the petrol money from me, I'll leave it there. Or better still, I'll drive off and let the police come and say, yes, I am prepared to pay. He didn't want to take it. I wasn't going to be prepared to hang around. I am legally not required to sign any documents that I don't deem necessary myself. There isn't a government on this earth that would make me do that. Not even you, sir. Sorry. And you work for me, remember, yeah? So don't tell me I have to sign anything. I'm not going to tell you my name, nothing. Work hard to find out. Not that way. No longer complying. It's illegal what's going on, okay? So what's next? I'm prepared. And you saw me on the video. I have myself saying, I am prepared to pay you the cash. You don't want it. I've got to get going. Okay. Bye. Thank you. You got to do it as best you can. And if everybody acts in that way, they're going to stop. They're going to stop. You know, we cannot be, I don't want to make any trouble. And you can't be thinking like that now. It's gone past that. You've got to make trouble. Got to. I'm telling you. Yeah, you've got to take it on the jaw. Give it back to them on the jaw and on the kneecaps. That's what it's now. That's what it's at now. Gone past these silly stages, man. Mad. Absolutely ludicrous. And then to compound our situation some more, you've got a man in your country, Australia. I think his name is in the Northern Territories. His name is Michael Gunner, I think it is, or Gunner. No, it's Gunner. Okay, his family was threatened yesterday, right? And the threat was read like this: "Don't be in your house." Right? So now his family's on the run. You know, they've had to move from the house now. Wife and son are looking for somewhere to stay, I think he said. And he broke down on the TV, on the media. I thought, you wanker. You breaking down for? You fucking make people's lives a misery. People are dying because of your stupid draconian rules. And you got the gore to break down? Fuck, you're lucky the people haven't got you by your neck. Silly ass. Stupid fucker. I'm going to do my job. You know, breaking down into tears. I thought, you cunt. No, please don't come to Japan.
This is the Northern Territory Chief Minister, Michael
That's
Gunner.
correct. Michael Gunner. Yes.
Yeah.
Idiot. He got threatened. And you know, when you see him speaking, he's giving it all the large one in his fucking uniform. I know if I saw him, I would break his nose. Do you know what I mean? That's what you feel like. You just want to break his nose. You know what I mean? Because everything he says is against good faith, common sense, nature, the creator, your body. How does he know you and what you have that you must go and get this unnecessary medical intervention? We're not You're not going to be free. Don't tell me I'm not going to be free. I am free. I'm telling you, I am free because I'm not going to comply with what you're doing. Yeah, and if your bully boys come in, they're going to know that they've had a fight with me because I'm going to be baseball batting them to death. And then when you're going to put me in the jail after that, I'm going to be your worst prisoner. But you better, you've got hassle on board because I'm going to incite a riot in there after I've flat smacked them with fucking flat earth and everything else. That prison's going, we're going to go AWOL. They don't know.
Well, Jen, I don't know if the machine gun approach is really the most tactful, but your passion is definitely is strong.
Honestly, look, you've got to give it to them. You've got to be like a lead weight for them. Don't make it easy. You've got to use every form of psychology to bring to bear to get some logic here.
Well, I'd like to think it could all be done. I always, aim for no violence as much, so I think that revolutions can be done without violence.
Amicable. I agree. Yeah. Amicable is the best way. But with these people, they don't know that now. I mean, look, I'm prepared to say to them, look, you signed your documents to protect us. Now, we are the ones that are complaining about the things that are going wrong. You need to think before you act. You have a responsibility for yourselves before you act and whack citizens on the head who are actually paying for your keep. They pay your uniform, all the weapons and equipment you have, your pension, your medical care. And we're saying that the government's doing something wrong against us. We're not the enemy.
Hey, Gin, here's a quote by this Michael Gunner guy, right? And he says, quote, if anybody thinks we're going to be distracted or intimidated by tinfoil hat wearing tossers sitting in their parents' basements, then you do not know us Territorians.
And then this is a stupid bastard now that's crying on TV yesterday, breaking down yesterday. His family got threatened. Yeah.
Why do they always go with that? It's always in the mother's basement. What is that?
Isn't it, T.O.? It is. I know.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's just a wanker talking, because you saw him on TV breaking down. I thought, are you really breaking down? Are you give it the big mouth? You know, and you just said we're like you just read. That's his attitude, you see. And then he was breaking down yesterday.
And he's part of the game. He's just part of the game.
Stupid wanker. Honestly.
But people get sucked in by it, though. They really do. People get sucked in by it.
What's interesting, the mother's basement idea, I guess they're trying to indicate that you're not a effective
member of society.
You are weak, insignificant. We don't care about you. You have nothing. You are nothing. You are powerless, is what he's saying. But you don't realise that. No, we're not. You don't realise. Because as soon as the people wise up now, and then no one goes to do any election voting now, by rights, they're supposed to step down, because it's a vote. That's a no confidence vote there immediately. You see? Exactly. So don't think you're all powerful. And look at how he broke down when the public threatened him and his family. Don't be at home. Yeah, don't be at home. Don't be in your house.
I gotta tell you, man. Jen, I'm glad to hear your voice. And I know it's love of my life. The woman who got away from me forever. Miss Becky is in here, so I have all my best. Everybody who's like I possibly dream of is in this room right now.
How you going, Kosho? I did not expect my name to come out then, but g'day, Merry Christmas.
I don't see you over here. I don't see you over here, Becky.
I was over here ranting before. You were deafened, so you missed my breakdown. But yeah, I came in here before and had a full emotional breakdown.
I missed
what happened, Becky? What happened? You all right though now?
Yeah, because I'm not complying anymore. I've just written my stat decks to tell, I'm getting them signed tomorrow, and no more for me. I'm not playing the game anymore, and I'm not wearing a mask anymore ever again. I'm done. They can throw me in the camps. I don't even care. Put me in jail. Fine me $65,000. Do whatever you want. I'm done. I'm not doing it. It's killing my life.
Me and Jin both will come and break you out. We'll break you out.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
if I could,
Thank you so much.
Jen will be a little bit behind me. He'll be behind me, of course.
I
But
doubt that very much, mate. I doubt that very
yeah,
much.
he won't be able
I'll
to
be
keep up.
dragging you
But
I'll be
along, mate.
expecting my rescue regardless.
I'll be
I'll
dragging
make
you
sure
along,
I
you know.
upload as soon as I can, or I'll send a friend to upload. She's in jail finally. But I don't care.
Really?
Like, I'll make the best time of it.
Oh right.
Yeah, well done,
No,
mate.
honestly,
You know what
They
happened?
won't put me in
The woman-
jail. They'll leave me alone as soon as I give them the stare. Like, they will be scared
no,
of me.
yeah, Becky. No,
So
no,
what are you
yeah.
just
Everyone
doing
who
stat deck
knows
then?
anything about anything is afraid of you. So.
I said that I have a medical condition which causes me heightened symptoms, and if you see me without a face mask on, that's what's going on, basically, without a face mask. Basically, if you see, if I am not wearing a face mask, it's because I've got heightened symptoms from my medical condition. That's it. And I'm getting that signed by a Justice of the Peace tomorrow. This is the law in New South Wales. And then the only people that can ask me to produce that is a police officer, which if they do, I'm quite happy to show them. And if they want to go into it and they want to ring my doctor, they can see me in court. Motherfuckers, excuse French, but they can see me in court because
That's
I
your
am not
privacy,
giving my personal medical history over to anyone. I don't care if they're wearing a uniform. That's something that I'll
their
take to
job.
court.
That's not their job. That's not their job to
No,
get
it's
that
not.
information from you. They're not privileged to that information at all. So you just got to say to them, no comment. That's it. It is not a legal requirement. You tell them that, and they just got to shut up. Because I've seen how they are.
Yeah, well, they
They're
can't
very
do anything.
Yeah, I've seen them when they took
As long
that
as
woman
I've got
out.
the
Look at them.
paperwork. It's only a stat deck. A stat deck is sufficient. That is one of the things you can produce. And I went and had some stat decks signed recently. And the woman, the Justice of the Peace that signed mine, she said to me that it's none of her business what this says. All that she's interested in is seeing me sign this document to prove that I was the one that wrote it. That's it. So all my job is tomorrow is to go and get that cited, witnessed, and then that's all I need.
Is that just a New South Wales spec, or is that Australia wide? Do you know?
I don't know if it's in other states, but I assume it would be similar in other states. But I just looked up how how to prove an exemption, and there's two ways. One is with a medical certificate, and then it says or a statutory declaration. So you can write yourself up a stat deck, sign it, obviously get it witnessed to say that it's your oath, your solemn oath. And that's all you need in New South Wales. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to get one of those lanyards that say I have an exemption. And if people ask me for my exemption, I'm just going to say that, it's not your business to read my exemption. But yes, I do have one on me. And if you really feel that you need to call the police to cite it, then go for it. But, I'm not giving my personal information over to you.
Someone has died in one of them neo-Nazi camps in Australia. Their first death through medical negligence. Okay, don't know who that person is yet, but that was in the headlines to yesterday.
Oh, that's no good. Well, I'm done. I'm done with living this life that I feel suffocated and can't live anymore. I'm done. I can't do it. I'm stifled. It's killing me. It's killing me spiritually. And I'm done with this mental exhaustion and this. I was literally told 7 days ago I could finally take my mask off, and I breathed easy, and the mental relief, like my whole persona began to change. And then 7 days later, they've oppressed us again. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just not doing it.
Because you've been very compliant. I must admit.
I have been.
You've been very compliant.
I've been super compliant.
Especially as you were, a vaccine damaged, from the flu jab or whatever you got before.
Yep.
Which totally rocked your world. I thought, wow, Becky's going to follow through. I mean, well, I would never do that. You did it. But now you realise, now enough is enough, isn't it? Because it's a joke, isn't it?
Yeah, because I've tried to play
like
their
me
game
not
for
wearing
2
a mask,
years, but psychologically, my thread is about, like, my rope's about to snap. You can only pull on a rubber band so long before it breaks, and I'm about to break. And seriously, if they try and push me, they will see me in court because I'm not doing this anymore. I will take it right to the courts.
Yeah, you have to. You have
I'm
to do
done.
it.
I'm done. Like, I
What
can't
people
live
have to
like this
do.
anymore. You might as well shoot me, like, with the lethal injection, because I'm done. And I mean the actual lethal injection, not some
Yeah, I know what you
experimental
mean. I know what you
injection.
mean.
If you're going to do it so it works. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not playing Russian roulette. I'm done.
Yeah, stupid fucking
And I
bastards.
have
But
an incredibly valid reason to be exempt from all of this BS, but not
Yep.
just me. Everybody does. Like, this has just got to stop. It's just got to stop. And people are
Absolutely.
asking for it in this state. I've read public comments asking for it and saying, "Oh, thank God they're back," and "Oh, I hope they're in to stay." And I'm like, are you guys like insane? If you want to wear one, wear one. But don't expect me to wear one, and don't expect other people to wear them that are wearing dirty ones that are probably doing more harm than good.
yeah, and people around the world are just like you. They're getting fed up. You know,
Oh, I'm at the end of my tether. I'm done. I am done, and it is over for me. And I don't care. You know, they will have to call the police on me and have me arrested, and they can't even do that legally. I'm within my rights, so they can just
You
get
are within your
stuffed.
rights.
Basically,
Yeah,
they can get
yeah.
stuffed. And any kind of social justice warrior that wants to follow me around a shopping center and approach me for not wearing a face mask, they better back the fuck up, because I'll call the police on them for harassment and have the cops down there in a flash. Like, seriously, I'm done. I am done with these idiots running around trying to stifle and suffocate people's lives and take our humanity away from us.
Yeah, well done. Pun intended.
I want to live. I want to live now. And if that means I die, that's what living's about. You know? Like, I wish they would stop. And if everybody else wants to do something else, they can. But don't force me to do what you're doing, which is making me unwell. I can't do it emotionally, mentally. I'm finished. I'm finished. Never mind the discomfort and the sweating that goes on with them, and the just sheer like horrendousness of them.
I'm glad to hear that. That's it.
Oh, I'm done. Like, I don't care how far this goes.
Drawn
I
the
don't
line
give a
now.
shit if they throw me in jail. I don't care anymore. I'm done. I am at the end of my tether. It has happened. And I've even had some THC oil to calm me down, and I'm still feeling this irate. So imagine if I had no THC oil right now. I'd be like a
You'd
mess.
be like me. You'd be like me, rearing to break someone's fucking neck or twist an arm off or something. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what it's like.
Yep.
If I was over there, that would be going on, because there's no way I'm going to comply with the knowledge I've got, the knowledge I have, and I'm going to be walking around wearing a mask, pretending to live. I was very disappointed with my brothers when they wore the mask. I just said,
Yeah, well, I'm done. I'm done with it. It's a joke. They don't work. As soon as they get moist, they stop working. So you literally need to replace them probably every
every 20 minutes.
in this climate.
Every
Yeah,
20
in
minutes,
this climate, probably every 10, because of the amount of facial sweat on my upper lip that I'm constantly wiping on it because it's dripping everywhere. So I mean, it's an absolute joke. We're not in a hospital. We're not in a controlled environment. We're not in a sterile, air-conditioned environment. We're walking around the shops, for crying out loud. It's a joke.
How hot and moist it is inside shops over there?
I don't give a shit anymore what they do or say. I'm not wearing them. They can drag me out and throw me in the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Gangster.
Yeah. Don't give him your name.
Yeah, no, I'm there. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm done now. I'm full on gangster. Like, don't even come near me or I will unleash the beast.
That's it. Don't give them your name. Don't give them anything.
I'll give them everything. I'll give them my name. I'm not scared of them, but I have a right. I have a right. And I'm going to evoke my right.
Silent as well.
True. Right. I might decide to remain silent. I might just give them the eyes and point at them.
Exactly. Just don't talk. If you just don't talk and say nothing, they have no control of you. You're not going to complain.
Yeah, don't engage.
What do you mean,
don't
man?
engage.
You go into a store, they say, you need to wear a mask. You say nothing, and then they'll keep on hassling you. Sir,
I'm just going to say I've got a legal exemption. I've got a legal exemption, and if they ask what it is, I'm going to say, that's actually none of your business. So have a lovely day, and I'm going to keep walking.
That's what I do with clothes. I'm just going naked everywhere. Just now going naked to Christmas shopping.
Well, I'm sorry, but a mask isn't clothing, and clotting's supposed to cover your private parts. My mouth isn't private.
I was saying such sweet things to you, Becky, just a second ago, but I was muted by everyone. I was muted. But I was saying such nice things because I came back and you were saying such suggestive things, and then it's a very amazing conversation we're having here, I think.
Yeah, it's excellent, because at the end of the day,
No,
you've
yeah, I
got
think so. I think
you have the right to be free. No government on this earth
free,
has the. I don't want to be
by the
governed.
most,
I
the
don't
most
want to be
extreme
governed.
version
I want to
of the
be.
term.
Hang on. I want to be supported. I don't want to be governed. That's not the role of government. And when now that's what it is. That means it's not democracy. It's dictatorship. It's tyranny. That's what we're under now.
That's a bit
Okay?
confusing what you said, but I agree with you. Even though it's confusing what you said, I do agree with you.
I would
Yeah.
hope
It's
you.
like
I
that
would
that
hope
law.
Hold up, let Kosho say what he's gonna say. Go ahead, Kosh.
Well, no, I agree with Jen. Although I don't agree with how he said it, but I don't think the role of government is to govern, or not to govern. I think that these people who claim to be the government, it's just like the police on the side of the cop car says to protect and serve. Like they're supposed to be doing you a service, but you know they're not. You know what I mean? And it's
Exactly.
like the government's not meant to be benefiting from you. They're supposed to be in
supporting.
Yeah, exactly, supporting you. Yeah, and when
This
needed.
is what they do over here, though. I don't know about there, but here they do that usually.
Really?
Not over here, dude.
Yeah.
Really?
Over here,
Yeah, they provide
we have
healthcare and
glorified
education.
extortionists.
Okay, so mailman.
No,
when
no,
you're-
no, no.
yeah,
The
when you're at a red
taxpayers
light-
provide that. All they do is administer where that your money goes, mate. That's all they do, and they take a pretty penny price from you. So don't ever think that they're doing you a favor. You're doing them the favor, and they're the one lining their pockets.
Okay, mailman, when you're at a red light, let's say you're at a red light, right, and a cop car rolls behind you or beside you, you don't get nervous at all? Don't get a little anxious?
No. Why would
Not
I?
at all.
He's not a
I'm
brother.
not doing anything wrong. Why
I
would
don't. Yeah, I don't get anxious.
He's not a brother, dude.
I don't
He's
even
got a blonde beard. He's a young man.
Yeah, maybe it's because he's white as fuck.
Well, if I was
when a police car
if I
comes
was
up to me, I
black
don't
over
even
here,
engage. I don't bother with them.
I'd be even more better because I mean, would be racist.
You know, Jin's fought the police. He's fought police officers. He's fought 531. No, seriously. He's fought the police. Yeah.
Jin, you a real
That's
nigga,
what
man.
brother.
That's what's up.
That's what life is like. That's what you have to do. You got to fight cops.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean they're free game. I mean they're lower than low, obviously.
No, they're not.
Yo,
honestly,
for
though,
real, if you're blessed if you've never felt a little bit anxious just because the cop's beside you, man.
Why would I? Why would I be anxious?
Who knows? You know, they'll find
Yeah,
a
who
reason.
knows? Yeah.
Maybe your country is different. Maybe they don't like have, you know, quotas like targets of tickets to give out and stuff like that.
But what ticket would
cops
they
here,
give me?
They're revenue makers only. That's it. You know?
Sure, but I mean they do that here too. Hold on, they do that here too. But I'm not doing anything wrong, so why would I be afraid?
Exactly. I've driven in
So
Guam,
if you were,
Saipan,
so you're afraid to have even one thing wrong then? Like if your
No,
light bulb's
did
out.
I say that? Did I say that?
Well, obviously, why do you have everything perfect all the time?
No, I don't. I can have my light bulbs off and they won't do anything because they can't give a ticket for that. Because that would be fucking stupid.
Really?
Yeah, obviously no.
Let me tell you the way it works over here, dude. The way it works here in America is the cops, the extortionists, the traffic police, they'll see some ailment. They'll see something that they can pretend was happening, like your light was flickering or something like that, just so they can pull you over so you get a closer look. And the reason they want to get a closer look is because they want to fucking see what they can fucking pin on you. They can pin
But you know
whatever
that
they
over here, cops don't need a reason to pull you over.
Well, that's probably.
I don't stop though. When the cops ask me to stop, I don't stop.
That's real.
What do you do, Jin?
That's why Jin. That's why me and Jin are going to Antarctica.
Jin, what do you do?
He doesn't run off. He just keeps driving at the same speed.
Listen. They're saying, oi, on the whistle, oi. I just carry on.
Oh, you mean when they're on their? What if they're in a car though?
Well, if they're in the car, they can't catch me on a motorbike. Who are they going to catch?
Yeah, he's fighting Bobby.
So have you had a chase?
I don't stop. I don't even stop when they're in the car.
Have you had them chase you?
Gene has a rocket-powered motorbike.
Easily.
Yo, it's funny you say that because a week and a half ago, I was ordering some food from DoorDash, right?
and it was pickup. So I went on my bike and I picked it up, and the police like. I don't know, like I had stopped for a bit because my chain got fucked up, so I put my chain back on. This is a regular bike,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, go on.
And I started, going again. Like at this point, I hadn't picked up the food yet, but
Okay.
they saw me, and I guess like they thought, I don't know what they thought, but I just started going after fixing the chain, and I guess they saw that or something like that. So I just started going again, and they like hey, and they were parked on the side of the road, and like hey or whatever. They tried to flag me down. And I'm like, nah. And I just like, turned. I was going straight, but I just turned just to avoid them, right? And then they're like, it's a police. I didn't care. So they made a U-turn and they tried to follow me or whatever. And I like, hid behind these like, I went in between these two cars and like hid a little bit, and they went past. And I continued on, where they had went around the block at this point. So I continued on that road going straight to the restaurant to pick up my food, right? I get my food. And I'm on the way home, and I have like the bags just hanging off the handlebars, and I'm going on my merry way again, and slowly this car's like starts matching my speed. And this was, by the way, this police car was completely incognito. You couldn't tell it was a cop car.
Right.
So anyways, so they start they match my speed, and they're beside me, and like, hey, it's the police. I'm like, oh, come on. Like I just like was frustrated, and they heard me like say that. So I turned again, and they tried following me again. I lost them again, and I just went home after that.
Yeah, man. I know the feeling. Man.
It's easy to ditch a cop car on a bike, I realized.
Fucking well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Unless they like really care about catching you or whatever, they could have like made a U-turn just in the middle of the road and stuff. But it's hard to maneuver a car versus a bike, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially a motorbike too. But no, dude, those dudes, I'm telling you, they really are glorified extortionists. Like that's their only job, is to try to gain as much money as they can for the local government, because they're not trying to save nobody's life, dude. Honestly, think about this. Whenever somebody is speeding, when they have a whole pack of cards speeding, they don't fucking go after the guy going the fastest. They always go after the guy going the slowest. As long as they're fucking going above the speeding
They
limit.
literally had no reason to like stop me. It had to be racial profiling.
Exactly. Happened to me and my brother in my brother's car. Okay, we're in Regent's Park now. Regent's Park, all the houses around there are in the hundreds and thousands and millions. Okay, the houses around there. But we've parked up to do one lap of Regent's Park, part of our training, and then we're going to go home. Yeah. So we've done the training now, sweating up. Okay, let's get home, Sham, my brother. Sitting down in the car, two police officers walk up, and then they tapped on the window. I said, brother, don't open the window. Don't open the window. What can I do for you, officers? I've shouted out. What do you want? Is this your car? We wouldn't be in it if it wasn't our car. Okay? Check the registration. Check if it's stolen. You can do that and hurry up, yeah. And then I said to my brother, because he asked for the license, I said, don't give it to him. Put it on the window so he can actually read it. Read it. So don't open your window. Don't engage. Can we look at? And then when they've seen that. So can we look in the back? No, you can't. That's what I said. No, you cannot look in the back. Can we go home now? Are you arresting us? Thank you. Goodbye. Boom. Drove off. I said, that's how you handle police, okay? To my younger brother.
Tell a story about when you fought the cop, dude. You fought the cop and you fought the three other dudes.
What happened?
With the bike and everything.
Happened? Yeah, I think you misunderstood. The cops came down, okay, and
start from the beginning, because I've never heard this story.
Okay, I'll tell you what happened. I was working at the body shop, okay? Body Shop is a cosmetic company. They make products that are non-toxic, and they don't test on animals. Okay, now there's a shop called Dickinson and Jones. They wanted to do a little display with their clothing. Okay, with the Body Shop, they had this kind of like green thing they wanted to do. Okay, back in 1987, this is okay. So now so I have to deliver their order. So I've got 2 boxes that I'm carrying. It's within walking distance. Okay, to this shop, literally 5 minutes. So I'm walking now, okay, and now these dudes that were drunk, okay, came up, and I'm walking now. I'm thinking they're going to walk out the way, because most people have walked out because they can see I've got boxes. You know what I mean? So they're going to step aside, aren't they? These idiots banged into me, didn't they? Okay, so they banged into me now. So one of them's caught the corner of the box on his chest, right, and then it's kind of like calling me a nigger and all this and that. I goes, well, you're the fucking sap. Why didn't you fucking look where you're going? Do you know what I mean, you idiot? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, then I didn't know. I thought there was only 2 of them. Suddenly the others have caught up now. Okay, so now I'm being surrounded. So I put the boxes down. And at this time, I was learning a karate called Basai Dai. Okay, which is where you are blindfolded. Okay, and you don't know where the assailant's coming from. I've been doing this for at least 3 months at my karate school. Okay, so I've been practicing Basai Dai. Okay. So now that I'm surrounded, I can see my assailants. I wasn't panicking. I was just waiting for any one of them to come, and they were going to get bopped. He came, sweep, bop, next one. Sweep, bop, next one. Next one, bop, bop. And then the police came. Okay? That's what happened. And then the police took them away. So, what's his name? Kosho, you got it wrong, because I didn't fight that police.
I thought, oh, okay, I'm bad. I thought the police came and you fought the police too, man.
What it was, there was a day where I was on my motorbike, okay, and I was going down this street called Big Street. It's a very narrow street, not a million miles away from the body shop I used to work at, okay?
Well, it was a very narrow street, and it was called Big Street?
Big Street, yeah, Big Street. Yeah, very narrow street, Big Street.
You know how it goes, man.
Bink.
And this police officer jumped out right in front of my bike, out of nowhere. He just jumped out. I hit the brakes and I did a stoppie. The back wheel came up. Okay, come back down, and the engine's still running. And then he asks me, "Is this bike yours?" And I said to him, "I wouldn't be on it if it wasn't mine." And you know what he tried to do? He tried to turn the ignition key off, right? And I hit him in the chest. You know the 1-inch punch, like Bruce Lee. You know the 1-inch punch. Okay? Let me tell you something. Hang on, I didn't even know I could do that. When I pushed him, he took off. He literally left the ground and slammed into the wall. And I said to him, "Take my number plate. I'll see you in court. I'll see you in court." And I rode off. I didn't even.
Damn, dude. That's why Jen is a G, dude.
What a gangster. You a G.
Yeah, man.
For real, man.
He took off. And I didn't even know I had that power in me. You know, when you're angry, you don't know how much force you got. And I hit him right in the chest, and he just flew back into the wall. Both legs left the ground. And I surprised myself. And I said to him, "I'll see you in court." And I mean, I literally surprised myself. And, you know, I didn't know I had that power.
And let me guess, nothing happened from it.
Twice. No, nothing happened. I said to him, I was angry. I said, take my number plate, mate. I said, take the.
You did the right thing by leaving.
Did you say, like, don't fucking reach for my keys or something? Did you say anything about the keys?
No, I didn't.
Okay, he got the message when you punched him in the chest.
I think exactly. I think the way Jen handled it, dude. The dude can't say anything.
Yeah. Look. He was reaching for the ignition key, and it was a reflex action before his hand got close. Yeah. Listen, my heart rate was up, adrenaline was up. This guy jumped out and nearly run him down. I had to do an emergency stop, and the back wheel came up. Okay, I nearly run the cunt down.
He basically saved his life, and he tried to steal your shit.
That's right. And he's taking the key. Man, I tell you what, the force that was in my arm that day, because it was my left arm, yeah, he just went into the wall quickly. I couldn't believe the force I had. And I said, "Take the number plate. I will see you in court gladly." And I rode off. Nothing happened. Of course not. He's a bloody idiot, wasn't he? Fool. What was he doing?
He was like a fool, man.
Yeah, what was he doing, man? And my boss said, "You can't go around hitting police officers." I said, "Look, what do you do when the man's trying to nick your fucking keys? What are you supposed to do, you know? I didn't do anything wrong. That was just a reflex action." I said I was just instantly angry. Instantly. I could not contain it because he'd already jumped out in front. My heart rate was already going at 10 to the dozen. You know what I mean? Shit.
No, but if he felt like he was in the right, he would have just fucking, continued to, arrest you or apprehend you or something like that.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything at all after that. Means like he knew that he
overstepped his mark.
His bounds.
He overstepped his mark. He'd never been hit the way he got hit that day, where both his feet left the ground, slammed into the wall with one arm, and then he's being told, "Take the number plate. I'll see you in court." I think he knew he knew he overdone it. He overcooked it that day. Better calm down, sir. Don't know who he was. Fucking madman. Jump in front of the bike. But like I said, I get them all the time in London. You know, big hand comes up, pull in. I just ride on, mate. Fucking pulling in. I ain't got time for your silly games, mate. That's what I say. I ain't got time for your silly games. And I'm shaking my head as I'm riding past. And you hear, oi, oi. You know, what the f are you oi, you cunt? Shut up. I'm gone, mate. You better get on your radio. Tell you, man, you don't know me, man. I'd say I don't stop for no police. Those days are over. Those days are over. They were over years ago. I don't stop for police.
Okay, what if you're in a car though?
Yeah, even if it's a car, they have to come up to me and whoa, 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 and make a gesture. And oh, me? And then I go like this. Me? Oh, all right.
And then you'll stop.
Yeah, I have to stop them, of course, yeah, because, you know, they come and they fucking, and then
I never know with you, Jin.
Are you talking with me? Are you talking to me? Yeah, okay. You know, hi. Yeah, and then I find a safe place. Sometimes I'm winding them up now because I'm not stopping immediately. I'm looking for a safe place to stop where we're not blocking the traffic. That's what I do. So it might be like a minute or two before I even park up. I don't stop instantly. It's all about winding them up, honestly. Got your documents? Yeah, what's up? What's up? What do you want?
Well, you was doing a 55 and a 54. License plate and registration. Could step out of the car. Are you carrying a weapon on you? I know a lot of you are.
I would do a citizen's arrest on the person who told me there was 54 right there. I'd be like,
yeah. Do you know what?
Yeah,
I also drove into a plainclothes car. I didn't know there were police at the time, okay? I made a delivery to a place called Michelin, okay? Michelin House, where they do the tires, okay? I delivered some of their latest artwork on that day. Their artwork, okay? For their, Michelin tires, okay? So they had a HQ in London known as the Michelin building, and they occupied a certain section of that building. And I was delivering the artwork for their latest product, rubber tires and whatever, okay? Now, I've made the delivery. I'm coming out on my bike. I'm pulling out now. I've looked left. I looked right. I looked left again. And as I went to pull out, beep, this Vauxhall car came down here like at 60 miles an hour. This car was just flying, okay? I'd hit the brakes. And he was beep, 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 beep. I thought, fucking hell, what's he speeding for? Plainclothes car. I didn't know they were police, okay? So what did I do? No, I followed, I did a quick left turn, followed the car. He was stuck behind 3 cars. I went round to the side of the car and I said, so now I'm facing the driver's side with my front wheel, talking to the driver. I said, where did you learn to fucking drive, mate? Hey? You want to go back to school? And then, you know what I did? I drove into the side of the car twice. And then I drove off, okay? About 2 months
drove
later,
into the car?
I drove into the car, into the side of the car.
What do you mean, just with your wheel? Like you didn't?
With my wheel.
You didn't dent it or anything?
Put a dent in the car. Yeah.
Oh damn, you're savage.
Yeah. I drove into it with the force of the bike. It puts a little crease, but I did it twice. So on the second time the crease happened. Okay, and then I drove off. Right. 2 months later, a letter comes to my address, but it didn't come from a police station. When I found out what it was, they wanted to know who was the rider of this motorcycle in Chelsea on this day. But it came from North London Police. North London Police. Okay?
Did you ride Chelsea that day?
I was in Chelsea that day. Yeah, that was Chelsea where I was. Chelsea.
Yeah,
right? In central London.
Must have been nice.
Not far from Harrods, okay? Right there, not far from Harrods. And the thing is, but the letter should have come from Chelsea, but it didn't. It came from North London, okay? I'm living not near that particular station. I was living in Highgate at the time. This is like Stoke Newington, further north. I'm thinking, why the hell is that letter come from Chelsea?
Because those cops were out of their jurisdiction.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
And also, that's a rich neighborhood, man.
Guess what I did? Guess what I did? I just threw the letter in the bin.
Good man.
Because they wanted me to go to the station and have an interview. I just threw it in the bin. They can come to me as far as I'm concerned. I didn't go. Nothing.
They're not even going to. At that point, they don't know what to do.
Nothing happened.
They don't know what to do, man.
Yeah, nothing happened. You see. So yeah, you know that's how I've always been, man.
Yeah.
Live wire. You fuck me, I'll fuck you up. I don't care who you are, lawman or not.
UK is crazy when it comes to car accidents. There's a lot of like hit and runs and stolen cars, a lot of racing.
Yeah, man. A lot of that going on. I mean, I'm well known for putting my leg up, okay? Especially with taxi drivers, putting my leg right up now. And my leg is my left leg, okay? It's like a lance now, and I take out your wing mirror, okay? Because I've got the boots on, I've got the motocross boots on. They're like solid, man. Okay, can you imagine that? Okay, and that leg is coming at your mirror at about 20 miles, 30 miles an hour. Your mirror is coming off. Okay, and off it comes, and you see the cable where it's attached with the cable. You think, yeah, and you know why I did that? Because you don't fucking use it, do you? You can't. And then I ride off.
You savage.
Yeah, I'm smashing him in the
Motherfucking
face.
jousting mirrors off.
Yeah. I punched him in the face. And when he said, you fucking bang, and bang again, shut up, you can't. And you're talking about gloves with knuckle dusters on them, man. Instant blood on the nose. Yeah,
Damn.
I'm a fucking wild man right now.
You think you could beat me?
Sorry?
Like, you think that if me and you, because we're brothers, dude, we would never fight. But if we had to, it's me against you. You just ate my breakfast. I woke up, I saw you eating my shit. And you think you could beat me?
I don't know you. I can't say that. I have to see your stature. I don't know what kind of
good answer,
fighting art. What kind of fighting art you've done? I don't know. I can't say I can.
That's a good answer, man.
I
know from. I mean, I've done this for a long time. That if that situation happened, you would defeat me. You would beat me, Jen. You have the.
I've got stamina. That's the thing. Okay. The first thing is what we learn in martial arts. Okay, what we learn is that the average punter really gets out of breath after 30 seconds of fighting, and that's a short time.
Yeah, less than that. Yeah.
The average what?
Right. Okay, that's a short time. I mean, we're training for hours. Yeah, so I feel sorry for my assailants.
Hold on, I didn't hear that word. The average what?
The average punter. That's the
Punter.
average.
Okay, yeah.
The average citizen on the street. Yeah. Yeah, we call them the average punter. Yeah, the average punter's got like 30 seconds, and after that, it's all over, and they're panicking, and and that's when I'm just warming up, talking about. So if you're out of breath after 30 seconds of a little scuffle, and you're now starting to breathe heavy, you're in trouble. Don't do that. Don't let me see that. You better control your breathing.
You're in Barney, mate.
Yeah, don't do that. You're going to be having a right Barney. You're going to wish you were never born.
How tall are you, Jay?
Yeah,
I'm only 5'8.5", 5'8.5".
Ooh.
Now I weigh 85 kg.
Oh wow.
Now, and I'm still jogging. I've done a 6-mile run 2 days ago. I'm still pushing. I'm 60, but I'm still doing all my training, keeping myself fit. I'm wearing shorts. It's winter. People are thinking, aren't you cold? No, because it's all about conditioning. I'm going to a warm house, so I'm making sure I'm alive. I'm a live wire. One of my students says, Jim, you look scary.
He's a pussy, dude.
Don't be thinking like that. I'm your friend, man. You're scaring people, Jim. I go, why am I scaring people?
That's how you separate the pussies from the other dudes, dude. Somebody who says somebody looks scary.
So she said, you look scary. She said, Jim, you're scaring people. People are scared of you.
Oh,
I said, why would they be scared?
A woman said this to you?
Yeah. She's been coming to me for like, hang on, she's been a student for like 12, 13 years, okay? And she said, Jim, you're scaring people because you don't wear the mask and you're wearing shorts in winter. I said, that's because that's my choice. I said, you know what I'm doing? Because of what's been said about black people are most susceptible to catch this COVID nonsense, I'm now proving everybody wrong. I've always worn shorts in winter anyway, so that's not a new thing. But the mask, I'm never going to wear. And then you're going to see me jogging, doing my thing, yeah? And let's see who gets the COVID or not, okay? Right. Cheek. Damn cheek. That's my way of fighting back. But you're scaring everybody, Jim. She said. I said, where do you hear this? That's why I asked her. Where did you hear this? That I'm scaring people? Because I'm not scaring anybody. I mind my own business. Unless I speak to somebody, I'm generally minding my own business. Don't really put myself in anyone's face, but they can see me. I'm black. And he's in shorts. I've got the rock climber socks, okay? So I've got rock climber socks on. I've got military camouflage shorts. I'm wearing a black t-shirt today with the Mount Fuji sign. And it says on the back of it, mountaineer in Japanese. Okay? And Mount Fuji. So they know that I've climbed Mount Fuji. Okay? So anybody who can climb Mount Fuji can wear shorts like this. Because, you know, if you can, when you get up to the top, it's a little bit chilly, you know? And I'm dressed appropriately still, because I've got mountaineering socks on. I've got hiking boots on when I'm cycling on my push bike. Okay? And then I've got lycra and a t-shirt. The sun is out. It's not bloody cold, is it? Bloody hell, very mild. Yeah, man.
It's lovely over here this time of year. It's really nice too. It's not cold. It's summer. That's why another reason that I'm not wearing those stinking masks is because my face starts sweating immediately and I'm constantly wiping it on the mask, which would render it useless anyway. Like, what's the point? Like, they're just idiots. I'm sick of it. I'm not doing it anymore. They literally said I could take it off for 7 days. 7 days. I had 7 days of the taste of normalcy. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not going back there for that. You know, it's year 2 now. I'm not going into year 3 of this ridiculousness. They can get stuffed. I'm not playing.
Well said. Well said. Now
I'm just not. They can kill me if they have to. I'm done. I want to live. I want to live my life.
Let's not go that far.
Yeah,
But
live your life. Becky, what I'll say to you though, Becky, is that you want to use this summer to sweat it all out, all the impurities that you've taken in, yeah? So go on your walks and, you know, if you're getting hot, get hot and then rinse it all off when you get home. You understand? Use it to your advantage now. Get out, do the walks. Well, yeah, because in generally, most people who have complied have suffered health-wise. That means they gained a little weight. Most people have. Okay, so if that's the case, then going for a walk means that your body wants to release it all. That's what that's all about. So just
and
go
my
out on your
injuries,
walks.
make it difficult for me to function physically now as well, which is still like, we don't have 100%, you know, diagnosis. They won't give it to me under this current political system, because the minute they say, yes, this is the cause, their licenses are going to be up for renewal.
This is ridiculous, isn't it? And yet
it is. You can't even have an honest conversation with a specialist anymore. It's like his advice is, go with your gut instinct, not like, okay, let's look at this. Okay, this is what's happened. These are the symptoms you've had. This is what you know, happened to you before. Let's like eliminate, you know, the reasons
Becky,
this could have happened.
At least he's saying go with your gut instinct, and he isn't prescribing you automatically with some bullshit, which is what a lot of, you know, physicians do.
Yeah, well, I'll give him that, but still, I'm not impressed when, you know, I know that he can give me a fairly accurate diagnosis, and he won't.
Right.
He won't put it down on my file, because if he did, I'd have more of...
I thought you were talking about treatment-wise.
Yeah, there is no treatment for me because I'm undiagnosed still, officially undiagnosed.
Gotcha.
And officially, you know, some mystery illness just come and tracked me down in the middle of a pandemic that nobody knows about. It's got nothing to do with... Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the coercion that I was under to see my grandfather, who was locked away in a retirement home from his family unless they did a certain thing, which was another certain thing, which is not this certain thing. That's why I'm not taking this certain thing, because the last certain thing I'm still damaged from. So screw that shit.
Yeah.
You know, and I went against my better
how'd the
judgment.
other injection go? The Botox.
Oh, the Botox, yeah, the forehead's looking fantastic. I'm just waiting for the wrinkle lines in between my eyes to get a little bit more smoother.
Does it feel weird?
No, it's just beautiful. I love it. I'm already addicted, and I can't wait to renew it.
Like the fact that you can't flex your forehead muscles, it doesn't feel weird.
Oh yeah, that feels weird now. Yeah, because I'm trying, and all I do is something with my nose and my mouth. But yeah, no, I can't frown it. Oh, I can kind of still frown, but I can't raise my. I can't. You know that when you look up and you crinkle, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's frozen. My forehead is frozen now. Yes, humanity got the better of me, so I went and had some Botox. But yeah, the forehead lines are brilliant. They're like gone. But the ones in between my eyes, they're still quite, to me, quite prominent. But they are relaxing, and I hope that by next week they're gone even more, because they're the ones that I hate the most.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, did you try the Body Shop eye gel? Because that's really good stuff.
I haven't tried anything yet. I mean, I've tried things, but I haven't been to the Body Shop for their products yet. But I will, because I do love their products. I've got their body wash and stuff like that. and they're like their perfumes, like their oil scents. They're beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, I used to work there for 1 year.
Yeah, I love it.
1986. Yeah, I worked at the body shop for 1 year.
We just bought like bulk body
Lovely.
wash from the body shop on their sales. They were like doing like 500 ml bottles, I think, for like $7.50 or something crazy. So we just stocked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overpriced if you ask me.
All my family used it.
Oh, I
All my
love
family
it. The
used body shop.
smell, like the shea
Lovely,
scent,
isn't it? The
even
whole
is
bathroom
incredible.
smells like fun. It's all about fun when you're in the body shop.
Oh, it's
You know
so
what I mean?
lovely. It's so, and the
Yeah.
fruity scents, like they're just yummy.
It's lovely, man. I got the hemp
They
one.
are. They're
I got
lovely.
ginger. I got
Soap
raspberry,
free.
apple,
Oh, they've got
mango.
strawberry
I've got them
too.
all,
Oh,
man.
apple would be good.
Yeah, I got apple.
I
I
tried
got it all.
strawberry the other day. I've got coconut and shea too, but yeah. Oh,
coconut.
so many nice
Coconut
scents.
butter. I've got them all, man. And all these lovely white musk sprays. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got lovely sprays.
They got lovely
I like the
sprays, all
vanilla.
natural. The thing is, I've got the vanilla one as well. All
It's
natural.
beautiful.
It
It is all
beautiful, man.
natural. It's lovely
All
stuff, I
natural.
must admit.
So
It really
you
is.
feel good. You feel good when you know you're not putting any toxic on your body. And I use it sparingly anyway, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking, that's the way to go, man. Body shop and that. But there is a glimmer of hope, though, guys and dolls. And that is, there are doctors out there all over the world, across the flat earth. They have united together and they're suing the government, the WHO, CDC, and things like this. So that's coming up. That's good. Hopefully that will.
I just
come
can't
to the
believe
forefront
this is
soon.
still
Which
going on
doctor?
2 years down the track.
Which doctors, Jen?
Doctors from around the world that have united. You know, you've got to look on the on Wikipedia and that, or YouTube and that, and you'll find them. Doctors united to sue WHO. You know.
They
What are they suing
Robert
for?
Kennedy Jr. is part of that, part of the legal team as well. And
Why are they
M.
suing for
Kennedy.
like getting like the license
Well,
taken away for not
mandates
vaccinating
are
or what?
illegal. The mandates are illegal for starters, and then the lockdowns, that was illegal on those grounds. Lockdowns, mandates of masks, they're all illegal.
Oh, that's all coming back
And then
here.
yeah,
They're going to do
and
it all
and
again.
and the coercing of people to get this medical intervention, otherwise you can't work. All that stuff's illegal.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
all
here.
illegal.
Yeah, that last one seems like it would be the most kind of like relevant for if doctors were actually suing.
Yeah, they're all suing.
The whole getting fired for not getting the stab.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so this is what's going on. That's all in the pipeline. There's lots of that going on. Lots of lawsuits. So hopefully that's going to come to bear. I mean, I've heard it from the lawyers themselves. They've said, do you know what their advice is? Don't back down. It's what they've said. The lawyers are saying it. Don't back down. Stand your ground.
Yeah, I'm standing
That's
my
their
ground. I'll go to
advice.
court. I'll go to court if I need
Yeah,
to now. I'm
yes.
done. They will see me in court happily. I will go there.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this anymore. It's not good for me, and I'm not doing it anymore. That's the end of story for me. I mean, that's all I can do is me, you know. You guys can do you, and I can do me, and then we can just, you know, do what needs to be done. But I'm not going to be
Straight
going
up.
along with this mass psychosis anymore. It's damaging my every fiber of being.
More power to you, Becky. I hope they don't kind of like, you know, punish you for
I don't
it.
think they will, but if
I
they
hope you don't
do,
get
I
someone
don't
that's
care.
trying to abuse their power and, you know,
Mm.
does you a disservice.
Mm. Yeah, it might happen, but that's the risk, isn't it? But I won't back down. You know what I'm like. I'm an argumentative little thing when I get set in my ways. So more of us need to stand up. That's the whole point. If more of us stood up. But all these people want to do is get these horrendous mandates and lockdowns imposed upon each other. It's like they long for it. They're that scared. They've followed so much of the agenda, so much media. If they looked at the actual statistics in Australia, they would laugh and walk about and go on with their lives. If they
They're
actually looked at the figures.
Yeah, but they're not. They don't care. They're trained. They're trained. They're conditioned. They're bots. You know?
Conditioned,
So-
yeah. They're definitely under heavy conditioning. It's crazy, but I can't handle it anymore. So I'm done. Like I can't keep playing along with a with that mind control and be in the psychosis when I'm not in it. It's just
What's the last thing where you like, that like, what's the straw that broke your back?
The straw that broke the camel's back for me was that 7 days ago, I was finally given the go ahead to take that filthy mask off, right? I had it off for 7 days, and my whole mentality, my whole emotional being was different. I felt better. I felt well. And as soon as I heard the news today that they were enforcing them again after 7 days, I just snapped. Like, I just lost it. And I thought, I'm not playing that emotional game anymore. That mental, that psychology, I'm not doing it. They don't work, especially for me. They cause me to sweat excessively, which I'm constantly wiping my face. So they're not working for me. They're
In
probably
those
more
7
harm than
days,
good.
in those 7 days, did you like go out often and like go for walks and stuff
Yes,
without
I
it?
went to lunch twice. We went out for lunch. Where else did I go? I went out. Yeah, it was lovely. I felt free and I didn't have to sign in anywhere. I didn't have to wear anything, and I just could breathe again. And I felt alive again, like I was living again. And I just feel so oppressed.
because
It's
you
just
did
such
follow it. You
oppression.
followed it. Yeah, you followed. You complied
I
well.
did for years, and I knew it was ridiculous, and I knew it wasn't working for me. I mean, if I'm wiping my face every few moments and there's all sweat getting into my mask that's making it moist, it's not working anyway, and I'm touching things on the shelves and then touching my face. So by rights, if I had something, I'm literally giving it to people by touching my face, and I can't not touch my face because my sweating's too much. Like,
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
You got to clean up, haven't you?
I can't just let it, just drip down my face like a freaking weirdo. And if I could be left to my own devices, I could produce a clean handkerchief or a clean tissue out of my purse and pat my sweat dry. Or if I needed to sneeze, I could get my tissue or my handkerchief, and I could sneeze into that, and that would be just as effective, if not better, than wearing a filthy mask making my face sweat. I'm done.
I've got pictures of myself, right, Becky, right, where I've sweated. I've gone like mountain bike trekking, okay, with my kids again. I've sweated buckets, okay, and I've let it dry like salt. So my face is, although I've got a brown face, you can see the sweat marks. They've dried literally to salt, white. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've had that from playing sports, playing soccer and stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, usually these sort of masks are for sterile, hospitals with a controlled environment, a temperature controlled, even air controlled, like the oxygen going into the rooms. I mean, they are not suitable for people walking around in everyday
They're not going to protect
situations.
you from any virus anyway.
No, they're not at all, not in that instant. And to be honest, if we wanted to go get one of those hazmat suits with the full gas mask, that would probably protect us from something. But I trust my immune system to do that job for me. So I don't need a hazmat suit to go about my business on this earth.
Okay,
But
now,
yo,
the
Jin, what was
pictures in the
your
US.
reason for mentioning like the dry sweat salt stuff?
Sorry?
Why did you mention like the layer of salt from like the dry sweat?
Oh, because she said looking like a weirdo, sweating and looking like a weirdo, and I said that was me. I looked like a weirdo, you know what I mean? Because I let the sweat just pile on and pile on and pile on, and in the end, it dries like salt, especially when you're
Yeah,
going.
well, I find it really irritating when my face gets sweaty, and it only happens when I'm wearing a face mask, believe it or not. My face doesn't sweat usually in public, so it's obviously the mask doing it. So it's inappropriate for me to wear one, and I am not doing it anymore at all. At all.
I don't mean to brag, but I haven't worn one since the whole bullshit started.
Yeah,
Oh, well, good for you. Well, I'm done. I played their game and got involved in their, shenanigans for nearly 2 years now. I can't do it anymore.
You've been good, Becky.
I just
I was
can't.
surprised you were going to do it, Becky.
I know. I was so complicit and compliant, trying to do the right thing by everyone. But I know the facts of the matter here now and what's going on, and I'm not going to indulge in a mass psychosis that I'm not part of. I'm not doing
I
it.
only ever wore them.
Welcome to the revolution, Becky.
I wore them to fly because the stakes are high, and when they I don't want them to be booting me off this flight that I paid for and shit.
Yep.
So that's the only time I wear them, and even then I take it off as soon as I get on the plane, and I just basically turn my head and stuff like that, and usually the flight attendants are fine and they don't say anything and stuff like that. Once or twice they'll remind me to put on a mask,
Apparently, an aeroplane is where the cleanest air in the world is. It gets cleaned and replenished every minute or two or something. So
That's why
it's
you
the
don't need to wear
safest place
the
to
mask, you
be.
see.
Yeah, that's
one
why you
reason
don't.
why
That's right,
you
because
don't
it's
need a
actually
fucking mask.
they clean. Yeah, so they're cleaning that air and giving you fresh air every few
Exactly.
minutes.
You know what I
So
mean?
it's the safest place to be in an airplane. So
I have a friend with a kid, and she was flying with her kid. Her kid's like 3-4 years old, and still they were trying to like mandate the masks for kids, like even just 1-year-old, 2-year-old babies. I mean,
That's
they
a
were trying
joke.
to, yeah. So, but the kid doesn't like the mask whatsoever and would always take it off. So she turned it into like a little game and said whenever someone comes by, she had like this bag of sunflower seeds. She said eat a sunflower seed whenever someone comes by, because we have a rule. You can take your mask off to eat. So they had the mask at the neck the whole entire time.
Yeah, well, I was just saying to my son, because we're going to go to the movies on Christmas Day, because I know they're going to lock us down again. So I really want to see the new Matrix movie. I said, let's do it on Christmas Day before they lock us down. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Wear a mask in there to sit down to eat my popcorn? Like, we're in the same room with everybody else eating. Like, what's the point in wearing a mask in there? Like, I don't understand it doesn't even make any logical sense to me.
Are you guys allowed to go to the movies?
Anything.
Yeah, we're allowed to go to the movies here, right now,
Oh, yeah, right. Oh,
in
like
New
you mean
South
unjabbed?
Wales. Yeah,
Unjabbed?
unjabbed. Yeah, I'm free at the moment. That's why I need to get in there quickly before they change their minds.
It'll
See,
make
I
the
got
most of it. We're
free
fucked
on
over here.
December 15,
Yeah.
and that was the day that they said we don't have to wear masks. The unvaccinated are allowed out, and you don't have to check in. So that was 7 days ago.
Yeah,
7
right.
days ago. So I've been out for 7 freaking days, right? And I'm already told after day 7 that I now need to wear a mask. I now need to check in. And next thing you know, they're going to say that I'm not allowed out again, right? So I'm quickly going to go to the movies. Yeah,
You violated your
by
parole.
being healthy, by being healthy and participating
I'm
in
surprised you
society.
stayed inside before those 7 days.
Oh, well, I actually didn't. I had a little bit. I had my false papers and got around, but shh.
Well done. Well done. I'm glad you did that, Becky, because that's what you have
Oh
to
yeah,
do.
I did that because I'm
Yeah,
over
I
their
do it too,
bullshit,
man.
and I'm over it. And you know what? I have the right to live like everybody else does, and I'm a
Absolutely.
healthy, well-educated lady who knows the difference between being ill, and I know how to look after people and keep them safe. I'm a mother. I have a maternal instinct to protect people, so I'm not going to go out and jeopardize anyone's safety. So they can get stuffed.
I might have to
I'm
report you
going to
for
have my
those fake
shield.
papers there,
I'm going to
Becky.
have my shield, my baseball bat, and a baseball in my pocket. And when they say, where are you going? I'm going to go and play baseball. But just in case you pick on me, I can use it as a weapon. All right?
Papers, please.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I'm
It's a
writing my own
case.
papers up, and I'm not giving them over to anyone except for the police. So they'll have to call the police on me. End of story. Because I just read the rules, the rules in New South Wales. So I'm going to go by the
Don't you love that?
rules.
Don't you love
Yeah,
that?
and if they've got a
Rules.
problem, they can get the police to come and cite my statutory declaration that I wrote.
Yeah, we have. So I have my own, papers, card, if you will, and
So guess what they're
for
saying?
leaving the country, it's fine. It's like but for re-entering, they want me to upload my card to their app and stuff like that. And I don't want to do that because the papers aren't they're not legit. So I don't want them to have it on record. For leaving, I just need to show it to them and on my phone, and that's it, right? But I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to come back.
Don't worry anyway. They got to let you in anyway. You're a citizen, so they got to let you in anyway. Yeah, they got to let you in anyway. So
They'll just make you quarantine or something.
No, but they
Self-quarantine
check
or
your
something.
stuff at the point of departure, not at the point of entry.
Well, that means when you.
So they wouldn't let me fly.
To get back out.
Yeah.
Oof.
Bunch of cunts there.
They are, aren't they? I can't
So
stand them.
hopefully there's a way to show this document without uploading it to their servers and stuff
Just
like that.
say that you didn't know how to do it.
Then they'll walk me through the process. Hopefully there's
Ah.
just a paper kind of, an old school paper version, and they'll probably want to photocopy it. But I'd rather they photocopy this thing instead of
Take a
uploading the
non-smartphone.
actual image.
I've got a flip phone that takes my SIM card, so I can just change my phone and take a flip phone that has no apps on it.
Yeah, well done. That's it.
But
What
then
can
they'll
they
just
do?
take a
They'll
picture
have to
with
go
their
that.
phone, you know? I don't know.
On whose
We'll see.
app?
An app. It
On
doesn't
their
like.
app?
Yeah, the app doesn't need to be on your phone per se. It's just the app, you know, and then you put in your information and you log in or whatever. So they'll probably make an account with a different phone, for instance.
Whose
But I'm not going to
phone?
do it. Any phone.
But if you only have a flip phone, non-smartphone, then whose phone are you going to use?
Well, then I'm screwed because it's like the card
That's
is
why
digital.
it's illegal. That's one reason
Hold
why
up,
it's
no,
illegal.
the card that I have to show, the
Yeah.
one
Oh,
that
it's a
I made
digital
is digital.
card.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, well, just show it. Just let them have it. Doesn't matter. It'll just go into their database of other
Yeah, this is
things.
another reason why they're going to sue them, because people shouldn't be forced to have that smartphone if they don't want one, and then you cannot restrict people's movement because they haven't got a bloody smartphone.
No, because if I don't have a smartphone, then I'll have to have the physical card, and I don't have a physical card because it doesn't exist. I have a digital card because I made it exist.
Yeah,
If you get my
that's
meaning.
all wrong. That's what they're suing against. That's another lawsuit coming. All that having to show your vaccination status and have a vaccine pass and all this stuff. They're suing against that as well.
No, I mean precedence. You know, possession's 9/10 of the law. Precedence has been set. All these countries already doing it. It's going to be really hard to like repeal it. You know, to peel it all
Well,
back.
well, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Don't give up hope yet. I know it's looking like it's official and it's set in stone almost, but let's wait and see. Yeah. Honestly.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be really hard because everyone's like, you know, a lot of these countries have already given their consent because they're going along with it.
Damn
You know,
fucking fools.
they are, of course, but
Yeah.
it is what
Ruining
it is.
humanity. You know, bloody idiots, man. Honestly.
Oh, well, what's the worst that can happen?
To me, if they
Mm.
find out that this is, you know, I could
Yeah,
probably
what's
get
the
some jail
worst?
time.
You can get
Jail
down
time,
to fraud.
$100,000 fine or some crap.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
say
you
that.
could get done for falsifying documents and stuff.
Yeah.
Breaching of health ordinances. They could do a fair bit of stuff if they find you deliberately lied about it, which is why I think it's a good idea if you're
I
considering
think
to not have a paper trail of that.
the maximum fine here in New South Wales for that, I think, is 10 grand because I looked it up because I was doing it myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. 10 grand. Yeah,
Maximum, but that's the maximum,
Yes.
situation. And I think you'd have to go to a court of law for them to be able to issue something that big. And there would have to be really big grounds. Like you would have to be, known to be carrying the virus and all those horrible things
have to
to be
prove these
fined that
things,
much
yeah.
money,
Can't just do it, at a whim.
But
they'll
you can
try-
be
I mean,
fined.
I doubt
it can
they'll
be a
go
minimum of 1,000.
Doubt
And
they'll
it's up
go
to
for
their
many people,
discretion.
but I reckon they'll pick a few and go absolutely ham on them. Try and
I
get
don't
them
even
with
give a
as
shit
many
anymore.
people.
They can find me
given my position, my
100,000.
career, they'd probably want to make an example out of me.
What's your career? What do you do?
Nice try.
Oh, the thing you're talking about from what you used to do.
No.
Oh.
I don't care what they do anymore. They can
Basically,
go
I'm one of
suck a fat one.
the last people you'd expect to kind of be, against it.
I wonder who that is. Is a bloody FBI, CIA spy then?
You got me, Jim. Can't get anything past you, God damn it.
But in the US, right, they're blaming the reason why this COVID won't go away on the unvaccinated. I think they said 71 million, something like that, are
Is the
unvaccinated.
live stream live?
Yes, okay, that's what they said. That 71 million. This is the news. It's the news. This is the news. Okay, they said it's 71 million are unvaccinated, and that's the reason why this won't go away. So then the guy who was speaking, right, was asked, "What do you wish to happen now? I want everyone to get vaccinated." That's what he said. So, but they're ground in, they're dug in, they're not going to comply, blah blah blah. So we have to find somewhere persuading them, is what they were saying. One on one. Try to persuade them to get vaccinated, but that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen, mate. So in the US, they're conceding and saying that they're going to have this is going to be a yearly or seasonally thing, like the flu. That's what they've resolved it to be now. That's where they're moving towards.
Well,
It's going to
they were-
be a season thing where everybody's going to need to get their vaccines.
Well, here
That's
they're
what it is.
considering changing the definition of fully jabbed to 3 shots instead of 2.
Yeah,
Who
but
knew?
Israel's
Yeah,
offering
in
number 4.
WA, in Western Australia, they've just announced that you will lose your vaccination status unless you have a third vaccine, like your booster, within a month of you being eligible for it. And that's in Western Australia now already. They've brought that in.
That's mad, isn't it? Well, what was the point of getting the first 2 then?
Well, it's all an
Yoo-hoo.
experiment. They realised that just the 2 wasn't doing what they wanted it to do, so now they want you to have another one and another one until they tweak it right for themselves, I guess.
And
Yeah,
guess what?
that makes
Israel
sense.
is offering number 4. Number 4 jab is coming in Israel now as we speak. They're getting it ready. Number 4, the 4th
The other
jab.
thing is that there's a surplus of vials, so they have to do something with them. They've already paid for them.
Yeah, I'm here.
Nigeria has thrown
Just wondered
away.
if it's okay conversation for your live stream, or if you need to turn the live
It's
stream
okay. This is all news. This is all news. It's in the news
Yeah, it's
now.
fine for now.
Yeah, it's
I don't
in
know.
the news.
I don't
Just
really
be
know.
careful when criticizing it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not-
Always saying.
It's
Yeah,
not
this
like
is
that's
in
a
the
big
news.
thing that I care about in terms of not talking about. I guess like when we launched a platform, a lot of people were saying, well, we should probably not talk about some of this stuff so that the channel doesn't get shut down. But I'm just saying, me personally, like it's kind of up
Are
to.
you not bothered by it anymore? Okay.
Well, I never
thought
really
you might
was. I
be
mean,
able to.
I just,
Oh,
well,
okay.
of course, I don't want the channel to be shut down, but
No. So I'm very careful what I'm saying. What I'm
Yeah, I think
saying
this
at the
stuff's
moment,
pretty safe.
what's in the news, that I'm not saying anything that's controversial at the moment. I'm very careful what I say. This is in the news. They're saying that number 4 jab is coming in Israel. Israel has got themselves ready to be giving the 4th jab now. 4th.
I mean, I don't know what constitutes
That's
them
for the
taking-
elderly populations, right?
Yeah.
With multiple comorbidities or whatever.
Yeah, 60s and over. But, you know, I mean, it's ridiculous, I think.
I was just gonna say real quick. I mean, I don't know what constitutes YouTube, shutting down a channel. I mean, the word vaccine is being used 15 million times a day on every social media platform in the world.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not like that word is going to get it shut down. So I don't know what they look for or what they would do. I think at the beginning when we launched this, when the server, we were thinking, well, let's just not risk it. There's no reason to
That's
kind
true.
of risk it. But at the same, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of just open to what everyone thinks. I mean, I don't have like a.
I try to
strong
call it a
view.
medical procedure and not get too
Yeah.
into it, to be honest, because I don't want to shut down the platform. But how I'm feeling emotionally right now, like psychologically, mentally, from what's happened here with the government in the past 2 years, is I'm done. I'm about to snap. Like I can't take it anymore.
You're with
So
set, you're at your set,
I'm
Mark.
declaring myself exempt from it all, and I'm no longer going to do it. So that's just me.
Well done. I'm glad to hear you say that, because that's correct. You should not be forced to take.
But if people want to do things, that's their business. But I can't get over people's need to be controlled so desperately. I mean, they want something so badly. They want to be told what to do. I'm like, are you not an adult? Did you not get taught from a small child and, up into school and your parents or, your role models, how to look after yourself? Like, what the hell? Like, why would
Yeah,
people
you
be
know what?
trying to oppress everyone?
Yeah, you know what you do though, Becky, is like just make sure that you just always keep asking all the way to the fucking judge. I'll do whatever you want me to do, so long as someone here is going to accept full liability.
Yeah.
And because you make them an offer that is completely fucking reasonable
and legal.
You have the unlimited right to negotiate all the way to the judge. And remember, everybody's retarded but the judge. The judge knows what's up. But the thing with the law is that if you agree to any little fucking advance, that's why, like, as soon as you take the vaccine, like, you're a fucking Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi, modern day. Accept that and either grow from it or fucking just suck a dick. Because fucking like, as soon as you bow an inch to these fucking Nazis, you are one of, and you've relented some increment of individuality, which they have no legal authority to take, and it's called legally acquiescence. And if you acquiesce to any one of their things, and you can't say no. I want you to fucking reiterate this throughout the motherfucking internet. You don't say no to these people because you immediately grant jurisdiction. Just say, I'd love to do whatever the fuck you want me to do. I'll quack like a duck, do whatever you want me to fucking do, so long as you're going to go under notary
Conditional acceptance.
and say that you're going to accept liability for, even if I get the fucking sniffles, you owe me $10 million. If it's so safe and effective, I just need your signature right here, Judge. And if you're willing to do that, then I'm willing to take the thing, and you're willing to pay me immediately. Like in the paperwork. Remember, once law was sitting on the bench, it's all about whatever the agreement is between the parties. This is why so many times people it's like, I used to look at it like the lunch lady. You go to the lunch lady, you're only supposed to get so many fucking French fries, right? Well, I knew the lunch lady. So in the democracy, I'm only allowed 7 fucking French fries. Well, in the republic, it's like, hey, can I get a couple more fries? No doubt, love. Boom. Here you go. I'm not here to argue. And then the next guy turns around and goes, well, I only got 7 French fries. And it's like, bitch your moan all you want, dude. It's about your personal agreement with these people. And it's just, yeah, I'd love to, so long as you sign right here and accept full liability. And if not, it's agreed that I can sue you for deprivation of rights under the color of law, you fucking Nazi piece of shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know how it's going to go down, but I'm willing to take it all the way to court.
Yeah,
now.
no, just, but listen to me. Just say, yeah, I'd love to, so long as you're going to accept full liability, Mrs. Whatever your name is. You know what I mean? Whoever you're talking to. I don't care if it's the lowest one on the rank.
I'm just telling them it's none of their business.
Oh, I
I'm
hate
just
them
going
so
to
much.
stay out of my business. You don't have the right to ask me these sort of questions. I'm just going to tell them. I'm going to wear one of those
Right, but that's
lanyards
a
that,
denial. That's
have
a
you seen the
denial.
lanyards that they have out? They're these
No. What I'm trying to say
lanyards
is, right. But if you say no in any way, shape,
I'll
or
tell them
form,
to fuck off. That's what I'll say to them.
okay.
I'll say to them, fuck off, Karen, and go and stand back and socially distance yourself from me, you filthy whore. How's that? Just kidding. I won't say that.
Right. Well, just say that after you offer them that you're willing to take it, so long as, or they're willing to quack like a duck on the side of the road, so long as you're going to accept full liability.
No, I'm absolutely not willing to do anything that I don't want to do.
Yeah, I know, but the point is, it's like this. If you tell me, like, hey, can you eat this shit sandwich? And I say, yeah, I'd love to, so long as you pay me $10 million, give me your house, fucking give me your car, give me your you're going to stop asking me once you realize that what's on the table for me. Because I'm going to make the negotiation so good for me. You're not going to want to do it. And that's the point. You're not saying, you're saying no by saying, yes, I'd love to, so long as you give me $10 million, accept liability, let me bang your wife, and fucking let me have your house. And they're going to be like, well, that's a little too much. Well, then, okay, negotiation's over. Have a nice day.
I'm just talking about not wearing face masks in public.
Oh, I'm talking about taking down the whole fucking system and winning this fucking war against these fucking Nazis.
I'm just starting with the taking off the masks and, going with that one first, because they've just mandated them here again after 6 months of me wearing them. And then they gave me 7 days off, and then they announced today I've got to wear them again. So I'm done with that system now. So I'm standing up and not complying with that anymore. So that's where I'm starting. And obviously I didn't take any medical procedures because that was not on the cards for me.
Well, just
and
so
it won't
you
be.
know, legally, when you say no, when you say fuck off, you grant jurisdiction, and then they can physically remove you and put hands on you. Just so
I hope they do.
you know.
I hope they throw me in jail. I don't care anymore.
No, you
They can
don't.
do whatever they want. They can, and I don't care if they want to martyr me and throw me into a jail cell. That's
You
fine.
will when
I'll
you get
make
there,
friends.
love. You will when you get
No,
there.
I
'cause if you've
won't.
never been in a jail
I've been
cell, it sucks.
incarcerated before. I've been
Right on.
incarcerated before.
Okay.
So I know what it feels like to be locked down and locked away and all of that crap. And I even know what it's like to be forcibly drugged by the system, like, you know, all the scary things. I know what all that's like, been there, done that. So they don't scare me anymore. I'm done and I'm not playing. And if they want to throw me away, then they can. If they want to, they can do whatever they like to me because I'm not playing anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. The game is over
I'll
for
be right.
me.
I hear you. I hear you. God bless, man. I guess all the
Thank
people
you.
that
You
don't know it, because
too.
I get it. You know, I get that everyone say fuck you, but you're just granted jurisdiction. It's horrible.
There's only so much you can do. There's only so much I can do, and I can't keep playing along with the mass psychosis anymore. It's really bad for my mental health. I have to be myself and do what's right and what I know is the right thing to do. And going along with these games and these hypnosis or psychosis or whatever it is that the world's under, I can't do it. It's not right for me. Anyway.
They've overstepped the mark now, haven't they? Really, come on.
Yeah, they really have. And I tried to get along with their bullshit for 2 years, and now I'm done. I've given them 2 years. I'm not giving them another year. It's not happening for me. And I
And
hope
this
that
is not
many
over
of us
until
stop.
2025. This was going to carry on till I heard 2023. Okay, but then recently I've heard 2025 now. So they're not going to stop this anytime soon. By the way.
Right. Well, I'm done. I'm stopping it now today. With whatever risk it
I
entails,
didn't even
whether I get
start.
fined or jailed or whatever they choose to do to me, I no longer give a shit. It's done. It's
Yeah,
done.
I haven't even started, mate. I was never part of the game.
Yeah, well, I was trying to appease the terrified masses, and it's been 2 years of
Yeah, I
appeasing
know
every
you
other
are.
bastard for them to turn around after 7 days and force me to wear a sweat rag over my mouth and my nose again. I'm not doing it. It's
Are you going to
disgusting.
be voting in the next election? That's my question.
Well, it's compulsory in Australia, so I can either show up and give them a donkey vote or a real vote. It's my choice. But yes,
stupid
I
as
will
well. So
be
you can't.
voting for. I will be
How
voting for
ridiculous is
Unite.
that?
I will be voting for the United Australia Party, which is a minor party that has nothing to do with the two major party system. So that's what I'm doing with my
Stupid.
vote.
You cannot not vote.
No, it's compulsory in this country.
Why?
to
Why
vote.
is it compulsory? Why?
Well, to be
For
fair, you could
everyone over
spoil your
18.
vote, right? You could
Yeah,
go
you can
there
do a
to vote
donkey
and just like,
vote. You can do a donkey
yeah.
vote and screw it up, but and just write on it, "You're all a bunch of dickheads,"
Yeah,
or
do that.
something like
Do
that.
that. That's what you
No,
got to do.
I'm
Yeah.
giving my vote to a minor party. Is what I'm doing this year.
That's
That
fair.
is
Never
giving
even
their
start.
preferences next year. I think it is. That's giving their preferences to other minor parties. So the party that I am supporting is, if they get enough votes to hand preferences on, and can't keep them themselves, they're giving them to another minor party. They will not be going with any major party. So that's what I'm doing, because we that's our
I wouldn't
system
even
here in
bother to do
Australia.
that. You know what? I just
Well,
don't
I
even
am doing that. I feel a responsibility and an obligation to try to fight back against the system, and that's the only way I know how to do it, is by the sheer numbers. If we get, like, I know that we more than likely won't win, but if we can take, 1 million votes or 2 million votes off one of these major parties and have some kind of impact and even get a seat somewhere, it's showing them that we've had enough. I don't know what else to do.
Just don't play the game. That's it.
Well, if I don't play the game and if I sign off, then all the brain dead zombies will vote for the two major parties and nothing will ever change. So I feel a need to actually stand up and lead the way in walking away from the two major party system. And if this other party somehow got in,
Hang on. People should stand up and say we no longer comply to the compulsory voting system. That's
yeah,
what
but
revolution
somebody
is.
needs to be in government to actually administer the funds and to maintain the roads, build the hospital.
agree
So
with
there
that.
has to be something. There has to be someone in place there. So I mean, the way I look at it is, if we can give it to a minor party that is their main promise is to end all lockdowns and to end all of the injection mandates. That's their major policies. That's exactly what I want to happen in this country.
Okay. Then
But the major parties are not promising anything like that. In fact, they go back on their promises within 7 days. Within 7 days, the major party that said that I can take that damn mask off and said that I don't have to check into those damn invasive QR codes has now 7 days later reinforced it after it being there for 6 months, and expect me to be okay with that. I'm done. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, it's ridiculous. You can either conform to that or you can't. And I can't do it anymore. I can't do it and I won't do it.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Enough is
hopefully a
enough.
lot of people won't do it. Hopefully I won't be the only one that stops and says no more, no more, no more of this.
Yeah, a famous song by Donna Summer comes to mind. Enough is enough. I can't go on. Yeah.
Yeah, enough is enough. I'm done. I can't play the games
Absolutely the
anymore.
anthem of the movement.
It's sheer insanity.
Yeah.
And they don't work. They don't work. I know they don't work. And I know that when they're causing my face to sweat so much that I'm constantly wiping my face on them, that it defeats the purpose of wearing it in the first place. I'm literally touching it and then touching other things. So I'm literally spreading whatever's in my mouth anyway. So what's the point? I'd be safer, much safer, not to have one on. And if I need to sneeze or cough, to get a handkerchief or a tissue out of my pocket.
It's more hygienic, isn't it?
It's far more hygienic and it's far more more effective.
Yeah, but you know what? I've since learned that, this germ theory where germs you spread, you're going to catch something. It's all been a hoax anyway. You know that? If they sneeze and splutter in front of you, you're not necessarily going to catch anything. So there's no need to worry anyway. That's the
Well,
other thing.
I get around my whole life. I've got around with people sneezing, breathing, singing, talking, and I managed to stay well for 99% of the time. And that 1% chance when I'm run down and I've caught a common cold, which is a coronavirus, I've recovered at home. So I don't see the need for me to start wearing filthy things over my face, making me sweat and making me constantly touch my face, putting me in danger, and others. I'm not doing it anymore for a mass psychosis because they want to feel safe while they're all walking around with dirty rags on their mouths. Yucky.
Yeah, exactly. It's disgusting. I mean, for me, I haven't been sick in over 40 years. Why do I need a medical intervention? Why would I? I've never ever had a flu jab.
You don't need a medical intervention, and neither do I. And so I'm not taking something that I don't need.
Exactly. So then, and because of my position now, they're going to say I can't fly. I have to sign this, do that, jump through hoops. You've got no idea what you're talking about. If that's what they want, that's totally outrageous. You've got
I'm
beyond
stuck in New
governing
South
now.
Wales.
You've gone beyond, bloody hell.
I'm stuck in New South Wales now because I refuse the procedures, so I can't leave the state.
Yeah, I mean that's a prison. You're locked
I
down.
can't even leave the state. I can't even travel freely around my own country.
Literally prison state. You're living in a prison state.
Yeah, I am, and I'm living in a constant state of oppression. And I was locked down for literally. I only got out last week. I was locked down for over 6 months. I literally only got out of lockdown last week. And they're already starting to lock us down again. They're starting saying, cover up your face, check in again. And then next thing you know, boom, people like me will be told we're not allowed out in public again. So I've had enough of it, to be quite honest.
What was it? The other day I heard in Britain that 93,000 people got the Omicron. 93,000 on a daily basis. I'm thinking, shut up. Who are you fucking checking that's giving you 93,000? 93.
Where?
In the UK.
Oh, in the UK. Yeah, well, you know what? If that's the case, then that means 95,000 soldiers have just become fully immunized by their natural response to the reaction of their virus. So if that's the truth, then that means soon there's going to be such a resistance to the virus through natural immunity, it should cause it to come to a really, slow it down. It should really knock the head off it.
Sooner, yeah. They said it spreads 3 times as fast as the Delta.
Good. Let it.
3 times as fast it spreads.
Let it, because it's apparently contagious, but it's not as near. Yeah. So now's the time for us to all become, naturally immune.
Yeah, what they call it the herd immunity. You can gain herd immunity.
Yeah, that's right. So you send the healthy people out. You let the elderly and the scared and the immunosuppressed people to stay home. That's their right to stay home. But don't tell me I need to stay home, and don't tell me I need to wear dirty rags on my face and start, having the government monitor my every freaking move. I mean, it's disgusting and it's unnecessary. And I'm over it. I'm not doing it. They can just
Outrageous.
call the police on me every time. I don't care.
And they use the word science, but the science says that it's a 99% recovery rate. What are you talking about here, mate? And you're talking about the science. Well, if we follow the science, it's not hard. It's not as dangerous as you're saying.
No, because it's like a 99.4% recovery rate.
Yeah.
Like you've got less than 1% chance of dying from it in Australia anyway so far.
Right.
That's
And
the
then the
that's the
WHO
statistics straight off the Australian Bureau of Statistics.gov.au. So I went and got the statistics directly from the government website in Australia for the deaths in 2020. How many deaths were registered? Then I had the recorded deaths of the virus in 2020 in Australia, and I did the math. It was less than 0.6% died of people that died from that virus, right? In the government data. So the government data is telling you that there's a 99.4% survival rate, and that's nearly 100% survival rate if you're young and healthy.
Exactly.
And they're trying to decimate the country, rip families apart, send people bloody lunatic and crazy over this by constant propaganda bombarding us and all this oppression and this mind control.
Yeah. And then the other ridiculous situation is this. At first they were blaming it on the unvaccinated, but it's turned out that the vaccinated are spreading it around anyway. Okay?
Exactly.
The vaccinated are also spreading it around.
Yeah, so there's over 5...
So I'm going to ask the medical officer, why? Look, if somebody who gets vaccinated can spread it, why would I need it then?
Exactly. And what they announced yesterday here in the news, they said that they are considering in my state making the people who didn't take the medical procedure pay for their own medical expenses if they get sick from the virus. And I'm like, are you serious? This is literally like a Nazi country now. Like, that's something you would expect to happen in like, well, actually not Nazi. That's more of like a Chinese Communist Party kind of playbook. Like your social credit score, you didn't do what we said, so bing, bing, bing. Now you don't qualify for assisted medical bills. You need to pay all your bills yourself.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Even though you've been
Anyway, why would I go anywhere near a hospital with that? Apparently, when you go to hospital, they're killing people there with it, killing them. I think it's the hospitals that are killing them, not the people.
Well, this is
what
they
the
put you on
virus.
the ventilator, and the ventilator kills you in 3 days.
That's what I've heard, and that's what they're doing down in Victoria, putting people on ventilators and they're dying. So I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's very true what you said there. Yeah.
Anyway, if it's my time to die, then let me friggin' die. For the love of God, stand back and let this chick die. If I need to die and it's my time, I'm gone. Like, don't even try and help me. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I don't want to sit here and prolong my life in this godforsaken place a day longer. If that's my right, that's my right.
Definitely changed, man. Australia has just flipped. It was a place.
Oh, they're killing my life.
But it's totally
They're killing my life. My whole life is destroyed. My relationships have been destroyed. My ability to go where I really need to go and the people I need to see right now is destroyed. I can't get there. I mean, they're just killing my whole life. Like, they're giving me no real reason to want to stick around. Like, it's just shitty. Or are they going to just keep going with this? I can't keep doing it. I just can't.
At the beginning of this year, the WHO said that asymptomatic people are less likely to be spreading it around. That's what they said, yeah? Okay? And the reason for that is because asymptomatic means you supposedly got it, but you're not showing any symptoms. But the reason why you haven't got any symptoms is because you haven't got it. It's pre-symptomatic. They're the ones who are spreading it, apparently. And even that's BS as well. So, I mean, there's just so many things wrong with their so-called science when you have a good look at it.
Yeah, well, I'm a very responsible adult. I'm a mother. I know how to keep people safe. If I've got any symptoms of any strange kind of illness, I am going to immediately stay home. I've even got rapid antigen tests in my freaking cupboard, for crying out loud. Like, I was on the ball, went and bought them straight away, have them here. Like, I know how to look after people. I'm a mother, so they can get stuffed.
Exactly. Like, I'm a father. I know how to look after my children.
Exactly.
Don't come
I
and
know
tell
how to
me
look after
to
children. I know how to look after other people too. Like that maternal instinct, like carries on to caring for other human beings as well. Like, you know, that's what you know we do. Like, I can't believe that and what that gets me is there's people here, mothers here and fathers here that want to be governed so severely that you know their children are forced to wear masks. They're forcing little children now to wear masks in public.
I know.
It's just unhealthy all round, mentally, physically. It's just terrible.
It's just wrong, man. I tell you.
That's what
These
fear
people
and
have got
ignorance
hell.
does to people.
They've got hell to pay. They've got hell to pay for, man. Because that's wrong. It's wrong. This is worse than war. Do you know that?
Well,
Globus,
it's psychological warfare.
Globus, you said you've gotten away with never wearing a mask throughout this whole thing?
That's correct.
Wow. I've only worn one like I think 3 times because of like grocery stores that just said what I usually do is I have this like because I mean, well, okay, how do you go to stores? Like what do you do then?
I just walk
You're
straight
exempt.
in.
Yeah. What's funny is
Simple
that
as
your
that.
profile pic has a mask on it though.
Sorry? Yeah, that's a Halloween mask though. That was before the bullshit started.
So you just go in and then see, I mean, I think where I'm at, like in Northern California, I think if I did that, they would probably hassle me. I mean, I think they might call the cops and then remove you from the store. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I've just been lucky or what it is, but I just normally just walk straight in, and I haven't been hassled out once. The only time I was ever hassled is where the place where I live, and it was a security guard in the complex where I live, and he's like, "Where's your mask, mate?" And I just walk straight past him, just like I do every other time.
Mind your own
I
fucking
just don't
business.
talk to people.
I'm just going to tell them that I'm exempt, and if they ask to see my exemption, I'll say call the police, and I'll keep walking. Because the only people that are illegally allowed to see my exemption are the police or I think a defense personnel, like defense personnel. That's it. That's it. Like the person at Kmart on the door or the person at Macca's on the door does not have the right to read my personal reasons for why I'm not wearing a face mask.
Even the police don't. It's protected by doctor-patient confidentiality. They'd have to have a subpoena to see it.
That's correct. You don't have
Anyway,
to
they can subpoena me all they like because they will see me in court because I will fight it. If they try and fine me or arrest me or refuse me entry somewhere, I'm going to fight them through the courts. I'm going to do it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Had enough of these assholes.
The other thing where I live in Queensland, it's people are more inherently not as militant as the other states sort of south of us.
More laid back.
Especially where I'm on the Gold Coast, we're way more laid back, always have been.
Yeah.
It's part of the culture here. So people just don't get involved in people's business as much, you know. It has happened to people I know, but like I said, the way I do it is just walk straight past the motherfuckers. And if
I'm doing that from now on.
You just walk past them. You just don't look at them. You don't engage. You don't have to confront anyone.
I'll just go in and do my business and get out. And if they try and approach me, I'll just say, look, I'm exempt. And if they ask to see my exemption, I'm going to say it's none of your business why I'm exempt. Go away. Leave me alone and stand back.
It depends on what they approach you with, Becky. If they say, would you like to, like, we could provide you with a mask, would you like a mask? Then just say, no, thank you.
No
That stuns
thanks.
them for a little bit. And then they're like, a mask is mandatory. Then you could say exemption.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
No, thank
I've
you.
been provided with masks walking into certain shops, and I just put them straight in my pocket.
What it is.
Thank
I don't give a fuck what it is. It's not going on.
I just say, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. And I'm getting, I bought a lanyard that I wear around, that I will be wearing around my neck that says that I have a mask exemption so that people can see that. And if they still want to approach me, well, then I'm going to unleash because I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
They can stand the hell back from me. They can look at my little lanyard, and if they dare approach me, then they're going to wish they didn't. Because I'm not playing anymore. For every person that's been bullied, I'm going to stand up to these buggers.
Yeah. The old adage, if words could kill, or if looks could kill. You said I'm going to.
Oh, yeah, they'll be getting my full facial. Death stares with my maskless mouth,
looks
too.
Could kill, man. If looks could kill, there'd be a lot of dead bodies as you're walking down.
Anyway, a tissue or a tissue or a handkerchief is a perfectly fine face covering for someone when they cough or sneeze. They don't need to be wearing a paper diaper that's making their face sweaty.
Exactly. I remember in London when they had the bird flu. Okay, I was in London. Okay, I was on the underground. One of the rare times that I used the underground. Okay, and this guy was just sneezing. Now back then, you know, we all thought sneezing, okay, was bad. You know, you're going to catch something, okay, especially with this chicken flu from bloody China. Okay, now this old lady said to this person who was sneezing, right, and I mean an old lady, right, with the handbag and you know the trolley that they drag along, yeah. And they're on the train, just sitting there, and this guy's just sneezing without no handkerchief, nothing. And she says, "Haven't you heard the news about the bird flu? Where's your goddamn hanky?" And the man just had to apologise. And I looked at the woman, I put my thumbs up, I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, where's your manners?" I actually said that to him. Sneezing everywhere.
Do you want to know how brain dead these people are? They tell them, right, to hand sanitize. No, let me finish. They tell them to put hand sanitizer on. All right. So you've got hand sanitizer on. Then they tell them to sneeze into their elbow. Then they say, instead of shaking hands, elbow punch each other. So they're literally telling them to touch each other's elbows where they've been told to sneeze and not shake hands where their hands are sanitized. That's how retarded this whole thing is and how brain dead these people are. And I cannot stand another moment of this bullshit.
But Becky, you sneeze and cough into the inside of your elbow, and then you touch with the outside of your elbow. So that
but
makes
it still
a world
sprays.
of difference.
It still sprays, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. And you're not putting hand sanitizer on your elbows, are you? You're putting it on your hands.
Obviously not, because it's not elbow sanitizer.
But it's like it's so psychological. They don't want us to even handshake anymore. You know, like that's one of the oldest tradition amongst, you know, people in my country. All people in my country, when you would meet them, if you were a man, you would shake their hand, or if you're a lady, you would kiss them on the cheek, right? So no longer we are not allowed to kiss each other. We're not allowed to shake each other's hands. We're not allowed to stand each other. We're not allowed to mingle. What's the point in us even being alive anymore? Because I feel like I'm already dead. If I can't do anything like that, I'm not a human anymore. I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I'm a piece of cow dung, because that's what cow dung does.
That's why I'm going to spread.
Human beings don't live like that.
That's right. That's why you've got to spread your cow dung all over them, man.
Well,
yeah, I lose respect for people that refuse to shake hands.
The only thing, though, Becky, with that is, could this actually be part of their agenda to try to drive us to such frustration that there's more suicide, there's more people, feeling, you know, so the only thing is, like, to give into that is almost giving into their agenda in that way.
Yeah, it's so powerful, but that psychological warfare and that torture or the conditioning is so powerful. Like a woman in Melbourne, I think it was last month, set herself on fire in her locked car with a sign that said "Mandates kill." She was that frustrated, she set herself on fire, and that's because she has been psychologically pushed and pushed and pushed to breaking point. Especially in Victoria. Victoria has been the worst oppressive state, and we saw people getting shot, innocent people in the street being shot by elite terrorist squads of the government. They were shooting their own people.
This isn't as cool to the revolution. I don't know what is. I mean, look at that. Woman sets herself alight in the car. If that isn't an alarm bell ringing, isn't it?
We had over 40 kids, 40 teenagers per day in Sydney alone presenting in emergency departments for self-harm and attempted suicide. And that's the facts.
And then you've got Michael
in the
Gunner,
lockdowns.
Michael Gunner crying on TV yesterday because his family was threatened, right? He's from the Northern Territory, yeah? And
that's terrible. That's terrible that his family got threatened. No, I don't believe in anyone threatening anybody at all. No, it's not right. It's not right to go around threatening people regardless. That's taking away that's scaring them.
What about the woman that burnt herself to death?
It doesn't matter. Two wrongs don't make a right. You don't go around threatening people's lives. That's the opposite. That's what's happening to us. You don't be them. No, two wrongs do not make a right. They do not, and we should never ever lower ourselves to that level.
Anyway, it's not wrong to threaten them. That's not wrong. They need to be waking
It
up.
is very wrong to threaten a person. It is very wrong.
Don't be in
No,
your house.
no, never do
Those are
that.
the words.
That is
Don't
not
be
the
in your
world that
house.
we should live in.
Good. Don't be in your house. That's the world we're living in. People are killing
Well,
themselves.
I'm not being part of that, so I'm walking away from that life, and I would never ever threaten anybody.
Don't be in your house. That's right. Don't. And he's crying on TV. I'm going to do my job.
Well, it's terrible, but he's you know, I didn't. Nothing justifies threats. He has done and said some horrendous things, and he has treated our Indigenous communities
people have died.
horrendously. But there is no justification for threatening people.
Died. People have died because of him.
And he will meet his maker one day, and like the rest of us, he will face his just desserts. He will be getting exactly what he gave when the time comes.
Home, mate. Do not be at home.
But we are called. We are not called to threaten or hate people. We are called to love people.
Yeah, I love him. I'm killing him with love. Don't put your uniform on.
Yeah.
Look, I think our biggest issue here, guys, is our reliance upon the system.
Yes,
Simple as
exactly that. Exactly. Well said. Exactly.
What do you rely on them for?
What do I rely on them for?
Yeah.
Well, public roads, you know, hospitals. I've had a few broken bones. You know, those sort of things.
Well, but you paid for that. You paid for that.
Sewage, waste, electricity, water, you name
paid
it.
For all that, but you paid for all that. That's all being paid for.
But we rely on it too.
No, but you paid for it. You see, look, you're paying for that service. Okay, that's been paid for. So it's not
Exactly, but
relying-
we still need to rely on that service.
Well,
that's
they're
the whole
relying
point.
on
That's
your
why
funds
we
too.
need. That's why we need some. That's why we need an administration to administer those services. But we do not need an
You don't need-
overzealous government using doctors to control my freaking life.
What I'm trying to get at is that we should work towards becoming self-reliant. Simple as that.
Yeah. But we're still going to need an organisation to organise.
Well, we need to even provide ourselves with basic food. It's not going to happen. Most of us are in built-up areas. We don't have the land nor the means to build any kind of thing to house any kind of animals or even vegetables. I mean, I am totally reliant on the system to buy food.
My point was we should work towards it. I know at the moment I don't have the means to do so, and I'm sure you don't, Becky, and I'm sure a lot of us don't. But what I'm trying to get at is that we should work towards that. If you want to, you know, exit the nightmare, I mean, I see that as the only option at the moment.
Yeah,
And
could just get control over our government to do their jobs and to stay the hell out of our personal lives and out of our relationships and out of our medical lives.
Yeah.
We know that's not going to happen, though, Becky.
I want them involved in my septic, in my bin collection, in my utilities, in my, you know, management of the roads and, you know, whatever. But I don't want them involved in anything to do with my personal life or my relationships or my medical. It's just not okay.
Right.
I'm a grown adult that is in complete control of myself. I do not need these idiots to try to control me any longer. And I've given them 2 years of my life and I can't do it again. I can't do it for a third year.
This is 1984, for real. This is
oh,
for
well,
real,
I'll be the lady in the motel room that gets fooled and has the great affair and dies with pleasure. You know, like screw them. And as if the young kids care. They're all on Tinder anyway, getting hooked up. They don't give a shit about the stupid government. Why should we?
Yeah, that's right.
Seriously, they're all going out and getting laid. They're not expected to like procreate and make, you know, relationships in 2 years, 3 years because the government said so.
They're probably enjoying it better than they've ever enjoyed it in their lives. You know that, I reckon.
Yeah, because they're doing it on the sneaky, like, you know, and making it more exciting. That's so funny.
There's something about that.
Oh, that's so funny. Big Daddy government trying to get their nose in. Who's she sleeping with?
Another level of ecstasy that is when you're doing it on the sneakers.
Did she register her partner? Do you know they wanted us to register our bubble buddy who we were having intimates with in the pandemic? If you wanted to have someone over for friendship, you had to register their names online. I'm like, that is 1984. That's like the definition of that book. You know, no, it's insanity. And people go along with it. Oh, for my own safety, I need to let them know that Bobby Joe's coming over for a you know what on the weekend.
For some nuptials, yeah.
Like, totally in people's business, wanting to know who's in their homes and what they're doing. Like, hello.
Hello,
Are they there for compassionate reasons? You better be depressed. I saw you had 2 friends over. You know, you better be suicidal. Otherwise, there's no compassionate grounds for you. We're going to write you a fine. How suicidal are you? How much did you really need support that day? You could have killed someone with that. You know, it's just insane. Like, I don't know how they are mentally pushing people to breaking point. I've literally hit breaking point now. I'm not playing their games anymore. They can lock me up in their COVID camps. They can do whatever they want. I don't even care anymore. Like Isa said, oh, you need to do this and that. I need to say no. This is me. Stay away from me. Stay away from my mouth. Stay away from my body. Stay away from my life and let me live. And I'll be okay. But the minute you come over and start telling me I need to put things in or on myself to make you feel better, I'm done. I'm not playing that game anymore. I did all that for years. I'm doing it no more.
You know what, Becky? That was a song you just done there. That's a song. You should have just put that on a lyric. Good lyrics for a song, that is. What you just said there.
Like they're approaching people, wanting them to place things on their bodies or in their bodies to try to make them feel safe, and they're doing that to little ones too, which is very disturbing. Sacrificing children's health and safety for their longevity. They're trying to save their own crowy old crappy lives and hurt little ones too. It's sick.
Yeah, and they're all. You know what? When you look at these people actually telling you got to have a medical intervention, they're so unhealthy themselves. You look at the people in the WHO.
Oh, I know.
Look at them; they're unhealthy scumbags.
Oh,
They're
I
totally
saw.
unhealthy, and they're
Oh,
telling
yeah.
us to go take this.
Yep.
Oh,
So that's my question. If they're going to make people who didn't do the medical intervention pay for their own medical bills if they get sick, does that mean